The weather today is splendid, with sunlight illuminating the earth from the sky. It is a tranquil day. And Wang Ho has only just risen, seated at the dining table, enjoying his meal while glancing at the news. Wang Ho is an ordinary student, standing at 1.75 meters, with an unremarkable appearance that would render him a mere passerby in a crowd. That he resides in the land of Yanhuang, surrounded by other prominent nations such as the United States, the Arctic, and Britain. These nations inhabit the largest planet in this solar system, each possessing tens of millions to billions of square kilometers of territory, accompanied by a vast population. Among these, Yanhuang and Indonesia boast the highest populace, with 10 billion and 8 billion inhabitants respectively. Such immense demographics inevitably lead to a significant number of fatalities each day. Wang Ho lives in the secondary city of Gutu, located in the central province of Yanhuang. With a large population comes a plethora of entertainment options. Various films, comics, and novels are continuously created, including Marvel Comics, American films, Dongi Comics, anime, and Yanhuang novels. Wang Ho is somewhat of a semi-recluse, having consumed a considerable amount of comics and films. As he eats, he turns to watch the news on television. This year, he is preparing for the Gaokao, and his Chinese teacher has assigned homework requiring him to find several materials from the news to compose 3 essays. Seizing the breakfast time, Wang Ho begins to watch the news. At home, he is currently alone, as his parents are on a business trip and have not returned for a month. Although this absence feels prolonged, Wang Ho remains untroubled, as such situations have arisen before. After sipping a bowl of soup, just as he is about to clear the table, a breaking news alert on the television catches his attention. We interrupt this program for an urgent news bulletin. The news anchor states gravely while holding a document that at 4 o'clock this morning, a meteorite suddenly struck Donghai County in Donghai City, reducing the local high school to ruins, and we express our profound condolences. Pausing momentarily, the anchor continues. Currently, there have been a total of 100 similar incidents nationwide, with casualties and missing persons reaching 10,000. The government has deployed satellites to monitor space and will intercept any potential meteorites with missiles. Please remain calm. Another occurrence, Wang Ho mutters to himself while clearing the table. Why can't something like this happen to our school? If it did, we wouldn't have to attend classes. He ponders. However, such news is often concealed. The actual death toll is likely several times higher than reported. But what does it have to do with me? I should focus on my assignment. It's giving me a headache. With a long sigh, Wang Ho finishes washing his dishes, tidies his backpack, and heads out of school. Upon arrival, he notices the hustle and bustle of fellow students, exchanging greetings with a few acquaintances before making his way to class 26 of the senior year. His high school is the best in the county, resulting in a large student body. In the senior year alone, there are 40 classes, totaling over 6,000 students when combined with the first and second years. Good morning, Wang Ho greets as he places his backpack on his desk, addressing his deskmate. Wang Hao, morning, Wang Hao replies, nodding. How's the homework coming along? Almost done, Wang Ho responds. By the way, did you catch the news today? I did, Wang Hao replies with a disappointed expression. Too bad it wasn't our school. Come on, Wang Ho chuckles, nudging Wang Hao with his elbow. If it were our school, you wouldn't be here right now, you'd probably be gone. True, Wang Hao concedes, but let's focus on the assignment. Haha, Wang Ho laughs, pulling out his completed assignment from his backpack. Wow, Wen, did you write this? I had no idea, Wang Hao exclaims, snatching the assignment from Wang Hao's hands and flipping through it. When you were asleep, Wang Ho retorts, reclaiming his work with a sense of pride. Wang Hao, like Wang Ho, maintains an average academic standing in class. Their shared interests in comics and films forged a strong friendship. At that moment, a well-dressed individual with a neat hairstyle approaches, adjusting the non-prescription glasses perched on his nose. What are you two doing? It's self-study time, not chatting time, he chides. Got it, Wang Hao responds, while Wang Ho merely nods in acknowledgement, refraining from speaking. Satisfied with their expressions, the individual, Li Jun, the class monitor, turns and walks away. He treats students differently, looking down on those like Wang Ho and Wang Hao, who are not particularly diligent. However, he behaves differently towards high-achieving students and girls, which earns him compliance from most of the class. Yet there are a few who do not align with him, including Wang Ho and Wang Hao. Despite the general agreement with Li Jun, Wang Ho chooses not to oppose him. After Li Jun departs, Wang Ho looks at Wang Hao, shrugs, and settles down to read, while Wang Hao diligently scribbles to finish his assignment. As time passes, a dense fog gradually envelopes the surroundings outside the window. "Hey!" Wang Ho exclaims, gazing outside, where a thick white mist obscures visibility. "What's going on? It's almost summer, and there's fog? Is the haze really that severe?" He nudges Wang Hao, urging, "Hey, check outside, it's foggy." "It's foggy," Wang Hao replies, shaking his sore hand from writing. "Are you joking? It's unusual to have fog at this time. Were you up late, reading novels again?" Just as he turns to tease Wang Ho, he is rendered speechless by the sight outside. Soon, others in the class notice the situation, turning to look out the window. "What's going on?" Wang Hao stutters, staring at the fog. "Don't ask me, I'm just as puzzled." Wang Ho replies, feeling at a loss. The atmosphere in the classroom, once studious, devolves into chaos as students discuss the situation outside, some attempting to venture out for a closer look. However, the moment one student reaches the door, he suddenly crouches down, covering his nose as if he has collided with something. What's happening? The entire class of over 50 students is filled with confusion. "Hud, hud, hud." The crouched student stands up again, knocking on the door, which produces an echoing sound in the empty space. "Something is blocking the door, we can't get out," he states, patting the air in frustration. "Dongli, what's wrong?" Li Jun approaches, tapping at the door's surface. "It seems we are, indeed, blocked by something." "Yeah, what do we do? We can't get out," Dongli exclaims anxiously. "What can I do?" "We'll just have to wait," Li Jun replies. "What if we end up trapped here?" "Such a scenario only occurs in novels," Wang Hao whispers to Wang Ho. "Now we can only wait and see how things unfold." Wang Ho responds, attempting to maintain composure. "Okay, let's wait," Wang Hao agrees, feeling somewhat reassured by Wang Hao's demeanor. However, the rest of the class is far from calm. Panic ensues, with some timid girls breaking into tears. "Don't be afraid. We have so many people here, no one would dare to harm us," Li Jun calls out from the podium, trying to instill confidence. Yet beneath the podium, Li Jun's legs tremble slightly, despite his outward appearance of calmness. Observing Li Jun's composed demeanor at the podium, the others gradually settled into a state of calm. After all, as the class monitor, Li Jun commanded a certain level of authority as everyone turned their attention towards him. Li Jun, too, began to regain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Such circumstances do not arise without reason. Although the situation remains unclear, we must remain patient. Something will undoubtedly transpire." His words instilled a sense of tranquility among the class, all eyes fixed on him, while Wang Hao, with a disdainful smirk, whispered to Wang Ho, "He's just putting on a show." Again, indeed, Wang Ho nodded in agreement. Yet this approach proves to be remarkably effective. Whether you believe it or not, whatever Li Jun says will command the attention of the majority in this class. True, Wang Hao concurred. As the two engaged in their hushed conversation, Li Jun continued to rally the spirits of his classmates. It must be acknowledged that Li Jun possessed a certain knack for stabilizing the group in such circumstances. After delivering his speech and observing the attentive faces around him, he thought to himself, "Now, the majority of the class should be inclined to follow my lead whatever happens next. There is no need for fear." With this thought, he adjusted his frameless glasses that perched on the bridge of his nose, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes when no one was watching. Meanwhile, as Li Jun spoke, the situation outside the window began to shift. Unbeknownst to them, the fog was gradually dissipating, revealing the true visage of the school rows of teaching buildings, unchanged and as they had always been. Wang Ho and Wang Hao, however, were not focused on Li Jun's speech, but rather on the transformation occurring outside. Upon witnessing the fog lift, they felt a surge of excitement. Yet, Wang Ho soon noted that the exterior, despite the unchanged buildings and greenery, bore a peculiar difference. The sky, devoid of the sun and clouds, seemed to transform into a vast expanse of white, reminiscent of a colossal energy-saving bulb. "Knock, knock, knock." At that moment, Wang Ho approached the door and knocked, which remained blocked. "Damn it, what on earth is happening?" he cursed inwardly. Just then, A commotion erupted once more in the classroom as several girls let out piercing screams. Wang Ho turned to look, his eyes widening in astonishment. As Wang Ho turned around, he noticed that everyone was gazing at the blackboard, and following their gaze, his eyes widened in astonishment. There, on the blackboard, a piece of chalk danced gracefully, and an immediate silence enveloped the classroom, with only the soft scratching sound of the chalk breaking the stillness. Accompanied by a flurry of chalk dust, a grand message materialized on the board. Welcome to the domain of the Master Deity, where all your aspirations can be realized. In the realm of reality, a family was watching the news on their television. The news anchor announced a breaking report. At precisely 7:05 this morning, a meteor appeared in space. Most of it has been intercepted and vanished, but a fragment has fallen into Gouda City, causing the disappearance of Gouda High School. Another one. Meteors have been quite frequent lately, someone in front of the television remarked. Meanwhile, within the domain of the Master Deity, the students of Class 26 were perplexed by the phrase domain of the Master Deity. A collective query arose in their minds. What is this place? Suddenly, the blackboard eraser on the podium took flight, erasing the previous message. The chalk resumed its dance, and with the fluttering of chalk dust, new words emerged on the blackboard, this time filling 3 lines. The domain of the Master Deity is a realm of infinite possibilities. Here, anything can happen. For specific information regarding the domain of the Master Deity, please consult the watch on your right wrist. What is a spatial watch? They wondered. As they read the final line, it was then that they realized a white watch had appeared on their right wrists, seemingly out of nowhere. The design of the spatial watch bore no distinction from a typical electronic watch, save for its immaculate white hue. It fit snugly around their wrists, so seamlessly that it was almost imperceptible. Crafted from an unknown material, it bore no seams, merely displaying the time on its surface. Wang Ho also noticed the spatial watch on his wrist. As he glanced at it, a surge of information flooded his mind. The domain of the Master Deity is a place for selecting warriors. Those chosen are referred to as adventurers. To survive in this realm, adventurers must complete tasks assigned by the domain. Each adventurer undertakes a task every 10 days, and upon completion, they are rewarded with task points, attribute points, and other items. Task points function similarly to currency in the real world. The spatial watch serves as a communication platform between adventurers and the domain, enabling them to access personal spaces and check their attributes. To query information, one simply needs to silently contemplate their personal attributes or any other desired information. Having absorbed this information, Wang Ho momentarily set aside his trepidation and began to experiment with the method indicated by the spatial watch. Personal attributes, he mused, when once again, a stream of information flowed from the watch. A luminous screen appeared in his mind, displaying his attributes. Name, Wang Ho ID, 102635 life, 10 physique, 9 strength, 8 spirit, 21 agility, 7 energy, 7. Note, the average attributes of a normal adult are 10. What dismal attributes? Observing his own attributes, Wang Ho could not help but exclaim internally, so, it turns out my physical constitution is rather poor. However, he pondered why his spirit remained so elevated. After reviewing his attributes and the information provided by the spatial watch, he inquired about the nature of the tasks. The task involved immersing adventurers into a world, with missions issued by the space that adventurers must complete. Upon successful completion, they would earn corresponding task points. The missions could take place in various realms such as movies, comics, novels, or other worlds. Upon seeing the world information presented by the spatial watch, Wang Ho's eyes brightened. He would finally witness the living embodiments of characters from the comics. Yet, before he could fully revel in this joy, the spatial watch emitted another piece of information that extinguished the excitement in his heart. The message warned that during the tasks, adventurers might meet their demise, and upon death, all information regarding the adventurer in the space would be erased, equivalent to dying in reality. A sense of gravity settled over Wang Ho as he absorbed this information, leading him into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, he finally reacted. When he asked what the mortality rate was, the spatial watch responded that the adventurers were currently in a novice village, with a mortality rate of 30. This implied that out of a class of 50 individuals embarking on the task, only approximately 35 would return. Reflecting on this, Wang Ho could not help but realize that this place was not merely rife with opportunities, but also fraught with peril. Just as Wang Ho concluded his inquiries, His classmates had also finished their reviews. Their curiosity about the main god's space overshadowed their fears. Not everyone scrutinized their attributes as closely as Wang Ho. After examining their own attributes, discussions erupted among them. At this moment, Wang Hao, having reviewed his own attributes, turned to Wang Ho with a hint of curiosity. "What are your attributes, classmate?" "Nothing much. Aside from my spirit, my life points are merely 10. The rest do not exceed 10, Wang Ho replied. "Well, it seems I've surpassed you this time," Wang Hao declared triumphantly upon hearing Wang Ho's words. "My life points are 12, with strength and constitution at 11, and agility at 10. "All right," Wang Ho said, observing Wang Hao's elation. He poked Wang Hao gently and urged, "Let us not focus on attributes. We are about to undertake a task, which is of utmost importance. Lives could be at stake during the mission. Deaths?" Wang Hao echoed, momentarily taken aback, then quickly retorted, "Is that true?" "Indeed," Wang Ho replied gravely, nodding firmly. "I just inquired about the space, and the mortality rate is 30, which is merely the average. What shall we do then?" Wang Hao asked anxiously. "What can we do? We must strive to survive," Wang Ho sighed. Wang Hao fell silent. However, aside from the two of them, it seemed that not many were paying attention to the task information, as most were engrossed in discussions about their own attributes. "Haha, my strength and constitution are at 15 points. Amidst their silence, a hearty laugh resonated through the classroom. Following the sound, they spotted Dong Li proudly showcasing his attributes to his classmates. Dong Li was the athletic star of the class, towering at 2 meters tall, with a muscular build. Upon seeing him for the first time, the physical education teacher had immediately concluded that he was a prodigy in sports. Dong Li did not disappoint his teacher, achieving an impressive top 10 score in the city's physical examination. Thus, such attributes are not surprising. While everyone lamented their lack of physical training, a cold snort interrupted. "What is mere muscle? Our Minmin's agility is a remarkable 17. This exclamation elicited a wave of astonishment throughout the classroom, as all eyes turned towards the source of the voice. Amidst a group of girls stood a girl with short hair and large eyes, who blushed and appeared somewhat shy upon realizing she was the center of attention. The snort had come from a girl beside her, clad in a vibrant red tracksuit. The short-haired girl was named Yi Min, who typically remained inconspicuous in class. However, it was likely that everyone would now remember her. With an agility score of 17, there were indeed few in the class who could surpass her. The girl in the red tracksuit was named Zheng Hong, aptly named for her fiery personality. Always dressed in red, her temperament was equally fierce, deterring most boys from engaging in arguments with her. She held a position akin to a leader amongst her peers, safeguarding the other girls and ensuring that no boy dared to bully them. As everyone began to boast about their attributes, the class leader, Li Jun, gathered his group near the podium. Li Jun's intellect surpassed that of most, as he meticulously analyzed the information provided by the space, considering every detail. He was currently discussing the upcoming situation. "I have already outlined all the circumstances. Please share your attributes so we can make arrangements when we enter the same task world." Li Jun adjusted his glasses. "Understood," everyone nodded in agreement. "My strength and constitution are 12, while the others are below 10, stated a tall student to Li Jun's left, named Lu Fei, a close friend who adhered to Li Jun's every word. "My energy is 16, and the others hover around 10. This is an opportunity. I shall become a figure akin to General Li Guang," proclaimed another tall student beside Lu Fei, named Li Guang, who had always aspired to emulate the legendary general. His excitement was palpable as he absorbed the information from the central space. After Li Guang spoke, Li Jun turned to the others. "Now it's your turn." "My highest attribute is merely 10, remarked a slender boy. "My agility is 11, my spirit is 13, my life is 12, and my constitution is 11, he continued. Subsequently, about 10 others near Li Jun also shared their attributes. "Not bad," Li Jun nodded. "Our strength is fairly decent. We shall make arrangements for the task shortly." At that moment, a classmate inquired, "What are your attributes, class leader?" "Look, I shall share my attributes with you," Li Jun responded. Immediately, the group received Li Jun's attributes, their eyes widening in astonishment. Name, Li Jun ID, 102601 life, 13 strength, 12 constitution, 14 spirit, 16 agility, 13 energy, 18. Everyone was momentarily stunned before returning to their senses, with Lu Fei exclaiming, "Boss, you are impressive." Indeed, observing that he had captivated everyone, Li Jun proudly lifted his head. The classroom, which had been in disarray, gradually fell silent once more. The chalk eraser on the podium soared into the air, erasing the words from the blackboard, while the chalk began to move, inscribing a new line. Upon seeing this line, both Li Jun and Wang Ho simultaneously thought, "Here it comes." All eyes in the classroom turned towards the blackboard, where the large characters proclaimed, "Adventurers, prepare for your inaugural mission. Task World, free choice. Please complete within 1 minute, or the space will select randomly." As they read this line, everyone pondered their destination. While a few individuals immediately opted for the task world, "I wish to enter the world of Transformers," one student declared after scanning the blackboard. In the next moment, a flash of white light enveloped the student, causing them to vanish. Witnessing this occurrence ignited excitement among many. "I want to go to the world of Dolua continent. I wish to enter the world of Scarlet Heart. I want to explore the world of unexpected turns." Then, several more flashes of white light illuminated the room, and the number of students diminished once again. "I'm off to the world of cool running." Dong Li had also decided on his destination. "Sister, where shall we go?" A girl from Zheng Hong's group inquired. "Let us venture into the world of dream of the Red Chamber. It's familiar to all of us, and life there seems easier," Zheng Hong contemplated. "All right, sister, we'll follow your lead." The other girls nodded in agreement. "Good," Zheng Hong affirmed. "I inquired about the space, and several individuals can enter the same world together for mutual support. Thus, the 7 of us shall journey to the world of dream of the Red Chamber." In the next instant, Zheng Hong and her companions vanished from the classroom. "Are you all listening to me?" Li Jun questioned, as he addressed the class president about their destination. Many students nodded in agreement. "Very well," Li Jun replied. "The 23 of us shall embark to the world of Diablo." Soon, Li Jun and his group were enveloped in white light and disappeared from the classroom. Now, only Wang Ho and Wang Hao remained. "Have you decided where to go?" Wang Hao asked. "I have. What about you?" Wang Ho retorted. "I have as well." "I shall depart first," Wang Hao proclaimed loudly. "I choose to enter the world of the legend of the Condor heroes." Watching Wang Hao disappear, Wang Ho mused to himself. He truly went to a world crafted by Jin Yong. However, I should make my selection as well. With that, Wang Ho announced his long-considered destination. "I wish to enter the world of Pokémon." No sooner had Wang Ho's words left his lips than a beam of white light enveloped him. He felt a bright flash before his surroundings transformed into a verdant meadow. Scattered houses dotted the landscape nearby, creating a picturesque scene. Taking a deep breath, he reveled in the refreshingly distinct air, feeling the solid ground beneath his feet. So this is the Pokémon world. It's truly enchanting. Just as Wang Ho was absorbing his surroundings, the space issued a notification. Main quest initiated. Receiving the message, Wang Ho quickly recited the task in his mind. Main quest: survive in this world for 10 days. Reward: 1,000 task points. Penalty for failure: erasure. Random tasks may be triggered at will. Note: to thrive in this realm, the initial task is paramount. Strive to trigger more random missions. Upon seeing the task, Wang Ho was momentarily taken aback, pondering that surviving for 10 days seemed rather effortless. However, failing to last the 10 days would render the endeavor futile. Nevertheless, this challenge appeared exceedingly simple to him. When selecting a task, Wang Ho contemplated this very notion. Opting for combat-oriented missions would necessitate immediate confrontation, which posed considerable risk. Conversely, the Pokémon world was devoid of such peril. Battles were conducted by the little creatures, and the atmosphere was remarkably serene, free from life-threatening encounters. Furthermore, in the Pokémon realm, becoming a Pokémon trainer ensured complimentary lodging and sustenance at various Pokémon centers, making the prospect of surviving for 10 days exceedingly manageable. What should be pursued next? Wang Ho mused, gazing at the distant town and the occasional flying Pokémon fluttering overhead. As a first-time adventurer entering this task-laden world, he was entitled to a lottery draw. Should he proceed? Yes. Just as he was deliberating, the spatial wristwatch conveyed another message, prompting him to confirm without hesitation. In that moment, a grand spinning wheel materialized in his mind, adorned with an array of rewards, a random Pokémon, 100 units of currency from the Pokémon world, and a finely crafted knife. Immediately, Wang Ho initiated the draw. The adventurer declared, "Stop." The wheel gradually ceased its rotation, inching toward the random Pokémon option. Random Pokémon, Wang Ho silently urged, his heart racing. The pointer slowed considerably, teetering on the edge of the random Pokémon selection, almost appearing to stagnate. At last, the wheel came to a halt, and the spatial wristwatch issued an announcement. Congratulations, adventurer Wang Ho. You have acquired a trainer ID. What? Wang Ho was momentarily stunned. Was he not supposed to receive a random Pokémon? What was this trainer ID about? Regaining his composure, he glanced at the spinning wheel in his mind, discovering that the pointer had just surpassed the random Pokémon option, landing instead on the trainer ID. Rewards have been dispensed. May the adventurer successfully complete the task. The message continued. Wang Ho rummaged through his pockets, only to find a card had mysteriously appeared within. Upon entering the main divine space, all possessions except for clothing vanished. He retrieved the card, inspecting it closely. One side bore his likeness accompanied by a series of numbers, while the reverse displayed an image of a Pokémon ball. The spatial wristwatch provided additional information. Trainer ID. This is proof of your status as a trainer. You may use it to register with the local professor in this town and receive a starting Pokémon. Upon reading this information, Wang Ho felt a surge of relief. It seemed that merely acquiring a Pokémon did not suffice to become a trainer. Registration was also a requisite. Fortunately, the reward I drew earlier was not a random Pokémon. Otherwise, the next 10 days would have been troublesome. As I contemplated this, Wang Ho made his way towards the nearby town. I am uncertain of this place, but the information provided earlier indicated that this is the starting town, presumably akin to what is depicted in the game. Upon reaching the town's periphery, I noticed a wooden sign at the intersection bearing the words Pallet Town. The sight of these three characters evoked a wave of nostalgia within Wang Ho. His first encounter with the Pokémon franchise, specifically the single-player game known as Pocket Monsters, began its journey from Pallet Town. Moreover, the protagonist in the animated series hails from Pallet Town as well. It was morning, and the town was still relatively quiet. However, as Wang Ho strolled along the main street, he found it to be quite lively, significantly larger than its portrayal in the game and the anime. A bustling town of several thousand inhabitants. After inquiring with a few locals, Wang Ho arrived at Professor Oak's laboratory. It was evident that this world had undergone spatial transformation. In the game, it was depicted as a single-story white house. Yet before Wang Ho stood a 3-story laboratory complete with a garden and a training area, vastly larger than its animated counterpart. Is anyone there? Wang Ho knocked on the door. After a brief moment, a voice emanated from the intercom. Who are you? I am a new Pokémon trainer here to receive my Pokémon. Wang Ho confidently articulated the words he had rehearsed in his mind. A Pokémon trainer? The person on the other side seemed taken aback, but quickly regained composure. All right. I'll be right there. Please hold on. The conversation was abruptly cut off. Moments later, a square-faced man with short hair, donning a white lab coat, emerged from the laboratory. Wang Ho was momentarily stunned, realizing this was the real-life version of Professor Oak, strikingly similar to his animated counterpart. Professor Oak approached swiftly, scrutinizing Wang Ho with a puzzled expression. This is strange. I thought the new trainers had already come and gone. How is it that another has appeared? I just arrived. Wang Ho replied hastily upon sensing Professor Oak's confusion. Here is my trainer ID. Professor Oak examined the ID Wang Ho presented, scrutinizing it closely before retrieving a small device from his pocket to scan it. Oh, it's Wang Ho from the Kalos region, here to embark on an adventure in Pallet Town. Upon confirming Wang Ho's identity through the device, Professor Oak's demeanor became notably more welcoming. Please, step inside. Thank you. Wang Ho responded as he entered through the door. Follow me, Professor Oak instructed. As Wang Ho followed Professor Oak into the laboratory, he silently expressed gratitude for the strictness of the process, relieved that he had drawn this option, for otherwise, the next 10 days would have been troublesome. Upon entering the spacious laboratory, Wang Ho saw 3 Pokeballs resting on a central machine. Professor Oak turned, gesturing towards the Pokeballs. All the starter Pokemon have been chosen by trainers. There are no Pokemon left here. Wang Ho was instantly taken aback. What should I do? Without a Pokemon, how can I embark on my adventure? His mind raced as he pondered the predicament. How about this? Professor Oak suggested. I have a package here. Could you deliver it to the Pokemon Center in Jubilife City? They are currently holding an event there where you can receive a Pokemon. Upon hearing that he could also obtain a Pokemon, Wang Ho felt a surge of excitement within, though he maintained a facade of disappointment. But what kind of Pokemon is it, Professor Oak? I'm afraid I can't say, Professor Oak replied, scratching his head. I truly apologize for having forgotten about you. Here is the Pokédex and 5 Pokeballs. Please take them. Thank you, Wang Ho said, accepting the Pokeballs and the Pokédex. At that moment, He received a notification from his spatial watch. Upon reading the message, he was momentarily taken aback, then realized the situation. Adventurer triggered a random quest. Deliver Professor Oak's package to the Pokémon Center in Jubilife City. Reward: 100 quest points and a random Pokémon. Failure: deduct 500 quest points. Note: if the adventurer's quest points fall below 0, they will be eliminated. So this is a random quest. It doesn't seem too daunting, he thought, though he was unaware of the perils he would face in the coming days. After accepting the quest, he received the 5 Pokeballs and the Pokédex. Emboldened, he mustered the courage to ask Professor Oak for a backpack, some provisions, and a map. With those in hand, Wang Ho departed from Pallet Town, journeying toward Jubilife City. Gazing at the map, he mused that it would be a 2-day trek. What an adventure! Filled with exhilaration, he set forth. The familiar sights of Pallet Town gradually receded behind him, while the trees and underbrush along the path grew denser. Wild Pokémon began to appear more frequently. Now and then, a small Rattata scurried across the road, and flocks of Pidgey flew overhead. The atmosphere felt akin to a picnic, and if not for the Pokémon by the roadside, one might forget they were in the realm of the Pokémon world. By noon, after a brief respite for lunch, he continued on his journey. He took a moment to inspect his belongings. Pokeball, Grade E, manufactured within the Pokémon world, capable of capturing wild non-humanoid creatures. The lower the target's health, the higher the success rate. Cannot be taken out of this world. Pokédex, Grade F, records information on most Pokémon in the Pokémon world, an essential tool for trainers. Cannot be taken out of this world. What do the grades E and F signify? Wang Ho inquired, puzzled by the unfamiliar terms. Items in this realm are classified into 9 grades: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, was the reply. Understanding now, Wang Ho continued on his way. As the day wore on and the sky darkened, he found a suitable spot by the roadside to rest. The day's journey had left him utterly fatigued. After all, just a day prior, he had been a mere student, unaccustomed to such exertion. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground and fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, Wang Ho envisioned himself catching a Pikachu and numerous rare Pokémon, facing a Mew as he commanded his Pikachu to charge forward. In reality, within the resting place of the noble, the nearby grass began to rustle, producing a faint rustling sound. Pikachu unleashed a thunderbolt. Dream, the noble proclaimed loudly. The dream-like creature gazed at the noble with its large eyes and, with a flick of its tail, sent Pikachu tumbling into unconsciousness, unleashing a burst of energy directed at the noble. Behind the grass where the noble lay, a shadow approached with haste. As it neared, the shadow leaped, intending to soar over the noble, but at the moment of its jump, its hind leg trembled violently, crashing directly onto the noble. The energy from the dream engulfed the noble, causing him to feel as though he had been struck by a vehicle, abruptly awakening him from his slumber. With a sudden jolt, the noble sat upright, exhaling sharply, and turned to survey his surroundings, realizing it was still night, the stars twinkling brightly across the sky. It was just a dream, he murmured, relieved. I shall return to sleep. As he prepared to lie back down, he suddenly noticed a dark mass beside him. What on earth? The noble was immediately alarmed, springing to his feet and retreating, eyeing the furry entity from a distance, his mind racing with confusion. After a while, the noble steadied himself, scrutinizing the furry creature from afar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a small sprite, resembling a Houndoom. But its coat was not the typical red and yellow, it was blue and white. Shiny Pokémon, the term flashed through the noble's mind. Shiny Pokémon are those that differ from their common counterparts in the Pokémon realm, often possessing unique abilities. Suddenly, the Houndoom, lying on the ground, emitted a weak whimper. Only then did the noble notice the numerous wounds adorning the creature's body, some even revealing bone. This is the reality of battles in the Pokémon world. Perhaps I had been too naive, he thought, gasping at the sight of the injuries. Approaching the Houndoom, he observed that it was nearing its end. What should I do now? He pondered aloud. The Houndoom, noticing the noble's anxious demeanor and sensing no malice from him, let out another feeble groan. Understanding the creature's gaze, the noble realized it wished to convey something important, yet he could not comprehend its message, just as he lamented his lack of understanding. Another notification resonated from his wrist. Adventurer has triggered a random quest. Houndoom's plea. The Houndoom has escaped from Team Rocket, but is gravely injured. Requirements. Assist the Houndoom in evading Team Rocket's pursuit. Reward: Shiny Pokémon, Phantom Fire Houndoom. Failure: deduction of 1,000 task points. So, I am to assist it. Yet, Team Rocket. What a predicament to encounter on my very first day, the noble grumbled inwardly, reflecting on the daunting task ahead. However, the noble was merely speaking out of turn. Upon receiving the assignment, he resolved to act. Within a mere minute, he gathered his belongings and, cradling the canine companion, hastened towards the direction of Shobun City. Shortly after his departure, another small Dala leapt forth from the underbrush. Then, 3 figures clad in black, adorned with a crimson are emblazoned on their chests, emerged from the thicket. Had the noble been present, he would have readily recognized them as members of Team Rocket, the very adversaries he was tasked to confront. My Dala informed me that the canine had recently been in this vicinity and was now fleeing in that direction. One of the triangular-eyed Team Rocket members pointed towards the path the noble had taken. However, that canine had already succumbed to the toxic powder of my Bada Butterfly. How could it possibly escape? Another taller member of Team Rocket pondered aloud. Nevertheless, our priority is to capture that shiny Pokémon. If we deliver it to the organization, our ranks shall surely ascend. The member positioned between them asserted. Indeed, securing that shiny Pokémon will secure our fortunes. The organization is actively seeking such rare specimens. Reiterated the triangular-eyed member. Let us pursue. The trio of Team Rocket members conferred briefly before setting off in the direction the noble had vanished. Meanwhile, the noble, clutching the canine, sprinted towards Shobun City, a journey spanning an entire day. Yet, given his stamina, he found himself exhausted after merely 20 minutes of jogging, panting heavily. This will not do, he mused, for there are pursuers behind me. If I am caught, it will spell my doom. However, having traveled such a distance, he hoped they would not catch up. With a sense of optimism, he slowed his pace. Yet, fate had other plans. Within 30 minutes, the shadows of Team Rocket loomed behind him. There he is, exclaimed the triangular-eyed member. That fellow has rescued the canine. Come forth, Geodude, commanded the taller member. Casting forth a Pokeball, subdue that individual. Upon receiving the order, Geodude charged forth. A foreboding sensation washed over the noble as he sensed a chilling wind at his back. Whirling around, he was met with the daunting sight of a rock-like fist. Alarmed, he instinctively turned to evade, but Geodude's fist was already upon him, leaving no room for escape. Just then, the canine in his arms regained a modicum of strength, unleashing a vibrant blue flame that struck Geodude squarely in the face. Yet, given the canine's nearly depleted stamina, the attack lacked potency. Nevertheless, this sudden onslaught startled Geodude, causing its fist to narrowly miss the noble's face, instead leaving a deep imprint on the sturdy tree behind him. A fresh wound now marred the noble's visage. Breathing heavily, he exhaled in relief upon narrowly avoiding that lethal blow, and without hesitation, he darted into the underbrush, clutching the canine tightly. Remarkably, it evaded the attack, exclaimed the tall member of Team Rocket. You seem incapable. Perhaps I should take over, sneered the small-eyed one. No need for that. That creature eluded my strike. But it remains my prey, the tall one asserted, plunging into the underbrush. We shall follow. We must capture this little Pokémon, another member of Team Rocket declared. This is our opportunity. We cannot afford to miss it. Let us go. With that, they too ventured into the thicket, followed closely by the small-eyed Rocket member. Meanwhile, Wang Ho, recognizing the imminent threat of capture, understood that succumbing would lead to his demise. Under the pressure of death, he summoned every ounce of strength to flee. Close behind him, the small Pokémon, Geodude, diligently pursued, intermittently breaking through the branches that obstructed their path. He runs quite swiftly, gritted the tall Rocket member. If I cannot handle a mere ordinary person, how can I survive within Team Rocket? He then produced another Pokeball, summoning a Magnemite to assist in the chase. Now, there's no escape. Seeing another Magnemite trailing behind him, Wang Ho could only manage a wry smile. What now? He lamented, with his physical condition reaching its limits. Geodude and Magnemite were drawing ever closer. Rocks and electric currents struck near him. Although most were dodged, some managed to inflict considerable pain. At this juncture, Wang Ho's vitality had diminished by half. Had it not been for the looming threat of death, he would have collapsed long ago. His attire was tattered and torn, and as he gasped for breath, he mused, at this rate, I shall perish from exhaustion before they capture me. I must devise a plan. The trees around him grew denser, and wild Pokémon began to appear more frequently. With a sudden thud, he narrowly evaded another rock attack from Geodude. Wang Ho realized he was near the evergreen forest, recalling the map he had studied prior to his departure. This place is teeming with wild Pokémon, and they are often hostile towards domesticated ones. I can use this to my advantage, he contemplated. As Geodude prepared to strike, it was now directly behind Wang Ho, with Magnemite closing in as well. Magnemite, use Thunder Shock. The command rang out from behind, and Wang Ho, sensing the imminent danger, thought, I refuse to die here. I must find a way out. Just then, he spotted a massive beehive hanging from a tree, and he was nearing it. A plan swiftly formed in his mind. As the attacks from Geodude and Magnemite approached, he dodged the electric shock, but was caught off guard by Geodude's strike. A branch ensnared his foot, halting his momentum abruptly and causing his Corgi Pokémon to be thrown from his grasp. Wang Ho was struck squarely by Geodude's punch, losing 3 more hit points, and his body was propelled forward, crashing into the beehive. Instantly, the hive erupted with activity as the bee drill, resting within, stirred with alarm. A swarm of bee drills surged forth, and at that moment, the noble figure lay prostrate on the ground, gravely injured and devoid of any threat. The bee drills naturally overlooked him, directing their ire towards the fierce Magnemite and Geodude. Stunned by the sudden appearance of the swarm, the Magnemite and Geodude swiftly turned to flee. The buzzing swarm, witnessing the retreat of the 2 Pokémon, became even more convinced that these were their intended targets, and with a vigorous flutter of their wings, the Beedrills pursued. "Why are you back?" exclaimed the tall member of Team Rocket upon seeing his Pokémon return in haste. "You 2 worthless creatures, unable to capture even a mere human." The 2 Pokémon, sensing their master's anger, grew anxious, desperate to convey that their lack of success was not due to a lack of effort, but rather the overwhelming presence of the Beedrills, urging their master to flee as well. Unfortunately, the tall Team Rocket member failed to comprehend their distress, continuing to berate them. At that moment, the Beedrill swarm closed in, filling the air with a menacing hum that reached the ears of the tall Team Rocket member. "What?" he exclaimed, instinctively sensing the imminent danger. Looking up, he beheld the approaching swarm of Beedrills, clearly targeting him. "Run!" The word flashed through the minds of the Team Rocket members. Wild Beedrills showed little fear of anyone. With their master fleeing, the 2 Pokémon felt a sense of relief and quickly followed suit. After a prolonged moment on the ground, the noble figure finally regained his breath, gasping for air and coughing up blood that had surged to his throat. "That was close. I nearly met my demise," he thought to himself, reflecting on how a more forceful attack from Geodude or a single strike from any Beedrill could have spelled his end. He silently rejoiced over his meager remaining health points. And there was also the Houndour. After lying there for some time, he managed to rise, recalling that he still had the Houndour with him. Turning to look, he found the Houndour also collapsed, motionless. Were it not for the rise and fall of its chest, he might have believed it was lifeless. "We must hurry to Jubilife City, or Houndour will truly perish," he fretted, noting the severity of its wounds. After splashing his face in a nearby rushing stream, he hoisted Houndour onto his back, ready to depart. But just then, a Spearow flew directly towards him. "Life," he murmured in surprise, only to look ahead and see 2 individuals clad in Team Rocket attire racing towards him. More enemies, he realized, panic rising within him. What should I do? It turned out that while the Beedrills were pursuing the tall Team Rocket member, the other 2 had noticed the commotion. However, instead of aiding their comrade, they had hidden away, waiting for the Beedrills to disperse before continuing their pursuit of the noble figure. The squinty-eyed Rocket member had dispatched a Spearow to track the scent of their target. Thus, the reason the noble figure remained on the ground, gasping for breath, without any Team Rocket members arriving to confront him, became clear. What should I do? He anxiously scanned his surroundings. There's that guy. He looks to be in a bad state too. We must resolve this swiftly. From a distance, the trio of Team Rocket spotted Wang Ho. Another member of Team Rocket released a Stunky. Upon witnessing yet another Pokémon being summoned, Wang Ho instinctively took a step back. At that moment, a Talonflame soared from the sky, its sharp beak glinting ominously. Wang Ho realized that if struck, his fate would be sealed, prompting him to retreat once more. Unfortunately, he stepped off the edge and fell backward into the river. Just then, Talonflame flew past the very spot where he had been standing. Had he not fallen into the river, he would have surely met his demise. However, being submerged in the river was hardly a reprieve. Wang Ho had never encountered water before entering the realm of Pokémon, and now, alongside a Rockruff, He choked on several mouthfuls of water. He then collided with a rock. And in that moment, he lamented the unpredictability of the Pokémon world, vowing that had he known, he would never have ventured here. Soon after, he lost consciousness. Rockruff, upon entering the water, also succumbed to the choking waves. As Wang Ho and Rockruff floated downstream, Triangular Eyes and his companion rushed to the scene, only to find no trace of them on the river's surface. Triangular Eyes seethed with anger, exclaiming that their opportunity had slipped away, and if he ever encountered Wang Ho again, he would ensure his demise. His companion appeared disappointed but less enraged, suggesting that perhaps this shimmering Pokémon was not meant to be theirs and that they would focus on rescuing their taller ally instead. With that thought in mind, they moved on, as the danger to their team members loomed large. If one were to perish, they would surely follow. Thus, Wang Ho eluded Team Rocket's pursuit. Meanwhile, he remained unconscious, drifting along the river's current, with Rockruff also rendered unconscious by the water. They occasionally collided with protruding rocks along the bank. Perhaps fate spared Wang Ho, for after another brush with peril, they found themselves in a calmer section of the river, washed ashore. The sky was still adorned with countless stars. Over the course of a single night, Wang Ho faced numerous brushes with death, something he had never anticipated when choosing to enter the Pokémon world. If given another chance, he would undoubtedly refrain from making that choice. Yet, there were no do-overs, and he could only regret in his unconscious state. As the stars slowly shifted and dawn approached, a woman on a motorcycle arrived at the scene. She quickly spotted the unconscious Wang Ho and Rockruff. What do we have here? She wondered aloud, her surprise deepening upon seeing the injured Rockruff. This is a shimmering Pokémon. We must treat them immediately. With that, she retrieved a Pokeball, calling forth, "Come forth, Rapidash." In an instant, a majestic Rapidash, standing at nearly 6 feet, appeared beside her. The Wind Speed Dog led the young woman to the Pixie Center, after which she gently placed the Cartagog into the vehicle and departed. Should Wang Ho awaken, he would undoubtedly recognize this woman as the police officer featured in the Pokémon anime. In the realm of Dream of the Red Chamber, a group of tattered girls was engaged in fervent discussion within the confines of a dilapidated temple. "Eldest sister, what shall we do? That gang of ruffians is approaching swiftly," one girl implored. "It seems we have no choice but to fight. Do you all believe in me?" A girl clad in crimson gritted her teeth and remarked, "I never anticipated that the world of Dream of the Red Chamber would be so arduous. Sisters, we must take this gamble. If we succeed in our task, those boys in our class will not stand a chance against us." "Eldest sister, we shall heed your command," the other girls affirmed. This group of maidens, led by Zheng Hong, appeared to have encountered both a significant opportunity and a formidable challenge. Under Zheng Hong's guidance, the girls commenced their mission. In another realm, upon a picturesque mountain, ancient edifices stood majestically. In a plaza nestled within the mountain, a group was practicing swordsmanship. Among them, a youth of 18 or 19 was intently observing the swordplay of those around him, excitement gleaming in his eyes. In yet another world, Li Jun and his companions traversed the wilderness. When Wang Ho next opened his eyes, he found himself in a hospital room. "Where am I?" he pondered, surveying his surroundings and realizing he had been rescued. Suddenly, a soft whimper arose beside him. As Wang Ho attempted to turn his head, a sharp pain coursed through his body, causing him to gasp. Just as he endeavored to rise, a shadow leaped onto the bed, revealing that the source of the whimpering was none other than the Cartagog he had saved. "Hello, Cartagog," Wang Ho greeted with a smile. "Woof woof." The Cartagog, delighted by his awakening, eagerly licked Wang Ho's face. "Haha," Wang Ho chuckled. "Cartagog, don't be mischievous." As he stroked the blue and white fur of the Cartagog, he glanced at the spatial watch on his wrist. The mission to assist the Cartagog had been completed, granting him a 100-point affinity with the shimmering pixie, the fiery Cartagog, which allowed him to capture it. Completed, he mused, reflecting on the task that had seemed trivial yet nearly cost him his life. This experience illuminated the harsh realities of the spatial realm, where even the simplest task could be perilous. "Cartagog, do you wish to accompany me?" he inquired softly while continuing to caress its fur. "Woof." The Cartagog responded gently. Subsequently, Wang Ho retrieved a Pokeball from his bedside bag and captured the Cartagog within. He then released it again, saying, "Cartagog, my name is Wang Ho. From now on, we shall fight together." "Woof woof," the Cartagog joyfully barked, asserting its bravery. At the moment of capturing the Cartagog, a message emanated from the spatial watch. The adventurer successfully captured a small sprite, which can be summoned into the realm and its attributes viewed via a wristwatch. Following the prompts, Wang Ho opened the attributes of the fire spirit. Infernal Fire Catty Dog. Due to a mutation, it emits flames of infernal origin. Ability, Blaze, which enhances the power of fire-based skills by 50 when health drops below 13. Health, 11. Strength, 10. Constitution, 11. Spirit, 13. Agility, 14. Energy, 10. As it is a Pokémon, energy regenerates at a rate of 1 point per minute, with normal energy recovery being 1 point every 10 minutes. Skills, Roar, which has a chance to decrease the opponent's attack and intimidate foes, consuming 1 energy per use. Ember, where Catty Dog releases a burst of flames, consuming 2 energy per use. Quick Attack, which temporarily increases movement speed, consuming 2 energy per use. Being a Pokémon, it can learn skills autonomously as its strength increases, but may only retain a maximum of 4 skills at a time. I have struck gold. Wang Ho mused as he beheld the attributes of Catty Dog. The creature's attributes far surpassed his own, leaving him to ponder that he would only manage to utilize 1 or 2 skills against it. This revelation afforded him a clearer understanding of the power dynamics within the Pokémon world. Suddenly, the door to the infirmary creaked open, revealing a pink-haired nurse and a purple-haired police officer. Upon seeing them, Wang Ho was momentarily taken aback, chuckling. Aren't they characters from the Pokémon anime, brought to life? In the series, no matter where the protagonist ventured, these two, resembling them closely, could always be spotted, with the nurse typically named Joy and the officer often referred to as Jenny. Ah, you are awake, the nurse remarked. And you are? Wang Ho inquired, despite their striking resemblance to their animated counterparts. I am Joy, a nurse at this Pokémon Center. She responded, introducing her companion. This is Jenny, a nurse from the city of Tokiwa. Greetings, Jenny added, extending her salutation to Wang Ho. Hello to both of you. Wang Ho reciprocated. This is your identification card, Jenny said, placing a card on the bedside. What transpired? When I found you, both you and Catty Dog were gravely injured. Indeed, Joy interjected, her curiosity piqued. Had Jenny discovered you a moment later, you might have succumbed to excessive blood loss. We encountered Team Rocket. They attempted to steal my Catty Dog, Wang Ho explained, secretly acknowledging that he had indeed captured the Catty Dog, making his statement about the attempted theft accurate. Team Rocket? Jenny exclaimed, glancing at the Catty Dog nestled beside Wang Ho, instantly believing his account. No wonder they targeted you. A shiny sprite is a prized possession. Be cautious moving forward. You may be unaware, coming from the Kalos region, but Team Rocket is an illicit organization in our Kanto region, recently known for collecting shiny Pokémon. Your Catty Dog is particularly eye-catching. I understand, Wang Ho feigned ignorance. Thank you, Miss Jenny. Very well, Jenny nodded. Your injuries are not yet healed. Please wait a day. I have a favor to ask of you. Certainly, Wang Ho replied. I am willing to assist in any way I can. At that moment, Joy attended to Wang Ho's bandages. Now please rest. I shall return tomorrow. After Junsha finished speaking, she departed the hospital room alongside Joy. Once they left, Wang Ho let out a sigh of relief, pondering that he owed his current situation to his trainer ID. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a police station rather than a hospital room. Glancing at the Catty Dog lying beside him and noticing the time, he realized that 3 days had already passed, meaning he had been unconscious for 2 days and nights. However, having arrived at Shurjin City, he anticipated completing a task that afternoon, which would grant him 2 Pokémon, thereby enhancing his safety. With that thought, Wang Ho drifted back into slumber. Waking only half a day later, it was now afternoon, and he slowly rose from his bed. The Catty Dog, noticing Wang Ho's movement, displayed a worried expression. Fear not. Catty Dog, I am quite all right, Wang Ho assured with a smile. Let us take a little outing. With that, he strolled out of the hospital room, followed closely by the wagging-tailed Catty Dog. Come on, Catty Dog, let's go for a walk, he called back to his companion. The moment they exited the room, Wang Ho became the center of attention. Everyone was captivated by the blue and white Catty Dog. Had he not been clad in a hospital gown, he might have been besieged by challengers. Catty Dog, it seems you are quite popular, Wang Ho remarked, observing the gazes directed at his companion. The Catty Dog responded with a couple of barks, expressing its own sense of bemusement. They made their way directly to the front desk of the Pokémon Center, where Wang Ho addressed the busy Joy. Miss Joy, could you kindly direct me to the Pokémon shop? Ah, it's you, Wang Ho, Joy replied, noticing him. Why aren't you resting in your room? You are still a patient, after all. My health has largely returned. Wang Ho smiled. It was too stuffy in the room. So I thought I would take a stroll and attend to a matter. Indeed, Joy agreed. Sitting idly in a hospital room can be quite dull. The Pokémon shop is just a short walk east from here. Thank you. Wang Ho expressed his gratitude before turning to leave the Pokémon Center. Not long after stepping outside, he spotted a blue, two-story building adorned with a Pokeball emblem above the entrance. Here we are, he said, pushing the door open to reveal neatly arranged shelves filled with unique items from the Pokémon world. Healing Potion, F grade, restores 5 HP to a Pokémon. Pokeball, E grade. Ultra Ball, E grade, has a chance to capture injured non-human creatures. Antidote, F grade, cures a Pokémon's paralysis. Regrettably, he had no money to spend. Wang Ho gazed longingly at the merchandise, wishing he could purchase a few items, but he had yet to earn a single penny. Approaching the counter, he inquired, "Excuse me, are you the manager of this store? Do you need something?" The cashier asked, eyeing the patient attire of the young man before her with curiosity. "I have a package from Professor Oak of Pallet Town that needs to be delivered to your manager," Wang Ho explained. Oh, it was evident the cashier was aware of the package. Upon hearing Wang Ho's words, she quickly replied, "Please, follow me. Our manager has been waiting for you inside." All right. The nobleman nodded and followed the salesperson to the back of the store. Upon arriving next to the manager's office, the salesperson knocked on the door and announced, "Manager, the courier has arrived." A steady voice emanated from within the room. "Please let him in." The salesperson opened the door and said, "Thank you." The nobleman acknowledged the salesperson with a nod. Upon entering, a middle-aged man clad in a brown suit sat behind the desk, scrutinizing the nobleman, causing an immediate wave of pressure to envelop him. This sensation left the nobleman feeling as though he had nothing to conceal. Beside him, the cat-eye dog also stared nervously at the middle-aged man. After assessing the nobleman, the man's gaze shifted to the cat-eye dog, examining it intently before smiling and saying, "Not bad. Hello, I am the manager of the Pokémon shop." "Hello," the nobleman replied, sensing the pressure dissipate, allowing both him and the cat-eye dog to breathe a sigh of relief. The nobleman hastily retrieved Professor Oak's parcel from his backpack, stating, "This is the package that Professor Oak asked me to deliver. I encountered some issues along the way, which is why I arrived late." He felt slightly embarrassed. "Not a problem. Considering your attire, it is commendable that you made it here at all," the manager replied with a smile. After accepting the parcel and glancing at it, he remarked, "I understand Professor Oak's intentions. It appears you have acquired a fine Pokémon. You need not take the small dollar from my store. However, I have a proposition for you. If you complete a certain task for me, I shall offer you something far superior to the dollar. What do you say?" The moment the manager finished speaking, the nobleman received a task notification, leaving him momentarily stunned. Adventurer task completion. Delivered parcel, triggered subsequent quest, manager's commission. Due to the successful delivery of the parcel, you have gained 100 task points. Manager's commission. The manager of the Pokémon shop, impressed by your ability to capture a shiny Pokémon without the aid of your own, has decided to entrust you with a task. Do you accept? Task details will be displayed upon acceptance. Accepted, the nobleman thought to himself. Very well, the manager continued, noticing the nobleman did not question the task's nature. Recently, our shop has misplaced a batch of Pokémon, and due to certain circumstances, our personnel is insufficient. Therefore, I would like to request your assistance in retrieving them. With the manager's words, the task information appeared. Manager's commission, requirements. Retrieve a minimum of 10 lost Pokémon from the shop within 5 days. Rewards. Unknown items, 500 task points. With an additional 100 task points for each extra Pokémon captured. Failure results in termination. I understand. The nobleman nodded in response, though he maintained a calm exterior. Internally, he cursed, "Damn, failure leads to termination. No wonder the task information wasn't displayed initially." However, having already accepted the task, he had no choice but to endure. This device will help you locate our shop's Pokémon. It will indicate their presence within 100 meters, the manager stated, producing a device resembling a mobile phone. "All right," the nobleman replied as he took the item. "I shall take my leave now." "Good. I look forward to your favorable news," the manager said, leaving the Pokémon shop. Wang Ho, clad in a hospital gown and accompanied by his shiny Houndoom, meandered through the streets. He contemplated the upcoming task, murmuring to himself that he had no choice but to give it his all. After all, it was merely a matter of capturing Pokémon. and with his dazzling Houndoom by his side, what was there to fear? Noticing that the mission was set to commence the following day and that the Pokémon were confined to the vicinity of the Viridian Forest, Wang Ho took his time, leisurely wandering the streets to calm his nerves before finally returning to the Pokémon Center as night fell. After a meal, he retired for the night. Early the next morning, Wang Ho awoke, and it must be said that the healing capabilities in the Pokémon world were truly remarkable. Despite being gravely injured, he had nearly returned to normal within just 4 days. Shortly after breakfast, Junsha arrived at the Pokémon Center and, seeing that Wang Ho was in good condition, nodded and inquired about his preparations. "Everything is ready," Wang Ho replied with a nod. "Miss Junsha, what exactly is the situation?" he asked. "Very well," Junsha replied, succinctly outlining the circumstances. Recently, the activities of Team Rocket around Viridian City had increased significantly, and numerous trainers had fallen victim to their attacks. To combat this situation, Junsha had decided to capture several members of Team Rocket as a warning to the organization. For this operation, Junsha from other cities had also joined forces. Team Rocket had a clear objective: shiny Pokémon, and Wang Ho was to serve as bait to lure them out. As Junsha finished speaking, another notification arrived, indicating that the adventurer had triggered a random mission: capture Team Rocket. In this operation, you must become bait to draw out Team Rocket. Requirements: assist Miss Junsha in successfully apprehending Team Rocket members. Rewards: 500 mission points, and 1 free attribute point. Failure: erasure. Upon reading the mission details, Wang Ho, who had initially felt confident, began to waver, pondering the dire consequence of failure. However, he quickly regained his resolve, muttering that he had already faced death before, and the previous mission had also ended in erasure. After all, what was one more nuisance to deal with? "Are you prepared?" Junsha asked, outlining the conditions he needed to heed. "I am ready," Wang Ho affirmed with a nod, then awkwardly added, "But what about this outfit?" He glanced at Junsha, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After fleeing from Team Rocket's pursuit, his clothes had become tattered, and upon being rescued by Junsha and brought to the Pokémon Center, he had been given a hospital gown, with his previous attire discarded as refuse. With not a single coin to his name, he had no choice but to wear the hospital gown. "I have already taken care of that," Junsha said, handing him a set of clothes. "Change into these." "Thank you," Wang Ho replied bashfully, accepting the garments. After returning to the room to change, he said, "Well then, Miss Junsha, I shall set out now." Exiting the Pokémon Center, Wang Ho made his way directly towards Viridian Forest, the area where Team Rocket was most active, thus aligning his mission location with the shopkeeper's request. This conveniently spared him considerable trouble. With Houndoom by his side, he walked through the gazes of various Pokémon trainers for half the day, finally arriving at Viridian Forest. Upon entering the forest, the device nestled within Wang Ho's pocket suddenly emitted a sound. "Ah, it appears I have encountered something significant." Startled by the notification, Wang Ho felt a surge of excitement as he exclaimed, "Go, Cat-Eye Dog." He retrieved the device, observing the arrow on the screen, and directed it towards Cat-Eye Dog. "Woof," responded Cat-Eye Dog, eagerly following suit. Following the prompt, Wang Ho soon spotted the creature indicated by the arrow on the screen, a playful little Charmeleon. "This must be it," he confirmed after glancing at the screen and then at the Charmeleon ahead. "Cat-Eye Dog, go," he commanded, instructing Cat-Eye Dog to engage in battle. "Woof." With fervor, Cat-Eye Dog sprang from the underbrush, brimming with determination as it faced the Charmeleon. Startled by the sudden appearance of the unfamiliar blue creature, the Charmeleon momentarily froze. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ho felt a thrill of hope. "Cat-Eye Dog, use Spark." Upon receiving the command, Cat-Eye Dog dashed forward, unleashing a burst of eerie blue flames. Caught off guard, the Charmeleon was struck directly by Cat-Eye Dog's fiery assault. In that instant, Wang Ho realized the formidable prowess of Cat-Eye Dog. Unlike ordinary flames that extinguish quickly, these ethereal blue flames clung to the Charmeleon, clearly demonstrating their corrosive nature. Witnessing Cat-Eye Dog's extraordinary ability, Wang Ho understood how fortunate he was. A single hit from this flame could inflict a burn status on an average opponent, essentially guaranteeing a 100 chance of applying such a debilitating effect during battle. Just like the Charmeleon before him, its health rapidly diminished to a critical state. Without much effort, Wang Ho successfully captured it in a Pokeball. Following the assignment, the proprietor of the Pokémon shop had provided Wang Ho with an additional 15 Pokeballs, with the option to reimburse any unused ones upon his return. With the first capture, Cat-Eye Dog's capabilities instilled confidence in Wang Ho, alleviating much of his anxiety regarding potential failure. "Well done, Cat-Eye Dog," he praised. "Woof woof," Cat-Eye Dog responded proudly. At that moment, a Pidgey soared overhead. Wang Ho looked up and mused to himself, "I must also capture a few of my own Pokémon." With that thought, he turned to Cat-Eye Dog, who was playfully frolicking nearby. "Let us go, Cat-Eye Dog." Woof woof. Cat-Eye Dog followed Wang Ho as they ventured deeper into the depths of the Viridian Forest. Meanwhile, within the abandoned Viridian Gym, a group of Rocket team members, adorned in their characteristic attire, gathered to discuss their plans. Among them were the 3 members who had pursued Wang Ho just days prior. Triangular Eyes, did you hear that the trainer with the glowing Pokémon has left Viridian City? One individual, dressed in ordinary clothing marked with an R, inquired. Captain, that guy was active in Viridian City yesterday. If it weren't for the challenges of capturing him in the city, I would have apprehended him by now. According to trainers from the city of Tokiwa, a trainer accompanied by a blue and white Katani ventured into the Tokiwa forest today, presenting a splendid opportunity. The leader of Team Rocket nodded, acknowledging the impressive luck and skill of the individual who managed to escape from 3 pursuers. Pausing for effect, he cast a mocking glance at the trio with triangle-shaped eyes, remarking that their failure to capture an ordinary person was quite remarkable in itself. The other members of Team Rocket erupted into laughter, while the trio appeared as though they had bitten into something unpleasant. Encountering a shiny Pokémon is a rare occurrence, and this time they must capture that Katani, the leader declared emphatically. In unison, the Team Rocket members responded affirmatively. Then, "Our target is Tokiwa Forest, let us set forth." With that, the leader and his cohort exited the gym, hastening toward the forest. At that moment, Wang Ho remained blissfully unaware that he was up against a dozen members of Team Rocket, including their formidable leader. He was still in the forest, searching for a lost Pokémon belonging to a shopkeeper, while also attempting to capture a few wild Pokémon. By midday, Wang Ho had successfully caught 3 Pokémon, including a Caterpie. After a busy morning, he let out a sigh of relief, contemplating that fulfilling the shopkeeper's commission would not prove too challenging. He estimated he could complete it in 2 or 3 days. However, with Team Rocket yet to make an appearance, he decided to quell his worries with a meal. Wang Ho retrieved a pouch of Pokémon food for Katani from his backpack and took out a piece of bread for himself. Just as he took a couple of bites, the device in his pocket began to beep once more. What? Have they found something? Startled by the sound, Wang Ho quickly gathered his belongings. Katani, hold off on eating for now. Let us catch this Pokémon first. With a disappointed glance, Katani complied and followed Wang Ho. Soon enough, Wang Ho located the source of the notification. However, when he excitedly parted the foliage, he was met with an astonishing sight. No way. How am I supposed to handle this? He muttered in disbelief as he beheld a Nidoking standing before him, accompanied by a Ghastly. The device in his hand displayed 2 arrows, both directed at the 2 Pokémon. Oh no, how am I going to manage this? And they're both so powerful. Wang Ho thought wryly. Nidoking, the second evolution of Nidorino, boasted considerably greater strength than Katani, and with the presence of the ghost-type Ghastly by its side, capturing them would be a formidable challenge. As Wang Ho and Katani emerged, the 2 Pokémon immediately sensed their presence, displaying a hint of hostility toward Katani. In response, Katani leaped protectively in front of Wang Ho, vigilantly watching the 2 Pokémon. What should I do? Katani will definitely struggle against 2 opponents, Wang Ho pondered anxiously. Just then, Nidoking and Ghastly let out a fierce roar directed at Katani, with the temperamental Nidoking charging forward aggressively. With the earth trembling beneath him, Nidoking charged towards Houndoom, swinging his fist with intent to strike. Houndoom, employing its swift movement, deftly evaded the assault. Observing Nidoking's direct advance, the nobleman hesitated no longer and swiftly commanded Houndoom to retreat. He comprehended the formidable prowess of the Pokémon and wished to avoid being caught in the aftermath of their clash, a fate that could prove fatal or severely debilitating. Houndoom, responding to the command, sprang into action. At that moment, Nidoking's fist descended towards Houndoom, yet the agile creature evaded with ease. With a mighty roar, Nidoking unleashed another punch, this time with even greater force, clearly employing a skill. Houndoom once again utilized its swift movement to dodge. The nobleman shouted from behind a tree, urging caution. Houndoom accelerated once more, successfully avoiding the blow. Nidoking's fist struck the ground instead, creating a crater half a meter wide, sending dirt flying in all directions. Houndoom unleashed a spark. As it evaded Nidoking's fist, it leaped aside, then jumped behind Nidoking, exhaling a vibrant blue flame. Should this attack connect, Nidoking would surely succumb quickly. Even a Ghastly could be dealt with. The nobleman silently mused, confident that Nidoking would be unable to evade this strike. However, just then, a dark mass hurtled from the side, colliding with Houndoom's flame. What? The unexpected turn of events startled the nobleman, prompting him to exclaim in surprise. Ghastly. Following the trajectory of the attack, he beheld Ghastly grinning nearby, clearly reveling in the moment. The attack was none other than Ghastly's Shadow Ball. How could they have forgotten about Ghastly? The nobleman reflected, realizing that in his nascent encounters with Pokémon battles, he had overlooked the presence of the enemy. He vowed to remember this oversight in the future. At that moment, another Shadow Ball formed in front of Ghastly. With a mischievous chuckle, Ghastly sent the Shadow Ball hurtling towards Houndoom. Houndoom, perceiving the incoming threat, swiftly maneuvered to evade. The Shadow Ball missed its target, crashing into the ground and sending up a spray of dirt. Houndoom, having narrowly escaped Ghastly's attack, breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, the nobleman's warning rang out once more. Houndoom, utilizing swift movement, evaded again. Houndoom paused, pondering the command. Hadn't it already evaded? Why was it necessary to dodge once more? But, trusting its trainer, Houndoom complied and darted to the side. However, just as Houndoom prepared to leave its position, a fist emerged from the swirling dust, aimed directly at it. Although Houndoom had followed the command and moved a small distance, it was still struck by the fist, sending it flying. The nobleman, observing through his spatial watch, noted that this blow had reduced Houndoom's health by 1/3. Houndoom, the nobleman exclaimed in concern. Meanwhile, Nidoking's figure became visible, having turned to face Houndoom as it evaded Ghastly's attack. Taking advantage of the opening created by Genghis, Katy Dog launched another punch towards him. However, due to the dust raised by Genghis's Shadow Ball obscuring Katy Dog's vision, it failed to perceive the impending attack from Nidoking. Observing from a distance, Wang Ho clearly saw the danger and quickly called out a warning. Trusting Wang Ho, Katy Dog utilized Quick Attack, narrowly evading the full force of Nidoking's blow. Otherwise, its life would have undoubtedly plummeted below half. Upon witnessing the direct hit on Katy Dog, Nidoking let out an exhilarated roar and strode towards Katy Dog, while Genghis also glided slowly in its direction. With a whimper, Katy Dog struggled to rise, but the damage inflicted by Nidoking's punch was substantial, causing it to stagger and fall once more. As Katy Dog prepared to unleash a spark, Wang Ho's voice rang out again. Instinctively, Katy Dog released a burst of flame towards Genghis. Startled by this sudden assault, Genghis countered with a Shadow Ball, leading to a collision that produced a resounding explosion, enveloping the battlefield in a cloud of smoke that obscured the view of the three Pokémon. Katy Dog, to the left, use Spark. Wang Ho's command broke through the chaos. Responding to the order, Katy Dog unleashed another fiery blast. Katy Dog, to the upper right, use Spark. Wang Ho urged again, and without hesitation, Katy Dog directed its flames towards that area once more. Well done, Katy Dog, let's go. As Katy Dog executed its third fiery attack, Wang Ho emerged from the smoke, scooping Katy Dog into his arms. However, not all unfolded as desired. Just as Wang Ho lifted Katy Dog, Nidoking's fist erupted from the smoke. Both Wang Ho and Katy Dog were sent flying. The two collided forcefully with the ground, and Wang Ho felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, coughing up a couple of mouthfuls before regaining his senses from the daze. That was close, he thought, relieved to see his life was still at 3 points. Katy Dog, are you all right? At that moment, Katy Dog emitted a soft whimper in Wang Ho's embrace. Quickly glancing down, Wang Ho noticed Katy Dog had only lost another third of its health, alleviating his worry. A pair of agonized howls echoed nearby, prompting Wang Ho to remember the two other Pokémon not far off. Looking up, he saw Nidoking and Genghis engulfed in blue flames, howling in anguish. Nearby trees had been shattered by Nidoking's earlier strike. It appeared that the punch had merely been a stroke of luck. Wang Ho silently let out a sigh of relief. Soon, Katy Dog regained consciousness, shakily standing up. Are you okay, Katy Dog? Wang Ho asked with concern. Woof woof. Katy Dog responded, licking Wang Ho to indicate it was fine. Meanwhile, the flames on Genghis began to diminish, and Nidoking's fire also weakened considerably. The two Pokémon charged towards Wang Ho again. Woof. At this moment, Katy Dog jumped in front of Wang Ho. Katy Dog, can you still fight? Wang Ho inquired, coughing up another mouthful of blood. Woof woof woof. The canine creature, Cuddy Dog, emitted a resounding bark, indicating its readiness. The noble Wang Ho, encouraged by this display, affirmed that their lives were limited and they must strike decisively. As two small sprites charged forward, growing ever closer, Wang Ho assessed Cuddy Dog's energy, noting it had 5 points remaining, and a resolution formed in his mind. With a fierce roar, Nido King was the first to charge. His fist enkindled with a ghostly blue flame, hurtling towards Cuddy Dog. Yet Cuddy Dog remained motionless, its gaze fixated intently on Nido King. In a flash, Cuddy Dog executed a swift maneuver, dodging the impending blow just as Wang Ho commanded it to circumvent Nido King and unleash a fiery attack from behind. In an instant, Cuddy Dog vanished beneath Nido King's fist, leaping to the creature's rear, where it unleashed another fiery assault. Cuddy Dog then let out a deafening howl. Before it could touch the ground, Wang Ho's command resonated once more. At that moment, Gui's, having just arrived, prepared to launch a shadow ball, but was startled by Cuddy Dog's formidable roar, causing the shadow ball to dissipate before it could be unleashed. Cuddy Dog retaliated with a spark attack, restoring a fraction of its energy. As it landed, it swiftly leaped onto the bewildered Gui's, striking its corporeal form downwards, followed by yet another fiery torrent. With Cuddy Dog's vitality diminished to below a third, the power of the spark attack surged by 50%. Nido King and Gui's soon succumbed, easily captured by Wang Ho into his pokeball. At last, it was over. Wang Ho exhaled a sigh of relief, commending Cuddy Dog for its performance and suggesting it was time for a meal. After dining, both Wang Ho and Cuddy Dog regained some strength. Surveying their surroundings, Wang Ho felt fortunate that no one had approached. Had Team Rocket appeared at that moment, it would have spelled disaster for him. "Captain, we have located the target." A voice interrupted Wang Ho's thoughts. From the underbrush emerged several individuals clad in Team Rocket attire. Wang Ho's expression shifted to one of disbelief, wondering if he had somehow invoked a curse of bad luck. "Hand over Cuddy Dog, and we shall grant you safe passage," the Team Rocket leader sneered. Cuddy Dog stood defensively before Wang Ho, alert to its surroundings as a dozen members of Team Rocket encircled them. "Is that so?" Wang Ho surveyed the area with a steely gaze. "Yes, if you relinquish Cuddy Dog, we will allow you to leave unscathed," the leader insisted, threateningly gesturing for several members to unleash their Pokémon. "You will face dire consequences otherwise." Feigning hesitation, Wang Ho discreetly activated an alarm from his pocket. "Let me consider," he replied, drawing out the moment. "Make your decision quickly. You have 10 seconds. If not, we will not hesitate to eliminate you first," the Team Rocket leader warned. While his comrades prepared for an assault, Wang Ho maintained a facade of contemplation, scanning his surroundings while devising an escape plan in his mind. "This cannot do." Junsha and the others assured me that as long as I activated the alarm, they would arrive immediately. However, the rocket team only granted me 10 seconds. They surely would not make it in time. I must devise a strategy to delay them. Yet, in this predicament, any movement on my part would lead to an attack. What should I do? The 10 seconds swiftly elapsed, and the leader of the rocket team sneered, declaring that since I would not make a decision, he would do it for me. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Eliminate him." Instantly, those who had unleashed their Pokémon issued an attack order. How infuriating! In that moment, Wang Ho cursed inwardly and shouted, "Wait." His voice, filled with utmost determination, echoed like the roar of a Mytana, causing everyone to pause momentarily. "Mytana, use Spark." In the next instant, Wang Ho scooped up the Mytana and charged towards a direction. Barking, Wang Ho targeted a member of the rocket team who had not sent out his Pokémon. The Mytana unleashed a torrent of flames upon this individual. "Ah!" The rocket team member shrieked in agony as the corrosive flames of the infernal Mytana swiftly engulfed him, rendering all attempts to extinguish the fire futile. Seizing the moment before the flames spread further, Wang Ho darted past the man and fled. However, the rocket team quickly regained their composure, launching a barrage of attacks directed at Wang Ho. If he had attempted to flee directly, he would surely have been obliterated by the onslaught. Instead, he sought refuge behind a nearby tree, evading all incoming strikes. Once the rocket team's assault subsided, Wang Ho gritted his teeth and dashed away. The cries of the rocket team member engulfed in flames faded after a brief moment. Observing his fallen comrade, charred and lifeless, the leader of the rocket team comprehended the might of this dazzling Pokémon and felt an insatiable envy. "If only it were mine," he mused. "I could ascend to a position of authority." Meanwhile, as Wang Ho made his escape, he suddenly received a notification. adventurer successfully eliminated a member of the rocket team. Triggering random quest, head collector. Is this how quests are triggered? Wang Ho pondered, but quickly realized this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that he had taken a life. I have killed someone. It must have been that individual struck by the flames of the Mytena, he thought gloomily. Even though he did not deliver the fatal blow directly, he bore responsibility for the death. Imagining the gruesome sight of that person succumbing to the flames made Wang Ho's stomach churn. Had it not been for the pursuing rocket team behind him, he might have retched. Nevertheless, he paused to expel the contents of his stomach before continuing his flight. No, I cannot dwell on this. I must escape the rocket team. As he ran, he reminded himself of the task at hand. Right, their essay quest to check. Wang Ho mused. Head collector, you have slain a member of the rocket team, successfully establishing enmity with them. The rocket team will undoubtedly pursue you. Increasing this enmity further is of no consequence. Requirements: eliminate rocket team members. Rewards: 200 quest points for each rocket team member slain. Upon reaching multiples of 10, one is awarded an additional 1,000 task points. Upon accumulating 50 individuals, an extra reward of 2 free attribute points is granted. Upon reaching 100 individuals, an additional random reward is bestowed. Currently, the number of kills stands at 1. I observed the corner of the noble's mouth twitch. What was the meaning of this? Was I to perform 100 kills? Initially, I sought to divert my attention, but now it was impossible to forget. As the noble grappled with his thoughts, the leader of Team Rocket, observing his subordinates fixated on their fallen comrades, bellowed, "What are you staring at? The person has fled. Why aren't you pursuing?" Under the captain's reprimand, everyone regained their senses and hurriedly chased after the direction in which the noble had escaped. "How dare you toy with me? I shall annihilate you." The Team Rocket captain seethed, calling forth, "Come forth, Rapidash." He mounted his steed and sped towards the individual ahead. After fleeing for a while, the noble heard the unmistakable sound of hooves behind him and was astonished to discover someone was indeed riding a horse. Glancing back, he saw the Team Rocket captain galloping towards him on a Rapidash. How brazen to ride in the forest! Are you not afraid of colliding with trees? The noble cursed inwardly as he continued to run. While it was indeed unusual to ride a horse through the woods, for legs ultimately outran his too. The distance between the Team Rocket members and the noble diminished rapidly. "O Junsha, if you do not arrive soon, I shall meet my end here," the noble lamented. Due to the morning battle, both he and his canine companion had not fully recovered. The noble's health had only returned to 5 points, while his canine companion had merely 4. He cried out in his heart. Meanwhile, where were the Junsha he called for? At the edge of the evergreen forest. 3 Miss Junsha, accompanied by 3 canines and 3 wind speed dogs, were engaged in a standoff with 6 members of Team Rocket. Surrounding these 6 were 18 small Pokémon, forcing the Junsha to exercise caution and preventing them from aiding the noble. Had the noble known that such a large force was deployed for a mere shiny Pokémon, he would surely have cursed in frustration. Unaware that the Junsha had been intercepted by Team Rocket, the noble felt his anxiety mounting as the pursuers drew ever closer. Why have they not yet arrived? This is the rhythm of demise, he thought, noting his waning stamina. Realizing he must devise a plan, he began to ponder what resources he could utilize to escape the relentless chase of Team Rocket. Aside from his canine, it seemed the only other Pokémon at his disposal were those entrusted to him by the shopkeeper, yet they were all in a severely injured state. What a predicament! The noble lamented. With the ability to examine the attributes of the Pokémon he had captured, he scrutinized the skills of the 2 healthiest among them, Ghastly and Nidoking, and discovered they possessed truly formidable abilities. Prepare to perish. Just then, the Team Rocket captain caught up to the noble, with a magneton blocking his path. The magneton unleashed a thunder shock. This is not good. Seeing the magneton sparking with electricity, the noble halted abruptly and pivoted to flee in another direction. "Canine, use Ember," he commanded. As the fiery breath of the Houndour surged towards the Magnemite, it swiftly turned to follow the command of its trainer, Wang Ho, and dashed away. "You cannot escape," bellowed the leader of Team Rocket, leaping from his Rapidash. "Magnemite, take care of them." Boom. Thunderous sounds erupted as a bolt of lightning struck just ahead of Wang Ho, followed by a fierce blaze that ignited before him, effectively sealing off his escape route. Wang Ho found himself completely ensnared. "Magnemite, unleash your sonic boom." "Rapidash, employ flamethrower." The Team Rocket leader issued his orders without hesitation. Zing. Electricity crackled around the Magnemite. while the Rapidash lifted its head, sending flickers of flame into the air. Wang Ho, observing the impending attacks from the two Pokémon, was acutely aware that a direct hit would lead him straight to the underworld, compelling him to devise a strategy to extricate himself from this dire predicament. Houndour, let loose a howl, then follow it with Ember. Wang Ho gritted his teeth, swiftly retrieving two Pokeballs from his backpack. Come forth, Nidoking. Caterpie. He tossed Nidoking's Pokeball beneath the belly of the Rapidash, and soon a Caterpie emerged from his grasp. Caterpie, use String Shot. Woof. Houndour initiated the assault, its howl triggering a wave of fear that momentarily distracted the Team Rocket leader. In the next instant, the azure flames from Houndour collided with the crimson flames of the Rapidash in midair. Uffed. Caterpie's String Shot struck the leader's eyes, instantaneously blinding him. As Houndour and Rapidash clashed, the Magnemite was poised to unleash its attack, and Houndour found itself at a disadvantage. Roar! Just then, Nidoking erupted from beneath the Rapidash, sending it soaring through the air. The Rapidash, amidst its fiery exhalation, was struck by Nidoking's horn, creating a gaping wound in its abdomen. The residual flames erupted chaotically from its mouth, causing an explosion. The Rapidash crashed into the nearby Magnemite, sending both flying, inadvertently releasing an electromagnetic wave that left them paralyzed. This stalemate was shattered by Wang Ho, but instead of targeting Team Rocket, Nidoking swung its fist towards Wang Ho. Faced with this new threat, Wang Ho had to think quickly as the other members of Team Rocket advanced. Boom! With heavy steps, Nidoking charged towards Wang Ho, prompting him to rub his temples in exasperation. What a bother, he muttered. He set Caterpie aside, instructing it to stay put, before rushing towards Nidoking. Houndour, unleash 3 successive embers. Woof! Following the command, Houndour expelled a torrent of flames towards the Team Rocket leader, while simultaneously striking at the Magnemite and Rapidash. The life force of both the leader and his Pokémon began to wane. As the nobleman confronted Nidoking, he swiftly approached the formidable creature. With a deft roll, he evaded Nidoking's fierce strike and reached for the Pokeball intended for its capture. He hurled the ball towards Nidoking while simultaneously commanding his Poochyena to unleash a howl and his Caterpie to use String Shot. Momentarily stunned by the dual assault, Nidoking was ultimately ensnared within the confines of the Pokeball. Grasping the ball containing Nidoking, the nobleman expressed his gratitude, though he knew the creature would not reciprocate. He then placed Caterpie upon his shoulder, while Poochyena returned to his side. What a close call. Had I been struck, my fate would have been sealed. This Pokémon world is hardly a realm of peace. It is more perilous than a world at war, he mused, observing the flickering flames engulfing the Team Rocket captain. Meanwhile, the vitality of Rapidash and Magneton had dwindled to below half. Curse it, growled the Team Rocket captain, feeling the unquenchable flames licking at him, aware that death was imminent. You'll pay for this, nobleman. Even in death, Team Rocket will never forgive you. Your demise will be most horrific. With that, the captain collapsed. He*s dead, the nobleman murmured. Not far off, the life force of Rapidash and Magneton had also reached zero. This is what death looks like, he reflected. Watching the Team Rocket captain's body slowly turn to ash, a wave of nausea surging within him, prompting even the expulsion of stomach acid. With the demise of the captain and the two Pokémon, a series of notifications flooded his mind. Ugh! The nobleman retched for quite some time before regaining his composure, spurred on by the arrival of Team Rocket's reinforcements. Return, Caterpie, he commanded, stowing it away. Poochyena, let us depart. With Poochyena by his side, he continued to flee, examining the information transmitted from his spatial watch. Adventurer successfully slays Team Rocket captain. Bounty collected. 5. Adventurer defeats Pokémon Rapidash and Magneton, triggering random mission. Pokémon Reaper. Pokémon Reaper. Slaying Team Rocket is trivial. After all, they are the villains. The true objective lies in defeating the Pokémon of this world. Requirements. Eliminate as many Pokémon as possible. Rewards. 50 task points per Pokémon, with every 10 Pokémon allowing the capture of 1. Achieve 50 Pokémon for an additional 2 attribute points. Reach 100 for an extra random reward, with greater quantities yielding better rewards. Current kill count. 2. What is this predicament? It demands I slay Pokémon. Surely Poochyena would not consent, the nobleman pondered. However, he reasoned that defeating Team Rocket's Pokémon could still fulfill some tasks. Despite the numerous Team Rocket members behind me, they are merely grunts, likely not as challenging as their captain. Having successfully vanquished the Team Rocket captain elevated the nobleman's confidence, rendering the once formidable grunts insignificant in his eyes. Yet, with their sheer numbers, a strategy was imperative. As the prince gradually slowed his pace, noticing that he had stopped running, the cat-eye dog also decelerated, its expression filled with confusion, barking quizzically. "Cat-eye dog, how about we defeat the ones behind us?" the prince said, crouching down to meet the inquisitive gaze of the cat-eye dog with a smile. "Woof woof." Instantly, excitement sparkled in the cat-eye dog's eyes. "It seems you are quite the warrior as well," the prince remarked, amused by the cat-eye dog's enthusiasm. "This is perfect. We shall let them all follow us." He cast a glance behind him. After enduring a lengthy pursuit, the sky began to darken, and the remaining members of Team Rocket gathered around their captain's lifeless body, the flames that had engulfed it now extinguished. The cat-eye dog's flames, though corrosive and more easily spread than ordinary fire, could indeed be quelled. Under the influence of water-type Pokémon's abilities, the flames were swiftly subdued. Furthermore, Earth could also extinguish the fire, just as when the Nido King rolled on the ground during battle, reducing the flame's intensity. Once the fire was out, the members of Team Rocket stared at their captain's corpse in silence, unable to speak. Their captain, who had effortlessly defeated them, lay dead. Thus, confronting the individual who had vanquished him would undoubtedly be even more perilous. The squinty-eyed one remained silent, relieved that he had not brought a Pokémon when he pursued the prince. "What shall we do?" One of the Team Rocket members finally spoke. "We cannot merely wait here. There is someone nearby who has the capability to kill our captain." As these words were spoken, the entire team felt an eerie sensation, as though they were being watched. "Why fear? We are many. Can we truly be afraid of just one person?" a towering member of Team Rocket asserted. "After all, it's only one individual." "What shall we do then?" another member inquired. "Let us bury our captain's body first. The night has fallen, and if we return and are pursued, it will not be a trivial matter," suggested another member. Simultaneously, the others of Team Rocket began to imagine the chilling scenario of being chased under the cover of darkness, causing them to shudder once more. "We might as well rest here," one of them proposed. "After all, we are a multitude, and our adversary is but a single individual. Let us assign a few to keep watch while we wait for dawn before moving." Agreed, the others concurred, finding no better alternative, and they began to busy themselves with preparations. Meanwhile, not far from Team Rocket's camp, the prince observed their flickering flames but dared not to charge in alone. That would be tantamount to courting death. He and the cat-eye dog munched on their rations while contemplating the distant glow. After a day of battle, both were weary, their eyelids heavy with fatigue. The cat-eye dog, equally exhausted, soon succumbed to slumber. The prince released a caterpie, instructing, "Caterpie, keep watch for us. If anyone approaches or it nears the midnight hour, awaken us." With a nod, Caterpie acknowledged the task, and with that, the prince collapsed onto the ground, drifting into sleep, followed shortly by the cat-eye dog. In the small Pokémon Center of Tokiwa City, 3 trainers, known as Junsha, were resting. Their bodies bore numerous wounds. And within the treatment room, 3 Houndour and 3 Houndoom lay, also marked by injuries. "What should we do? Have we not yet located the royal prince?" inquired one Junsha with short hair. "Not yet," replied another, her long purple locks cascading down her shoulders. "Although we managed to capture 6 members of Team Rocket, they are merely foot soldiers. Their leader, accompanied by 13 others, has gone to seize the prince. This presents a grave dilemma. Our Pokémon are all injured, making it impossible for us to battle today. I fear for his safety. Amidst such relentless pursuit by Team Rocket, survival seems unlikely. I never anticipated that so many would be mobilized for a mere shiny Pokémon. I've summoned the sisters from Golden City. They will arrive tomorrow, and by then, our Pokémon should have recovered. We can search for the prince together. That appears to be our only option," the purple-haired Junsha responded with a resigned nod. Meanwhile, the slumbering prince felt something licking him, stirring him from his dreams. Rubbing his eyes, he looked up to see the moon descending. Indeed, it was already past midnight. With a yawn, he remarked, "It's time to take action and see if we can confront Team Rocket." "Wake up, Houndour," he said, recalling his caterpie. "You've worked hard. It's time for us to depart." Houndour shook off its drowsiness and responded, after splashing his face with water from his backpack. The prince and Houndour stealthily approached the Team Rocket camp. The late hour was when weariness weighed heavily on individuals, and even Team Rocket was caught in slumber. Crouching beside the camp, the prince observed the scene ahead. In the clearing, 10 individuals slept while 3 stood guard, their Pokémon also released. This posed a significant challenge. The prince noted that the guards were drowsy and the Pokémon were not particularly vigilant. This presents an opportunity, he mused silently. Night raids have historically proven to be an effective strategy against enemies, a tactic that remains a reliable method of overcoming foes. The prince resolved to initiate a nighttime assault. To create chaos among the enemy, he gathered dry twigs and, with the help of his Caterpie's silk, fashioned about 20 torches. After spending over 2 hours on this endeavor, he quietly returned to the vicinity of the Team Rocket camp, the moon nearing its descent. Houndour, ignite the fire, he instructed, holding a torch aloft. With a soft bark, Houndour complied, igniting a ghostly blue flame upon the torch, lighting several others. The prince gazed at the Team Rocket camp with a smirk, relishing the thought of their impending panic. At that moment, some Pokémon within Team Rocket sensed something amiss and attempted to rouse their trainers. However, it was too late. A flurry of torches, each ablaze with the eerie blue flame, soared through the sky, aimed directly at the sleeping figures below. Suddenly, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted. Several little spirits attempted to shield themselves from the onslaught of torches, but a single skill unleashed a shower of sparks, exacerbating the damage. Among the ranks of Team Rocket, there were only powerful little spirits, predominantly of the fire and rock types, with merely 2 belonging to the water type. Consequently, their predicament grew increasingly dire. Wisps of eerie indigo flames flickered around nearly every individual, and many of the released spirits were also engulfed in flames. The scene descended into chaos, achieving the very outcome desired by the nobleman. However, Team Rocket soon discovered that these flames were extinguishable, and thus the only 2 water-type spirits became coveted treasures, drawing everyone closer to them. Yet, the nobleman observed from the sidelines, unwilling to grant Team Rocket their wishes so easily. Arcanine, unleash more flames, commanded the nobleman. Woof woof, responded Arcanine enthusiastically. Be careful not to catch fire yourself, the nobleman chuckled, stroking Arcanine's head. With a reassuring glance, Arcanine sprang from the underbrush and dashed towards the disarrayed Team Rocket camp. With remarkable speed, Arcanine deftly maneuvered around several flaming members of Team Rocket, unleashing a torrent of fire upon those spirits that remained unscathed. The 2 water-type spirits, receiving special attention from Arcanine, soon found themselves ablaze as well. In a flurry of 4 fiery bursts, Arcanine executed a final high-speed maneuver, returning to the nobleman's side, leaving him silently impressed by the seamless execution of skills. The scene grew even more chaotic. Arcanine's presence amplified the confusion within Team Rocket's camp. A few members untouched by flames, witnessing the pandemonium, were paralyzed with fear and fled without regard for their comrades. This left behind a swarm of flaming Team Rocket members, who, in their panic, scurried about. Fortunately, the moisture in the surrounding trees prevented them from igniting. After half an hour had passed, during which Arcanine delivered several more strikes, Team Rocket was nearly obliterated. The nobleman, standing aside, received a flurry of notifications. Adventurer successfully defeated a member of Team Rocket. Adventurer has defeated a spirit. A series of alerts echoed in his mind, and upon reflection, he realized that 10 individuals had fallen, along with 22 spirits. The rewards were substantial. Excitedly, he calculated the rewards, contemplating that the fleeing members of Team Rocket must also be captured to complete the task. As the flames within Team Rocket's camp began to dwindle, the nobleman prepared to pursue the retreating members. At that moment, the gentle light of the rising sun bathed the camp in a warm glow. Instantly, dazzling reflections erupted from within the camp. This brilliance halted the nobleman in his tracks, prompting him to murmur, "What is that?" Approaching the source of the reflected sunlight, he discovered several glass bottles scattered on the ground, untouched by Arcanine's flames. Healing Potion restores 5 health points to a small sprite. PP Potion restores 10 energy points to a small sprite. There are 5 healing potions and 1 PP potion in total, which seem to have been left behind by some Team Rocket members, much to Wang Ho's benefit. However, these potions cannot be taken out of this world. Upon discovering the potions, Wang Ho immediately administered one to his cuddy dog and then began searching through the ruins of the Team Rocket camp. It proved to be a lesson in contentment. After searching for quite some time, he found only the initial few potions, and the rest turned out to be mere shards of glass, causing his initial excitement to wane considerably. Regardless, he decided to pursue Team Rocket. determined not to let them escape. With that thought, Wang Ho rose and ran in the direction the Team Rocket members had fled, urging Cuddy Dog to follow, declaring, "Let us go. We must capture all our enemies." Cuddy Dog, upon hearing Wang Ho's words, ceased its playful antics and turned to follow him. Unexpectedly, Wang Ho found himself able to turn the tables on over a dozen Team Rocket members. He marveled aloud, crediting Cuddy Dog for this fortune. He glanced back at the dog racing alongside him, contemplating how fortunate he had been that Cuddy Dog possessed a corrosive flame. Otherwise, he might have met his demise numerous times along this path. Everything is dictated by fate, he reflected. Ultimately, Wang Ho expressed a sigh, acknowledging that had he not fought fiercely to rescue Cuddy Dog, none of these events would have transpired, and he likely would be off adventuring with a small dollar instead. As he pondered this, Wang Ho relied on Cuddy Dog's keen sense of smell to track the fleeing Team Rocket members. However, whether it was due to the fright of the Team Rocket members, he could not say, but even as he neared the edge of the evergreen forest, he had yet to catch up with them. Instead, he encountered a short-haired Miss Junsha. "Are you Wang Ho?" she inquired, seemingly unfamiliar with him. Yet, upon noticing Cuddy Dog beside him, she seemed to recall something and asked. "Yes," Wang Ho nodded. "May I ask how you know my name?" "I've come to assist my sister in capturing Team Rocket," Miss Junsha replied. "Team Rocket?" Hearing her mention Team Rocket, Wang Ho suddenly remembered his purpose and quickly asked, "Excuse me, have you seen 3 Team Rocket members running this way?" Miss Junsha paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Are you referring to those 3? What is the matter?" Seeing her amusement, Wang Ho felt puzzled. "Miss Junsha, what is so funny about this?" Her laughter only intensified at his bewildered expression. "You truly don't know? It's remarkable how you managed to leave them in such a state." "What state?" Wang Ho asked, increasingly confused as he observed Miss Junsha laughing until her sides hurt. He thought, "What on earth have I done to them?" "You have no idea." She finally managed to contain her laughter enough to recount the scene. "When those 3 Team Rocket members saw us, they immediately raised their hands and cried out, 'Capture us, please.' They were a sight to behold, crying and blubbering as if they had encountered their savior." Envisioning the scene depicted by the short-haired Junsha, the corners of the noble's mouth involuntarily twitched, pondering to himself, "Am I truly so terrifying to warrant such fear?" Beside him, the short-haired Junsha patted the noble's shoulder, stating, "Thanks to you, our plan has been flawlessly executed." Under the approving gaze of the short-haired Junsha, the noble received a notification from his spatial wristwatch. Mission accomplished. Team Rocket apprehended. Earned 500 mission points. Gained 1 free attribute point. Rewards to be issued upon return. There is a task. The noble exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing the notification. "Then let us return. We have come here to find you," the short-haired Junsha declared. "Find me?" The noble appeared quite taken aback. "Indeed, we engaged in battle with Team Rocket yesterday. Although we emerged victorious, our Pokémon were injured and unable to rescue you. Moreover, we learned from the captured members of Team Rocket that several of their comrades were dispatched to capture you, yet we could only wait until now. But how did you manage to follow us? What about the other members of Team Rocket?" "Well," the noble scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed and a touch fearful. "You see, my Houndour is a rare shiny Pokémon." "Ah," the short-haired Junsha nodded. "Houndour's unique ability is that its flames are a ghostly blue, corrosive, and difficult to extinguish. Therefore," the noble hesitated, observing no reaction from the short-haired Junsha. Cautiously continuing, "Those individuals were consumed by Houndour's flames." "Dead?" The short-haired Junsha expressed surprise at this outcome, but quickly recovered, stating, "No matter. They were a band of peace disruptors, and their demise is of little consequence." "Really, is it not a problem?" The noble was astonished by the short-haired Junsha's reaction. "Not at all," she reassured him, noticing his lingering fear. She patted his shoulder once more, encouragingly saying, "They are wanted criminals, while we prefer them alive. Their accidental deaths pose no issue." Witnessing the short-haired Junsha's genuine demeanor, the noble felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Let us depart. It is time to return." The short-haired Junsha took hold of the noble's arm. "Very well," he acquiesced, following her as they reunited with the other Junsha. After briefly discussing the noble's situation, the other Junsha regarded him with curiosity. The purple-haired Junsha approached, remarking, "I never anticipated your prowess. You managed to defeat all those Team Rocket members. We owe you our gratitude." "It was nothing." The noble quickly waved his hand, saying, "I merely had good fortune. Let us head back." Among this assembly of Junsha, It was clear that the purple-haired Junsha held authority. Under her suggestion, the group, along with the noble, returned to the city of Tokiwa. Upon returning to Tokiwa, the noble entrusted his Houndour and Caterpie to nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center, subsequently enjoying a meal there before resting. He slept soundly until the afternoon, awakening around 4 o'clock to find Caterpie and Houndour patiently waiting by his bedside. After stretching, he greeted his Pokémon and exited the room, making his way to the lobby. As Houndour made its entrance, nearly every gaze in the lobby converged upon the noble and his Pokémon. This time, Wangho did not don his battle attire. After taking just a few steps, a trainer wearing a baseball cap leaped in front of him and exclaimed, "Please, engage me in battle." Wangho was taken aback and replied, "But I only have one Pokémon." "One is sufficient," the trainer said. "We shall battle with just one Pokémon." As soon as the trainer finished speaking, a prompt echoed in Wangho's mind. Adventurer has triggered random quest, Trainer Reaper. What on earth is this? Wangho thought, bemused by the quest title. Surely, it doesn't require me to defeat the trainer as well? Upon opening the quest, Wangho discovered that the name was indeed formidable. Trainer Reaper. As an adventurer in this realm, how could one refuse a challenge? Requirements: defeat the challenging trainer. Rewards: earn 50 quest points for each victory. For every 10 adventurers defeated, you may take out one Pokémon. Every loss deducts 200 quest points. Let us proceed then. Do you have a water-type Pokémon? Wangho inquired. Yes, why? The trainer responded, releasing a tadbulb. That's fortunate. Wangho explained, as my Houndour's flames are rather peculiar, I will soon need your tadbulb to extinguish them. Oh, the trainer nodded. Then let us begin. Houndour, go? Wangho declared as he and the trainer moved to an open area. Come forth, Charmeleon. The trainer summoned his Pokémon. The two Pokémon stood opposite each other, awaiting their trainer's commands. I'll take the first move, the trainer said. Charmeleon, use Ember. Charmeleon charged at Houndour, unleashing a stream of fire mid-approach. Houndour, respond. Wangho shouted. Houndour mirrored Charmeleon's advance, utilizing Ember as well. The two flames, one a deep blue and the other a vivid orange, collided in a significant explosion, causing both Pokémon to recoil a step. This was a formidable encounter. Wangho assessed the situation, recognizing that Houndour's strength was on par with Charmeleon's. Very well, the trainer noted, clearly excited. If I can defeat Houndour, Charmeleon's prowess will surely increase. Both trainers held similar thoughts, keenly observing each other's Pokémon. Uncertain of Charmeleon's abilities, Wangho decided to test the waters first. Houndour, use agility. Wangho commanded. Houndour sprang into action, darting forward with remarkable speed. Charmeleon, prepare your claws and utilize smokescreen. The trainer's command caught Wangho off guard, prompting him to shout, Houndour, use Ember. Houndour dashed into the smoke, a blue flame surging forth. Huh. The trainer smirked. Charmeleon, engage Houndour in close combat. Upon witnessing the trainer's expression, Wangho sensed something amiss. As the command was issued, he realized that Houndour's attack had been evaded within the smoke. A shadow surged forth from the smoke, and with a sharp sound, a glimmering blade revealed a new wound on the body of Cat-Eye Dog. The noble Wangho observed Cat-Eye Dog's injury with evident concern. However, Cat-Eye Dog did not retreat from the attack of the little fire dragon. Instead, it charged forward, only to be scratched again by the dragon. A burst of flames struck the little fire dragon, which swiftly retreated with remarkable speed. Soon, the little fire dragon found itself engulfed in Cat-Eye Dog's flames, emitting a wretched cry as its vitality waned steadily. The baseball cap-wearing observer, witnessing the plight of the little fire dragon, grew anxious. My Cat-Eye Dog's flames will persist until extinguished by water, remarked Wangho from the side. I concede, the baseball cap-wearer declared, surrendering without a second thought upon seeing the state of the little fire dragon. Mosquito Tadpole, use water gun. The adventurer was victorious, securing a win. Wangho received a notification as well. I apologize, he said to the baseball cap-wearer. Cat-Eye Dog's abilities are indeed formidable. It's all right, the baseball cap-wearer replied, his tension easing as the flames on the little fire dragon gradually subsided. This is the strength of a shiny Pokémon. Truly impressive. Let us seek treatment. Agreed. Wangho responded. After administering care to Cat-Eye Dog, Wangho was about to depart when the purple-haired Junsha approached him. Wangho, I sincerely apologize for the incident last time. No problem, Wangho replied with a smile. I have returned, haven't I? No, our previous oversight was quite perilous. Here is a voucher for Golden City. You can redeem a Pokémon at the Pokémon Center there. Due to the increased difficulty of capturing the Rocket team, Wang Ho received a Pokémon exchange voucher. But I have matters to attend to in the next few days. Would it be possible to wait? Perfectly so, Junsha said. I shall also be escorting the Rocket team to Golden City in 2 days. You can accompany us. Very well, Wang Ho agreed. The Pokémon exchange voucher was special for Golden City, allowing one to claim a Pokémon at the Golden City Pokémon Center. Another one. Wang Ho mused upon returning to his room. The following day, Wang Ho awoke, had breakfast, and set off for the Evergreen Forest. By day's end, he had captured 3 Pokémon. On another day, luck was on his side, and he captured 5 Pokémon in one night. A total of 13 Pokémon lay on the desk of the Pokémon shopkeeper. Excellent, the shopkeeper smiled. You have greatly assisted us. This is yours. The shopkeeper retrieved 2 items from the drawer. Upon receiving the items, Wang Ho was notified of the task completion and awarded 800 task points, which would be distributed thereafter. Along with the items, a strange sweet and a firestone. The strange sweet enhances a Pokémon's attributes when used, while the firestone is essential for the evolution of certain Pokémon. Ecstatic at the sight of these items, Wang Ho realized that Katai Dog's strength could be significantly enhanced, as it required a firestone for evolution. I shall take my leave, Wang Ho announced. Indeed, the shopkeeper nodded in agreement. After departing the Pokémon shop, Wang Ho returned to the Pokémon Center and presented the strange sweet to Katai Dog, allowing it to consume the treat. Woof! Katai Dog appeared to relish the peculiar sweet treat as it consumed it. Subsequently, Wang Ho observed a transformation in Katai Dog's attributes, with both strength and constitution enhanced by 2 points. Following this, Wang Ho produced a firestone and inquired if Katai Dog wished to evolve. With a wag of its tail, Katai Dog nodded in agreement. Wang Ho acknowledged this and utilized the firestone. In an instant, Katai Dog was enveloped in a radiant glow, its form undergoing a gradual metamorphosis. Katai Dog's stature expanded until it reached a height of 1.9 meters, halting only when the light dissipated. Once the brilliance faded, Wang Ho beheld the refined appearance of Katai Dog, now adorned with sleek blue and white fur, alongside a significant increase in its attributes. Infernal Fire Speed Dog. Due to mutation, the flames it emits are of infernal origin. Ability: Blazing Fire. When health drops below 13, the potency of fire-type skills increases by 50. Health: 16. Strength: 12. Constitution: 13. Spirit: 13. Agility: 19. Energy: 20. Being a Pokémon, energy replenishes at a rate of 1 point per minute, with a standard recovery of 1 point every 10 minutes. Skills: Howl, which has a chance to lower the opponent's attack and intimidate foes, consuming 1 energy each time. Spark, where the speed dog releases a burst of flame, consuming 2 energy per use. Quick Move, enhancing speed for a short duration, consuming 2 energy each time. Flamethrower, where the speed dog unleashes a series of flames, consuming 5 energy per use. Infernal Fire Katai Dog, or rather, Infernal Fire Speed Dog, had once again elevated its prowess. In addition to the attributes gained from the peculiar suite, the evolution had augmented its health and agility by 5 points each, while its energy surged by 10 points. Even if confronted by Team Rocket, Wang Ho thought, I could now engage in direct combat. At that moment, Katai Dog extended its tongue and licked Wang Ho affectionately. All right, we should rest now, he remarked. After frolicking with Speed Dog for a while, Wang Ho reminded that they must depart for Golden City the following day and that it was time for sleep. With a soft bark, Speed Dog nodded and settled down quietly, while Wang Ho leaned against Speed Dog and drifted into slumber. In a certain location within the Kanto region, the surface appeared to be a mountain range, yet deep within its bowels, it had been hollowed out. A throng of individuals busily traversed this space, all donned in Team Rocket attire, unmistakably a base of their operations. In one section of the base, a man with golden hair, clad in a tank top and military green trousers, stood atop a height surveying the premises, while a Team Rocket member reported behind him. This means the third squad has been completely annihilated, the golden-haired man stated. Indeed, the Team Rocket member confirmed. A bunch of inept fools, the golden-haired man remarked. What are our plans moving forward? It is nearly complete. We are ready for your command, sir, the Team Rocket member responded respectfully. Very well. Mobilize 5 brigades to Golden City. The golden-haired man issued his orders. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Wang Ho remained blissfully unaware that he was on the brink of becoming embroiled in a significant event, lost in delightful dreams. thanks to Cat-Eye Dog's evolution. His slumber was particularly peaceful, lasting until a knock at the door roused him from his dreams. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking jolted Wang Ho back to reality. Is it morning already? He murmured, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Woof, Speed Dog also stirred, emitting a soft whimper. Noble Lord, it is time for us to depart. Junsha's voice resonated from outside the door, rousing the noble lord from his slumber. Ah, indeed. Today I shall accompany Junsha to Goldenrod City, he murmured to himself. Katie, awaken, he said, opening the door. Miss Junsha, I apologize for my excitement yesterday. The noble lord scratched his head in embarrassment. Oh, I understand, Junsha, with her violet hair, replied upon seeing the noble lord's wind speed dog in his room. However, we must be quick, or it will be too late. And the wind speed dog will need to be returned to its pokeball. Understood, the noble lord nodded. He produced the pokeball and said, Wind speed dog, please return. With a bark, the wind speed dog nodded and was drawn back into the pokeball. Stowing the pokeball away, the noble lord stated, Miss Junsha, shall we proceed? Indeed, Junsha led the noble lord to the front of their group, which consisted of 5 Junsha in total, including herself. While 9 members of Team Rocket were confined within the vehicle. Onward, commanded Junsha, and the group set forth towards Goldenrod City. Given the considerable distance between Goldenrod City and the prior location of Sinnoh City, the journey took them until the following day to arrive. Thus, the noble lord had spent a total of 8 days in the Pokémon world, and by tomorrow evening, he would be able to return. Upon arrival, a row of towering buildings came into view. This is Goldenrod City, Junsha declared. As they reached the entrance, Junsha indicated the location of the Pokémon Center to the noble lord before departing, while he made his way toward the center. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, the noble lord approached the treatment area and called out, Miss Joy, how may I assist you? Joy, who appeared to be rather bored, inquired. I am the noble lord from Sinnoh City, he replied, presenting his Pokémon exchange voucher. You are the noble lord, Joy observed, taking a moment to appraise him before accepting the voucher. That little one has been waiting here for several days. I will fetch it for you now. Please wait a moment. With that, Joy ventured into the back room. Before long, Joy emerged with a Pokeball in hand, which she handed to the noble lord. You have received the Pokémon Seadra, and it is ready for you to take. Upon gazing at the Pokémon within the ball, the noble lord was struck with awe. Seadra. This little one became lost and wandered into the Kanto region, where it was bullied by a group of trainers. Consequently, it has developed a degree of shyness. It was Junsha who rescued it and brought it here. The last time Junsha observed you, she noted your close bond with Pokémon, suggesting that you would get along splendidly with it. Joy elucidated, noticing the noble lord's astonished expression. After acquiring Seadra, the noble lord engaged in battles with several trainers, achieving victory through the prowess of his Wind Speed Dog. During these battles, he noticed a marked increase in the power of Wind Speed Dog's spark skill. The challenges presented by other trainers mirrored those in the games, where the defeated party must compensate the victor with currency. Through several encounters, the noble lord managed to amass a modest sum. Subsequently, he strolled through Goldenrod City, purchasing various delectable treats favored by Pokémon before returning to the Pokémon Center. Once back in his room, the noble lord released his Caterpie, Wind Speed Dog, and the newly acquired Seadra. In the room appeared a small blue creature resembling a Brachiosaurus, adorned with a shell akin to that of a turtle, featuring numerous protrusions. This was the Seadra that the noble lord had received from Miss Joy. As they arrived in a new place, the timid Dragonair displayed its apprehension, clearly discernible from its trembling voice. Woof. Both the speedy Houndoom and the green Caterpie were evidently intrigued by the newcomer. Houndoom, Caterpie, this Dragonair will soon become our new companion. Wang Ho introduced to the 2 little sprites. Turning to the shy Dragonair, he smiled and said, Hello, Dragonair. I am Wang Ho. This is Houndoom, and this is Caterpie. We shall be friends from now on, so let us ensure we coexist harmoniously. Wang Ho gestured towards Houndoom as he provided a brief introduction of the 2 sprites to Dragonair. Woof. Houndoom and Caterpie extended their friendly greetings. The Dragonair, feeling dwarfed by the towering Houndoom, recoiled slightly and timidly responded. Woof. The Dragonair's actions prompted Houndoom to look at Wang Ho with a questioning expression, as if to say, Am I truly that frightening? Observing the Dragonair's demeanor, Wang Ho approached it, reaching out to gently pat its head. Although Dragonair attempted to evade the touch, the limited space of the room left no room for escape. and it allowed Wang Ho to stroke it. Do not be afraid, Wang Ho whispered soothingly as he caressed Dragonair's head. He then presented some food he had procured outside. Here, eat. The allure of the food evidently outweighed Wang Ho's charm. With a cautious glance at the smiling Wang Ho, and then at the drooling Houndoom and Caterpie, Dragonair gingerly took a bite of the food from Wang Ho's hand and began to eat. This was a special treat selected by Wang Ho to suit Dragonair's palate. After savoring a small piece and finding it delicious, Dragonair took another bite and swallowed it down. Good. Keep eating, Wang Ho encouraged, giving Dragonair a gentle pat on the head and placing the bag of food in front of it. He then presented 2 smaller bags of food to Houndoom and Caterpie, saying, "Here, enjoy." Caterpie joyfully exclaimed and dove into the bountiful food before it, while Houndoom licked Wang Ho's hand and began to feast as well. Wang Ho settled beside them, watching the 3 little sprites. For Houndoom, the portion of food provided by Wang Ho was not substantial, and it was not long before it finished. After devouring the food, Houndoom looked longingly at Wang Ho, clearly still desiring more. However, Wang Ho shrugged helplessly, indicating that there was none left. Seeing that the food was depleted, Houndoom could only watch as Caterpie and Dragonair continued to eat. At that moment, Caterpie noticed Houndoom's plight and generously pushed a large portion of its food towards Houndoom. Woof! The previously despondent Houndoom perked up, barking joyously at Caterpie. Caterpie nodded in affirmation. Woof! Houndoom called out once more, eager to partake in the offered food. At this juncture, Dragonair observed the camaraderie between Caterpie and Houndoom. After contemplating for a moment, Dragonair mirrored Caterpie's actions and pushed a portion of its own food towards Houndoom. Woof! Houndoom, ready to indulge, was elated to see more food arriving. Woof woof! Houndoom and Dragonair began to converse, and soon Caterpie joined in the delightful exchange. Although the noble did not comprehend the subject of their conversation, he observed with a sense of relief that the expressions of the wind speed dog and the green caterpillar were growing increasingly joyful. While the timidity of the Dragonite was gradually dissipating, its demeanor transforming into one of happiness. The rapport among them appeared to flourish, suggesting that the little sprites understood one another. The noble, watching the 3 sprites engage in animated discourse, mused to himself. Rising, he ventured outside to procure a large sack of provisions, returning to present it before the trio, declaring that they were now comrades and should coexist harmoniously. They feasted with unrestrained delight. The wind speed dog and green caterpillar joyfully barked at the noble, while Dragonite beamed at him with a smile. The 3 sprites conversed and dined, with the noble occasionally joining their lively exchange. By the time the sprites had satisfied their appetites, the afternoon had arrived. Dragonite had completely shed its apprehension, engaging in spirited conversation with the wind speed dog, green caterpillar, and the noble. Subsequently, the noble sought out a few trainers near the sprite center to challenge, and with the prowess of the wind speed dog, he effortlessly secured victory. As night fell, the noble nestled closely with the 3 sprites and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the police station in the heart of Golden City remained brightly lit. Inside, 2 officers were interrogating a member of Team Rocket. "Where's your base?" one officer inquired with an impassive expression. "I don't know," the Team Rocket member retorted defiantly. "Speak up, your actions are illegal. If you cooperate, you may fare better. Otherwise, do not blame us for being unmerciful," the other officer threatened. "Go ahead and act. Our organization will come to rescue us." The Team Rocket member remained obstinate. "Curse it," one officer muttered under their breath. "How many is this now?" The short-haired officer entered and asked. "This is the last one," replied one of the interrogating officers. "Without a confession, we cannot proceed," the other lamented. Suddenly, the short-haired officer recalled their encounter with the noble, exclaiming, "I shall fetch someone. He will surely have a solution." "Who?" one officer inquired, curiosity piqued. "It is that noble who accompanied us to Golden City," the short-haired officer explained. "He managed to turn the tide, even when besieged by a dozen adversaries. Dealing with these Team Rocket members should be effortless for him." As she spoke, her gaze swept over the frightened Team Rocket members seated before them. At that moment, the Team Rocket member, one of the 3 terrified by the noble's prowess, recalled him and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. His previously resolute expression morphed into one of sheer terror, his body trembling slightly as he exclaimed, "I will talk. I will say anything. Do not hand me over to that person." Observing the Team Rocket member's fearful demeanor, the 2 officers exchanged incredulous glances. "When we were questioning you, you said nothing. Now?" Merely mentioning that individual has caused you to spill everything. Is he truly that terrifying? They reflected on the noble's visage. And since the Team Rocket member had begun to divulge information, the officers quickly commenced their inquiries. Just then, a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout Golden City. What is happening? Nearly everyone wondered simultaneously. A thunderous explosion reverberated across the skies of Golden City, rousing its inhabitants from their slumber, including Wang Ho, who found himself bewildered by the commotion. What could be happening? Peering out at the illuminated surroundings, he pondered in confusion. Meanwhile, at the police station, the fear that had gripped Team Rocket moments before the explosion was swiftly replaced by exhilaration. Our organization has come to rescue us. You should surrender quickly, or you shall face dire consequences, they declared maniacally. Observing Team Rocket's erratic demeanor, Junsha and her companions grasped the gravity of the situation. Team Rocket was indeed attacking. How audacious of them! Were they truly declaring war on the Alliance? One Junsha fumed. Who knows? The short-haired Junsha replied with a shake of her head. With only 5 of them present, it was insufficient. Since Team Rocket dared to assault the city, they must have some form of backup. Thus, they needed to tread carefully. Just then, the purple-haired Junsha entered, stating, according to the surveillance, the attackers are Team Rocket, with numbers exceeding 500. We are in peril. 500? The short-haired Junsha's countenance darkened. Sister, what should we do? I have already dispatched a sister to inform the 2 gyms in Golden City. And other cities have also been alerted. Our immediate task is to protect the residents of Golden City and delay Team Rocket until reinforcements arrive, the purple-haired Junsha replied. Understood. The short-haired Junsha pointed towards a member of Team Rocket seated in the corner. What shall we do with this person? First, confine him, the purple-haired Junsha instructed. Then let us act swiftly. Team Rocket has breached the city. Understood, sister. On the outskirts of Golden City, a blond man clad in a leather jacket, military green trousers, and knee-high boots stood beside a wall with a gaping hole. Waves of Team Rocket poured through the breach into Golden City. Our mission is to seize the central building of Golden City. Stay focused and aim to complete the occupation before the other 2 squads arrive. The blond man commanded a fellow member in Team Rocket attire. Yes, the subordinate replied as he joined the ranks entering Golden City. Should this plan succeed, Team Rocket would dominate the Kanto region. With a smug expression, the blond man brandished a pokeball, confident that no one would stand against him in this mere city. As Team Rocket infiltrated Golden City, they began to disperse. Some rushed towards the central building, while others cleared away trainers who stood in their way. The Pokémon Center, known for offering complimentary accommodations and healing for trainers, soon became a prime target for Team Rocket's attention. Peering out of the window, Wang Ho observed dozens of Team Rocket members surrounding the Pokémon Center, engaging in fierce battles with the trainers inside. Astonished, he mused. How is it that I encounter Team Rocket everywhere? It seems I am fated to cross paths with them. Despite the surprise, Wang Ho recognized that this was not the time for hesitation. The disorganized trainers clearly stood no chance against Team Rocket, and soon several were gravely injured. Come back, Caterpie. The nobleman summoned the green caterpillar back and then addressed the Dragonite beside him, urging it to return as well. With a cry, Dragonite complied and vanished into its pokeball. Stowing the pokeball away, the nobleman turned to his swift hound, cautioning it about the perilous situation they faced. We must exercise utmost vigilance and escape from Golden City. He reflected on the substantial gains he had already achieved in this mission. And with just 1 day until his return, the current danger hinted at the possibility of a random task that could not be avoided. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, a task prompt abruptly silenced him, compelling him to swallow the unfinished words. Adventurer has triggered a random major event. Major event. The Team Rocket is evidently orchestrating a significant operation, and as their adversary, it is imperative to thwart this endeavor. Requirements. The Team Rocket's operation must fail. Reward. 3,000 task points and the ability to take out 5 Pokémon. Failure. Erasure. Upon reading the task, a vivid expression transformed the nobleman's face. The high reward indicated the daunting nature of this mission. The previous task to rescue the Houndoom yielded only 1 Pokémon, while this time, he was to confront Team Rocket with his Swift Hound. The stakes were evidently high, suggesting that despite having the Swift Hound, survival was far from guaranteed. Indeed, it seems that my thoughts have manifested. Failure equates to obliteration. It appears that desperate measures are now in order, he lamented inwardly. Swift Hound. We must fight with all our might. The Swift Hound, unaware of the imminent danger, barked excitedly, eager for battle. Let us proceed. The nobleman ventured into the hall, only to discover that Team Rocket's assault had reached the entrance, rendering escape impossible. Being on the second floor, he contemplated and then returned to the room with his swift hound, gesturing toward the window. Swift hound, can you assist me in descending? With a nod after surveying the outside, the swift hound affirmed. Then I entrust this to you. The nobleman hurled a blanket out of the window and swiftly leaped onto the back of the swift hound. Now, swift hound, charge. In an instant, the swift hound crashed through the window, landing on the ground below. Combat was ongoing on the ground, and a sudden shower of glass shards startled both the battling Team Rocket members and trainers. Swift hound, use spark. Recognizing the opportunity amid the chaos, the nobleman issued a command, having learned from prior encounters. The swift hound reacted promptly, as soon as the order was given. A ghostly blue flame ignited on several members of Team Rocket, along with the Pokémon positioned in front of them. Ignoring the cries of Team Rocket, the nobleman mounted his swift hound and instructed, Swift hound, find a secluded spot. Obeying, the swift hound leaped aside, skillfully evading the frenzied Team Rocket members engulfed in flames, and began to sprint into the distance. The trainers left behind watched in awe as a blue and white swift hound unleashed flames upon Team Rocket before departing, leaving behind a cautionary remark about not approaching the flames. This must be a formidable trainer, they mused, observing the fallen Team Rocket members who had succumbed to their fate not long after, unbeknownst to the nobleman seeking a safe haven. The thoughts of the trainers around him remained concealed. After receiving a few notifications from his spatial watch, he paused in an alley cluttered with refuse. Swiftwind, you've worked hard. Take a moment to rest, for there are fiercer battles ahead, and you must conserve your strength, he remarked, observing the excitement in his companion. The Swiftwind nodded and lay down, while the nobleman leaned against him, contemplating the task at hand. What must I do for this mission? He murmured, anxiety creeping in. With so many members of Team Rocket present, he feared being cornered. Suddenly, a realization struck him as he repeated two thoughts. Surely, such a multitude of Team Rocket cannot be here to confront me. There must be individuals from the Pokémon world involved in this significant matter. The outcome will not be decided swiftly, but if I can eliminate several of Team Rocket's members, their chances of failure will surely increase. He mused to himself, recalling that the mission only required the failure of Team Rocket's plan, without necessitating his direct intervention. Merely causing a ruckus would suffice. Furthermore, with so many adversaries and Pokémon around, the potential for completing his tasks increased. His excitement grew with each passing moment. As night fell and the alley was shrouded in darkness, his blue and white companion remained nearly undetectable. It was only when the nobleman and Swiftwind reached their optimal state that they went unnoticed. Let us go, Swiftwind, to battle, he exclaimed, giving his companion an encouraging pat before leaping onto his back. Woof! Swiftwind responded, turning back to bark at his rider before leaping from the alley. The conflict had already spread throughout Golden City, with trainers falling in battle, as well as members of Team Rocket. Even some residents of Golden City lost their lives amidst the chaos of battling Pokémon. Nevertheless, it was Team Rocket that held the upper hand. As the nobleman and Swiftwind emerged, they witnessed two members of Team Rocket overpowering a trainer, having already dispatched his Pokémon and preparing to strike the trainer down. The appearance of the nobleman caused a momentary hesitation. Who are you? One of the Team Rocket members asked, instinctively eyeing the nobleman's radiant Pokémon. Your demise, he retorted with a cold smirk. Swiftwind charged forward, knocking the trainer aside, and a burst of flames engulfed the two members of Team Rocket. Woof! Another fiery assault struck their Pokémon. Let us seek out more of Team Rocket, the nobleman urged, patting his seated companion. Woof! Swiftwind, fully aware of the threat posed by Team Rocket, raced down the street with determination, remembering how they had once dealt with him. Meanwhile, at the police station, the battle led by Junsha had reached its climax. Outside the station, several members of Team Rocket lay defeated. 5 Junsha, accompanied by their Swiftwind and Cardi dogs, stood in a protective formation, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Surrounding them were 5 casually dressed members of Team Rocket, sneering at Junsha and her companions. Accompanying them were a dozen minions, alongside peculiar little Pokémon that resembled the shiny Houndoom of the noble. The 5 captains, each adorned with a shiny Pokémon, encircled Junsha and her group, evidently intent on capturing them all. Realizing the intentions of Team Rocket, one Junsha exclaimed, Sister, they aim to apprehend us all. What should we do? Remaining here will lead to our capture. We must attack in unison and break through, though with 5 adversaries, it complicates matters. The purple-haired Junsha furrowed her brow in concern. The 5 Team Rocket captains regarded Junsha as mere prey, poised to initiate their plan when suddenly a communicator on one captain's belt crackled to life. Captain, the trainer who defeated over 10 of our team is also in Golden City. We stand no chance. And we've lost several more comrades. What? The captain, startled by the news, responded. Is it the one who snatched away our discovered shiny Pokémon? Indeed. He is within Golden City. Very well. Report the location. I shall confront him immediately. With that, the captain turned to the others, stating, I have located the one who has been our bane. I shall handle him. You are in charge here. He departed with his shiny Pokémon and a few subordinates. Observing the captain's retreating figure, another among the leaders remarked, the one who can extract a piece of flesh from him must be quite intriguing. I shall investigate as well. You may continue here. He too took his leave with his followers. The departure of these 2 captains significantly alleviated the pressure on Junsha and her companions, who now prepared to act with fewer foes surrounding them. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Golden City, Wang Ho, unaware that a Team Rocket captain had set his sights on him, continued his pursuit of the organization, having already dealt with over a dozen of their members thanks to the prowess of his Houndoom. However, after an extended battle, Team Rocket discovered a method to counter the Houndoom, unwittingly leading Wang Ho into their trap. At that moment, Wang Ho, vigilant atop his Houndoom, surveyed the area. Surrounding him were a dozen members of Team Rocket, more than half of their Pokémon being of the water type. A group of Rocket members surveyed Wang Ho with smug satisfaction. One squad leader called out, You think you can escape now? With a growl, Houndoom crouched, ready to attack amid the presence of so many water-type Pokémon. Wang Ho grimaced inwardly, realizing he was in grave danger. Starmie, use water gun, commanded the Team Rocket squad leader. Poliwag, use water gun. Slowpoke, use water gun. Clamperl, use water gun. Knowing that Wang Ho's Houndoom was a fire-type Pokémon vulnerable to water, Team Rocket seized the opportunity, launching a barrage of water guns without granting Wang Ho a chance to move. They're all waiting for my moment. Watching 7 or 8 water-type Pokémon unleashing their water guns in unison, Wang Ho could only express his incredulity. What had once been effective against him now seemed futile. In this realm of Pokémon, while many scenarios mirrored reality in peculiar ways, certain phenomena remained unchanged. For instance, the water gun attack, despite the diminutive size of the Pokémon, could project water volumes several times their own body mass. Soon, a river formed at Wang Ho's feet. Initially, he had his Arcanine withstand a few water guns, followed by enduring 2 himself, bringing both Wang Ho and Arcanine's health to below half. To Team Rocket, it appeared that Wang Ho was truly out of options, left to await his demise under the relentless barrage of water. After administering a healing potion to Arcanine, enabling it to absorb a few more blasts, Wang Ho observed that the water had risen to waist level. One could only imagine the sheer volume the water-type Pokémon had expelled. The water now flowed like a river into the distance. Return, Arcanine, Wang Ho commanded, summoning his Dragonite. Let us depart. With a leap onto Dragonite's back, he was aware that the aquatic domain belonged to the water-type Pokémon, while Team Rocket's Pokémon were too drained from the water guns to continue the battle. The ground was saturated, leaving Team Rocket stranded on the upper levels, devoid of any presence on the waterlogged terrain. As Wang Ho swiftly departed on Dragonite, the members of Team Rocket seethed with frustration. Several of them leaped down with their Pokémon, yet their efforts proved futile. They lacked a single Pokémon capable of catching up to Wang Ho. Dragonite deftly evaded a series of aerial attacks, propelling Wang Ho further away at an astonishing speed. This was no ordinary Pokémon that could be pursued easily. Upon noticing Dragonite's attributes, Wang Ho was taken aback, inwardly exclaiming that he had struck gold. Dragonite, a water and ice type, possessed the ability Rain Dish, which rendered it immune to water-type attacks and allowed it to recover 25 health points. Its stats were as follows: Health, 15, Strength, 12, Constitution, 15, Spirit, 9, Agility, 8, 10 in Water, Energy, 12. Its skills included Harden, which increases its defense at the cost of 1 energy per use, up to 6 times. Tackle, which inflicts damage upon impact, consuming 1 energy. Water Gun, delivering a water stream to strike a target, consuming 2 energy. And Surf, which doubles its speed in water for 30 seconds at the expense of 5 energy. With the rain dish ability, Wang Ho had found an impeccable shield against water-type assaults. Had he not feared Team Rocket's potential response upon witnessing Dragonite and launching an overwhelming counterattack, if they had sent forth a dozen Pokémon against him, he would undoubtedly have perished. He would have summoned Dragonite much earlier to absorb the onslaught of water guns. Moreover, while Surf lacked offensive capabilities within the Pokémon game mechanics, it proved invaluable. Not a single member of Team Rocket could pursue Wang Ho. With Team Rocket's pursuit thwarted, Wang Ho exhaled in relief, realizing he was finally safe. He vowed to exercise more caution in the future. Without Dragonite's aid, he would have met his end. As the water flowed away, watching the silhouettes of Team Rocket vanish, Wang Ho silently rejoiced. However, his elation was short-lived, as another member of Team Rocket suddenly emerged, two small Pokémon charging towards him. Was this individual unwell? Observing the aggressive demeanor of this Team Rocket member, Wang Ho was momentarily taken aback. Did he not recognize me? Inwardly, he summoned his speedy Pokémon. Wang Ho halted his steps and released his Arcanine, commanding, "Arcanine, use Ember." Upon seeing Arcanine emerge, the Team Rocket member showed no signs of hesitation. Continuing his advance with a Rockruff and a Dartrix, both prepared to strike. Yet, Arcanine would not allow them to approach. With a resounding bark, the two small Pokémon had yet to launch their attack when the cerulean flames engulfed them and the Team Rocket member. With a final yelp from the defeated foe, Arcanine delivered one last blow, swiftly bringing down both Team Rocket and the two small Pokémon. Well done. Wang Ho praised Arcanine while pondering why this Team Rocket member had so recklessly attacked him, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, a shadow descended from the sky, a tremendous sound causing Wang Ho to instinctively retreat. "Who are you?" As the smoke dissipated, a man clad in casual attire appeared, a menacing scar running from his forehead to his chin, proclaiming that he was no ordinary individual. Beside the scarred man, a massive onyx with a golden horn fixed its gaze upon Wang Ho. Upon his first glance at the onyx, Wang Ho recognized it as a shiny Pokémon. Much like his Arcanine, realizing that while ordinary onyx horns were composed of regular rock, this one was distinctly golden. A shiny Pokémon, Wang Ho mused, his expression growing serious as he looked at the scarred man. "At last, I have found you. You run rather swiftly, don't you?" The scarred man jeered at Wang Ho, his demeanor suggesting he regarded him with disdain. "Had it not been for one of my subordinates delaying you, I might have had to pursue you longer." His expression darkened. "But your life ends here. After killing so many of my subordinates, you shall meet your demise." The scarred man's face twisted with anger, the scar appearing even more sinister. "Onyx, attack!" he commanded, and the Onyx surged forward. "Roar!" Onyx bellowed, launching itself into action. "Onyx, use Rock Slide." The command echoed as the Onyx unleashed a barrage of boulders the size of soccer balls towards Wang Ho and Arcanine. Wang Ho narrowly dodged one rock, rolling into a nearby building, shouting, "Arcanine, use Quick Attack." Arcanine evaded several tumbling rocks, and at Wang Ho's command, it suddenly accelerated towards the Onyx. "Arcanine, use Ember." Simultaneously, the scarred man issued his order, leaving no time for Arcanine. Before the flames could erupt from Arcanine, Onyx collided with it. "Onyx, use Thunderbolt." As the Onyx struck Arcanine, the scarred man's voice rang out once more. The currents of electricity slithered like serpents upon the golden horn of the Onyx, and in the next instant, they converged and erupted upon the swift canine. With a resounding crash, the Arcanine was propelled against the wall. In that moment, Wang Ho, disregarding any peril, rushed from the building to the side of the Arcanine, expressing his concern. "You should worry about yourself first." At that juncture, Scarface approached Wang Ho, with the formidable Onyx coiled behind him, fixating its gaze upon Wang Ho. On a battlefield in Golden City, thick with the haze of gunpowder, a blue and white Arcanine lay sprawled on the ground. Beside it, two figures loomed, one hunched over the Arcanine while the other sneered disdainfully at the prostrate figure. With a golden-horned Onyx coiled behind him, "Prepare to meet your demise," the leader of Team Rocket remarked, a mocking grin gracing his lips. The Onyx unleashed a tremendous roar, its horn crackling with electricity as it charged towards Wang Ho. "Die! How dare you steal from me?" the Team Rocket leader jeered, watching Wang Ho beneath the horn of the Onyx. "Onyx, unleash Thunderbolt." The currents of electricity, gathered upon the Onyx's horn, surged toward the fallen Arcanine and Wang Ho. In that moment, the seemingly gravely injured Arcanine lifted its head, a stream of flames surging forth to counter the electric attack. The collision of the Thunderbolt and the Arcanine's flamethrower produced a powerful shockwave, sending not only Wang Ho and the Team Rocket leader tumbling, but also the Arcanine and Onyx. Coughing blood, Wang Ho gazed at the fallen Team Rocket leader and Onyx, a sardonic smile curling his lips. To be so careless in battle. It was not entirely the Team Rocket leader's fault. His initial assessment of Wang Ho's battle skills had led him to underestimate the situation. The leader had observed that Wang Ho was a novice trainer, evident from his clumsy engagement with the Arcanine. After inflicting heavy damage on the Arcanine, the Team Rocket leader had relaxed his guard. Moreover, Wang Ho's frantic demeanor as he leaned over the Arcanine further lulled the leader into complacency. One immutable truth in the Pokémon world is that a Pokémon, once its vitality is restored, can rebound from even the gravest of injuries, bounding back to life with vigor. While Wang Ho was momentarily flustered, he inadvertently knocked against several glass vials on his person, remnants of his time in the Viridian Forest. Seizing the moment, he discreetly produced a potion and administered it to the Arcanine, whispering, "Arcanine, use flamethrower." Coincidentally, the Team Rocket leader issued a command at that very instant, allowing Wang Ho to narrowly escape death and instead turn the tide against the Team Rocket leader. While a Pokémon's life may be restored with potions, the vitality of a human, once lost, can only be salvaged through healing. After administering another potion to the Arcanine, Wang Ho urged, "Arcanine, unleash flamethrower." With a determined bark, the Arcanine responded. The swift canine, known as Wind Speed Dog, charged towards the bewildered captain of the rocket team, engulfing him in a surge of ethereal blue flames. A chilling scream pierced the air as the captain met his tragic demise, leaving the nearby Onyx awakened in anguish. Witnessing the death of its trainer, Onyx descended into madness, colliding violently with the unsuspecting Wind Speed Dog. The impact sent Wind Speed Dog soaring through the air, even before it could touch the ground. A furious roar erupted from Onyx, unleashing another thunderbolt upon Wind Speed Dog. The forceful strike caused Wind Speed Dog to crash heavily onto the earth, stirring a cloud of dust, followed by a muffled groan, leaving it gasping for breath. Observing from the spatial watch of Wang Ho, it was evident that Wind Speed Dog's health had plummeted from 16 to a mere 2 points. Yet, after casting 3 thunderbolts, Onyx seemed depleted. Charging directly at Wind Speed Dog. Return, Wind Speed Dog. Just as Onyx closed in, Wind Speed Dog transformed into a beam of light, retreating into the safety of Wang Ho's Pokeball. With a thunderous crash, Onyx collided with the ground, creating a substantial crater. Enraged by the disappearance of its target, Onyx let out a furious roar and shifted its focus to Wang Ho, pursuing him relentlessly. Wang Ho, having recalled Wind Speed Dog, turned to flee. A glance over his shoulder revealed Onyx not far behind, sending a surge of panic through him as he sprinted, shouting in desperation. In his current state, Wang Ho was no match for Onyx. Wind Speed Dog was gravely injured, and his only other Pokémon, Dragonair, was ill-suited for battle on land against such a formidable foe as Onyx, particularly when relying on a mere caterpie. Thus, retreat was his only option. However, it quickly dawned on him that he could not outrun Onyx, which only intensified the creature's fierce expression. The sense of impending doom loomed over Wang Ho as he realized he needed to devise a strategy to shake off his pursuer. At that moment, he spotted a small battlefield ahead, where 2 trainers were engaged in combat against 3 members of the rocket team. In a burst of determination, he dashed through the fray, yelling for assistance to intercept Onyx. The combatants were momentarily taken aback by Wang Ho's sudden appearance, their Pokémon and trainers alike pausing in confusion, pondering the nature of his plea. One of the Geodudes, acting on instinct, delivered a punch to Wang Ho, sending him sprawling even further, crashing heavily to the ground. Wang Ho felt his health diminish significantly, but he still had 3 points remaining, albeit with the painful realization that he might have broken a bone. Ouch! A wave of severe pain coursed through his body. As he attempted to rise, he suspected he had fractured his left arm. Damn it! Propelling himself upright with his right arm, he gasped for air while observing the ongoing battle nearby. The trainers and rocket members, bewildered by the sight of Wang Ho's frantic approach, were equally startled, exclaiming, "What is happening?" In their view, a golden-horned Onyx charged wildly, seemingly intent on wreaking havoc upon anyone in its path. In a moment of unspoken understanding, the rocket team and their trainers collectively chose to abandon the fight, redirecting their focus toward the Onyx. Meanwhile, Wang Ho, supporting himself on his arms, unsteadily rose from the ground, observing the clash between his companions and the onyx. A sense of calm gradually enveloped his mind. It seemed they were temporarily safe. It would be prudent to leave, for encountering others would surely complicate matters. Wang Ho spat out a mouthful of blood that had lodged in his throat, murmuring to himself. He stumbled along the somewhat dilapidated streets of Golden City, where the sun had just begun to ascend the horizon. Rays of sunlight cascaded upon the city, rendering the aftermath of the night's battle even more desolate. Finding an unoccupied room with an open door, Wang Ho stepped inside and released his speedy canine, who, aided by 2 vials of healing medicine, regained its vitality. After enduring several battles and sustaining numerous injuries, the speedy dog was thoroughly exhausted. With a gentle lick, it whimpered softly at Wang Ho. "Rest now," Wang Ho said, affectionately stroking the dog's head, before collapsing onto the ground himself. The speedy dog, sensing the need for rest, prepared to settle down when suddenly laughter echoed from outside the window. Peering out, the dog spotted a green shiny Pidgeot, upon which stood a woman clad in casual attire, and are embroidered on her chest. With a swift assessment, the dog instinctively recognized her as an adversary. Upon noticing Wang Ho unconscious on the ground, it did not hesitate to seize him in its mouth and burst through the door, dashing outside. "Oh, quite the devoted companion, aren't you?" the woman remarked with a hint of intrigue. "Pidgeot, pursue them. We have ample time to play." The shiny Pidgeot squawked dismissively, its gaze filled with disdain, before vanishing in a swift flap of its wings. With Wang Ho in its grasp, the speedy dog raced through the streets, while behind them, the shiny Pidgeot leisurely flapped its wings, following at a relaxed pace. On its back, the woman expressed her smug satisfaction, noting, "I can't believe that guy was defeated by such a weakling. He truly is a disgrace, especially for someone who, like me, is a team leader." From her words, it was evident she too was a leader of the rocket team. "However, that fellow's shiny Pokémon will soon belong to me. Once I capture this speedy dog, I shall possess 3 shiny Pokémon, elevating my status to that of an officer." With that, she commanded her Pidgeot, "Pidgeot, give them a taste of your power." The Pidgeot squawked in response, its wings flaring dramatically as it transformed into a streak of azure light, appearing above the fleeing dog. 2 spirals of blue wind swiftly formed beneath its wings, hurtling toward the speedy dog. The collision was inevitable. The spirals, far swifter than the dog, struck with force, sending both it and Wang Ho crashing to the ground. In his unconscious state, Wang Ho coughed up another mouthful of blood. Seeing Wang Ho, the speedy dog, disregarding its own wounds, leaped from the ground, clutching Wang Ho tightly as it fled forward. "Impressive," the woman remarked, her interest piqued by the dog's resolve. "This only heightens my curiosity. Onward, Pidgeot." In an instant, the Pidgeot transformed once more into a flash of azure light, reappearing directly in front of the speedy dog. As 2 new spirals of blue wind began to form once again, with a firm grip on the noble, the swift hound suddenly halted upon encountering the majestic Beedrill ahead. It deftly maneuvered to evade the attack and darted to the side. Observing that its strike had missed, Beedrill exhibited a flicker of annoyance, flapping its wings to reappear directly in front of the swift hound. A piercing sound echoed as 2 azure whirlwinds erupted, sending the swift hound soaring through the air. Regaining its composure, the swift hound ascended from the ground and unleashed a stream of ethereal blue flames towards Beedrill. Infuriated by this audacity, Beedrill summoned 2 whirlwinds of double the previous size beneath its wings, clashing with the hound's fiery assault. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as a shockwave forced Beedrill to flap its wings vigorously to stabilize itself, while the swift hound collapsed, unable to rise again. "Enough of this play. Eliminate that individual," a woman perched atop Beedrill commanded, as 2 formidable whirlwinds again began to form beneath its wings. Under the orders of the team rocket leader, these whirlwinds surged directly towards the noble, indicating a lethal intent. "Perish, and I shall capture this shimmering creature." The leader mused with a cold smile, watching Beedrill's attack advance toward the noble. The swift hound whimpered from the sidelines, grievously injured and unable to move, merely a spectator to the unfolding chaos. As the massive azure whirlwinds closed in on the noble, a clear voice resonated from the side. "Swift hound, unleash flamethrower." A torrent of crimson flames surged forth to meet Beedrill's whirlwinds. At the moment of collision, a red-yellow silhouette swept in, rescuing the fallen noble. "Who dares?" The Team Rocket leader seethed in fury upon witnessing this unexpected intervention, turning to confront the source of the disruption. There stood 2 swift hounds and 2 houndoms, with one swift hound clutching the noble in its mouth. The fallen houndom was also retrieved by the 2 houndoms, as the 4 creatures surrounded their foes. You survived? The Team Rocket leader gaped in astonishment at the 2 houndoms. Soon, a realization dawned upon him. If the houndoms were present, then his companions were likely nearby. What a bunch of incompetents, unable to subdue even these, he muttered under his breath. With that thought, he leaped from Beedrill and tossed out another Pokeball. Come forth. Onyx. A golden-horned onyx materialized before him, the very creature that had been pursuing the noble. Among the 2 houndoms, one was the short-haired houndom familiar with the noble. Observing the noble's unconscious state, she pondered what happened to him to sustain such injuries. Noticing one of the noble's arms limply hanging, she furrowed her brow. Come on, Swift Hound. Short-haired Junsha administered a bottle of healing medicine to the fallen Wind Speed Dog, and then offered a vial of crimson liquid to Wang Ho. Turning to the Wind Speed Dog, she said, You must keep a vigilant watch over your master. The Wind Speed Dog responded with a nod. This time, we shall give it our all, she declared to Junsha, who stood nearby. Our opponents are even more formidable than the previous 2. Junsha, with a grave expression, nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the side of Team Rocket's leader, 2 small Pokémon were roaring. A bunch of weaklings, daring to oppose me. The leader scoffed at the 2 Junshas. I am not the useless one I once was. With that, he turned to Pidgeot and Onyx, commanding, Pidgeot, Onyx, go and eliminate them. As Team Rocket's leader initiated his attack, the Junshas issued their commands. Wind Speed Dog, Corgi Dog, be cautious, they warned. The 2 Wind Speed Dogs and Corgi Dog leaped forward, fixating on the charging Onyx and Pidgeot. Onyx, use Rock Throw. The Team Rocket leader shouted. Pidgeot, use Quick Attack. Onyx let out a thunderous roar, hurling stones towards the Wind Speed Dog and Corgi Dog. Wind Speed Dog, Corgi Dog, use Quick Attack to evade and retaliate with Spark. With a sudden burst of speed, the Wind Speed Dogs dodged the barrage of rocks. However, in a fleeting moment, a flash of green light surged past Junsha, and both the Wind Speed Dog and Corgi Dog collapsed, struck by several rocks from Onyx. Whoa! Wind Speed Dog, Corgi Dog! The Junshas cried out in concern from behind. Huh! Witness this. The Team Rocket leader laughed heartily, proclaiming, My dazzling Pidgeot possesses unrivaled speed, both in movement and attack, outpacing any ordinary Pokémon. You may as well resign yourselves to your fate. The Wind Speed Dog and Corgi Dog, having been flung by Onyx's tail, struggled to rise from the ground. Pidgeot, use Sand Attack. Seeing that the Wind Speed Dog and Corgi Dog could still stand, the Team Rocket leader's smile faded. Pidgeot, unleash a violent storm, he commanded, while Onyx prepared to unleash Thunderbolt. Oh no, the Junshas thought in alarm. Wind Speed Dog, unleash Flamethrower. Corgi Dog, take cover. In the next instant, an explosion erupted amidst the sandstorm, dispersing the obscuring dust. As Onyx and Pidgeot finished their attacks and advanced towards the Wind Speed Dog for close combat. 2 Corgi Dogs charged in from the sides, executing Bite on Pidgeot, while the Wind Speed Dog employed Quick Attack. This time, the Corgi Dogs seized the opportunity, taking advantage of the brief moment after Pidgeot and Onyx had unleashed their moves to dash forward. What? The Team Rocket leader was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, fury igniting within him. Pidgeot, use Hurricane. At this moment, the 2 Junshas surveyed the battlefield, exchanging a glance and nodding to each other before refocusing on the battle involving the small spirits. Cuddy Dog, charge ahead, shouted the short-haired Junsha. Wind Speed Dog, unleash Flamethrower, proclaimed the other Junsha as Wind Speed Dog lunged towards Pidgeot. The Rocket Team captain also recognized Pidgeot's peril. However, under the relentless assault of the 4 small spirits, Pidgeot could not evade all attacks. Pidgeot retaliated against Wind Speed Dog while Onyx unleashed a Thunderbolt. Boom! The flames and whirlwind collided, resulting in yet another explosion. A wave of shock radiated from the epicenter of the blast. This time, Pidgeot was not so fortunate, as both Cuddy Dogs sank their teeth into its wings. At that moment, Onyx's electric current surged forward, but a ball of ethereal blue flame manifested before it, thwarting Onyx's assault. Nearby, the Royal Wind Speed Dog barked twice, signaling its readiness to assist. Well done, Wind Speed Dog, exclaimed the short-haired Junsha, observing its valiant defense against Onyx's attack. with the two cutty dogs firmly gripping Pidgeot. Junsh's wind speed dog was granted an opportunity to strike, and the Junsha certainly would not let this chance slip away. After praising wind speed dog once more, both Junshas simultaneously issued their commands. Wind speed dog, use flamethrower. Woof, woof. The two wind speed dogs unleashed another torrent of flames towards Pidgeot. Overwhelmed by the attacks from the two cutty dogs, Pidgeot could no longer evade the incoming onslaught. Boom. After enduring the dual flamethrowers, Pidgeot crashed into a nearby building, rendered unable to continue fighting. With Pidgeot defeated, the Rocket Team captain was thrown into disarray, rushing towards her fallen ace. Yet, the Junshas would not afford her that opportunity. Cutty dog, use spark attack. They commanded, directing the cutty dogs to assault the Rocket Team captain. Following this, Wind Speed Dog, under Junsh's orders, charged at Onyx. Deprived of their trainer's guidance and nearly exhausted of energy, the Junshas provided their Wind Speed Dogs with a bottle of PP potion, even granting one to the Royal Wind Speed Dog. The tide of battle now shifted in favor of the Junshas, as sparks and flamethrowers rained down, ultimately toppling Onyx. Meanwhile, the Rocket Team captain had already succumbed to the flames of the cutty dogs. With the Rocket Team captain defeated, a sigh of relief escaped the Junshas as they administered another potion to the Royal Wind Speed Dog, who gradually regained consciousness. Coughing and sputtering, the Royal Wind Speed Dog finally awakened, clearing its throat of blood clots and surveying its surroundings. Woofer. Upon opening its eyes, the Royal Wind Speed Dog was greeted by the enthusiastic gaze of Wind Speed Dog. Excitedly, it licked the Royal's face, delighted to see its companion awake. "You're all right. Thank goodness," exclaimed the Royal as it propped itself up with its remaining right hand, struggling to rise. A sharp pain coursed through its entire body. Gritting its teeth, the Royal endured the torment until it regained composure. At that moment, it took in the scene around it, noting that the Onyx that had bested it lay defeated on the ground, and in the distance, a charred figure lay sprawled on the ground beside a fallen Azure Pidgeot. What is this? Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Ho's pupils constricted in astonishment as he contemplated the demise of the Team Rocket captain, pondering the identity of such a formidable adversary. "You are awake, Wang Ho," a melodious voice resonated from behind him. It was Miss Junsha. The familiarity of her voice immediately registered in Wang Ho's mind. Reflecting on the circumstances before him, he inquired, "Did you save me?" "Indeed," replied the short-haired Junsha, stepping closer. "We were searching for the Team Rocket captain and happened upon her in pursuit of you, which led us to rescue you. However, there should still be one more person unaccounted for. If you have dealt with 4 of them, then there is no need to continue the search." Wang Ho coughed gently. "I, too, eliminated a Team Rocket captain. My injuries are a testament to that battle." "Is that so?" Junsha responded, visibly surprised. "Yes," Wang Ho affirmed with a nod. Junsha was about to articulate a thought when a thunderous cry reverberated throughout the city of Jinwang. "What?" The sound clearly left Wang Ho in a state of shock. "What is that?" The call, unmistakably avian, suggested an extraordinary power behind it. The noise emanated from the central building of Jinwang, and Junsha swiftly deduced its source. Wang Ho also detected a series of explosions echoing from that location, reflecting on the intensity of the ensuing battle. "Can you still move?" Junsha gently patted Wang Ho's shoulder. Of course, he struggled to rise from the ground. "Is that so?" Junsha smiled as she supported him. Beside them, the speedy pup regarded Wang Ho with a puzzled expression. "What is the matter? Do you doubt me?" Wang Ho asked, beckoning the speedy pup closer. "Woof." The pup approached cautiously, whispering to Wang Ho, "Rest assured, I am fine." Wang Ho affectionately patted the pup's head. Once the pup was summoned, Wang Ho mounted its back and turned to Junsha. "Miss Junsha, let us depart." "Very well." Junsha nodded in agreement. "However, do exercise caution, you are still injured." "I am aware," Wang Ho replied, affirming their prompt departure. Thus, the 2 speedy pups, each carrying their respective trainers, dashed towards the source of the explosive cacophony at the central building of Jinwang. Along the way, remnants of Pokémon battles were evident, as they navigated through debris until they reached the epicenter of the explosions. Upon witnessing the cause of the tumult, both Wang Ho and Junsha stood in stunned silence. "Is that Zapdos?" Wang Ho murmured in disbelief. "What is it doing here?" Before him, a magnificent golden bird engaged in combat with a dragon-like Pokémon adorned with wings and antennae, circling the central building of Jinwang. The explosions resonated from their fierce clash. As their powerful moves struck the building, causing massive chunks of debris to plummet. The once majestic structure now bore the scars of their battle, riddled with destruction. Zapdos, one of the legendary beings from the Kanto region within the Pokémon world, was an unexpected presence. How did Zapdos arrive here? And that must be Dragonite, Wang Ho mused, captivated by the duel unfolding before him. Dragonite, a formidable Pokémon in the realm of Pokémon, was engaged in a fierce battle. As the skirmish unfolded, both Wang Ho and the short-haired Jun Sha gradually retreated. Observing the battlefield for a while, Wang Ho discerned the situation. Beside the central building, atop another edifice, stood a blond man clad in a white vest, military green trousers, and tall leather boots. This man, clearly a high-ranking member of Team Rocket, was gleefully watching the fray. Wang Ho quickly recalled that this blonde figure was Ma Zhishe, one of the 3 executives of Team Rocket, renowned for his prowess with electric-type Pokémon. In the game, he even served as the gym leader of the electric-type gym, showcasing remarkable strength. To Wang Ho's astonishment, he soon recognized the trainer of the Dragonite. Wasn't he the proprietor of the Pokémon shop? It was evident that he was indeed a formidable trainer. Reflecting on the pressure he had felt during his missions, Wang Ho experienced a sudden epiphany. The clash between the 2 Pokémon was beyond the capabilities of both Wang Ho and Jun Sha to intervene. Thus, the duo cautiously continued to retreat, wary of being noticed by Ma Zhishe. The combat in Golden City had subsided compared to the intensity of the previous night. After enduring a full night of conflict, both Team Rocket and the trainers of Golden City had begun to feel fatigue. Apart from those at the Pokémon Center, most trainers had been vanquished by Team Rocket. Although Team Rocket had seized control of most regions within Golden City, they had also suffered significant losses due to the trainers' counterattacks, rendering them incapable of completely overtaking the city. At the edge of Golden City, where Team Rocket had created a breach, a diverse group of trainers arrived. Leading them was a trainer mounted on a Gyarados. Upon reaching the gap, this trainer exhaled with relief, declaring their arrival. "Shall we proceed, Gym Leader?" inquired a fellow trainer nearby. Indeed, with over 500 members of Team Rocket, the trainers of Golden City alone cannot withstand them. "We must hasten to assist," replied the leader, who happened to be Brock, the rock-type gym leader from Pewter City. This contingent of reinforcements comprised over 300 trainers, ready to enter Golden City. However, as they were about to make their entrance, a group of Team Rocket emerged, numbering around 300 to 400, led by a female executive accompanied by an alakazam. Brock, incensed at the appearance of Team Rocket, exclaimed, "I was just looking for you. You've come right to us. Let us see how well you can withstand us." With that, the 2 sides engaged in battle, and the trainers clashed with Team Rocket members. At the outskirts of Golden City, yet another confrontation erupted. Not far from this site, a chaotic melee involving over 1,000 trainers unfolded. Unmistakably a clash between Team Rocket and the reinforcements from Golden City. In the midst of this tumult, no reinforcements could reach Golden City for the time being. Nevertheless, the battles occurring within Golden City were no less fervent than those in the surrounding areas. In addition to the battle between the 2 small sprites at the center, after a brief period of recuperation, Team Rocket regrouped with over 100 members to assault the Sprite Center and the police station, which had been reclaimed by Jun Sha and her team. During their retreat, Wang Ho and the short-haired Jun Sha were discovered by the battling Ma Zhishe. "Oh, a shiny sprite!" Ma Zhishe exclaimed upon seeing Wang Ho's seated sprite, his surprise quickly transforming into amusement as he smirked, finding it intriguing. With that, he released 2 Pokeballs, summoning Electabuzz and Magneton to eliminate them. Roaring, Electabuzz thumped its chest and strode toward Wang Ho and Jun Sha, while Magneton launched an electric attack, leaving them no time to react. "Arcanine, use Ember." Jun Sha reacted swiftly, tossing out Arcanine's Pokeball to intercept Magneton's assault. At that moment, Electabuzz reached them, delivering a punch infused with electricity. "Quick dodge," Wang Ho urged, as Rapidash swiftly evaded the attack, while he clung tightly to Arcanine's neck to avoid being thrown off. "Wang Ho, are you alright?" Jun Sha asked, concerned as she approached on Rapidash. "What could possibly be wrong with me?" Wang Ho replied, leaping down from Rapidash. Seeing that its initial strike had missed, Electabuzz charged at Wang Ho again, readying another punch. "Rapidash, unleash Flamethrower," Wang Ho commanded without hesitation. With a crackle of energy, Electabuzz's fist met Rapidash's flames in a spectacular explosion. Although any contact with Rapidash's fire would harm Electabuzz, the electric creature's shimmering fist blocked the fiery onslaught completely. After withstanding Rapidash's attack, Electabuzz wasted no time in delivering a powerful blow to Rapidash, sending it flying. So formidable, Wang Ho thought, observing how Electabuzz had effortlessly countered Rapidash's strike, rendering it defenseless. At that moment, Magneton hovered into position, unleashing a bolt of electricity aimed at Wang Ho. Rapidash, use Ember. Arcanine, attack Magneton. Wang Ho shouted, but he was unable to evade the attack. Junsha swiftly commanded Arcanine to shield Wang Ho from the strike. However, Electabuzz took the opportunity to rush in again, knocking Arcanine aside with a punch. Arcanine! Junsha gasped in alarm upon witnessing Arcanine's plight. Rapidash, use Overheat. Rapidash, unleash Flamethrower. Wang Ho ordered, simultaneously administering a potion to Rapidash. With renewed vigor, both Rapidash and Arcanine released their energy. Electabuzz, unfazed, thumped its chest, clenched its fists, and summoned arcs of electricity around its arms. With a fierce roar, Electabuzz clashed against the combined assaults of the two Rapidash. The ensuing explosion reverberated through the battlefield, drawing the attention of Majishir and the shopkeeper at the Pokémon store. Oh! Upon witnessing the scene, the store manager expressed his astonishment, acknowledging the prowess of Wang Ho for being able to contend with Majishir's Electabuzz. However, he soon shook his head, revealing a visage laden with regret, lamenting that had Wang Ho been afforded a little more time, he would undoubtedly have triumphed over the Electabuzz. Alas, as he shook his head, a deep sigh escaped him. Meanwhile, Majishir was equally taken aback to see Wang Ho withstand the barrage of his Electabuzz. The creature's ability to block the powerful punches was nothing short of remarkable. Yet, it seemed that Electabuzz was now fully committed to the fight. Once again, it clenched its fist, with currents of electricity dancing like serpents across its arm. With a thunderous roar, Electabuzz unleashed a bellow that momentarily stunned both Wang Ho and the swift dog at his side. At that moment, a notification flickered on Wang Ho's spatial watch. Adventurer stunned by enemy attack for 1 second. Attack power reduced by 10 for 10 seconds. What? Is this the effect of a roar skill? Wang Ho pondered, noting the sudden acceleration of Electabuzz. This burst of speed was evidently a skill, which, through his knowledge of Pokémon, he deduced to be agility. How did Electabuzz acquire such a technique? Wang Ho mused internally, yet no one was there to provide an explanation. In an instant, Electabuzz dashed towards the swift dogs, delivering a powerful punch that sent both canines crashing against the wall. In the blink of an eye, it accelerated again, this time appearing before Wang Ho, its electrified fist aimed squarely at his face. The force of Electabuzz's blow was such that, should it connect, Wang Ho would surely meet his demise. As the punch hurtled towards him, Wang Ho felt an overwhelming sense of impending death. Was this truly the end? He contemplated, as the specter of death loomed ever closer. The resounding roar of Electabuzz echoed in his ears, the heat of the electricity assaulting his face. This is it, he thought, as he closed his eyes. With a resounding crash, Electabuzz's fist struck, sending a spray of crimson into the air. Wang Ho, both the short-haired girl, Junsha, and the swift dogs cried out in unison. I'm fine, Wang Ho managed to say, as he lay atop one of the swift dogs. The blow had severed his left arm, leaving it a hollow shell from the shoulder down. The currents from Electabuzz's punch had cauterized the wound, preventing any blood from spilling. Yet, he was perilously close to his end, as indicated by the status on his spatial watch, which revealed he had but a sliver of life remaining. Thank you, Miss Junsha, Wang Ho expressed gratefully to the purple-haired girl who had rushed to his aid, just as Electabuzz was about to strike. Junsha had commanded her swift dogs to intervene, but they were a moment too late. Electabuzz's fist had still managed to connect, severing Wang Ho's arm. The swift dogs retreated with Wang Ho in tow, and Junsha approached his side. I'm fine, he reassured them, mustering a faint smile despite the worry etched on the faces of Junsha and the swift dogs. However, the pallor on his face suggested that all was not well. The pain from his severed arm rendered Wang Ho pale, yet he restrained himself from crying out as he observed the concern of his loyal Arcanine and the approaching foe. Sister, how shall we fight? Inquired the short-haired Junsha. Fear not, though we may not be able to defeat the executives of Team Rocket. We can certainly handle a mere Pokémon, replied the violet-haired Junsha with a serious expression as she gazed at the advancing Electabuzz and Magneton. All right. After dismounting from Arcanine, Wang Ho leaned against the wall and said, Arcanine, you too shall join. I refuse to believe that the three of us cannot overcome a single Pokémon. Woof. Though Arcanine still harbored some concern, It nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing Wang Ho's resolute demeanor. Miss Junsha, let us proceed. Wang Ho urged the violet-haired Junsha. Very well. Junsha nodded, instructing Arcanine to use agility. We shall join in, added the short-haired Junsha, commanding Arcanine to unleash Spark. Arcanine, use Spark. Wang Ho, with his remaining hand supporting himself against the wall, echoed the command. Woof, woof, woof. The three Arcanines nodded in unison and charged toward Electabuzz and Magneton. Roar. Electabuzz clenched its fists, shattering the sparks emitted by two of the Arcanines, then launched a punch forward, sending a current surging toward the Arcanines. Arcanine, use Blast Burn. Junsha also issued her command, urging Arcanine to unleash Spark. At that moment, Wang Ho too gave his orders. With a resounding bang, the incoming attack intercepted Electabuzz's electrical assault, while the blast burn struck the rear of Electabuzz, causing it to tumble to the ground. Yet, before anyone could revel in their victory, another current surged from the side, directly hitting Junsha's Arcanine. What? This unexpected attack left everyone momentarily stunned, and they turned to see Magneton hovering in the sky, observing them. Arcanine, use agility. At that moment, the short-haired Junsha hastily commanded, and Arcanine accelerated toward Magneton, unleashing Flamethrower. Magneton, already aware of Arcanine's movement, mockingly veered to the side. Arcanine, use Flamethrower. Just then, a shadow appeared in the path Magneton was attempting to evade, as Wang Ho's voice resonated. Woof. Following this, a stream of ethereal blue flames erupted from Arcanine's mouth, striking Magneton before it could react. Now unable to evade, Magneton became a target as Arcanine unleashed Flamethrower once more. Another flame struck Magneton, causing it to plummet from the sky. Arcanine, use Spark. Wang Ho's voice reached them again, and yet another sphere of ethereal blue flames struck Magneton. The adventurers successfully defeated Magneton, securing a count of 1 Pokémon vanquished. Phew. Receiving the notification, Wang Ho let out a long sigh, relieved that they had finally prevailed. Before Wang Ho could fully process the situation, an urgent voice abruptly drew his attention. He turned to see Junsha's Arcanine and Herdier lying on the ground, sparks intermittently crackling around them. Electabuzz was triumphantly thumping its chest, advancing step by step toward Junsha. This is bad. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Wang Ho felt a tightening in his chest and quickly commanded his speedy hound, use Quick Attack to rescue them. Meanwhile, the short-haired Junsha had also noticed the unfolding events. The speedy hound unleashed an ember, while the fiery canine did the same. Junsha's assault momentarily halted the Electabuzz, allowing her to strike 2 flames with her fists, just as Wang Ho seized the opportunity to rescue the violet-haired Junsha. Are you all right? Wang Ho inquired, gazing at her. I'm fine, but the speedy hound and the fiery canine, she replied. They are unharmed, Wang Ho reassured her. I will distract the Electabuzz while you go and rescue them. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Junsha's anxious voice broke through from the side. Speedy hound. Fiery canine. What's wrong? Wang Ho looked up to see Junsha kneeling beside the fallen speedy hound and fiery canine, her worry palpable. The Electabuzz was advancing toward her step by step. This is bad, Wang Ho exclaimed. Speedy hound, go save them. Woof. The speedy hound, realizing the urgency, immediately dashed towards the Electabuzz with a quick attack. Speedy hound, use Flamethrower. Wang Ho's voice echoed from behind. A stream of flames surged forth towards the Electabuzz. But as one of Team Rocket's elite members, the Electabuzz's prowess exceeded its apparent strength. Just as the speedy hound charged in with its quick attack, the Electabuzz had already taken notice. In the instant the flames erupted, currents of electricity swirled around its fist like serpents. Through the previous encounters, the Electabuzz had learned that the flames of this blue and white speedy hound posed a significant threat. Growing impatient with its entanglement with the little pests, the Electabuzz, viewing both Wang Ho's and Junsha's speedy hounds as mere nuisances, unleashed a ferocious roar. Its electrified fist shattered the speedy hound's flamethrower, and with a thunderous cry, the Electabuzz vanished from sight, reappearing above the speedy hound and sending it crashing into the ground with a single blow. Speedy hound. Wang Ho's concerns surged as the information on his watch indicated that the speedy hound had only 3 points of health remaining. At that moment, the Electabuzz stood atop the speedy hound, poised to deliver a fatal punch. Speedy hound. If that blow landed, the speedy hound would surely perish. Wang Ho grew frantic, hurling a stone at the Electabuzz. The stone struck the Electabuzz on the head, inciting its fury as it kicked the speedy hound aside and advanced menacingly toward Wang Ho. The speedy hound is safe, but I might perish here, he thought, feeling an unexpected calmness wash over him as he faced the impending doom. Oh, such tenacious spirit and love for Pokémon. The store manager, observing the battle, reflected on Wang Ho's actions. How could such an outstanding trainer meet his end here? With that thought, he threw a Pokeball, summoning a Geodude to their aid. A small creature composed entirely of stone positioned itself protectively in front of Wang Ho, roaring defiantly. Upon encountering yet another sprite blocking its path, the Electabuzz was thoroughly incensed this time. Although this sprite exuded a more formidable presence than the previous insect, it was still no match for it. With a fierce roar, Electabuzz surged forward towards the Geodude with incredible speed. In the next instant, its electrified fist struck Geodude. Yet it merely dislodged some debris without inflicting significant damage. Subsequently, Geodude seized the still extended fist of Electabuzz with one hand, while the other clenched into a fist and aimed a blow at Electabuzz's abdomen. However, Electabuzz reacted swiftly. As Geodude's fist approached, it too clenched its other hand, crackling with electricity, and the two fists collided. The impact sent both Pokémon recoiling slightly, but Electabuzz remained ensnared by Geodude's grip. Consequently, Electabuzz's body was propelled in the direction of Geodude's retreat. Roaring, Electabuzz retaliated as electrical energy surged from its head, delivering a powerful headbutt to Geodude. The latter, feeling the pain and succumbing to paralysis, instinctively loosened its grip. Seizing the opportunity, Electabuzz swung its fist and struck once more. Realizing the precariousness of its situation, Geodude quickly employed two abilities: Harden to bolster its defenses, and Mudslap to diminish the damage from electric-type moves. Just then, Electabuzz's fist crashed down, driving Geodude into the ground, causing jagged fissures to radiate outward from the point of impact. The earth fractured beneath Electabuzz's blow, indicating that it had unleashed a formidable technique. The sheer destructive force evoked thoughts of a million-ton punch in Wang Ho's mind. Observing such devastation, he felt a wave of relief that he had not been struck during his earlier skirmish with Electabuzz. Otherwise, he would have surely met his demise. Electabuzz withdrew its hand, seemingly sensing something amiss, and struck once again. It appears your sprite is only slightly more formidable than this Dragonite, Majishur remarked mockingly at the shopkeeper. Meanwhile, the airborne battle was tilting in Dragonite's favor. Is that so? I wouldn't be so certain, the shopkeeper retorted with a sardonic smile. On the ground, Electabuzz unleashed two consecutive million-ton punches, yet Geodude remained standing. Suddenly, from beneath Electabuzz's fist, a hand emerged from the ground, seizing the still embedded hand of Electabuzz. In the next moment, a far louder sound erupted from the earth as it heaved upward, and a spherical shadow burst forth, colliding directly with Electabuzz. The force of the impact sent Electabuzz crashing into the wall of a nearby building, causing it to tremble violently. On the ground, Geodude stood unsteadily, its rocky exterior marred by cracks, with fragments of stone cascading down from its body. Victory is ours, Wang Ho mused, observing the site of Electabuzz's collision. However, mere moments later, the roar of Electabuzz echoed from the debris. With the roar of the electrode, the stones that pressed upon it scattered like droplets of water. Subsequently, the electrode transformed into a shadow and surged towards the golem. Another thunderous crash echoed as the golem was mercilessly struck, losing half of its physique and collapsing to the ground. It was over. Witnessing the demise of the golem, which was several times more formidable than his own fast hound, Wang Ho was utterly bereft of hope. The shopkeeper of the small Pokémon store above, upon witnessing the death of his golem, was momentarily stunned, inadvertently issuing commands to his Dragonite, which resulted in it being struck by an attack from the Zapdos. However, the shopkeeper quickly regained his composure and, observing the mocking demeanor of Majishur, coldly retorted, "It is merely a small Pokémon. You cannot possibly defeat me." Is that so? Majishur laughed heartily. Then what comes next? With that, he commanded Zapdos, use agility. In an instant, Zapdos accelerated once more. Dragonite, use agility. Seeing Majishur's intent to rely on speed to best him, the shopkeeper swiftly issued his orders, intensifying the aerial battle above. On the ground, as the electrode clashed with the golem, Junsha and her companions utilized all their healing potions and PP restoratives, reviving all three fast hounds, including Wang Ho's, to full health. The struggle with the golem had significantly depleted the electrode's vitality. In its final assault, the golem executed a technique known as body slam, which inflicted substantial damage, reducing the electrode's health by half. However, the golem itself succumbed to the rebound effect of the attack, falling to the electrode's subsequent strike. With a mighty roar, the rejuvenated fast hounds rose again, and the electrode, now devoid of any playful spirit, bellowed and charged forward with blinding speed. Through the series of encounters, the violet-haired Junsha deduced that this electrode's inherent attributes surpassed her fast hounds by a factor of 2, and were thrice that of the short-haired Junshas, and 4 times that of Wang Ho's. The electrode possessed 4 skills: agility, mega punch, thunderbolt, and roar. Its ability was likely one akin to static. The effect of agility was such that the higher the speed, the greater the movement enhancement, rendering the fast hound, even when using agility, utterly incapable of keeping pace with the electrode. First, Wang Ho's fast hound was struck down by a single punch, followed by the electrode shattering flames that erupted from either side. Another agility allowed it to severely injure the 2 recently revived fast hounds. After dispatching the 3 fast hounds, the electrode launched itself towards Wang Ho with a powerful punch. Gazing at the electrified fist hurtling toward him and hearing the whistling wind of the punch, Wang Ho understood that he could not evade it, and thus stood there in silence. Yet, the anticipated demise did not come. When Wang Ho opened his eyes, he found a Macamp standing before him, blocking the electrode's devastating blow. A muscular man clad in a tank top stood nearby, stating, "Young man, you must not give up, even in the final moments of life." The man glanced at Wang Ho and then at the battle in the sky, declaring, "This is not a fight you can join. Go to the city and clear out the riffraff." Who is this person? Such strength. As the man effortlessly blocked the punch of the electric beast with one hand and flung it away with a mere wave, Wang Ho felt a surge of confusion. At that moment, the short-haired Junsha recognized the man, her face alight with excitement. "You are the champion of the Kanto region," she exclaimed. Upon hearing her words, Wang Ho gasped in astonishment. "The 4 heavenly kings of the Kanto region?" he queried. "Indeed," Junsha explained. "This is the champion of Kanto, renowned for his mastery of fighting-type Pokémon. To engage in battle at such a level against such formidable Pokémon is commendable. Allow us to take over from here, as the ensuing battles are beyond your capacity." Ji Ba, the champion, spoke softly to Wang Ho and his companions. "Indeed, the forthcoming battles are exceptionally formidable." A feminine voice interjected from the side. Wang Ho turned to see a long-haired woman with glasses approaching, accompanied by a white sea lion. Along her path, exquisite ice sculptures adorned the sides of the road. "Kona, the ice-type champion." Junsha's voice rang out once more before Wang Ho could collect his thoughts. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light struck the Zapdos from a distance. Turning towards the source of the attack, he saw a short-haired man perched atop a Dragonair. Without needing Junsha's clarification, Wang Ho recognized him as Du, the dragon-type champion of Kanto. "You all have arrived." A venerable voice resonated from behind Wang Ho. He turned to see an elderly woman, leaning on a cane, with the Jengars floating silently behind her. "Kikuko, the ghost-type champion of Kanto," Wang Ho mused inwardly. With all 4 heavenly kings of Kanto gathered, he pondered the significance of their presence in Golden City. Observing the 4 eminent figures, who represented the pinnacle of Kanto's battle prowess, he felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. "You cannot possibly win," declared the manager of the Pokémon shop, his tone laced with skepticism. "Oh really?" Ma Zhisher retorted with a chilling smirk. "That remains to be seen." Just then, 2 sharp, melodious bird calls echoed from afar. Before the owners of the sounds appeared, Wang Ho was struck by a sudden chill, only to be followed immediately by a wave of heat, as if he were standing amidst a furnace. This overwhelming aura left him momentarily stunned, and as he beheld the fiery inferno of a Moltres and the icy visage of an Articuno soaring toward him, his heart raced with astonishment. "Let us depart," urged the purple-haired Junsha, snapping Wang Ho and the short-haired Junsha from their reverie. "If we do not leave now, we may find ourselves trapped." "Very well," Wang Ho replied, regaining his composure, and nodded vigorously. "Let us go." With that, he took the hand of short-haired Junsha and departed from the battlefield, glancing back at the chaos unfolding behind him. In the distance, the central building had collapsed amidst the clash between Team Rocket's 3 commanders and the 4 heavenly kings. The legendary trio of birds possessed slightly greater strength than the Pokémon of the 4 heavenly kings. Yet each of the kings had unleashed 2 Pokémon to battle alongside the legendary birds and the commander's Pokémon. By this time, it was already the afternoon of the 10th day, and only a few hours remained until Wang Ho's return. As the 4 heavenly kings made their appearance, the spatial watch notified Wang Ho that his significant task had been completed. Observing that most of his missions were nearly fulfilled, he set aside his intentions for battle, contemplating a place to await his return. It seemed that the ranks of Team Rocket had swelled once more. Not long after setting off, he witnessed 3 members of Team Rocket besieging a lone trainer. Given the circumstances, it was evident that the trainer could not hold out for much longer. Wang Ho hesitated. Yet beside him, the short-haired Jun Sha could no longer contain her eagerness. Ignoring her injuries, she charged forth with her equally wounded Rapidash. Wang Ho, we must join the fray, she urged. The violet-haired Jun Sha, observing her sister's reckless advance, sighed in resignation, shaking her head. We cannot stand idly by while another suffers. Very well, let us proceed, Wang Ho agreed. Can Rapidash still fight? Woof, Rapidash affirmed with a vigorous nod, indicating its readiness. All right, Wang Ho said, patting Rapidash affectionately. Go forth, Rapidash. The Team Rocket members, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Rapidash, faltered momentarily and were swiftly knocked to the ground, with flames from Rapidash engulfing them. 2 of the assailants were soon incapacitated alongside 3 of their Pokémon. Through the words of the last Team Rocket member, Wang Ho and his companions learned of the current situation. Reinforcements from Wablu City, en route from Ni by City, had encountered additional Team Rocket operatives mid-journey. Initially, the 2 forces were evenly matched, but when the opposing Team Rocket commanders unleashed their Moltres and Articuno, the reinforcements from Jinhuang City were decisively scattered, suffering significant losses. It seems we cannot afford to rest, Jun Sha remarked upon hearing this news. Indeed, Wang Ho nodded in agreement, acknowledging the influx of hundreds more adversaries. With this realization, he continued to battle alongside Jun Sha and the others in Jinhuang City against Team Rocket. In Wang Ho's perspective, the presence of Team Rocket in Jinhuang City had indeed increased significantly. In less than an hour, he and Jun Sha encountered several waves of Team Rocket members. However, these were merely foot soldiers, and with the extraordinary abilities of Wang Ho's Rapidash, they fell swiftly to the flames. Wang Ho soon received notifications of his victories. Thus, for the next several hours, Wang Ho engaged in battle with Team Rocket, amassing a number of victories over their members and Pokémon. Eventually, he received the prompt indicating it was time to return. As he gazed at the ongoing fierce skirmish in the distance, he vowed to himself, I shall return, and I will be as formidable as you. After parting ways with Jun Sha, Wang Ho found a secluded corner to initiate his return. However, instead of reappearing in the classroom, he materialized upon a small platform, beneath a basketball-sized orb of light emanating a gentle glow. Detected, adventurer's physical injuries. Would you like to initiate repair? Yes, Wang Ho responded without hesitation. The next moment, a beam of white light shot forth from the orb, enveloping him. As the light surrounded him, Wang Ho marveled as he witnessed his wounds gradually healing, even witnessing the regrowth of his severed left arm. Impressive, he mused. After stretching his newly grown arms, Wang Ho opened his mouth to utter 2 words. Repair adventurer's body, consuming 50 task points. Subsequently, another notification arrived. But before Wang Ho could ponder this, yet another prompt came through. Adventurer number 102637 has completed the task, summarizing now. The space emitted notifications while a luminous orb displayed a whirlwind of Wang Ho's 10-day experiences in the Pokémon world. Main quest, survive for 10 days. Completion rewarded with 1,000 task points. Random quest, delivered a package. Completion rewarded with 100 task points. Due to task changes, no random Pokémon acquired. Caution dog's request for help. Completion rewarded with a Phantom Fire Caution Dog, which can be taken out, now evolved into a Phantom Fire Fast Dog. Storekeeper's Commission. Completion rewarded with 800 task points. Received an exotic suite and a Firestone. Headhunter. Successfully defeated 101 members of Team Rocket, earning 200 task points. 2 free attribute points, and 1 random reward. Pokémon Harvester. Successfully defeated 105 Pokémon, earning 250 task points. 10 Pokémon that can be taken out, 2 free attribute points, and 1 random reward. Capture Team Rocket. Completion rewarded with 500 task points and 1 free attribute point. Due to increased task difficulty, additionally received a Pokémon. Dragonite. Trainer Harvester, 1 victory, 0 defeats, earned 50 task points. Major event, completion rewarded with 3,000 task points, and 5 Pokémon that can be taken out. The adventurer was rated as A-class for this mission, earning 6 free attribute points. In total, Wang Ho acquired 850 task points, 11 free attribute points, a Firestone, an exotic suite, to be claimed, 2 random rewards, and 15 Pokémon that can be taken out. 40,000 task points seemed substantial. Yet, as he was unaware of the value of task points, Wang Ho did not appear overly excited. However, he was puzzled by the high number of headhunters. While examining the task rewards, he discovered that the reason for the numerous points was due to his defeat of 2 Team Rocket commanders, each contributing an additional 20 points. As the adventurer had not captured a sufficient number of Pokémon, the space would distribute them randomly. While Wang Ho was still scrutinizing the tasks, a sudden notification startled him, and before he could react, a series of prompts followed. Accompanied by the notifications were a barrage of Pokeballs that struck Wang Ho. Adventurer has obtained Pokémon Dragonite. Adventurer has obtained Pokémon Caterpie. Adventurer has obtained Pokémon Pidgey. Adventurer has obtained Pokémon Magikarp. Clutching a mound of Pokeballs, Wang Ho gazed at the Pokémon within, a bitter smile forming on his lips. If only he had the choice to select, he would have captured several more Pokémon at that time. What were these random gifts anyway? Realizing that dwelling on the past served no purpose, he began to count the Pokémon. In total, there were 16 Pokémon, among which the fast dog could be taken out, along with Dragonite and Wang Ho's Caterpie. Aside from these 3 Pokémon, there were 3 Pidgeys, 3 Beedrills, 3 Sandshrews, and 4 Magikarps. Claim random rewards? No. Wang Ho quickly selected, pondering how he would manage if he were to receive something large. Indeed, after gathering the Pokeballs, Wang Ho found himself at a loss for storage, resorting to shedding his tattered shirt to wrap them up. Are there any items for carrying things? He inquired while packing. Adventurers can purchase personal space with task points at a rate of 1,000 points per cubic meter. However, this personal space cannot accommodate living entities. Ah, this is splendid, Wang Ho remarked as he decided to acquire 10 cubic meters of personal space. In the next moment, a notification emerged from his spatial watch, indicating that he now had only 850 task points remaining. Please utilize your attribute points, followed another prompt. He had 11 attribute points at his disposal. With his chin in hand, Wang Ho pondered how to allocate them. After a brief contemplation, he distributed the 11 points evenly, 3 to agility, 4 to strength, 2 to constitution and energy. Confirming his choices, a radiant glow enveloped him once more, filling him with newfound vigor. When the light faded, his attributes were as follows. Name, Wang Ho, ID, 102635, Life, 10, Constitution, 11, Strength, 12, Spirit, 21, Agility, 10, Energy, 9. Upon returning to the classroom, adventurers would now directly reappear there, with various rewards distributed within. As the notification concluded, Wang Ho was once again encased in light, and when the scenery clarified, he found himself back in his seat. Shortly thereafter, a series of bright lights flickered throughout the classroom, indicating the return of his classmates. Haha, what happened to you? His deskmate exclaimed, laughter ringing out. What is it? Wang Ho, puzzled, glanced at himself and soon understood the cause of the laughter. He was bare-chested, his tattered shirt clutched in hand, and his trousers were similarly in disrepair, revealing his pale thighs through the ragged openings. To add insult to injury, his shoes were in such a state that several toes were exposed, giving him the appearance of a beggar just emerged from a rubbish heap. Chuckling awkwardly at his own attire, Wang Ho turned to see his deskmate, Wang Hao, and was taken aback by his impressive outfit. Wow, you've done quite well for yourself, he remarked. Wang Hao was clad in sturdy garments and bore a sword on his back, a stark contrast to Wang Ho's disheveled appearance. Wang Hao even displayed his attributes, further highlighting Wang Ho's inadequacies. In addition to his attributes, Wang Hao's clothing was a set of equipment, and he possessed 2 additional skills. His energy had transformed into inner strength, featuring a basic cultivation method, grade E, that accelerated recovery during meditation, and when fully replenished, could enhance the maximum limit of inner strength. Note, although this method originates from an obscure mountain sect, it still proves effective. He also possessed a basic sword technique, grade E, which, while from a minor sect, was as formidable as those from renowned schools. Upon reaching full proficiency, It could be upgraded to an intermediate sword technique under certain conditions. Impressive. Wang Ho admired Wang Hao's attributes. Didn't you venture into the Pokemon world? Wang Hao inquired. Did you manage to acquire any Pokemon? Right here, Wang Ho replied. The noble Wang Ho nodded and placed the parcel on his lap, stating, feel free to choose from these 3. The rest are yours. Upon opening the package, he exclaimed, Goodness, you two have made quite the haul. Wang Hao gazed in astonishment at the small pile of Pokeballs, remarking, You say I'm doing well. Yet look at your bounty. As he spoke, he sifted through the Pokeballs, finally selecting 2, a Pidgey and a Doduo. All right, I'll take these, he concluded. As Wang Ho began to wrap up his clothes. After a brief conversation with Wang Hao, Wang Ho surveyed the classroom. The originally bustling Class 26, comprising 50 students, now housed only 40, the absence of the others unmistakably indicating their demise in the task world. Among the survivors, expressions varied greatly. On Li Jun's side, a group of about 10 stood, each wielding a piece of equipment, while Li Jun himself donned a gray mage's robe, the atmosphere around them somber. Conversely, Zheng Hong and her companions were unscathed, each donned in striking ancient attire, their faces radiant with smiles, suggesting they had enjoyed considerable success. The other students exhibited a range of expressions. Dong Li remained unchanged, sitting silently with a serious demeanor. Yet, amidst all, Wang Ho's tattered appearance drew the most attention. As the first mission concluded, adventurers were permitted to leave the classroom, with the next task commencing in 6 days. A notification snapped the class back to reality, sparking discussions of their experiences in the task world, with Wang Ho, in his ragged clothing, becoming the center of attention. Where have you been? Why are you dressed so shabbily? Inquired Feng Jun, scrutinizing Wang Ho. In the Pokemon world, Wang Ho replied. I was attacked by a few little creatures. Thus I ended up like this. Where did you venture? Noticing Feng Jun's rusty armor, Wang Ho asked, What about you? I traveled to the ancient 3 kingdoms, fought a few battles, and earned this set of armor. What did you acquire in the Pokemon world? Wang Ho was about to respond when Li Jun unexpectedly stepped onto the podium to address the class. I believe everyone is aware of the harsh realities of the task world. This time, 10 from our class did not return. Upon hearing this, the classroom fell silent. All eyes fixed on Li Jun. Moreover, I consulted the space, and for the next task, we are to work together. Therefore, I would like everyone to share their abilities so we can coordinate effectively next time. As he adjusted his glasses, Li Jun continued, We ventured into the world of Diablo. Although we did not defeat the undead, we all gained enhancements. I have become a necromancer, capable of summoning skeletons. A wave of awe swept through the class upon hearing Li Jun's newfound strength, with exclamations of admiration echoing. No wonder he is the class leader. Li Guang is a paladin, Lu Fei is a barbarian. While others may not have attained a profession, they each possessed 1 or 2 items of significance. After Li Jun's introduction, Zheng Hong directly ascended the podium, stating, Since the class leader has finished his presentation, allow us to share our experiences. The 7 of us ventured into the realm of dream of the Red Chamber. We did not acquire any professions, items, or skills, yet each of us gained a unique state. As she spoke, Zheng Hong revealed this state. The blessing of Baoyu. You have significantly increased Jia Baoyu's favorability towards you. Although you have departed, he shall not forget you, and will continue to bless your journeys. The effects included. In the subsequent 2 worlds, all attributes increased by 5, task rewards enhanced by 10, and health restored by 1 point per minute when not in combat. Impressive, Li Jun remarked. Now your strength rivals ours. Zheng Hong humbly replied, Indeed. What we possess is only temporary, while you have a more permanent advantage. I learned a basic swordsmanship skill in the task world, but that is all, Wang Hao interjected. I ventured into the cool running world and obtained several disposable items, but nothing more, Dong Li added. The others shared their abilities until it was finally Wang Ho's turn. It's my turn now. It seems everyone has concealed their strengths. I shall hold back a little too, Wang Ho thought as he approached the podium. Before he could speak, laughter erupted among his peers. Classmates with whom he maintained cordial relations teased, Wang Ho, are you about to go streaking? The laughter intensified, and Wang Ho retorted, I nearly didn't make it back, and you're still laughing. Everyone, quiet down, Li Jun interjected loudly. Wang Ho, where did you go to end up like this? Wang Ho, suppressing his smile, replied, I journeyed to the Pokemon world, where I acquired 5 Magikarp, 3 Caterpie, and 1 Metapod. Pokemon, Li Jun adjusted his glasses. Given your current state, This task must have been quite challenging. Indeed. Do you think I could have had it easy looking like this? Wang Ho murmured quietly. Could you sell me a few? Li Jun inquired, adjusting his glasses again. Is that so? Though Wang Ho felt a discord with Li Jun, he maintained a calm exterior. How much are you willing to offer? 3,000 for a Magikarp. 2,005 for a Caterpie. I'll buy as many as you sell, Li Jun confidently replied, gesturing with his fingers. These little creatures should significantly enhance your strength. He then turned to his followers, asserting, this way, your chances of survival in the task world will increase. Boss, class leader, those following Li Jun expressed their gratitude simultaneously. Incredible. Observing this, Wang Ho internally assessed, he has easily captured their loyalty. Surely, these task points will not require Li Jun's contribution, as others will willingly offer. As Wang Ho anticipated, someone soon stepped forward, saying, class leader, let us cover these task points ourselves. If it weren't for your leadership, we wouldn't have obtained so many task points. Yes, we will pay ourselves, another chimed in, nodding in agreement. Well then, Wang Ho, how much are you selling? Li Jun asked, a hint of pride in his tone. I will sell all of them. Do you wish to buy? As a group of individuals cast their gaze upon him, exuding an air of expectation that suggested he would not be permitted to leave without making a sale, Wang Ho silently acknowledged their impressive demeanor. In total, there were 2 small Dolaris, 2 Bobo, and 3 Unicorn. Li Jun remarked that this amounted to 19,500 task points. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Ho received a notification. Adventurer 102601 initiated a trade request. Please insert items for transaction. Surprised by the sudden appearance of a game-like interface, Wang Ho took a moment to collect himself before placing the Pokeballs onto the screen. The transaction completed successfully, yielding 17,650 task points after a 10 service fee. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Ho exited the classroom. At that moment, the system provided a map of the school along with some introductory information, prompting Wang Ho to head directly towards the supermarket. The supermarket offered a variety of clothing and food from the real world, devoid of any special effects. Given his current appearance was rather attention-grabbing, Wang Ho decided it prudent to purchase a few garments. As he emerged, students from other classes began to file out, and their laughter at his attire compelled him to quicken his pace. The supermarket was situated at the original location within the school grounds, and upon entering, Wang Ho was taken aback by the transformation. The once familiar rows of shelves had been replaced by individual display screens resembling slot machines. Approaching one of these screens, he observed that each machine featured a display above and a compartment below, with nothing else to be seen. Upon reaching a particular machine, it activated, presenting him with 2 options, food and clothing. Selecting clothing revealed a plethora of choices, ranging from ancient styles to contemporary designer brands, with prices peaking at a mere 10 task points. Notably, however, no armor was available among the apparel. Wang Ho then clicked on food, discovering an even more extensive selection, with virtually every imaginable item available, also capped at 10 task points. Contemplating the displayed options, Wang Ho realized that both food and clothing could be taken into the task world. Should he venture into the past, he would need to don the appropriate attire and stockpile provisions. With this in mind, he began his shopping spree. First acquiring 15 boxes of instant noodles and 15 bottles of mineral water, followed by 10 sets of ancient garments and 10 tracksuits. In total, he spent 50 task points. Astonished, Wang Ho retrieved his purchases from the compartment beneath the screen in several trips, donned 1 set of clothing, and stored the remainder in his spatial compartment before departing the supermarket. Adjacent to the supermarket stood the Colosseum, a structure reminiscent of a Roman amphitheater, which had replaced the former laboratory building. However, Wang Ho did not enter. Instead, he surveyed the exterior before departing. Previously, the library had occupied this space, but the map now indicated it was a marketplace where trading could occur. At that moment, the campus was primarily filled with visitors exploring the new school, and no one was setting up stalls in the market area. As he gazed at the map, Wang Ho made his way to the rear of the school, where the playground and dormitory once stood alongside a stretch of barren land. While the dormitory remained unchanged, the playground and wasteland had undergone significant transformations. The playground was now referred to as the urban ruins space, while the wasteland had evolved into a forest and prairie expanse. According to the information provided by this space, the 3 areas constituted independent realms, each spanning 200 square kilometers, populated by randomly respawning monsters. Defeating these creatures could yield materials and various items. which could be utilized for crafting potions and equipment. However, within this realm, combat was permissible, unlike in the school, where fighting was prohibited. Death here was final, prompting Wang Ho to furrow his brow, contemplating the proportionality of risk and reward. This appeared to be a prime location for treachery and violence, necessitating caution should he choose to venture inside. Eventually, Wang Ho arrived at the dormitory, which had been transformed from shared quarters into individual rooms, with doors lined up adjacent to one another. After a prolonged search, he finally located the door with his designated number. Upon pushing the door open, he traversed a small corridor leading to a living room of approximately 50 square meters, only to find it devoid of furnishings, completely empty, without even a power outlet. How am I to manage this? Wang Ho pondered silently. A prompt appeared. Would the adventurer like to view the novice tutorial? Viewing requires 1 task point. As Wang Ho stood there, at a loss, the notification continued. Novice tutorial. Is this a game? He scoffed, yet he decided to take a glance. After perusing the tutorial, he realized it was instructing him on how to furnish his space. A power outlet cost 1 task point, while each square meter of the room required 10 task points, with various pieces of furniture tagged with differing task point values. Buy? I still have tens of thousands of task points. What do I have to fear? Wang Ho mused. After a shopping spree, Wang Ho's dormitory, equivalent to a personal space where no one could enter without the owner's consent, underwent a remarkable transformation. It now included a bathroom, a kitchen, a bedroom, and a storage area, totaling 500 square meters. Furthermore, he purchased a complete set of furniture for a total of 6 for 150 task points, leaving him with 42,000 task points remaining. I almost forgot about you. Wang Ho exclaimed, snapping his fingers in realization. Come forth, Wind Speed Dog, Green Hair Caterpillar, and Chung Long. 3 beams of light flashed, and the 3 little sprites materialized in the living room. Woof, woof, woo woo. The sprites were overjoyed to see Wang Ho, immediately surrounding him. This is our home now, Wang Ho said with a smile, gently patting their heads. Would the adventurer like to draw a random reward? If not claimed within an hour, it will be considered forfeited. While Wang Ho played with Wind Speed Dog and the others, another prompt appeared. Draw. Wang Ho quickly made his selection upon seeing the notification, and 2 items soon manifested before him. The adventurer has obtained a terrain card. The adventurer has received a gratitude sprite, Jimmy. 2 notifications flashed, revealing a Pokeball and a card before Wang Ho. What is a terrain card? He wondered. Reading the details, terrain card, river terrain, area 10 square kilometers. Upon use, personal space increases by 10 square kilometers. What purpose could this serve? As the prompt appeared, the nobleman pondered its usage. Subsequently, the terrain card in his hand melded into the room. Adventurers, please select the location of the spatial portal. After contemplating the prompt, the nobleman decided on the innermost wall of the warehouse, directly opposite the entrance from the living room. Let us proceed and explore. Perched upon the nobleman's shoulder was a green caterpillar, while behind him trailed a dragonair and an arcanine, all arriving at the spatial portal that had manifested within the warehouse. Upon pushing the door open, they were greeted by a winding river that flowed through the space, occupying nearly half of its area. Above, there was no sun, yet a luminous glow reminiscent of a school classroom illuminated the surroundings. The edges of the space resembled a canopy draping over the ground, with the portal nestled within this layer of wall. What fascinated the nobleman the most was that the river water flowed from this spatial barrier, entering and exiting through it, which left him utterly astonished. Observing the river before him, although it was not an ocean, his dragonair expressed delight, excitedly leaping into the water to frolic. This personal space appears to hold great potential, the nobleman reflected. In a moment of realization, he recalled the 5 kinglers he had previously caught. And I nearly forgot about my Clefairy. After releasing the kinglers, he remembered the little fairy he had drawn, Clefairy. Come forth, Clefairy. The nobleman tossed the Pokeball, and soon, a creature resembling a hedgehog, adorned with green grass-like fur and pink blossoms by its ears, emerged on the ground, its size comparable to that of a basketball. Woof! Arf! Upon seeing the new fairy, Arcanine eagerly approached, while the green caterpillar slid down from the nobleman's shoulder. Even the dragonair, having been playing in the water, climbed ashore, curiously observing the new arrival. Greetings, I am the nobleman. This is Arcanine, this is Dragonair, and this is the green caterpillar. We shall be companions henceforth. The nobleman, familiar with Clefairy from the anime where it could speak, greeted it warmly. You must be Clefairy's master, Clefairy replied, shrinking slightly under the collective gaze of the group, then lifting its head to appraise the nobleman, its voice sweet and melodic. Do not worry, the nobleman reassured, smiling at Clefairy's demeanor. He gently cradled Clefairy in his arms, examining its attributes while saying, Arcanine, green caterpillar, dragonair. This is Clefairy, our new companion. Let us all coexist harmoniously. Clefairy, a rare fairy-type Pokémon from the Pokémon world, Earth form, which transforms into sky form amidst the glass dish of flowers. Abilities, natural recovery, Earth form, enhances resistance to abnormal states. Celestial blessing, sky form, increases skill damage and raises the probability of inflicting abnormal states on the enemy with skills. Attributes, health, 10, constitution, 8, strength, 5, spirit, 20, agility, 13, energy, 27. Skills, leaf blade, emits 2 sharp leaves capable of slicing through steel, consuming 1 energy each time. Aromatherapy, removes target's abnormal state and restores 5 health, consuming 5 energy each time. Photosynthesis, restores 50 maximum health under sunlight, consuming 5 energy each time. Seed flash, it absorbs the surrounding toxic gases and releases purifying air, generating shockwaves with each release, consuming 10 energy points each time. Remarkable. This time I have struck gold. With Jimmy, it is akin to possessing a restorative ability, enhancing my survival in the task realm. Observing Jimmy's attributes, Wang Ho felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, we must cultivate a harmonious relationship moving forward, right everyone? As Wang Ho gently stroked the soft fur on Jimmy's back, he addressed the wind speed dogs. Woof, arf, The 3 little sprites nodded in agreement. Jimmy will surely get along well with everyone, won't he? Jimmy seemed to relish Wang Ho's affection, lifting her head in response. This must be Jimmy's home, devoid of flower fields, I presume? Jimmy popped her head out from Wang Ho's arms, surveying the surroundings. My apologies, Jimmy. There are no flower fields here. However, I will plant them once I find the Glacidia flower seeds, Wang Ho replied softly. That's all right. I have a seed here that we can plant, Jimmy remarked as she turned to Wang Ho. Acquired Glacidia flower seed. Glacidia flower seed, E-grade. A remarkably beautiful flower in the Pokémon world symbolizing gratitude. Jimmy will transform into her aerial form amidst the Glacidia flowers. Certainly, Jimmy, Wang Ho said, patting her little head. You are quite impressive, aren't you? Jimmy perked up her little head in response. Let us go, Jimmy, choose a spot, and we shall plant the seed. You must select a prime location to create a flower field. Let us go. Wang Ho carried Jimmy along the riverbank, while she observed the surroundings from his embrace. The wind speed dogs began to frolic in the open space. At a bend in the river, Wang Ho planted the seed and then returned to his room. Jimmy, would you like to play? Wang Ho inquired, pointing to the wind speed dogs. Yes. After observing the jubilant wind speed dogs and contemplating for a moment, Jimmy nodded, saying, Then I shall join them. With that, she leapt from Wang Ho's arms and ran towards the wind speed dogs. Wang Ho glanced around, realizing there was nothing pressing to attend to. He thought perhaps he might venture out for a stroll, as he had yet to explore the trial space. With that in mind, he stepped out of the dormitory. However, he did not head directly to the trial space, for upon exiting, he recalled that his strength lay in the wind speed dogs, while he himself lacked combat prowess. Chuckling ruefully to himself, Wang Ho concluded, Since I'm out, I might as well explore the market. It should be bustling by now. Upon leaving the dormitory, he noticed a noticeable increase in the number of people wandering around the campus, clustered in small groups discussing information about the task realm. With the absence of teachers, a sense of frenzy enveloped the atmosphere, and couples were seen everywhere. Yet, Wang Ho paid little attention to this, making his way directly to the market. There were already vendors setting up stalls. However, for the first task, it was commendable for everyone to arm themselves, as several in Wang Ho's class had only accrued a mere 1,000 task points. Thus, there was little of worth, after perusing the market. The best offerings were a few E-grade knives. The worn military sword, Origin, 3 Kingdoms World, Grade F, Attack 2. The worn spear, Origin, 3 Kingdoms World, Grade F. Attack 2. However, upon inquiring about the price, 1,000 each, the nobleman departed immediately. Perhaps it would be better to explore the trial space. After exiting the market, the nobleman contemplated his next move. First, he decided to return to his dormitory to retrieve his wind speed dog and green caterpillar. Just as he was about to leave, he felt something tugging at him. Turning around, he found his clothes in the mouth of the dragon mount, while Jimmy stood atop its head, insisting that both the dragon and Jimmy should accompany him. "How could you leave us behind?" she exclaimed. "But we are about to face a battle. You should wait here." The nobleman replied, gently patting Jimmy and the dragon's heads. "No way. Jimmy absolutely must go." Jimmy quickly shook her head, and the dragon emitted an anxious cry. All right. The nobleman conceded, noticing their determination. "But you must remain in your pokeballs, and win Speed Dog as well. You must obey. Jimmy is very obedient and will listen." She reassured him. Nodding, the nobleman returned Jimmy and the dragon to their pokeballs, securing the Wind Speed Dog at his waist, and exited the dormitory. "Now, which space shall we enter?" he mused. Given the potential dangers of zombie encounters and the likelihood of being spotted in the plains, the forest seemed the only viable option. With this decision in mind, he approached the entrance to the trial space in front of the dormitory building. The entrance resembled an altar. Standing in the center would randomly transport one to the trial space. To exit, one simply needed to evade combat for 10 seconds, akin to returning home in League of Legends. However, entering the trial space required 100 task points. After exchanging the points, the nobleman was transported to the forest trial space. Upon arrival, he found himself in an untamed forest, surrounded by towering trees, each reaching dozens of meters high. The densely packed leaves formed a dark canopy overhead, obscuring the sky and casting the ground in a perpetual twilight. There was no one around. Observing his surroundings, the nobleman heard nothing but the sounds of insects. He then released his Wind Speed Dog. "Let us go find some monsters." The Wind Speed Dog, excited by this new environment, dashed ahead before the nobleman could finish his sentence. "Be careful," he cautioned, watching the Wind Speed Dog's curious demeanor in this unfamiliar setting. The dog barked from a distance, seemingly assuring him that all was well. Nevertheless, aware that he was in a potentially lethal environment for the first time, the nobleman remained vigilant. Seeing the Wind Speed Dog frolicking in the distance, he shook his head with a sigh, thinking, "I'm supposed to have you protect me." He then released Jimmy and the Green Caterpillar. "Jimmy, Green Caterpillar, come out." "Where are we?" Jimmy surveyed the surroundings, intrigued by the markedly different environment from the Pokémon world. "This is the trial space," the nobleman communicated to Jimmy. "It is quite dangerous here, so everyone must be cautious." "I understand. I will protect my master," Jimmy assured him. Jimmy nodded, standing upon the shoulder of the noble Wang Ho, while the Green Caterpillar on the other side also bobbed its head in agreement. "All right, everyone be cautious, Fence a Dog. Stop playing and come back." Wang Ho called out loudly to the distance. "Woof woof." In response to Wang Ho's call, Fence a Dog echoed back with a series of barks that grew progressively closer. "Now we must be vigilant," Wang Ho began, but before he could finish, he saw Fence a Dog charging towards him, pursued closely by a swarm of fist-sized bees. "What is happening?" Witnessing this, Wang Ho stood there in utter bewilderment. "Woof." Noticing Wang Ho's reaction, Fence a Dog swiftly turned around, biting onto Wang Ho's clothing and dragging him away. "Ah, run." It was only then, under the tug of Fence a Dog, that Wang Ho realized the severity of the situation. These bees were no trifling matter. If stung, he could very well meet his demise. Had he not noticed the glimmering stingers of the bees? "Fence a Dog, what have you done?" "In just a moment of absence, you've stirred up this trouble," Wang Ho shouted as they ran. "Woof, woof." Fence a Dog whined softly, acknowledging its blunder. "Jimmy, what did Fence a Dog say?" Wang Ho inquired, glancing at Jimmy perched on his shoulder. Fence a Dog mentioned seeing a beehive in a tree, where a bear was indulging in honey, attracting most of the bees. "So Fence a Dog wanted to have a taste as well," Jimmy explained. "Good heavens." Upon hearing this, Wang Ho clasped his head in dismay and sighed. "All right, I'll let it slide this time." Having already stirred up trouble, there was no use lamenting. They could only hope to evade this crisis for now. "Fence a Dog, be more careful next time." "Woof." Fence a Dog understood its misdeed and murmured in acknowledgement. However, the speed of Wang Ho and his companions was no match for the swarm, and soon the bees caught up with them. The leading bee lunged forward to sting Wang Ho. Oh no! Turning around, Wang Ho found a glimmering stinger hovering before him and collapsed to the ground, as several bees flew past him. "Fence a Dog, unleash flamethrower." In that instant, as he fell, Wang Ho hastily issued the command. Woof. Upon receiving the order, Fence a Dog abruptly halted, turned around, and released a torrent of flames. With a crackling sound, Several bees that had flown overhead plummeted to the ground. With a swift roll, Wang Ho evaded the falling creatures. However, a few embers from Finsa Dog's flames clung to him. "Come forth, Cedra." In the next moment, Wang Ho summoned Cedra and instructed, "Cedra, use water gun on me." Within mere seconds, the cerulean flames consumed half of Wang Ho's attire. Whoa! Wang Ho let out a pained cry as Cedra unleashed a stream of water directly at him. The flames were quickly extinguished, yet Wang Ho's appearance was now ghastly. His clothes were rendered worthless, and a large patch of skin on his chest was scorched. Had it not been for the painlessness of the Pokémon world, he might have been rolling on the ground in agony. Nevertheless, he had lost half of his life force. Huff! Taking a deep breath, Wang Ho felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had brought Chunlong along. Otherwise, he might have found himself in dire straits. The Wind Speed Dog gazed at Wang Ho, its disappointment palpable. "It's all right, Wind Speed Dog. See, I'm unscathed," Wang Ho reassured. As he retrieved a set of clothes from his personal space and donned them, he gently patted the Wind Speed Dog, saying, "You must remember this. There may not be a next time." Just as Wang Ho's words faded, a buzzing sound of flapping bee wings filled the air, reminding him of the swarm surrounding them. However, he wondered why they had not yet attacked. Turning his head, he noticed 5 bees hovering aloft, while the ground was littered with their fallen comrades. Perhaps the sight of these corpses had instilled a sense of caution in the bees, who instinctively felt threatened and hesitated to charge forward. It was this moment of indecision that spared Wang Ho from peril. Observing the bees suspended in the air, he promptly commanded Chunlong to employ the water gun and Jimmy to unleash her leaf blade. A stream of water, accompanied by 2 rapidly spinning leaves, surged toward the 5 bees in response to Wang Ho's command. The direct assault was easily evaded by the bees, though one was slightly slower, receiving a minor cut from Jimmy's leaf blade, which proved inconsequential. Yet, Wang Ho was no longer the novice he had once been. His numerous brushes with death in the Pokémon world had endowed him with a modicum of combat experience. At that moment, he issued another command for the Wind Speed Dog to utilize Flamethrower. Eager to prove itself, the Wind Speed Dog unleashed its full strength, emitting a flame larger than usual that swept toward the bee swarm. The bees, having narrowly escaped the previous attack, were caught off guard and directly collided with the fiery stream. Adventurer successfully defeated a wild bee. A notification chimed. All 5 bees succumbed to the Wind Speed Dog's flames, swiftly turning to ash, leaving only their glistening stingers behind. "What is this?" Wang Ho mused, picking up one of the stingers. "Ordinary bee stinger, F-grade material. Space recovery value, 1 task point. So this is a material," he thought, gathering all 15 stingers from the ground and stowing them in his personal space. "I have made a good find," he reflected, though uncertain of their potential uses. Materials can be synthesized into gear or items within the space, with several machines available in the supermarket. "Let us depart, Wind Speed Dog. Chunlong, you may return for now." He gently patted the still sorrowful Wind Speed Dog's head before recalling Chunlong into its pokeball, then placing the nearby Caterpie on his shoulder. While Jimmy hopped onto the other side, "Wind Speed Dog, lead me to the spot where you encountered the bees." After this brief skirmish, Wang Ho had begun to acclimate to the surroundings. While collecting the bee stingers, he pondered that, with a bit of caution, these bees were manageable foes. Moreover, Jimmy had mentioned a bear in the vicinity, prompting him to consider joining the fray. "Woof," the Wind Speed Dog softly voiced, eyeing Wang Ho with concern. "The big one says it's best not to go. It truly is dangerous there," Jimmy translated from her perch on his shoulder. "We shall be careful. It will be fine. If the noble cannot proceed, we shall merely observe," whispered Wind Speed Dog. "We must exercise caution this time," nodded Jimmy in agreement, recalling how perilous the previous encounter had been. "I shall be vigilant, Wind Speed Dog. Lead the way," the nobleman affirmed. Seeing that the nobleman had made up his mind, Wind Speed Dog had no alternative but to guide him towards the beehive. Following closely behind, they soon beheld the immense structure, which appeared like a house suspended among the trees. The bees buzzing around the beehive were each the size of a fist, with the occasional soldier bee, as large as a football, making an appearance. However, the number of bees around the hive was sparse. Not far from the hive, a colossal bear, towering at 3 meters, was rolling about, surrounded by a swarm of thousands of bees. Despite the multitude, the bees seemed ineffectual against the bear's thick hide. One swipe from its paw could swat several bees into oblivion. The ground was already littered with their lifeless bodies. This seems worth a try, the nobleman mused, contemplating the wealth of resources represented by the fallen corpses. The bear, growing impatient with the incessant buzzing, let out a roar and swatted away a dozen bees before lumbering towards the beehive. The swarm went into a frenzy, all attempting to sting the bear. As a result, the bear's advance slowed, but it soon reached the hive, sniffed it, and struck with its paw. Instantly, a large gap appeared, and golden honey began to flow out. With the honey's release, a sweet and fragrant aroma filled the air. Ignoring the swarm's disturbances, the bear plunged into the hive to feast. Meanwhile, the nobleman observed that the bear's movement had diverted the bees, particularly when the hive was shattered. All the bees were drawn to the commotion, leaving behind a field of bee corpses. These are all materials, all task points, he thought as he beheld the trove of resources. Urging Wind Speed Dog and the others to provide cover, he ventured forward to collect them. The ground was strewn with bee stingers, over 100, exciting the nobleman as he gathered them, momentarily forgetting the situation nearby. While he was busy collecting the stingers, a fragment of the hive, the size of a football, fell nearby, still glistening with honey. Wild honey, grade F material, with a return value of 1 task point per 5 milliliters. Seeing the honey within the fragment, the nobleman quickly retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his space, pouring out its contents to capture the honey. Fortunately, he had bought some water earlier, otherwise, it would have gone to waste. Observing that he had nearly half a bottle of honey, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Having collected a total of 115 bee stingers, which he stored away, the nobleman turned his gaze back to the hive. The bees, now enraged by the bear, surrounded it with not only the regular bees, but also dozens of soldier bees, among which one stood out, nearly double the size of its brethren. The emergence of soldier bees poses a significant threat to the giant bear, compelling it to momentarily cease its indulgence in honey and adopt a cautious demeanor. Meanwhile, the nobleman discreetly conceals himself, observing the unfolding events with keen interest. As the giant bear remains unaware, a soldier bee's stinger pierces its back, rapidly forming a conspicuous swelling. Unlike the bees in reality, this one does not retract its stinger after the sting, leaving behind a modest wound that oozes black blood. Thankfully, I did not venture forth. The nobleman, contemplating whether to engage in battle, witnesses this development and muses that this could very well be his end, for the venom appears to be no ordinary toxin. In a brief span, the giant bear bears numerous wounds, its earlier ferocity now diminished. However, the bee swarm has also suffered losses, with dozens of ordinary bees and 5 soldier bees perishing in the fray. The skirmish persists for a moment, causing the soldier bee's venom to take effect, rendering the once roaring giant bear's movements sluggish and erratic. Seizing the opportunity, the nobleman contemplates the potential of his swift canine companion's fiery prowess to secure a bountiful outcome. After a moment of observation, he instructs, "Windrunner, prepare for our advance." Beside him, Windrunner, having watched the battle intently, feels a surge of combativeness rekindled within, and had it not been for the earlier incident, would have eagerly urged the nobleman to join the fight. Upon hearing the nobleman's command, Windrunner nods vigorously. "Cater Pie, Jimmy. You too must prepare," the nobleman adds, addressing the creatures perched on his shoulders. "This is a prime opportunity. Let us see if we can secure a decisive victory." "That's far too perilous. We're bound to meet our demise," Jimmy interjects from the side. "Do not fret. If we strategize properly, we can prevail," the nobleman reassures, gently patting Jimmy's head. "In our previous mission, Windrunner and I vanquished foes in overwhelming numbers." As he speaks, an ingenious plan begins to form in his mind. With a newfound sense of purpose, the nobleman sets his plan into motion, while the bee swarm remains engaged in combat, unaware that they are being targeted. After considerable effort, the nobleman, alongside his 4 little companions, successfully completes their preparations. Just as the battle near the hive reaches its climax, the giant bear is on the verge of collapse, and the swarm is left with merely 3 soldier bees and over 100 ordinary bees. "Jimmy, execute Leaf Blade." At his command, 2 leaves whirl rapidly towards the swarm, effortlessly slicing through 2 weary bees that fail to evade in time. This attack immediately captures the attention of the swarm, which diverts half of its ordinary bees towards the newcomer. However, just as they approach, they come to an abrupt halt, unable to advance any further. Upon closer inspection, one can see transparent threads woven into a net, effectively obstructing their path. Windrunner, unleash flamethrower. The nobleman's voice echoes once more, and the bees ensnared in the web ignite with an ethereal blue flame, swiftly reducing them to ash, leaving only their stingers to fall to the ground. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, the swarm of bees was momentarily taken aback, as was the colossal bear, both evidently struck with trepidation by the flames. However, while the two creatures were momentarily stunned, the sovereign remained composed. Wind Speed Dog, unleash the flamethrower. Jimmy, employ the leaf blade, commanded the sovereign. In the next instant, ethereal blue flames erupted from the bear and several bees. The remaining bees scattered in disarray, abandoning their hive without a second thought. Yet, their escape proved troublesome, as those fleeing bees collided with unseen obstacles midair, abruptly halting their flight. Surrounding the hive, the sovereign had ensnared the area with silken threads spun by the green caterpillar. The bees, now ablaze with the flames of Wind Speed Dog, perished instantly, while the bear, despite rolling on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the flames, succumbed to the bee venom and fell lifelessly to the ground after being singed by the fire. Meanwhile, the bees ensnared in the green caterpillar silk were dealt with by Jimmy, Chenglong, and Wind Speed Dog. Jimmy executed another leaf blade strike upon observing the bear's labored breaths, leading to the notification of the bear's demise reaching the sovereign. At this juncture, only a solitary hive remained, devoid of any threat. The sovereign hastily approached to scavenge the battlefield while collecting bee stingers, calling out to Wind Speed Dog, the green caterpillar, Jimmy, and Chenglong for assistance. After a considerable duration of collecting, aside from a small pile of stingers, the bear had also yielded two materials: damaged bear hide, E-grade material, though tattered. Its defensive properties remain commendable. Recovery value, 20 task points. Bear meat, E-grade material. Recovery value, 20 task points. Furthermore, the stingers of soldier bees were also categorized as E-grade materials. Observing a collection of materials in his spatial inventory, the sovereign realized that merely selling them would be sufficient for recouping his costs, not to mention that the value of synthesized items would surpass the recovery price. Having gathered the materials, the sovereign then assessed the hive hanging from the tree, now devoid of worker and soldier bees, with only writhing larvae remaining, alongside the remnants of honey left by the bear. After tidying up the honey, the sovereign procured a mineral water bottle. Subsequently, a fire was ignited, followed by a series of notifications ringing in his ears. Adventurer has slain wild bee larvae. Adventurer has slain the queen bee. Upon reading the latter notification, the sovereign recalled the presence of the queen bee among the swarm. However, with her demise, he felt little concern. Once the hive turned to ash, a box materialized within the remnants. E-grade treasure chest, capable of yielding E-grade items. One can indeed find such treasures. This divine space is increasingly reminiscent of a game. He mused before promptly opening the chest. A notification followed. Adventurer has opened the treasure chest, acquiring the item queen bee larva. As the notification concluded, the small box in the sovereign's hand vanished, replaced by a glass vial containing a white larva. Queen bee larva, E-grade, can be cultivated in personal space. Upon emergence from the vial, it will directly pupate and mature into a queen bee. One queen bee represents an entire race. Splendid, this venture has yielded further profits. The sovereign thought to himself, satisfied with the acquisition. The queen bee larvae may seem insignificant to others, yet for the noble, it presents a personal space, albeit a mere 10 square kilometers. Within this area, a few colonies of bees can thrive, producing honey that qualifies as a grade E material. Although the noble is yet to discern its true utility, selling it to the space could still yield a considerable profit. As he stowed away the bottle, the noble also concealed his mount and declared, "Let us continue our exploration." No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of combat reached his ears, piquing his interest. Following the sound, he parted the underbrush to discover a group of individuals besieging 3 wild boars. The formation suggested they were members of a class, led by a youth clad in leather armor, wielding an iron dagger and seemingly possessing several skills. "Class leader, we've handled this side," one of his peers announced. As 2 of the wild boars fell swiftly, the remaining beast was engaged in a duel with the leader. "I've managed my end as well," came the response. "Then wait for me a moment," the class leader replied loudly. "I'll finish this shortly." As he spoke, he delivered a strike to the boar's back, causing it to stagger in pain. Huh. With that, the leader's dagger was suddenly enveloped in a crimson glow. With a fierce shout, he lunged forward, plunging the blade directly through the boar's eye and into its brain. Dead. This decisive blow felled the beast, leaving the noble in quiet admiration. He had not anticipated such prowess within the school, wondering to which class this remarkable leader belonged. Observing the leader's movements, the noble privately assessed. Considering that such skill could easily dispatch him in an instant, even with the aid of the wind speed dog, he might only manage a stalemate. The class leader is truly formidable. In this first world, we are destined to be the top class in the school, one admirer remarked, witnessing the leader's triumph over the wild boar. However, let us not underestimate Class 2, another interjected. I've heard their leader took the entire class to a Western world, where nearly everyone acquired a skill and received equipment. We're not lacking either, another piped up. In Sword Art Online, each of us possesses a skill. And that cache of crystals, akin to health and mana potions, remains elusive. Indeed, another nodded. I've heard that the leader of Class 1 acquired a dragon hatchling. I've heard that too, replied a companion nearby. When we arrived, they were boasting about being the best class. But it's just a Western dragon, and a hatchling at that. What's so impressive about it? Others countered. Exactly. He alone cannot possibly compete with an entire class, they chimed in. All right, let us tidy up. We still need to seek out other monsters. We expended 500 task points to enter the trial space, and we must earn back more, the class leader of Class 1 instructed. Understood, class leader, the others responded, ceasing their discussion and getting to work. As the group collected the materials dropped by the wild boars, they departed. Meanwhile, the noble, having overheard their conversation, felt a profound sense of astonishment. Originally, Wang Ho believed that the achievements of Li Jun and his companions were commendable. However, upon overhearing their discussions, he realized that there were numerous exceptional talents within the school, rendering Li Jun's accomplishments somewhat insignificant in comparison. Let us depart, Wang Ho stated, taking his wind speed dog in the opposite direction. We too have work to attend to. The wind speed dog barked in agreement and followed suit. With Class 1, Class 2, and even Class 100, the pressure to excel was palpable, compounded by the disconcerting atmosphere within the classroom. Observing the division into several small factions, Wang Ho lamented, perhaps it would be prudent to strengthen my relationship with Li Jun. Contemplating this, he ventured into the forest once more, accompanied by his wind speed dog, in search of creatures. Thus, after spending 3 days within the forest trial space, and having depleted the rations he had prepared, Wang Ho decided to leave. During these 3 days, apart from the fruitful first day, the subsequent days yielded only modest results, though he did acquire various materials. Upon exiting the forest trial space, he made a beeline for the supermarket, replenishing his food supply and purchasing several articles of clothing before arriving at the material synthesis machine. The machine's description read, "Insert materials to synthesize various items." Wang Ho found the description rather unhelpful, yet after some contemplation, he resolved to experiment. Since the process seemed arbitrary, he began with a bee stinger, a twig, and a feather, 3 F-grade materials. The synthesis required 2 task points. After pressing the synthesis button, a confirmation prompt appeared. Confirm. In the next moment, an arrow emerged from the machine. Bee stinger arrow, F-grade. Success. Wang Ho felt a surge of joy, although it bore no remarkable attributes. It was indeed a weapon, allowing him to engage in combat. He then proceeded to insert all the bee stingers, feathers, and some wood into the machine. Onlookers in the supermarket were taken aback, witnessing Wang Ho's extravagant display. Unperturbed by their astonishment, he spent 500 task points, resulting in numerous arrows materializing beneath the machine. Due to the sheer quantity, every time he retrieved a bundle containing 100 arrows, another would appear in its place. In total, he amassed 301 arrows, including 50 E-grade arrows crafted from bee stingers. Bee stinger arrow, E-grade, has a chance to paralyze the target upon impact. Excellent. Next, he would synthesize a bow and utilize the pelts. Having gained experience with the synthesis machine, Wang Ho embarked on a grand synthesis endeavor. He successfully crafted a bow, successfully synthesized leather armor, and successfully forged an iron dagger. However, there were also failures. The surrounding individuals were left speechless, watching as Wang Ho continuously fed materials into the machine and periodically retrieved pieces of equipment, rendered utterly speechless. When he finally exhausted his materials, Wang Ho had managed to produce only 1 iron dagger, 1 piece of leather armor, and 2 bows. Due to his experiments, he had also caused numerous synthesis errors. The total expenditure for these items, along with the previously crafted arrows, amounted to 3,000 task points, leaving Wang Ho with a remaining balance of 39,000 task points. Iron Dagger, E grade, 3 attack. Worn Bear Leather Armor, E grade, 2 defense, adds 1 life. Wooden Bow, grade E, enhances arrow flight speed by 10, increases strength by 1. That's all. Glancing at the remaining equipment in his spatial inventory, he decided it was time to depart. He had been practicing with his weapon in the dormitory for the past few days. With that thought, he exited the supermarket. Moments after Wang Ho left, someone exclaimed in astonishment, "My goodness, what a master!" The talents within the supermarket finally grasped the situation, quickly turning to look outside. But Wang Ho had already vanished from sight. Only the people inside the supermarket remained, engaged in fervent discussions about this remarkable individual. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Ho meticulously examined his equipment before donning it and entering his personal space. In the forest trial space, materials were merely a part of the equation. The true treasures lay in peculiar items. Blue Rose Seed, grade E, capable of cultivating a field of flowers within the personal space. Potato Seed, grade E, a high-yield grain crop. Plant it, it will prove useful. Fish Eggs, grade E, when placed in water, will spawn a population. Some of these items, which seemed utterly useless without his personal space, surprisingly turned out to be grade E treasures. Despite the incredulity and the absence of hints from the space regarding his inquiries, Wang Ho proceeded to utilize them. First, he opened the vial containing the queen bee larva. The motionless white larva within suddenly sprang to life. Crawling out of the bottle and resting upon a leaf, its body rapidly transforming into a brown hue. A minute later, the brown exoskeleton cracked open, and a queen bee emerged, still glistening with slime. Queen bee, life 5, strength 2, constitution 3, agility 15, spirit 4, energy 10. Skills, accelerated egg laying, increases egg laying speed by 10. Soldier bee critical strike, enhances the likelihood of soldier bees emerging from the laid eggs. The queen bee quickly dried off and began to vibrate its wings, taking flight, while Wang Ho turned away to commence his practice. Over the next few days, it was unlikely that he would master everything, particularly with the presence of the wind speed dogs in close combat. So he focused on honing his archery skills. At the synthesis machine in the supermarket, Wang Ho only managed to craft a few pieces of equipment, while the remainder consisted of tools devoid of offensive capabilities. After cultivating a patch of land to plant the seeds and releasing the fish fry into the river, Wang Ho found a tree to draw a target and began his practice. 3 days passed, and after exhausting a bundle of arrows, Wang Ho finally managed to hit the target. Today was Sunday, the day to enter the task world. Early in the morning, he received a notification from the space, instructing him to gather in the classroom at 8 a.m. The time was now 7 a.m. After having breakfast, he recalled his 4 little spirits, Wind Speed Dog and Jemmy, into their pokeballs and attached them to his waist. As he reorganized his belongings in his spatial inventory, he noticed 2 bottles of mineral water tucked away in a corner. Oh, what is this? Upon inspecting the contents, he smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about these materials. Wild Honey, grade F, Premium Spring Water, grade E. The spring water was obtained after he defeated a fish monster in a river within the forest. He had forgotten to retrieve it when it was stored in the bottle. This too was a material and could potentially be synthesized. With this thought in mind, Wang Ho hurriedly dashed out of the dormitory, racing towards the supermarket. A bottle of honey, a bottle of spring water, and an additional 1,000 task points. Beneath the synthesizer, 10 small glass vials, each containing 10 milliliters, emerged. Honey water, grade E, restores 5 health upon consumption, with diminishing effects upon repeated use within a short period. Upon reading this information, Wang Ho felt a surge of delight, realizing he had essentially acquired a health potion, a profitable gain indeed. Brimming with excitement, Wang Ho placed the honey water into his personal space and made his way to the classroom. Upon arriving at the classroom, he took his seat, preparing for the impending task. The other students around him exhibited varying degrees of excitement or despondency. "What have you been up to lately? I couldn't find you," inquired his deskmate, Wang Hao, who had arrived earlier. "I took a trip to the trial space and spent a few days there," Wang Ho replied. "You went to that place too?" Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. "What is the matter?" Wang Ho asked, puzzled by Wang Hao's astonished expression. "Don't you know? On Wednesday, a wealthy individual synthesized a plethora of equipment at the supermarket." "Then what happened?" Wang Ho pondered, feeling a sense of familiarity with the situation. Noticing Wang Ho's genuine ignorance, Wang Hao elaborated. Almost everyone in the school heard about it, and subsequently ventured into the trial space. It's quite remarkable. You can acquire materials and equipment there. Remarkable, you say? Wang Hao countered swiftly. In the past 3 days, over 2,000 individuals entered the trial space, and 1,000 of them perished inside. Moreover, among the 1,000 who returned, a third were not quite right. Such a staggering number. Wang Ho was taken aback by this statistic. However, upon reflection, it made sense. If an average person encountered a swarm of bees, a mere dozen worker bees could easily claim their life. On Wednesday, with the mass synthesis of equipment, could that individual possibly be me? A sudden realization struck Wang Ho, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. Nonetheless, the trial space is exceedingly challenging. I ventured into the urban ruins, and at first, the zombies nearly made me retch. Wang Hao continued. Zombies? What do they drop? Wang Ho inquired. I received a few bullets, but no firearms. Wang Hao replied with a sense of resignation. I heard that some individuals managed to acquire firearms there. This would prove advantageous in future task worlds. Indeed, Wang Ho nodded in agreement. Let the tasks commence, someone proclaimed, and the classroom fell into an immediate hush. Looking up, they saw chalk levitating above the podium, inscribing words upon the blackboard. As the chalk dust danced in the air, the tasks for Class 26 were unveiled. Task World, Water Margin. The moment the chalk ceased its movement, a brilliant light flashed, and the classroom was vacated. When the scenery materialized once more, Wang Ho and his companions found themselves amidst a forest, with a hotel not far beyond its edge. Where are we? One student wondered. Gazing around, we have arrived in the world of Water Margin. Thus, it must be during the Song Dynasty, explained Li Jun. I wonder when exactly we have come to, and how we are to undertake tasks in the Water Margin world. It can't be that we need to assault Liangshan, can it? Zheng Hong speculated. Who knows? But if we do have to attack Liangshan, it would certainly be amusing, Wang Hao chimed in. It shouldn't be the case, Li Jun shook his head. I believe we should participate in a storyline. This time, our entire class has entered the same realm. It is imperative that we unite. For I have learned that the strength of the other classes far surpasses ours. If we do not come together, our safety within the school will be jeopardized. Nearby, Li Jun and his group nodded in agreement. If you lead us, we will follow, Zheng Hong stated. I concur, Wang Ho added, echoing Zheng Hong's sentiment. I too am in agreement. Wang Ho, though surprised, followed suit. We are also in accord. Observing that the majority of the class had expressed their consent, the remaining individuals also voiced their approval. Just as consensus was reached, the task prompt appeared. Task World, Water Margin. During the Northern Song Dynasty, the nation was under the control of eunuchs, while external threats loomed from the Liao and Western Xia states. All eyes on the Song Empire. The common folk endured hardship, and many took to the mountains, becoming bandits, as exemplified by Liangshan. Objective: within 5 days, conquer Liangshan and eliminate all the heroes residing there. Reward: 2,000 task points. Failure: erasure. Random tasks, to be activated independently. Goodness, upon reading the task description, everyone stood in stunned silence. After a prolonged pause, Wang Ho finally spoke. How do we even approach this? Liangshan is the protagonist of this world. The corners of Wang Ho's mouth twitched at the thought. The crucial point is that we do not know which period of Liangshan we are facing. If it is during the time of their unity, we might as well resign ourselves to death. Even the usually composed Li Jun expressed his despair. Well, we still have 5 days. Let us first assess the situation, Zheng Hong suggested, noting their conspicuous modern attire. As they surveyed their surroundings, it was evident that everyone was clad in contemporary clothing, while the task world mirrored the Song Dynasty. If we step out dressed like this, we will surely be apprehended, Yi Min whispered. Don't worry, Zheng Hong reassured her, patting her shoulder. I have a few sets of ancient garments. Though they may not be from the Song Dynasty, they should not draw excessive attention. That's not sufficient, Dong Li interjected, shaking his head. In such hostile territory, your presence as a female will be highly conspicuous. Let me go instead. At that moment, Wang Hao spoke up. I also possess a set of ancient attire. I should be fine. No, I will go, as I have clothing appropriate for this era, Wang Ho declared. Emerging from behind a tree in full Song Dynasty garb, resembling a traveler of the Jianghu. Seeing Wang Ho's appearance, Li Jun produced a set of clothing as well, saying, I have one too. Let us venture together. Very well, Wang Ho replied, after scrutinizing Li Jun for a moment. I will change outfits. While Wang Ho and I gather intelligence, everyone should remain here and refrain from any erratic movements. If anything goes awry, we are all finished. Li Jun instructed as he walked towards the tree. We understand, Zheng Hong nodded, asserting her authoritative presence. I will keep an eye on everyone. Does anyone have objections? At her command, all heads shook in negation. While Li Jun changed, Wang Hao tugged at Wang Ho's sleeve and whispered, Why are you reconciling with Li Jun? Observing Wang Hao's confusion, Wang Ho smiled gently and replied, That was in the past. If we can mend our relationship now, it would be for the best. What is the matter? Wang Hao inquired, increasingly puzzled by Wang Ho's desire to reconcile with Li Jun. In the realm of the forest trial, I encountered a noble named Wang Ho, who relayed to Wang Hao the significance of unity within our group. He cautioned that if we did not band together, we would suffer greatly when facing these noble factions in the future. Upon understanding the gravity of the situation, Wang Hao conceded, Indeed, we must reconcile. I shall make an effort. After a brief pause, he inquired, How is it that you possess garments from this era? Given that we ventured into the ancient, I wondered if our task would also reflect antiquity. Thus, I procured an ensemble from each dynasty. Impressive, Wang Hao remarked, nodding in astonishment at Wang Ho's resourcefulness. Soon, Li Jun had also donned his attire, and the trio made their way towards a hotel situated by a grand lake, where clusters of reeds swayed gently in the breeze, stretching into the horizon. In the distance, a mountain peak could be discerned. Upon entering, a waiter guided them to an unoccupied table, wiping it down with a cloth slung over his shoulder. With a cheerful demeanor, he inquired, Esteemed guests, what would you like to order? Before Wang Ho could speak, Li Jun interjected, 1 jar of wine, 2 meat dishes, and 2 vegetarian dishes. Very well, please hold on, the waiter replied before departing. Do you possess any currency? Wang Ho whispered to Li Jun once the waiter had left. Indeed, Li Jun replied, in the task realm, currency can be exchanged for task points. Here in this world inspired by water margin, 1 task point can be converted into 100 taels of silver. Is it truly so? Wang Ho exclaimed, with that, you could procure garments for everyone to change into. That is commendable, but there is only this one hotel. How can we manage that? Li Jun responded, Our primary aim is to gather information and ascertain the nature of this place for our actions. It seemed Li Jun also sought to foster camaraderie with Wang Ho. Whispering softly, Agreed, Wang Ho nodded in affirmation. Here are your drinks and dishes, esteemed guests, announced the waiter as he returned with their order. Li Jun tossed a piece of silver to the waiter and said, I wish to inquire about something. Certainly, esteemed guest, what would you like to know? The waiter's face brightened at the sight of the silver. I speak without reservation. What region is this? Li Jun asked. This is the territory of Liangshan. Just behind the hotel lies the famous Liangshan Marsh, stretching for 800 miles. Before the waiter could finish, Wang Ho, sipping his drink, abruptly spat it out, exclaiming, This is Liangshan. Indeed, the waiter responded, puzzled by Wang Ho's intense reaction to the name. What leaders currently reside on Liangshan? Li Jun inquired again, discreetly offering another piece of silver. The chief leader of Liangshan is the white-clad scholar, Wang Lun. The second leader, known as the Sky Toucher, is Du Qian. The third leader, Song Wan, is referred to as the Golden Giant in the clouds, and the fourth leader is the Drought Demon, Zhu Gui. Upon hearing the waiter's account, Wang Ho felt a wave of trepidation, yet upon realizing that even Lin Chong had not yet ascended the mountain, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, Fortunately, it is only these individuals. They can be defeated. Thank you. Li Jun dismissed the waiter and murmured, So this is Liangshan. It appears the space intends for us to confront them directly. It seems so. However, despite the absence of formidable figures at Liangshan, we must not underestimate them. Wang Ho cautioned, I have learned this lesson the hard way before. Agreed. Li Jun raised a bowl of wine and said, Let us depart. Now that we are aware of Liangshan's circumstances, it is time to prepare for our return. Agreed. Wang Ho nodded in affirmation. After settling the bill, the two of them left the inn. As they walked along the road, Wang Ho suddenly remarked, Since we are in Liangshan, it stands to reason that the inn nearby is associated with it. We gathered information about Liangshan at the inn, thus. At that moment, Wang Ho and Li Jun exchanged glances, and Li Jun stated, The inn is run by Zhu Gui, one of the 4 leaders of Liangshan. He will undoubtedly learn of our inquiries, which poses a significant danger. Both Wang Ho and Li Jun voiced their concerns simultaneously. With this realization, they dashed into the woods. Just as Wang Ho and Li Jun had anticipated, their inquiries about Liangshan swiftly reached Zhu Gui's ears. Those seeking information about the stronghold, are they officers? Zhu Gui pondered. The 4 leaders, in the woods by the main road, have discovered a peculiar group. Look at their delicate features. They must be wealthy young masters or ladies. If we capture them, it would surely yield a handsome profit. While Zhu Gui was lost in thought, a subordinate interjected, "Those individuals are unguarded." Zhu Gui inquired, "Did your brothers fail to see anyone armed nearby?" "No, we circled around and found no one with weapons," the subordinate replied. "Very well," Zhu Gui said, his interest piqued. "Send someone to follow those 2 who are gathering information. Find an opportunity to capture them, and then report back to the chief with details about these young masters and ladies." "Understood," the subordinate acknowledged before departing. "Curious individuals," Zhu Gui muttered to himself. "It is said that the government is planning to eliminate Liangshan. We must proceed with caution." He then approached a table, took up a brush, and composed a letter. Handing it to a nearby lackey. "Deliver this letter," he instructed. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, on the other side, a group of 26 members awaited Wang Ho's return in the woods, lounging without a hint of urgency. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth from the underbrush, striking one of them in the throat. What? This arrow heightened everyone's alertness. Those who could draw weapons did so, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "Sister, he is dead," a girl from Zheng Hong's team exclaimed. Her eyes wide in fear as she looked at their comrade, his throat pierced. "Everyone be cautious. We have enemies nearby," Zheng Hong declared, drawing a sword from her spatial pouch. "Come forth, Zaidala," Wang Hao called, unsheathing his sword and releasing a small creature. "Stay alert, everyone." In the next moment, several arrows flew toward them. Some were deflected by the armored Li Guang and Lu Fei, yet one individual fell victim to multiple arrows, succumbing instantly. However, this attack revealed the enemy's position. "There," Wang Hao pointed out. "Indeed," Zheng Hong concurred, spotting the adversaries. She turned to a long-haired girl in green attire. "Xiaoying, it's your turn." "Understood, sister," the long-haired girl replied, producing a bough entwined with vines. In her other hand, she held a branch still adorned with leaves, which she knocked to her bowstring and aimed at the enemy. As the long-haired girl prepared to shoot, Zheng Hong informed the others. Chen Xiaoying's bow and arrows were crafted from materials we acquired in the trial space. That arrow can cause branches to sprout from the ground to disrupt the enemy. Everyone, be ready to seize the opportunity. Understood. Most of the students armed with weapons nodded in agreement, among them Li Guang, Lu Fei, and Dong Li, who exhibited eager expressions. Naturally, there were those like Wang Hao who yearned for battle, as well as others who were fearful. Some individuals in the class had merely drifted through the first mission, having no experience with combat, akin to characters in romantic dramas where no fighting occurs. Witnessing death for the first time left them trembling beneath the trees, clutching their heads. Nevertheless, the majority of Wang Hao's group were capable fighters, including Zheng Hong and her 7 comrades, as well as over a dozen under Li Jun's command, alongside Dong Li, Wang Hao, and Feng Jun. As Chen Xiaoying's arrows flew into the underbrush, chaos erupted among the enemies concealed there, allowing everyone to discern the foe's situation. There were a total of 15 individuals, each clad in coarse garments and wielding axes, with several additionally armed with bows and arrows. They were bandits. Zheng Hong quickly identified their attire and warned the others to remain vigilant. It seemed that there was no escaping this confrontation. Observing the bandits, who, after a brief moment of turmoil, began to surround them with sinister grins, Li Guang expressed his excitement, remarking on the unexpected encounter during their patrol. The burly leader of the bandits declared, "We seldom come across such quality prey. It seems today we have struck gold." He scrutinized the group, particularly eyeing a girl clad in short sleeves and shorts. "Brothers, charge. Those who see will share in the spoils." With a wave of his hand, the minions, invigorated by the prospect, rushed towards Class 26, brandishing their blades. "What is our strategy?" On the way back, Wang Hao and Li Jun found themselves cornered, standing back to back against a dozen adversaries. "What else can we do but fight?" Li Jun inquired. Wang Hao, observing Li Jun's unperturbed demeanor, smirked. "Heh." Li Jun, catching the tone in Wang Hao's voice, chuckled. "I know you are hiding your true power. You wouldn't sell all your precious little spirits, would you? You must have retained the strongest ones. So what? Wang Hao replied dismissively. Given your tone, your abilities must be more formidable than you let on. Of course. Li Jun nodded. Let us not hold back. We should unleash our powers swiftly. Our comrades might be under attack and may not hold out. Agreed, Wang Hao affirmed. Let us end this quickly. All right, let us go. Li Jun shouted, kill them. At that moment, the surrounding bandits surged forward. Skeleton summon. Li Jun produced a wooden staff, waving it to conjure two skeletal figures clad in tattered armor, armed with rusted swords, which emerged from the ground to engage the minions. Demonic arts. This person wields sorcery. The moment the skeletons appeared, the bandits hesitated, their charge faltering. However, the young leader reacted swiftly, rallying his men. Do not fear. We have the numbers. They are only two. Charge. Hearing their leader's alarm, the bandits shouted and surged forward once more. Humph. Li Jun observed the advancing minions with a cold scoff, and with a flourish of his staff, summoned 10 more ordinary skeletons to join the fray. A mere skeleton proves significantly weaker than a weapon-wielding minion. However, a skeletal warrior can hold its ground against a minor chief in battle. In a fierce clash, Li Jun's skeleton suffered a loss of half its forces. Yet 4 of the Liangshan minions fell in the fray. Come forth, Wind Speed Hound. We shall join the fray, Wang Hao declared, observing Li Jun unleashing his abilities. He too revealed his formidable combat sprite, the Netherfire Wind Speed Hound. Wind Speed Hound, unleash spark. The hound opened its maw, releasing a swirl of ethereal blue flames that struck one of the minions. A piercing scream erupted from the unfortunate soul, who quickly succumbed to the ground. The adventurer slain the Liangshan minion, earning 5 quest points, along with additional rewards. Wang Hao's heart leaped with joy at the notification. Recognizing that while he might lack the power to contend with these minions, the prowess of the Wind Speed Hound was undeniably overwhelming. An opportunity for profit had arisen. With determination, Wang Hao retrieved a wooden bow from his spatial pouch, commanding the Wind Speed Hound to attack. Simultaneously, he knocked a beasting arrow aimed at the Liangshan minions. The sudden appearance of a 2-meter-tall fire-breathing beast astounded the remaining minions, halting their advance. Upon witnessing one of their comrades incinerated before their eyes, their morale shattered, and they began to flee. Monster run, cried one minion, turning tail and bolting, prompting the others to discard their weapons and follow suit. Though Li Jun's skeleton moved too slowly to pursue, Wang Hao was relentless. Wind Speed Hound, unleash flame burst. As he loosed another arrow, flames erupted from the hound's maw, engulfing the last 6 fleeing minions in fire, extinguishing their lives. The adventurer vanquished the Liangshan minion, earning 5 quest points, and similarly, the minor chief, netting 20 quest points. A cascade of notifications confirmed the complete annihilation of their adversaries. As Wang Hao summoned a radiant sprite, Li Jun was taken aback, narrowing his eyes to assess the Wind Speed Hound's combat prowess. Inwardly, he mused that the radiant sprite's attributes were likely on par with the minions. Yet its skills provided a distinct advantage. He noticed Wang Hao bore 3 additional pokeballs at his waist, suggesting he possessed further powerful companions, thus elevating his threat level in Li Jun's mind. However, with the unity prevailing among the classes at school, chaos could not be allowed to disrupt their cohesion. It was imperative to foster a harmonious relationship for now. During the Wind Speed Hound's final battle, Wang Hao diligently reclaimed his spent arrows, all the while contemplating Li Jun's demeanor. It appeared he genuinely sought reconciliation, yet given Li Jun's nature, caution was warranted. Releasing the Wind Speed Hound should serve to intimidate him, Wang Hao concluded. All resolved, Wang Hao stated. Good, Li Jun nodded in agreement. Let us return swiftly. They were already near the area where their peers congregated, faint sounds of battle echoing in the distance. Meanwhile, the remaining members of Class 26 had mingled with the Liangshan patrol squad, their bodies strewn across the ground in disarray. In Class 26, the majority of members lacked combat experience, rendering them significantly inferior to the seasoned bandits who thrived in bloodshed. Amidst the chaos, 10 individuals unaccustomed to battle had already fallen, though they managed to take 4 foes with them. Consequently, half of the adversaries had been eliminated, leaving 25 members of Class 26 against merely 7 enemies. By heavens, we have encountered formidable foes, the leader of the patrol exclaimed, cleaving through the advancing Li Guang with a blade, spitting blood in fury. Die! At that moment, on the opposite side, Lu Fei charged at the young leader with his axe, while the repelled Li Guang seized his spear and surged forward once more. Come! The young leader bellowed, brandishing his knife as he prepared to engage both assailants. Meanwhile, Zheng Hong and her 6 companions were besieging 2 Liangshan henchmen. Thanks to the blessing of the precious jade, their attributes rivaled those of the small thugs, and armed with weapons, they matched their opponents in combat. Not far from them, Wang Hao and Dong Li each faced a henchman, while the remaining 2 were ensnared by the onslaught of 13 others. Utilizing a basic sword technique, Wang Hao demonstrated greater proficiency with his weapon, dispatching his foe after sustaining half of his life's worth of damage. Witnessing the demise of his comrades, the henchman battling Dong Li faltered, providing Dong Li with an opportunity to charge, slamming his shield into the opponent and pinning him against a nearby tree. He then leaped onto his adversary, striking down with the shield upon the enemy's head, resulting in the enemy's demise. Following Dong Li's victory, a scream pierced the air as Zheng Hong executed one of the thugs with a single stroke, while another was dispatched by her companions. In the throng, 2 henchmen, after dragging down one individual, were subsequently killed. Now, only the young leader engaged with Li Guang and Lu Fei remained. With a mighty roar, the young leader repelled Lu Fei's assault and executed a sweeping strike that felled Li Guang to the ground. In the next moment, he raised his blade high, poised to strike down upon Li Guang. Suddenly, an arrow flew from behind a tree, striking the young leader's arm and halting his motion. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fei swung his axe at the young leader, blood spraying forth from the impact. Die! Li Guang capitalized on the moment, thrusting his spear through the young leader's heart. You have slain the patrol captain of Liangshan. Upon receiving the notification, both Li Guang and Lu Fei exhaled in relief, lifting their gazes towards the origin of the arrow as their comrades followed suit. There stood 2 figures, one wielding a staff accompanied by several skeletal warriors, and the other holding a bow, the very archer from whom the arrow had been loosed. Behind this archer crouched a large blue and white dog, towering at over 2 meters. Li Jun, Wang Ho, you have returned. Zheng Hong exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them. We have come under attack here. What has transpired? Observing Wang Ho and Li Jun fully armed, Zheng Hong looked on in confusion. We were ambushed. Otherwise, we would have returned sooner. Li Jun glanced around and explained, how is everyone? We have lost 11 people. Zheng Hong replied softly. The others fell silent. Let's not dwell on this for now. The enemy may return at any moment. We must leave this place, Wang Ho interjected. Indeed, we should evacuate. Something has occurred here, Li Jun concurred. All right. Observing Wang Ho, it was evident that he was not jesting, especially given the recent battle. Everyone desired to depart, and thus they left, leaving behind a scene littered with corpses. The bodies of the adventurers would gradually vanish. Shortly after Wang Ho and the others departed, around 40 to 50 bandits arrived at the site. The members of Class 26 exited the place of their descent, choosing a narrow path to escape. Along the way, Li Jun's skeleton and Wang Ho's Arcanine remained by their side as guardians. Compared to the skeleton, Wang Ho's Arcanine drew the attention of most in the group, particularly due to its striking blue and white coloration. Wang Ho, did you acquire this in the Pokémon world? On the journey, a group of girls gathered around Wang Ho, or more accurately, around the Arcanine, pushing Wang Ho aside. Zheng Hong glanced at the popular Arcanine and inquired. Yes, it was supposed to be a trump card, but I never anticipated there would be so many enemies. Oh, Zheng Hong nodded, but I recall that Arcanine doesn't usually come in this color. This is a shiny Pokémon. Wang Ho explained. Shiny Pokémon. It was evident that Zheng Hong was not well versed in the Pokémon anime. They are Pokémon that differ from the usual ones and are referred to as shiny. I see you have a Pokeball. Do you possess any other Pokémon? Zheng Hong asked. Nothing much. Wang Ho waved his hand dismissively, just a caterpie. Wang Ho, can we play with this Arcanine for a bit? A girl encircled around the Arcanine suggested. All right, fine. Faced with the eager gazes of several girls, Wang Ho felt reluctant to refuse and, after a moment's hesitation, agreed. Be mindful of your surroundings. Don't get too absorbed in playing, Zheng Hong cautioned. Understood, big sister, a girl with short hair responded. Since we're all here, let's discuss our mission, Li Jun approached. Sure, Wang Ho nodded. What should we do next? We encountered a patrol squad, and we lost so many people. There must be fewer enemies on Liangshan. Indeed, Li Jun nodded. A stronghold must have at least 500 or 600 people, and there are also 4 leaders. This is troublesome, Zheng Hong frowned. We cannot confront them head-on. We must resort to ambush tactics. However, our priority is to find a place to stay. With so many of us, and in our current state, we cannot venture into crowded areas. Yes, Li Jun agreed. We need to find a safe haven to strategize our approach. Enemies. Just as Wang Ho, Zheng Hong, and Li Jun were convening, a classmate at the forefront shouted loudly. What is going on? At the sound of the call, Wang Ho and the others simultaneously looked up. Charge. Upon looking up, they saw numerous Liangshan thugs surrounding Class 26 from all sides, executing a surprise attack. Once again, Class 26 lost 3 members. Who are you? Li Jun stepped forward. While Wang Ho and Zheng Hong remained vigilant, one in the center and the other at the rear, cautiously surveying their surroundings. This is our second leader of Liangshan, Du Qian, famously known as touching the sky. As Li Jun's words faded, a small leader wielding a knife spoke up, observing the burly man in the center. Also brandishing a tiger-headed knife, everyone gasped in unison upon hearing the small leader's introduction. The heroes of Liangshan had indeed emerged. Wang Ho looked at Du Qian, muttering that it would be troublesome. Zheng Hong also furrowed her brow in concern. With 100 individuals surrounding them, and now Du Qian joining. It seemed their only option was to break through. Wang Ho, holding a bow in one hand and an arrow in the other, surveyed their surroundings while contemplating their next move. Feng Su Dog, be cautious. Do not stray too far from me, he whispered to the approaching Feng Su Dog. Woof. Feng Su Dog responded softly. Wang Ho, keep an eye on the rear. I'll check the sides with Dong Li. Wang Hao whispered as he stealthily approached Wang Ho's side. Understood. You all be careful, Wang Ho replied in a hushed tone. Sisters, when the fight breaks out, stay close and do not get separated. Zheng Hong quietly instructed those around her. Kid, it seems you are the leader here, Du Qian remarked as he engaged Li Jun in conversation. And what of it? Li Jun replied coldly. As long as words hold weight, Du Qian sneered. I offer you a chance. Surrender the women among you, and I shall spare your lives. What do you say? Bah. Li Jun retorted icily. If you wish for me to hand over my companions, you must first kill me. Is that so? Then you shall die. Du Qian's expression twisted into a menacing snarl. Brothers, charge. With a wave of his hand, the Liangshan ruffians, under the small leader's command, surged forward. Summon. Li Jun downed a vial of blue potion, and with a flourish of his staff, the ground began to tremble. Skeletons emerged from the earth, and upon closer inspection, there were a total of 50. The appearance of the skeletal horde deflated the ruffians' charge, and the sight of the skeletons, their skulls ablaze with blue ghostly flames, was terrifying enough to diminish their morale. Sorcery. Du Qian squinted at the horde Li Jun had summoned, realizing how a mere patrol team could fall to their hands. As Li Jun unleashed his skill, Wang Ho too was brimming with vitality. Clad in armor, he continuously unleashed arrows, and most importantly, Feng Su Dog's flames reached their zenith amidst the chaos. Feng Su Dog, use your howl. At Wang Ho's command, Feng Su Dog let out a mighty roar, momentarily halting the ruffians' movements before Wang Ho commanded, Feng Su Dog, unleash a fire blast. Woof. As soon as Wang Ho finished speaking, a torrent of flames erupted from Feng Su Dog's mouth, engulfing several ruffians in flames. Swoosh swoosh. Wang Ho's arrows found their marks, albeit his aim was slightly off, striking the enemies in their legs rather than the intended targets. Nonetheless, it succeeded in halting their advance and preventing the flames from spreading to their allies. In this decisive moment, Wang Ho had eliminated a number of ruffians, thereby drawing attention to himself as several small leaders led dozens towards him in a fierce assault. Damn, I've overdone it, Wang Ho thought nervously as he observed the oncoming horde. After a moment of contemplation, he hastily produced a poke ball and exclaimed, Come forth, Jimmy. Master called for me. Something must be amiss, Jimmy responded. Jimmy leaped onto the shoulders of Wang Ho, surveying the surroundings. Jimmy, do not let the enemy approach me, Wang Ho commanded in a low voice. Wind Speed Dog, conserve your energy and strike when you are closer. As he observed Wind Speed Dog maneuvering swiftly among the crowd, a metallic clang echoed behind him. Turning around, he noticed that a small leader had stealthily circled behind him, brandishing a knife aimed at Wang Ho. At that moment, Wang Hao intervened, blocking the small leader's blade. Jimmy, use Leaf Blade. Without hesitation, Wang Ho issued the command, and simultaneously, an arrow materialized in his hand, directed at the small leader. Jimmy, responding to the order, unleashed 2 spinning leaves from behind her, one leaving a wound on the small leader, while the other struck true, piercing his eye. A pained scream erupted from the small leader as he dropped his weapon, clutching his face. What a splendid opportunity, Wang Ho and Wang Hao thought simultaneously. In the next instant, Wang Ho's arrow found its mark in the small leader's body, while Wang Hao's sword penetrated the leader's heart. Assisted kill of the Liangshan small leader, earning 10 task points. Upon receiving the notification, both Wang Ho and Wang Hao turned to confront another wave of henchmen rushing towards them. Meanwhile, Zheng Hong and her group were not faring much better. The 7 girls found themselves under heavy assault from 2 small leaders accompanied by a dozen henchmen. This predicament forced Zheng Hong's team to reveal their trump cards. 3 of the girls raised wooden shields, each a meter high and half a meter wide, to block the attacks from the Liangshan henchmen. Behind them, Chen Xiaoying carried a special quiver woven from vines, and alongside her was a short-haired girl armed with a bow, providing ranged support. Zheng Hong wielded an iron knife, standing guard beside Yi Min, who held a dagger, as they fended off the surrounding assaults. For the moment, the Liangshan henchmen struggled to breach their defenses, suffering losses instead. Not far from them, Li Guang and Lu Fei coordinated seamlessly, one wielding a battle axe while the other held a spear, fighting alongside the skeletons summoned by Li Jun, wreaking havoc amongst the Liangshan forces. The remaining combatants also displayed their skills. Each survivor possessed formidable abilities, resulting in a stalemate against the Liangshan adversaries. Yet, this was merely a fraction of Du Qian's subordinates, as he himself remained with his 2 strongest squads, observing the unfolding battle. Jimmy, use Leaf Blade. Following Wang Ho's command, Jimmy released 2 more flying leaves, shielding a fellow student from an incoming strike. With a swift motion, Wang Ho's arrow struck the arm of a henchman, causing him to stagger back in pain. Seizing the moment, Wang Ho pulled the student, Zhou Ping, to safety, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, thank you. I was almost done for," Zhou Ping replied, coughing up a bit of blood that had lodged in his throat. "Be careful." Wang Ho knocked an arrow and felled a henchman who had been knocked back by Wind Speed Dog, expressing concern, "At this rate, we will all perish. We must devise a means of escape." With that, he shot an arrow into a fallen Liangshan henchman, directing Wind Speed Dog and Jimmy, "Clear a path." Meow. Woof. As the words of the nobleman faded away, a stream of blue and white flames surged forth, accompanied by 2 rapidly spinning leaves. Instantly, several henchmen collapsed to the ground. The nobleman would not let these fallen targets escape. He swiftly loosed another arrow, claiming more lives. "How are you all faring?" The nobleman had witnessed 2 small leaders shatter the shield of a female comrade from Zheng Hong's side, prompting his arrival. Amidst the chaos of battle, only 15 remained alive. Further casualties were unacceptable. Lung Bing cannot hold on much longer, Zheng Hong declared as she and Feng Su Dog intercepted 2 advancing small leaders. "Give this to her," the nobleman said, gritting his teeth as he retrieved a bottle of honey water from his spatial storage, handing it over to the injured Lung Bing. He then resumed his skirmish with the Liangshan henchman. "What?" Chen Xiaoying, who was guarding Lung Bing, received the bottle with a puzzled expression. Upon recognizing its properties, her sorrow vanished in an instant. She opened the cap and gently fed it to Lung Bing, expressing her gratitude. Surrounded by numerous henchmen, Li Jun's skeleton was quickly suffering significant losses. After consuming another vial of blue potion, he summoned 2 skeletal warriors to block the renewed assault from the Liangshan henchmen. Witnessing yet another subordinate being reduced to mere flesh by the enemy, Li Jun shouted, "Who still has a trump card? Use it quickly, or we shall all meet our end here." "Let me handle this," cried Dong Li, battered but resolute. "Who has a sturdy shield? Pass it to me." "Here." Li Jun responded. "Chu Fania, hand your shield to Dong Li." "Understood." On the fringes of the battle, a tall, lean boy exclaimed, "Class leader, I can't get through." Around him, 3 Liangshan henchmen were besieging him, while Chu Fania wielded a 2-meter iron shield, absorbing most of the damage. "I'll assist," the nobleman yelled, pinpointing Chu Fania's location. He aimed his arrows in that direction and called out, "Feng Su Dog, Jimmy, let us move to his side." Woof. In response to the nobleman's command, Feng Su Dog unleashed flames while Jimmy sent forth her swift leaf blades toward that direction. Once again, several Liangshan henchmen were felled, and the nobleman swiftly delivered the finishing blows. With Jimmy and Feng Su Dog clearing a path, the nobleman soon reached Chu Fania's side. "Feng Su Dog, employ high-speed movement," he instructed, noticing more Liangshan henchmen closing in. Woof. Feng Su Dog barked in affirmation, launching forward with a powerful push from its hind legs, leaving 2 paw prints and a cloud of dust at the nobleman's feet. Standing at a towering height of nearly 2 meters, Feng Su Dog was a formidable presence to the Liangshan henchman. With a sudden surge of speed, it charged directly into the encroaching henchman. Jimmy, use your flying leaf blades. The nobleman glanced at Jimmy's energy levels. Meow. The two leaf blades struck the wrists of two henchmen attempting to strike Feng Su Dog. With a cry of pain, the two men doubled over, clutching their injured wrists. Yet in the next moment, a massive shadow loomed before them. With no time to react, they were sent flying, crashing into three more henchmen rushing from behind. Hurry to Dong Li's side. I will hold off the others for you, Wang Ho said to the stunned Chu Feiyao. The series of battles unfolded swiftly in Chu Feiyao's eyes, leaving him momentarily dazed until Wang Ho called him back to reality. Oh, coming to his senses. Chu Feiyao nodded eagerly and sprinted along the path cleared by the wind speed dog towards Dong Li. Wang Ho loosed an arrow into the back of a flying Liangshan thug, and then, protecting Chu Feiyao, he dashed towards Dong Li. Wind speed dog, charge at him. Wang Ho evaded a strike from a Liangshan thug and shot an arrow into the thigh of another thug rushing from the opposite side. Huh. The thug steadied himself after a missed strike and swung his blade at Wang Ho again, but at that moment, Wind Speed Dog charged in, knocking the assailant away. Thank you. As Wang Ho dealt with the thug clutching his thigh, Chu Feiyao raced past him. Go quickly, Wang Ho urged. Woof. Wind Speed Dog once again sent another charging thug flying. Die. Yet, halfway through, a Liangshan minor leader blocked Chu Feiyao's path with his blade. Instinctively, Chu Feiyao closed his eyes at the sight of the weapon, but after a metallic clash, the anticipated attack never came. Instead, a shout rang out. What are you standing there for? Move quickly. Oh. Upon opening his eyes, Chu Feiyao saw Wang Ho engaged in combat with the minor leader. Thank you. With no time to spare, Chu Feiyao darted past Wang Ho. Dong Li is waiting. Under the protection of Wang Ho and Wang Hao, Chu Feiyao finally reached a short distance from Dong Li, shouting as he hurled his shield forward. Thud! In the next moment, a spray of blood erupted onto Chu Feiyao as a Liangshan thug's blade severed one of his arms. Feiyao die? At that moment, Li Guang happened to be nearby and swiftly pierced the chest of the Liangshan thug with his spear. Adventurer has slain a Liangshan thug, earning 5 quest points. Shaking off the corpse from his spear, Li Guang rushed to Chu Feiyao and poured a vial of red potion down his throat, asking, Feiyao, how are you? Coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, Chu Feiyao managed to smile. I'm fine. Li Guang tightly bound the severed arm with cloth, smiling back. Well done. Now it's my turn. With a swift strike, Dong Li repelled an incoming Liangshan thug and reached out to catch the flying shield, silently resolving to himself. At that moment, Du Qian observed that nearly half of his subordinates had fallen, unable to contain himself. He drew the blade embedded in the ground and turned to a minor leader standing beside him. Thinking of fleeing? Not so easily, Xiao Wu. Take your men and follow me. Yes, second leader. The men led by Xiao Wu were evidently superior to the battling thugs, clearly members of Du Qian's elite guard. As soon as Xiao Wu's group joined the fray, their prowess became evident. They swiftly felled several members of Class 26. Had it not been for Li Jun substituting them with skeletons, those thugs would have surely succumbed to the next assault. Furthermore, Du Qian began to step onto the battlefield, facing Li Jun's horde of skeletons. After a cycle of summoning and losses, there remained 7 ordinary skeletons and 1 skeletal warrior on the battlefield. Huh. Gazing upon the horde of skeletons, Du Qian bellowed fiercely, swiftly brandishing his blade. In an instant, a flash of light cut through the air, and soon, only a solitary skeletal warrior, riddled with cracks, remained standing where Li Jun's skeleton had once been, the rest reduced to a scattering of bone fragments. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers, awed by Du Qian's strike. Such an assault was insurmountable for an ordinary individual. Witnessing this display of power, Wang Ho felt a deep sense of astonishment. Meanwhile, the elite guards led by Liangshan Xiao Wu encircled the crowd from either side, effectively trapping them in the midst. Stay close to me. I shall carve a path through the rear. At this moment of uncertainty, Dong Li shouted, retrieving a vial of potion and a card from his spatial pouch. The crowd turned to see him down the potion in one swift motion, his body swelling as if inflated, doubling in size before halting. With his shield gripped tightly, Dong Li surveyed the approaching throng of Liangshan thugs and Du Qian's elite guards, his hands tightening around his shield as he glanced at the card in his grasp. This will be your moment, he declared, slapping the card against himself. In the instant the card was activated, Dong Li surged forward like a bolt of lightning. His speed so remarkable that the Liangshan thugs standing in his path were sent hurtling away before they could even react. A thunderous crash resounded as Dong Li burst through the encirclement, creating a clear passage where none existed before, leaving the adversaries who once barred his way sprawled upon the ground. The shock of this display left not only the members of Class 26 stunned, but also the Liangshan faction momentarily dumbfounded. Impressive, Wang Ho silently marveled, closely observing the figure cloaked in dust. It became evident why Dong Li had reserved such a trump card until now. A closer look revealed Dong Li had returned to his original size, propping himself against two broken blades and a battered shield, gasping heavily. His clothing lay in tatters, and numerous wounds marred his body. The enlargement potion, grade E, which causes the body to double in size for 5 seconds, granting an 80 damage reduction. The sprinting item, grade E, allowing for a straight-line dash of 100 meters within 2 seconds. Ugh! Dong Li spat blood, exclaiming, "That was intense. I nearly met my end." Let us move. The first to regain composure was Li Jun, who seized a blade from the ground and dispatched a thug before rushing toward the gap Dong Li had created. Wind Speed Dog unleashed the flame barrage. Wang Ho noted the energy of Wind Speed Dog replenishing as he sprinted toward the opening. Woof! Wind Speed Dog turned, releasing a torrent of flames that ignited several thugs, obstructing Du Qian's advance. Run! At this moment, everyone snapped back to reality, toppling the stunned Liangshan thugs nearby as they hastened toward the breach. Go! Observing Dong Li's apparent injuries, Wang Ho and Li Jun hoisted him onto Wind Speed Dog's back, joining the main group as they fled the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Liangshan thugs were deterred by Du Qian's presence and the threats posed by Wind Speed Dog and Li Jun, leaving them to watch helplessly as Class 26 made their escape. Cursed be this fate. In a fit of rage, Du Qian wielded his blade, mercilessly cleaving several of his subordinates who had succumbed to the flames of the Wind Speed Dog into pieces. Gazing at the remaining 40-odd men, he bellowed, "What a useless bunch. So many have perished, yet you cannot capture a mere few." After issuing his scathing reprimand, he commanded, "Collect the bodies and return to the stronghold." With a cold voice, he added, "Next time, you may await your demise." Du Qian harbored a foreboding premonition that he would cross paths with this group again. Unbeknownst to the members of Class 26, they had already incited the wrath of a formidable adversary. Yet, even if they were aware, it would matter little. For their mission was to eliminate Du Qian, and what did it matter if they had angered him? Carrying their wounded, the members of Class 26 hastened onward. At this moment, there were only 16 of them remaining. When they first entered the world of Water Margin, Class 26 had comprised 38 individuals. This battle had halved their numbers. The survivors included Wang Ho, Wang Hao, Dong Li, Feng Jun, Li Jun, along with his subordinates Lu Fei, Li Guang, and Zhou Ping. In addition to Chu Feinyao, the sole remaining female members were Zheng Hong and her 6 companions. Besides the warrior Zheng Hong, the group consisted of the assassin Yi Min, the archer Chen Xiaoying, and the shield-bearer Lung Bing. The other 2 shield warriors were Han Qing and Li Xian, while the ranged fighter was Pan Fengyu. After a considerable time had passed without any sign of pursuit from Liangshan, Wang Ho breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon observing the injuries sustained by his companions, his spirits darkened. How were they to proceed? This was merely one of Du Qian's forces, and 3 leaders had yet to make an appearance. Not to mention, there were still around 100 lackeys. If there had been 200 more, even with Dong Li present, escape would have been impossible. Wang Ho was acutely aware that Liangshan likely boasted more than 200 men. After walking for another half-day, Li Jun confirmed the absence of any pursuing enemies and suggested, "Let us take a moment to rest." As soon as he spoke, a chorus of labored breaths filled the air. With the respite, the weight upon their hearts began to lift. Yi Min collapsed onto Zheng Hong's shoulder, weeping. "What shall we do, elder sister?" Zheng Hong, despite feeling equally burdened, feigned calmness and reassured her, "It will be all right, Xiao Min. We shall undoubtedly complete our mission." Li Guang and Lu Fei approached Li Jun, expressing their concern. "Boss, what now? So many have perished." "It will be fine," Li Jun replied with a forced smile. "As long as you are here, but the challenges ahead may be daunting." Meanwhile, Wang Ho sat heavily on the ground, lost in thought regarding their mission. At that moment, Li Jun walked over and patted Wang Ho's shoulder, saying, "Well done, You accounted for a significant number of the slain. It was nothing. It was all thanks to the wind speed dog, Wang Ho replied, managing a faint smile. However, the loss of life has been too great, and the tasks ahead will be troublesome. Indeed, Wang Hao sighed. I never anticipated we would encounter Liangshan's forces directly, without even a moment's reprieve. Yes, Wang Ho nodded, recalling his previous experiences in another realm, such as the nature of space. It must be noon by now, Wang Hao remarked, glancing at the sun overhead. Classmate, let us eat something. He produced a bag of bread and offered it. Good. Wang Ho accepted 2 slices and retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from his spatial storage. Saying, drink up. He then took out a bag of Pokémon rations, adding, Windspeed Dog, you should eat a bit as well. We still have a journey ahead. Subsequently, the vibrant green cater pie and the majestic Dragonair were released, capturing the attention of the crowd. However, of greater significance were the provisions held by the 2 noblemen. It is time to eat, Li Jun declared. I have plenty of food here. Anyone without rations may come forward. Come now, do not cry, have something to eat. For we must continue our journey shortly. Zheng Hong also produced 7 lunch boxes, offering comfort to the still sobbing Yi Min and the silent Qin Xiaoying. After receiving a lunchbox, Yi Min wiped her tears and nodded, slowly beginning to eat. Once the meal was finished, Li Jun summoned Zheng Hong, Wang Ho, Wang Hao, Feng Jun, and Dong Li to discuss their mission. We certainly cannot confront them head-on, Feng Jun suggested. What if we launch a surprise attack at night? That is unfeasible. Dong Li countered, shaking his head. We still lack knowledge about Liangshan's situation. Relying solely on the sparse descriptions from the novel is insufficient. Indeed, Zheng Hong agreed. Even if a surprise attack were to be considered, we must first understand the terrain. If only we had a map of Liangshan. We need to send someone to scout. Li Jun nodded in agreement. But who among us can undertake such a perilous task? The risk of death is high, and escape may not even be an option. We all lack experience. Perhaps we should devise another plan, Wang Ho interjected. What other plan can there be? We know nothing about the enemy. How can we fight? Dong Li replied. Perhaps I should go, Wang Ho suddenly suggested. Everyone paused momentarily at Wang Ho's assertive tone. Yes, with his formidable Pokémon, he should be more than capable. Feng Jun remarked, his eyes brightening. Wang Ho's strength is comparable to an entire Liangshan squad. Aside from myself, he is the most suitable candidate, and with his speedy Arcanine. He can outpace me, Li Jun concurred. But what if he gets discovered? He may not return, Wang Hao whispered anxiously. Do not worry, someone must map out the area. And who better than me? As long as I remain undetected, all will be well, Wang Ho replied with a smile. Very well, Wang Hao said. Observing Wang Ho's resolute demeanor, realizing that he could not dissuade him. Just be careful, Wang Ho, we will rest in the grove ahead. Ensure your safe return. Li Jun remarked, surveying their surroundings. Understood, Wang Ho nodded. Arcanine, let us go. He called to the resting Arcanine nearby. Woof. At the sound of Wang Ho's voice, Arcanine leaped to his side. Farewell, everyone. Wang Ho bid them goodbye as he mounted Arcanine and sped off towards Liangshan. Following the path he had taken, Wang Ho swiftly returned to the vicinity of Liangshan, arriving at the water's edge as the sun began to set. To enter, he would need to swim across, but fortunately, he had Dragonair with him. Without it, finding a boat nearby would have proven difficult. Wang Ho felt relieved as he released Dragonair, gently stroking its head. Dragonair, I shall rely on you now. With a soft cry of affirmation, Dragonair nuzzled Wang Ho affectionately. All right, we shall act once darkness falls. Wang Ho concealed himself among a cluster of reeds, releasing his 4 Pokémon to share a meal. The sun gradually sank below the horizon, and twilight enveloped the land. The nobleman rode forth on his dragon mount, accompanied by the gentle Ji-Mi and the verdant green caterpillar, while the wind speed dog, due to its imposing size, remained retracted. As he traversed the dense reeds, the nobleman finally experienced the allure of the Liangshan's vast waterways. After leisurely gliding on his dragon for half a day, the landscape remained a tapestry of reeds swaying in the breeze. What a sight this is, he mused, observing the moon in the sky, seemingly unchanged in position. Dragon, are you weary? He inquired, gently patting his mount's head. The dragon shook its head in response. Very well, let us proceed, the nobleman declared. Barely had the words left his lips when several voices broke the tranquility, accompanied by a flicker of flames from around a bend in the waterway. There are people, the nobleman exclaimed, momentarily startled. Dragon, into the reeds. The dragon complied with a low sound and swiftly maneuvered into the adjacent foliage. As the flames brightened, a small boat emerged from the corner, where 5 Liangshan ruffians were engaged in conversation. Each was armed with a blade. 2 held torches, 2 rowed the boat, and the last seemed to be a minor leader. It was only as the boat drew nearer that the nobleman discerned their discourse. "Chief, what has the second leader descended the mountain for?" one of the torch-bearing ruffians inquired. "I heard from the big leader that he is down there to capture a group of young lords and ladies," one of the boat's occupants replied. "Young lords and ladies?" The ruffian questioned. "Why haven't we seen anyone ascend?" "I heard the second leader has encountered some stubborn foes," the minor leader interjected. "Stubborn foes?" "Indeed," he nodded. "Initially thought to be an easy capture, but they lost over 50 brothers in the attempt." A collective gasp escaped the other ruffians upon hearing the minor leader's words. "Over 50 brothers? Are those people truly that formidable?" "According to the surviving brothers, many of them possess supernatural abilities," the minor leader asserted. "Supernatural abilities?" The ruffians' interest piqued. They pressed for more details. "Indeed," the minor leader seemed eager to boast. "One of my good brothers mentioned that one among them controls skeletons like puppets, while another commands a beast as tall as a house that breathes fire, akin to the ghostly flames of the underworld, incinerating any brother who comes too close." "Such prowess!" The other 4 ruffians exclaimed in awe. "I heard it was those 2 with supernatural abilities who took down most of our brothers," the minor leader continued. "Are they speaking of me?" The nobleman pondered silently, yet resolved that if fate had led him to this encounter, he must act decisively. With a plan forming in his mind, he drew forth a bow, nocked an arrow, and aimed at the Liangshan ruffians aboard the small boat. In the midst of their discussion, an arrow swiftly struck one of the ruffians in the chest. "Enemies!" The commotion erupted among the others. One rushed to tend to the fallen comrade while the others brandished their torches, scanning the surroundings. Another arrow whizzed forth from the reeds, this time piercing a ruffian's arm. "Cursed foe!" the minor leader bellowed, his voice rising in anger. "Whoever you are, show yourself." An arrow responded to him, striking the ground at the feet of the small leader. Observing the quivering fletching, the small leader felt a tremor of fear and urged, "We must depart. The enemy is a formidable adversary, and if we linger, we shall meet our demise here." Under the small leader's command, 2 henchmen hastily began to row the boat, eager to escape this land of death. As a 3rd arrow was loosed, the nobleman, watching where it fell, smote his thigh and exclaimed, "Alas, it veered off course." At that moment, the Liangshan henchmen also began their retreat. "No, we cannot allow them to escape," the nobleman declared, continuing to shoot arrows. "Qinglong, let us pursue them." When the nobleman struck another henchman, he found himself less than 20 meters from the Liangshan boat, and its occupants could clearly discern his figure. Upon recognizing the creature Qinglong beneath him, the small leader recalled the words of a brother he had encountered descending the mountain that afternoon. "Brother, heed my warning. If you ever encounter a being capable of commanding otherworldly beasts, flee at once, as far as your legs can carry you. That individual is perilously dangerous. During battle, I sensed that if it weren't for his fear of harming his allies, none of us, save for the second in command, would have escaped." Now, the man before him seemed to embody that very warning. "Run!" the small leader bellowed. Even the nobleman was taken aback, pondering when he had become so terrifying that even those from Liangshan recognized him. Nevertheless, he did not falter. He continued shooting arrows and commanded, "Jimmy, utilize the blade of leaves." Simultaneously, he hurled the pokeball of the wind-speed dog onto the opposing boat. Jimmy's blade of leaves and the nobleman's arrows arrived simultaneously, toppling 3 adversaries in an instant. Subsequently, the wind-speed dog unleashed a fiery inferno, igniting the entire small vessel. However, being on water, the Liangshan henchman, though ablaze, resulted in only 2 fatalities as the remaining 3 plunged into the depths and survived. Yet, though they lived, their vitality was greatly diminished. "Jimmy, employ the blade of leaves." At this juncture, the nobleman and Jimmy launched another assault, striking the 3 men upon the water. The adventurers secured 5 task points for slaying the Liangshan henchman and 20 task points for vanquishing the small leader. Receiving 5 notifications, the nobleman felt a wave of relief wash over him. Looking up, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had traversed the Liangshan marshlands. Before him lay the water's edge, and not far off stood a rudimentary wooden encampment, flickering with the glow of numerous fires. "We've arrived," the nobleman whispered as he stealthily disembarked, stowing Qinglong away, and muttered to himself, Let the reconnaissance begin. Avoiding a patrol of henchmen, the nobleman inched closer to the encampment, peering inside to see dozens of wooden houses aglow, their numbers exceeding 100. After a rough estimation, he quietly retreated and continued his ascent up the mountain. After dispatching 2 patrols, the nobleman reached the summit. Though it was already midnight, the encampment at the peak remained brightly lit. Donning the attire stripped from a Liangshan henchman, he infiltrated the mountain stronghold. As he explored the terrain and the distribution of personnel, he soon arrived at the rear of the encampment. At that moment, a banquet was underway, and the kitchen at the back of the hall was bustling. Ah, that reckless scoundrel. Yes, I speak of you. Come here. A portly chef halted the prince, instructing him to deliver the dishes to the hall without granting him an opportunity for dialogue. Very well, the prince replied eagerly, seizing a platter and following the others into the grand hall. After navigating several turns, he entered, immediately captivated by the scene before him. At the center sat a figure clad in a white scholar's robe, whose fair complexion made it hard to fathom that he might be a bandit. This individual, undoubtedly the distinguished scholar Wang Lun, was flanked by 2 burly men, one of whom was the very Du Qian they had encountered earlier. The other, as gleaned from their conversation, was the formidable Song Wan. However, the notorious Zhu Gui was conspicuously absent, likely still at the tavern below the mountain. Now that he was here, the prince intended to glean information. While serving the dishes, he strained to eavesdrop on the 3 men's dialogue. Soon, his eyes widened in shock as he overheard a perilous revelation. As the prince placed the dishes, Wang Lun, sipping from a cup of wine, remarked to the brooding Du Qian, "You are still pondering the events of this morning? We were indeed careless. Who could have anticipated that those individuals possessed such peculiar skills?" Du Qian, downing a sizable bowl of wine and slamming it on the table, retorted angrily, "Next time, I will slaughter them all." Du Qian, I have heard that among those individuals is a remarkable woman. Have you had the chance to see her? Inquired Song Wan, his eyes glimmering with interest. The women? Du Qian poured another bowl of wine, replying, "I must say, they are indeed quite striking, far superior to those from our bandit camp. However, their attire suggests they are not from the Central Plains." Exotic beauties, Song Wan mused, his curiosity piqued. It would be splendid if you could capture one. It matters not that we failed to seize them this time. My men have sprinkled a special powder on them. Tomorrow, I shall lead a group to bring them in. Not only do they possess extraordinary skills, but we have our own talents as well. Du Qian sneered, refilling his cup. Excellent. I will accompany you, Song Wan replied, his eyes gleaming. I will bring my men along as well, hoping to capture a few to serve as our wives. Indeed, Du Qian nodded. There are plenty of women. Enough for us to share. Seeing Du Qian's agreement, Song Wan was elated, raising his cup in celebration. This matter must be communicated swiftly to everyone, the prince thought, his heart racing as he realized the peril if Du Qian and Song Wan proceeded with their plans. That rascal, go fetch 2 more barrels of wine from the back, Song Wan commanded, pointing at the dazed prince. Yes, the prince replied, snapping out of his shock and hastily departing the hall. As he reached the entrance, he took a deep breath, preparing to convey the alarming news to the others. However, just as he was about to step outside, Du Qian called out, "Halt! Which group do you belong to?" The prince's heart sank. He realized the gravity of the situation and, while stalling for time, contemplated an escape. This is troublesome. I have been discovered, he thought, fully aware that he was oblivious to the dynamics of Liangshan and thus could not provide an answer. Observing the hesitation of the noble, the leaders of Liangshan, even in their inebriated state, recognized the gravity of the situation. Du Qian slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "Bring him here, seize him." Yes. At his command, the Liangshan ruffians surged forward from all directions. Realizing his imminent peril as dozens closed in, the noble swiftly discarded 2 pokeballs, declaring, "Arcanine. Use flamethrower. Chikorita, employ leaf blade." A torrent of flames swept through the throng, igniting several of the assailants. Chikorita's leaf blade successfully repelled 3 of the ruffians, carving a path to freedom. "Let us go." With a backward shot from his bow, the noble leaped onto Arcanine's back, racing alongside Chikorita to escape the hall. "Humph," scoffed Wang Lun, seated at the center as he waved his bamboo fan, swatting away the noble's arrow. "Has our stronghold's defense become so feeble that one could so easily intrude? Chief, this fellow is the one I encountered earlier, the one who commands exotic beasts," Du Qian stated. "To dare come here, he possesses considerable audacity." The noble waved his folding fan, fanning it a few times, and commanded, "Relay my orders. Seal off the stronghold and capture him, regardless of life or death." Understood. At Wang Luan's command, the entirety of Liangshan sprang into action. Patrol squads traversed the mountains, torches illuminating the stronghold. Du Qian and Song Wan departed the hall, each leading a group to apprehend the noble. Meanwhile, the noble found refuge in a storage room after felling numerous ruffians upon exiting the hall. He took a moment to rest and document the intelligence he had gathered. Even in his flight, he did not neglect to instruct Arcanine to unleash flames upon the structures. The inferno quickly engulfed Liangshan, claiming the lives of several ruffians. Once Arcanine and Chikorita's energy was replenished, the noble charged forth once more. "The enemy is here." Spotting him, the ruffians engaged in extinguishing the flames yelled in alarm. "Attack!" Hearing the commotion, several nearby Liangshan sub-leaders rallied their followers towards the noble's direction. Where to next? As he surveyed the surrounding azure flames and the encroaching ruffians, the noble pondered. To the back mountains. I have yet to explore that terrain. With that, he again mounted Arcanine, proclaiming, "Arcanine, head to the rear." "Woof!" Arcanine responded eagerly, seizing a ruffian charging towards them and flinging him into a nearby burning building before dashing towards the back mountains. The noble, on Arcanine's back, alongside Chikorita, engaged the pursuing foes. Although his archery skills were hindered by the chaos, the overwhelming number of adversaries meant that even casual shots found their mark, momentarily stalling Liangshan's pursuit. Kill! The noble struck down a ruffian who leaped from the shadows, and ahead, he spotted a camp. Arcanine, use Spark. After dispatching the sentry, he charged directly into the encampment. Here. Upon entering the village, the nobleman discerned a peculiar sight. The houses appeared to be brimming with grain. This was a granary, yet the guards were conspicuously few. This was primarily due to the overwhelming blaze ignited by the nobleman himself, compelling Wang Luan to withdraw 3/4 of the over 200 guards assigned to the granary to quell the flames. However, the nobleman remained oblivious to this fact. Amidst the chaos of battle, he turned to the wind speed dog, commanding, "Set the place ablaze." As he evaded an attack from a minion, he charged forward, colliding with another foe, while the flames from the wind speed dog engulfed the nearby granary. This significant turmoil at Liangshan should delay their pursuit of the group for a few days, he mused, watching the granary ignite. Just as a sense of triumph swelled within him, a voice emerged from the side. "Surround him. Do not let him escape." Another voice echoed in the nobleman's ears. Startled, he lifted his gaze and beheld a robust figure wielding a blade not far ahead. This man was none other than Song Wan, the leader of Liangshan, whom the nobleman had encountered earlier in the hall. Surrounding Song Wan, a cadre of Liangshan minions, led by their sub-commanders, spread out, encircling the nobleman in the center. A quick glance revealed over 100 individuals encircling him, with more minions arriving continuously. It was now a matter of life and death. He pondered grimly whether he would survive, yet he understood the necessity of relaying information back. "Impressive," Song Wan remarked, surveying the nobleman with interest. "What say you? Would you be inclined to join my ranks?" With a cold smile, the nobleman replied, "Is that so?" "Indeed," Song Wan affirmed, nodding. "If you align with us and divulge your positions, we shall let this incident pass, and our great leader at Liangshan will not pursue you." "Very well." The nobleman feigned interest, while inwardly scoffing at the notion of joining them, as he had come to eliminate them. Had he not read the tales of Water Margin? He knew Wang Luan to be exceedingly harsh. Joining them would surely lead to his demise within a day. Seeing the nobleman's feigned acquiescence, Song Wan felt exhilarated, secretly contemplating that the women would soon be his. As for the nobleman, once he captured those women, it would mark the latter's end. Both men harbored their own schemes as they edged closer. "Lay down your weapons. He shall henceforth be one of us," Song Wan instructed his subordinates. "Greetings, Leader Song Wan." The minions acknowledged. The nobleman pretended to kneel, noting that the distance between him and Song Wan was less than 5 meters. He clenched his fists in silence. In the fleeting moment of kneeling, he drew his bow, aiming at Song Wan while commanding, "Wind speed dog, Jimmy, attack." The sudden onslaught caught Song Wan off guard, leading him to instinctively swing his blade towards the nobleman. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated through the air as Jimmy's swift blade was intercepted by Song Wan. The arrows of the Marquis veered off course, striking one of the henchmen instead, while the flames of Sadako were thwarted by several of Song Wan's subordinates. Frustration welled up within the Marquis. He had anticipated inflicting damage upon Song Wan, but had only managed to eliminate a handful of minions. Missing such a golden opportunity left him disheartened, for the ensuing battle with Song Wan would prove to be arduous. As the Marquis had foreseen, Song Wan, momentarily deceived by the Marquis, was engulfed in fury. He cleaved through the blazing henchmen before directing a fierce strike towards the Marquis. The gust of wind from Song Wan's blade struck the Marquis's face, sending a chilling reminder of mortality coursing through him. With a single blow, the wooden bow in the Marquis's grasp shattered into 2 fragments. Cursing under his breath, the Marquis hastily discarded the remnants of his broken bow and drew forth a knife to parry Song Wan's subsequent assault. "You possess more than just sorcery, it seems," Song Wan remarked, his eyes glinting with intrigue at the sight of the knife that had materialized in the Marquis's hand. "But if I slay you, all of this shall belong to me." With that, Song Wan unleashed another strike. The Marquis managed to block once more, but as their blades collided, a tremendous force surged through the knife and into his hand, nearly causing him to relinquish his grip. The disparity in strength was palpable. It felt akin to a middle schooler facing a high schooler, an overwhelming gap, yet escape was still an option. Moreover, Sadako remained at his side. As the confrontation intensified, Sadako unleashed another fiery barrage, setting ablaze a dozen more of the Liangshan henchmen. The onslaught forced the surrounding minions to retreat, leaving only the Marquis and Song Wan amidst the fray. "You possess a formidable beast, boy, but with your level of prowess, I could defeat 10 of you alone," Song Wan sneered. "Yet I do not stand alone," the Marquis replied, a smile creeping across his face. "What?" Song Wan sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere as he beheld the Marquis's smile. Just as the Marquis finished speaking, a small hedgehog emerged from his embrace. In an instant, 2 rapidly spinning leaves hurtled towards him. "What?" Caught off guard, Song Wan bore a new scar upon his visage. "Sadako, engage high-speed movement, howl, and unleash sparks." At the Marquis's command, Sadako surged forth, employing high-speed maneuvers that outmatched Song Wan's agility, effortlessly dodging his attacks. Leaping to the side, a resounding roar erupted from Sadako's maw, causing Song Wan to hesitate in his next strike. In that fleeting moment, flames engulfed Song Wan. Simultaneously, the Marquis loosed an arrow, having equipped an E-grade B venom-infused arrow. Fortune smiled upon him as the arrow triggered a paralysis effect, allowing the flames to rapidly spread across Song Wan's body. As the flames of the Swift Hound erupted from Song Wan, a surge of exhilaration coursed through Wang Ho's heart. Surely, this would be the end of one foe. Yet, in the next moment, a bucket of water extinguished the flicker of excitement igniting within him. The second in command, amidst Wang Ho's engagement with the small sprite against Song Wan, witnessed the surrounding Liangshan ruffians breaking through the flames of the Swift Hound. They soon discovered that conventional methods of quenching fires were effective against this particularly rapid blaze. Consequently, the firefighting equipment in the warehouse came to life. 2 buckets of water were doused upon Song Wan, significantly reducing the encroaching flames, followed by 2 more basins, which ultimately extinguished the fire engulfing him. With a whoosh, an arrow struck Song Wan once more, prompting Wang Ho to command the Swift Hound to retreat and switch to ordinary arrows. With the aid of the Swift Hound and the sprite, he charged forth from the stronghold. However, this time, the Swift Hound bore 2 additional wounds. Escaping would not prove easy. Infuriated by his burns, Song Wan unleashed his wrath, hurling a knife towards Wang Ho's figure with a deafening roar. In his fury, the blade traced a graceful arc through the air before embedding itself deep within Wang Ho's chest. A sudden spurt of blood erupted from the wound, causing Wang Ho to collapse upon the Swift Hound's back. "By heavens," he gasped, observing the knife protruding from his right chest, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Realizing this was the end, adventurer severely wounded. Life decreased by 1. The notifications continued to flood in, and Wang Ho's consciousness rapidly waned. Coughing, he retrieved a bottle of honey water, downing its contents. "Swift Hound, to the water's edge," he urged, clutching tightly to the creature's neck. The Swift Hound forged a path with its flames, while the sprite on Wang Ho's back employed aromatic healing. "Master, will you be all right?" "You must be all right," the sprite cried, administering her healing with tears in her eyes. "Fear not." Wang Ho forced a smile. "I shall not perish, dear sprite." Yet, another fit of coughing ensued, and he spat out more blood. After consuming another bottle of honey water, he tied the information he had gathered onto the swift hound's back with a rope. There. Pursue that direction. At that moment, two small leaders, escorting the half-burnt Song Wan, were in hot pursuit behind Wang Ho. Observing their numbers, he noted there were still around 70 to 80 individuals. Occasionally, arrows flew toward him, and by the time they reached the riverbank, the swift hound bore 3 more arrowheads. As they raced onward toward the water's edge, Wang Ho tumbled off the swift hound and threw out a pokeball, calling forth, "Come forth, Dragonite." With a concerned nuzzle, Dragonite observed Wang Ho, who had just downed another bottle of honey water. "I am fine," Wang Ho, pale, reassured him while gently stroking Dragonite's head. "Drink." Gritting his teeth, Wang Ho climbed onto Dragonite's back. "Swift hound, go to where the others are and deliver the message." Reluctant to leave, the swift hound shook its head, sensing Wang Ho's frail condition. "Go," Wang Ho insisted, his voice rising, before he coughed again, blood spilling forth. It is understandable that the noble was anxious. Had there been no notification, Du Qian would undoubtedly have led a considerable force to launch a surprise attack. If they were caught there, none would survive, leaving only the noble, who would be utterly incapable of fulfilling his mission. Thus, this news must be conveyed back. "Let us proceed. I shall not perish." The noble bellowed once more. "I will seek you out." His voice softened as he followed the others upon returning. "Wang Hao will take care of you. Go." Upon witnessing the noble's demeanor, the swift dog licked him and dashed into the water. Meanwhile, the noble observed as Song Wan approached with his men, perched upon the back of the dragon's steed. "Cough, cough, I need to keep the swift dog at a distance," the noble thought, spitting blood into the water. At that moment, flames ignited all around, shrouding the area in thick smoke, which stirred a sense of urgency within the noble. "Ha, boy. Let us see how you escape now." Song Wan laughed heartily at the weakened noble leaning against the dragon's steed. "Loosen the arrows," he commanded with a wave of his hand. Just before Song Wan issued his order, the noble preemptively commanded, "Jimmy, go." The moment his words fell, Jimmy leapt from his side and plunged into the smoke. In the next instant, the surrounding smoke surged toward Jimmy. This scene left the Liangshan group beside her momentarily stunned. As Jimmy's flower-like ears turned entirely black, a powerful shockwave erupted from her center, releasing a wave of energy. Seed Flash absorbs surrounding toxic gases and emits purifying air, creating a shockwave with each use, consuming 10 energy. The shockwave propelled the Liangshan members nearby away from Jimmy, while the dragon steed beneath the noble was blown back several meters. "Dragon steed, let us go." The noble scooped up Jimmy and drank a bottle of honey water. At that moment, a notification caused him to pause, and simultaneously, the others in Class 26 received the same alert. "Adventurer has slain Song Wan, the cloud-clad king." "What?" The noble, having endured Jimmy's shockwave, noticed that the Liangshan members could no longer catch up, and he collapsed onto the dragon's steed, losing consciousness. "What?" As the noble received the notification, the resting members of Class 26 were equally astonished. "Goodness, the noble has slain Song Wan," he exclaimed, his mouth agape. "Have we been discovered?" Li Jun pondered, adjusting his glasses. Given the noble's prowess, even if he had defeated Song Wan, he would surely be gravely injured. This made their situation even more precarious. At that moment, Chun Xiaoying murmured the notification, "Sister." "Indeed, the only one capable of slaying Song Wan is the noble." Zheng Hong replied with a smile, though her expression soon turned serious. "But now he has been discovered. There is more than one Song Wan in Liangshan. Noble, you must return alive." As the noble succumbed to unconsciousness, on the shore, the shockwave from Jimmy's seed flash fortuitously struck Song Wan, who, already on the brink of death, lost the last remnants of his life force and perished. The henchmen, witnessing their leader's demise, erupted into chaos like a swarm of flies, granting the noble the chance to escape. On the riverbank, soon, Du Qian arrived with his men, and shortly after, Wang Luan also approached. "The chief, Song Wan, has died," Du Qian remarked as he stood beside Wang Luan. Wang Luan responded, his expression calm as he nodded. "Du Qian, tomorrow take 300 brothers and bring those people to me, regardless of whether they live or die." "Understood," Du Qian replied, clasping his fists. "I will ensure their capture." "For now, let us organize the stronghold," Wang Luan said, gazing at the stronghold perched halfway up the mountain. "It seems we shall need to descend the mountain to raid." At that moment, Wang Ho lay unconscious on the back of the dragon steed, the effect of several bottles of honey water having staunched his wounds. Though Song Wan's dagger still remained embedded in his right chest. Woo-woo, surely the master will be all right. The dragon's steed mused as it carried Wang Ho away from Liangshan's waters, aimlessly traversing a waterway. Meanwhile, Jimmy tended to Wang Ho with her aromatic healing. Both little spirits deeply concerned for him. Of course, the wind speed dog was equally worried about Wang Ho's condition, though it recalled the master's orders and ran back toward the resting place of Class 26. Finally, as the sun peaked over the horizon, it reached its destination. Woo-woo. Battered and having run through the night, the wind speed dog was nearing its limits and collapsed to the ground upon being spotted by the sentinels. Wang Ho and Dong Li heard a dog-esque bark, turned, and saw a large blue and white dog not far away. Isn't that Wang Ho's wind speed dog? Dong Li pointed out. Wang Ho has returned, he exclaimed. Seeing the wind speed dog brought a moment of joy to Wang Ho, but he was soon alarmed to see the dog crash to the ground. Sensing something was amiss, Wang Ho and Dong Li shouted in unison, "Something's wrong," and dashed toward it. "Windspeed dog, are you all right?" Wang Ho cried out upon witnessing the dog's numerous wounds. "Let us take Windspeed dog over," Dong Li suggested. Agreed, Wang Ho nodded, and together they carried the Windspeed dog into the woods where everyone was encamped. What happened? Wang Ho's loud voice roused everyone from their slumber, and Zheng Hong rubbed her eyes in confusion. Wang Ho's Windspeed dog has returned. Wang Ho gently placed the dog on the ground while tending to its injuries. Wang Ho is back. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hong instantly came to her senses. "No, it's just the Windspeed dog that returned." Wang Ho shook his head. "Who has some alcohol? I need to use it." "Here, this is alcohol." Li Jun handed over a bottle. "Thank you," Wang Ho nodded. Seeing the state of the Windspeed dog, he feared for Wang Ho's safety. The sight of the dog's injuries painted a vivid picture of the fierce battle that had taken place the previous night, and with the hints from yesterday, the general course of events could be deduced. Just then, a group of girls noticed the Windspeed dog's gruesome wounds and rushed forward. "Let me handle this," Zheng Hong exclaimed, snatching the alcohol from Wang Ho and pushing him aside. "Xiao Ying, Xiao Min, bring our healing ointments." "All right, big sister," they replied. As they treated the Windspeed dog's wounds, in reality, it had merely fainted from exhaustion, and as long as its vitality was restored, it would be fine. Zheng Hong soon discovered a notebook tied around Wang Ho's neck. "What is this?" Zheng Hong opened it and gasped. "Li Jun, this contains intelligence," Wang Ho gathered. "We are in danger." Initially believing that Wang Ho had met his demise, Li Jun suddenly felt invigorated as he took the notebook and began to read. Furrowing his brow, he muttered that this situation posed a significant problem. After perusing the information, Li Jun passed the notebook to the next person, inquiring about their course of action. Wang Hao glanced at the situation and noted that Du Qian had arrived with his men. They needed to devise a strategy. "Why not set up an ambush?" suggested Zheng Hong. "Let us give it a try. We still have some resources that should prove useful," Li Jun contemplated. "Prepare yourselves," he commanded. "Find a suitable terrain for our counterattack. We cannot allow Wang Ho's intelligence to go to waste." "Understood, boss." Li Guang and Lu Fei nodded in agreement. At that moment, Windspeed dog gradually awoke, surveying his surroundings and barking affirmatively. "Wang Ho will certainly be fine," remarked Wang Hao as he approached Windspeed dog. "That fellow has a strong will to survive." A group of girls comforted Windspeed dog by stroking his fur. Despite feeling disheartened, Windspeed dog complied with Wang Ho's orders and joined the others from Class 26 to prepare for action. "Quickly, let us go and capture those rascals." Meanwhile, near Liangshan Hotel, Du Qian had also set out with his 300 henchmen. At this juncture, Wang Ho remained unconscious, lying atop the back of Cheng Long, while Jimmy slumbered beside him. Cheng Long aimlessly navigated a waterway with both Wang Ho and Jimmy. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, Cheng Long arrived at a small hill, feeling weary from swimming all night, and decided to rest in a shaded area. Just beyond the hill where Cheng Long rested lay a sprawling estate that resembled a miniature palace from a bird's-eye view, with buildings arranged in a picturesque manner. In an open space before the estate, a group of servants wielding sticks practiced martial arts. At the forefront stood a young woman in a red outfit, wielding twin blades that gleamed ominously like two full moons, radiating a chilling aura that suggested proximity would lead to instant destruction. "Truly the young mistress. Her skills are beyond our reach," remarked one of the servants, who observed the practice from a distance, while the others echoed his sentiments, acknowledging that none could rival her prowess. Just then, The red-clad woman's blades flashed, effortlessly slicing a thick wooden post into 4 pieces, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the onlookers. With a deep breath, the young mistress concluded her training. At that moment, a petite maid, appearing around 16 or 17, hurried over, offering a towel. "Mistress, wipe your sweat," she suggested. "Thank you," the young mistress replied, taking the towel. "Xiao Qiao, come with me to the back mountain for some fun." "Ah," Xiao Qiao grimaced, "but the master forbids you from wandering around." "It's just the back mountain. It'll be fine," the young mistress playfully replied, handing the towel back to Xiao Qiao before dashing toward the hill adjacent to the estate. "Wait for me, mistress," Xiao Qiao exclaimed helplessly, quickly following suit. "I knew you would come along, Xiao Qiao," said the young mistress as she paused atop the slope, slowing her pace. "Miss, this will surely earn you the master's ire, and the eldest son will not spare me," Xiao Qiao gasped, following closely behind the woman in red, her face contorted with worry. "Do not fret. I shall speak to father and elder brother about it," the woman in red replied as she walked. "I feel suffocated at home. With all the incessant learning, it is far better here." Suddenly, a peculiar sound escaped her lips. Just as Xiao Qiao was about to urge the woman in red to reconsider, she spotted something unusual. There, upon the river's surface, floated a blue creature. Upon seeing this, the woman in red hurried toward it. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed upon the creature, which was none other than a dragonair, a Pokémon that could enchant most women, including her. Particularly captivating was a nearby Jigglypuff, which had been peacefully napping but was now roused by the commotion. "What is this?" Xiao Qiao asked, now also drawn to the sight of the dragonair and Jigglypuff, momentarily taken aback. "I do not know," the woman in red replied, her eyes fixed upon the 2 creatures, "but it appears to be domesticated." She noticed a royal figure upon the dragonair's back. Following the direction of the woman's hand, Xiao Qiao's gaze fell upon the royal figure, and upon seeing the knife that pierced through the chest, her complexion went pale as she gasped. "Has this person died?" "No." The woman in red shook her head. "He still breathes. It is truly miraculous that he can survive such grievous wounds." "Who are you?" The dragonair and Jigglypuff eyed the 2 women warily. Who spoke? Jigglypuff's voice startled Xiao Qiao, prompting her to hide behind the woman in red, glancing around nervously. The woman in red, however, was filled with exhilaration as she addressed Jigglypuff. "You can speak." Her expression suggested she might wish to devour the creature. "What do you intend to do?" "Jigglypuff's master is quite formidable, you know," Jigglypuff retorted, shrinking back as a razor-sharp leaf struck the ground before the woman in red. "Impressive. You possess such abilities." The woman in red's excitement only grew. "Miss, we should leave. This place is too perilous," Xiao Qiao cautioned, gently tugging at the woman's sleeve. "Fear not." The woman in red dismissed her concerns. She then turned to Jigglypuff and Dragonair, proposing, "How about you come to my home? I can tend to your master." Jigglypuff, clearly swayed by the woman's offer, conferred with Dragonair. After a considerable pause, Jigglypuff looked up and declared, "If you can heal my master, we shall go." "Excellent." The woman in red could hardly contain her joy. "Xiao Qiao, go summon help." She then scooped up Jigglypuff in her arms. "Yes, miss." Xiao Qiao realized it was futile to oppose her mistress's decision and hurried off to fetch assistance. "Be careful, these are creatures after all," she warned. "Do not worry. Nothing will happen." The woman in red waved her hand dismissively. "Hurry along now." She even reached out to stroke the Dragonair beside her. "Very well." Seeing the gentle demeanor of both Dragonair and Jigglypuff stirred a desire to embrace Jigglypuff within Xiao Qiao's heart, but she could only nod in agreement and say, "I shall go now. My name is Husanyang, and this is Hu Family Village. What are your names, and from whence do you hail?" The woman clad in red inquired, gently stroking the fur of Jimmy. "Me? I am Jimmy." The creature looked up at Husanyang, gazing intently for a moment before conversing briefly with Chenglong. "This is Chenglong, and our master is named Wang Ho. We come from, well, from there," Jimmy continued. "There?" Husanyang echoed, intrigued. "But where exactly is there?" "Just there," Jimmy replied. "Pray tell, what do you mean by there?" "That there is simply that there," Jimmy reiterated. "Very well." Noticing the cryptic demeanor of Jimmy, Husanyang decided to shift the topic. "Is the person upon Chenglong's back your master?" "Indeed," Jimmy nodded. "How did you sustain such grievous injuries?" Upon closer inspection, Husanyang observed numerous wounds adorning Jimmy's form, while the injuries afflicting Wang Ho seemed miraculous in their survival. "It was during battle, where we were struck by foes," But that adversary was ultimately vanquished by me, Jimmy proclaimed with pride. You possess such remarkable prowess, Hu Sanyang remarked, somewhat incredulous as she regarded the diminutive Jimmy, whose size was scarcely larger than two clenched fists. However, recalling Jimmy's swift leaf blade moments earlier, she nodded in acknowledgement. Miss, I have brought the individuals you requested. At that moment, Xiao Qiao arrived with others in tow. Come, let us return home at once, Hu Sanyang declared, brushing off the dust from her attire as she stood. Very well, but we must rescue our master, Jimmy insisted. Carry this man back, Hu Sanyang commanded several sturdy servants. Yes, miss, they replied, as the robust servants hoisted Wang Ho aloft, while Hu Sanyang cradled Jimmy and addressed Chenglong. You may depart now. With a soft sound of acknowledgement, Chenglong began to ascend the bank, albeit at a considerably reduced pace. As they made their way back to Hu family village, Chenglong's appearance drew the attention of nearly every onlooker, causing the once audacious Jimmy to retreat further into Hu Sanyang's embrace. What are you all staring at? Attend to your duties, Hu Sanyang chided, observing how the gathering crowd obstructed their path. She unsheathed her blade and swung it, prompting the throng to scatter in disarray. Nevertheless, the news of the two peculiar creatures and the gravely injured man spread swiftly throughout Hu family village. This will not do. Noticing the lingering gazes upon Chenglong, Hu Sanyang silently mused that had this occurred elsewhere, her elder brother and parents would have whisked Wang Ho away, preventing Jimmy and Chenglong from reaching her. Resolutely, Hu Sanyang instructed several servants. You shall carry this man to my quarters. Xiao Qiao, seek out old Lu at once. Is it proper to bring him to the young lady? Xiao Qiao hesitated. Fear not, Hu Sanyang reassured her. Hasten. Who is the mistress, you or I? Follow my command. Very well. With her mistress's temper flaring, Xiao Qiao reluctantly complied and departed. Follow me. Upon reaching her room, Hu Sanyang personally laid Wang Ho down on the makeshift bedding she had crafted. Due to the severe wound piercing his chest, he could only recline awkwardly on the ground. Before long, Xiao Qiao returned accompanied by the village physician, an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair and a beard to match. Upon seeing the dagger embedded in the nobleman's chest, I was immediately struck with astonishment. Where did the young lady find such a person? This wound, a miracle if he survives, remarked old Lu as he approached to examine the nobleman's injuries closely. Is there any hope for this man? Inquired Hu Sanyang. Aside from this grievous wound, his other injuries are minor, and they have begun to heal. If we can simply remove the dagger from his chest, he may yet recover, Lu replied. Then let us remove it, Hu Sanyang insisted. Alas, my lady, old Lu said with a rueful smile, the wound has already begun to mend. The dagger obscures most of the injury. Should we extract it, the wounds will reopen, and he may perish. What shall we do? Hu Sanyang lamented, then turned her gaze to the creature in her arms, Jimmy, and the companion beside her, Chenglong. You both are aware of your master's plight. What do you suggest? At that moment, old Lu, still fixated on the nobleman's injury, noticed Chenglong and Jimmy. Observing the wisdom emanating from Chenglong's large eyes, he exclaimed, My lady, where did you acquire this extraordinary beast? It possesses such intelligence. These creatures belong to this man. Hu Sanyang replied, Jimmy, if it is merely a matter of bleeding, do you have a remedy? Surely a physician can treat our master, Jimmy pondered. Nestled in Hu Sanyang's embrace, not only does it comprehend commands, but it can also speak. What a spirit beast. My lady, you have stumbled upon a treasure. Lu marveled at the sight of the diminutive creature nestled against Hu Sanyang. However, they are not mine yet. If their master were to perish, they would undoubtedly fight to the death, Hu Sanyang thought to herself, deciding that healing him first would ensure that she could claim Jimmy later. Thus, Hu Sanyang inquired of old Lu, is it now possible to treat him? If this little one can indeed staunch the bleeding, it is worth a try, Lu replied. Jimmy, do you truly possess a solution? Hu Sanyang pressed once more. Of course. I am quite remarkable, Jimmy declared proudly. Excellent. You are the most formidable, Hu Sanyang said, gently stroking Jimmy. Old Lu, when shall we commence the treatment? My lady, I shall return to prepare at once, he responded before departing the room. Jimmy, what can you do? Hu Sanyang continued to caress the creature. I can heal, Jimmy exclaimed. It was my assistance that prevented your master's wounds from worsening. You can heal? Hu Sanyang replied, astonished. I am quite capable, Jimmy affirmed. What is this? Hu Sanyang then noticed a pokeball at the nobleman's waist. This is a pokeball. This is how our master carries us, Jimmy explained, taking hold of the ball and releasing a green caterpillar. What is this? Hu Sanyang watched as a beam of light emerged from the pokeball, revealing an adorable little creature on the table. This is a caterpie, Jimmy introduced. Caterpie. This is Hu Sanyang. She wishes to save our master. Upon hearing Jimmy's words, Caterpie lowered its guard and nodded at Hu Sanyang. Greetings, Hu Sanyang said, recognizing yet another sentient beast. Jimmy, what brings you here? How did you sustain such grievous injuries? After greeting Caterpie, Hu Sanyang produced a vial of healing ointment and some cloth strips to tend to Jimmy's wounds, while Caterpie began to spin silk from its mouth to weave a web. I believe we came here to vanquish Liangshan, as our master indicated. Jimmy reflected thoughtfully. Master seems to have said something along those lines. Hu Sanyang of Liangshan remarked with a hint of confusion. She was aware that the Dulong gang, where the Hu family resided, was not far from Liangshan, and the two factions had maintained a respectful distance from each other. Do they harbor a grudge against your master? He intends to obliterate Liangshan all on his own. And you have suffered such grievous injuries there, haven't you? Master and his companions number many, though many have perished, Jimmy replied. Liangshan boasts over 1,000 people. It is not something you can easily confront. Hu Sanyang gently patted Jimmy's small head, saying, All right, your wounds have been tended to. You will recover in a few days. This is a matter concerning our master. We need only follow him. Jimmy rested her head on the table and asked, What if your master commands you to die? Hu Sanyang countered, Would you also choose to perish? Master would never do such a thing, Jimmy asserted, gazing at Hu Sanyang with unwavering resolve. Fengsigu said that master would rather sacrifice himself than let it suffer. Fengsigu and Chenglong chose to follow him for this very reason. Hence, master would never act in such a manner, otherwise he would not have earned Fengsigu's trust. Fengsigu? Hu Sanyang queried once more, perplexed. Fengsigu is the mightiest among us. The first little sprite to follow our master, Jimmy explained. It seems this nobleman has a tale of his own. Hu Sanyang mused inwardly upon hearing Jimmy's words. At that moment, old Lu had also prepared himself and called from the doorway. Miss, we are ready. Very well, Hu Sanyang replied. You may retrieve the knife here. Turning to the nearby grass, she instructed, Go assist old Lu. Miss, is that appropriate? Old Lu hesitated. It's all right, old Lu, Hu Sanyang reassured him with a smile. Patting his shoulder. I have slain bandits before. I am not afraid of this. All right, old Lu conceded with a nod. Let us begin. He approached the nobleman, extracting an array of tools in preparation to draw the blade. Jimmy also jumped down from the table to stand before the nobleman. Little one, once I extract this knife, your master will bleed profusely. I will staunch part of the wound, and the rest will be up to you, old Lu informed Jimmy, who nodded in understanding. Let us proceed, Jimmy affirmed. Old Lu peeled back the nobleman's shirt, revealing his torso, which still bore a hint of fleshiness. The wound was laid bare before all. Where the blade seemed to have fused with the flesh, the area around their contact already forming scars. Commencing, old Lu announced, applying some medicinal powder to the wound before addressing Jimmy. In the next moment, the knife was withdrawn from the nobleman's body. A spray of blood splattered everywhere, and the nobleman's body jerked violently, crying out in agony as he slipped into unconsciousness. As the knife was pulled free, a vial of medicine was swiftly poured into the wound by old Lu. Jimmy. She began her aromatic treatment. A fragrant essence filled the air, halting the nobleman's declining vitality. After administering the medicine, old Lu proceeded to stitch the nobleman's wound, sprinkling additional medicinal powder. The absence of anesthetic during the stitching caused the nobleman to awaken in excruciating pain, screaming loudly, but he soon succumbed to unconsciousness again. It took 3 successive attempts before old Lu completed the task. The nobleman's face had turned pale, had it not been for Jimmy's aromatic treatment, which possessed some pain-relieving qualities. He might have succumbed to the agony. During the process of stitching the wound, Hu Sanyang was not idle. Instead, she and Xiao Chao held down Wang Ho, preventing any movements that could impede the suturing. However, this treatment brought Wang Ho not only pain, but also some benefits. If he were to awaken, he would witness a series of notifications. Adventurer severely injured, health -1 every 5 seconds. Adventurer healed, health 5. Adventurer healed, severe injury status removed. Transitioning to light injury. Adventurer experiences immense mental stimulation, permanently gaining 1 to mental attributes. After bandaging the wound, Lu Lao bid farewell to Hu Sanyang. Subsequently, Jimmy administered another aromatic healing to Wang Ho, restoring his health completely. Moreover, after his health was fully restored, Jimmy continued to use aromatic healing, facilitating the ongoing recovery of the freshly stitched wound. It was only when Jimmy became faint from exhaustion that Hu Sanyang and Xiao Chao refrained from disturbing her. Once Jimmy succumbed to unconsciousness, they gently laid Wang Ho down and took care of Jimmy as well. "Miss, what shall we do next?" "It would be inappropriate to leave a man in your room when we must explain to Lord and Lady," Xiao Chao remarked, glancing at Wang Ho, whose complexion was now rosy. "Fear not. With Jimmy here, the freshly stitched wound appears to be healing well. My father was injured the day before yesterday, so we can simply have Jimmy tend to him, and that will suffice for an explanation," Hu Sanyang replied nonchalantly. "Oh," Xiao Chao nodded. "Xiao Chao, you stay here and look after them. I will step out for a moment," Hu Sanyang instructed before departing. While Wang Ho recuperated, the others from Class 26 engaged with Du Qian, with the wind speed dog among them. A series of alerts echoed around Wang Ho. In a nearby forest, the ground lay strewn with over 100 corpses, with dozens of swords and spears haphazardly embedded in the earth. Ghostly blue flames flickered atop the bodies. However, none belonged to Class 26. "Captain, we have fallen into a trap," a junior leader exclaimed beside Du Qian. "Quickly, let us find them." Du Qian, equally disheveled, replied, "Those people number only a dozen. We still have over 100 brothers. Why fear them?" At that moment, the wind speed dog emerged from an unknown location, unleashing a fiery blast upon the ground, instantly engulfing the area in flames, trapping Du Qian and his men within. Fire attack. This is Li Jun's plan. And with the arrival of the wind speed dog, it is far more likely to succeed. Li Jun produced a landmine he had crafted from gunpowder found in the urban ruins trial space. First, Yi Min and the wind speed dog lured Du Qian and the Liangshan thugs into the meticulously designed forest. The initial landmine claimed dozens of lives, followed by the wind speed dog igniting the hidden incendiary devices, ensnaring Du Qian and his crew. "Now we can capture them all in one fell swoop," Li Jun proclaimed with delight. "This is all thanks to Wang Ho's information," Zheng Hong added. "Indeed, but we remain uncertain of Wang Ho's condition," Lung Bing remarked. "The presence of the wind speed dog indicates that Wang Ho is safe," Zheng Hong reassured, patting Lung Bing on the shoulder. "We must focus on neutralizing our enemies here. With so many present, we must exercise caution." Zheng Hong's words rang true. Li Jun concurred. "We cannot relax until all these foes are vanquished." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's gaze turned towards the flames, with death notifications echoing relentlessly, causing palpable tension among the crowd, fearful that someone might emerge from the inferno. However, unlike their initial arrival at Pit 26, the situation unfolded favorably. Upon receiving the notification of Du Qian's demise, a collective sigh of relief was shared. When Wang Ho regained consciousness, he found himself in a vintage room, unmistakably adorned as a woman's sanctuary. Realizing he had been rescued, he felt a throbbing headache and a sense of weakness. Gritting his teeth, he propped himself up from the floor, one hand supporting him while the other rubbed his dizzying head. At that moment, a familiar face appeared beside him, and upon closer inspection, he joyfully exclaimed, "Chung Long, is that you?" Following this, the green caterpillar descended from the beam, affectionately nuzzling against Wang Ho. "Everyone is safe, but where is Jimmy?" he inquired, scanning the room but finding no trace of her. "Mew," Chung Long responded, and though the words were unintelligible, the lack of urgency in its expression reassured Wang Ho that Jimmy was unharmed, granting him a moment of peace. Just then, his stomach let out a loud grumble. "Are you hungry?" Wang Ho asked, cradling the green caterpillar as he addressed the two little sprites. Both nodded in agreement. "Come, let us eat first." He retrieved 2 bags of sprite food, followed by a cup of instant noodles and a bottle of hot water, all preserved in their original state from his spatial pouch. Soon, the noodles were ready, and as he prepared to enjoy his meal, the door suddenly swung open. Startled, with noodles poised in his mouth, Wang Ho turned to face the entrance. There stood 2 exceptionally beautiful women, one clad in a striking red outfit, with 2 swords at her back, while the other wore a delicate green ensemble, clearly marking the red-clad woman as the mistress and the green-clad one as her attendant. Nestled in the arms of the red-clad woman was Jimmy Slurp. Wang Ho slurped the noodles, glancing at the women. "Thank you for saving me. I am Wang Ho. May I ask your names?" "Master," The red-clad woman was about to respond when Jiemi leapt from her embrace into Wang Ho's arms, crying out, "Master, do not weep. Everything is all right." Wang Ho gently soothed, caressing Jiemi's back. "I promised I would not perish. Do not worry. Go and eat with Cheng Long and the others." Jiemi nodded and hopped out of his embrace. Turning back, Wang Ho noticed the red-clad woman curiously examining him, while her green-clad companion shyly peeked from behind. "What is it?" Wang Ho asked, glancing down at himself and finding nothing amiss, intrigued by their scrutiny. "You may call me Husan Yang. This is Wang Ho's attendant, Xiao Xiao." The red-clad woman introduced herself. "Where did you come from?" Wang Ho inquired, astonishment flooding his mind upon hearing the name Husan Yang. "Husan Yang, how did I end up at Hu's residence? Is the storyline becoming convoluted?" He pondered internally. "What is the matter? Am I truly that fearsome?" Upon hearing her own name, Husan Yang noticed the nobleman widening his eyes, filled with curiosity. Yet, despite her intrigue, her attention was primarily captivated by the fragrant noodles before him and the peculiar colorful bowl. "What manner of food is this? Where did you procure it?" she inquired, once more gesturing towards the instant noodles. "This is food from my homeland," the nobleman explained, adding, "I brought it with me. Please, prepare a bowl for me," Husan Yang requested, prompting yet another moment of astonishment from the nobleman. "Ah," he stammered for a brief moment before regaining his composure, nodding vigorously. He turned, reaching into his bedding, and emerged with 5 containers of instant noodles. After opening 2 of them and soaking them in hot water, he remarked, "Once the noodles soften, they will be ready to eat." With that, he began to enjoy his own noodles, and before long, Husan Yang and Xiao Xiao joined in. The modern food proved irresistible, leading them to devour the 5 containers with remarkable speed, and only after consuming another 5 did they finally pause. "Are you satisfied?" the nobleman inquired. "Delicious. This is food from your homeland." "I apologize for eating so much," Husan Yang said, glancing at the stacked containers with a hint of embarrassment. "Not at all. I have plenty more," the nobleman replied as he tidied up the remnants. The rapport between Husan Yang and Xiao Xiao towards him noticeably increased. "Aren't you afraid I might pose a threat to you?" With their affinity for one another growing, Husan Yang engaged in more conversation with the nobleman. "Not at all. If I were a threat, I would not have awakened," he smiled, glancing at Jiemi, who was playfully frolicking with Chenglong and the green caterpillar. "Moreover, Jiemi seems quite fond of you." "Indeed," Husan Yang nodded. "Jiemi is a grateful little spirit. She shows great warmth towards those with kind hearts." "Thus, you are not a wicked person," the nobleman asserted. "Ah, I see now," Husan Yang replied. "No wonder Jiemi did not find me unfamiliar." After a brief pause, she continued, "I heard from Jiemi that you plan to eliminate Liangshan. What is the story behind that?" The nobleman was about to respond when a sudden notification interrupted him. Adventurers must not disclose information regarding the space to narrative characters. "The people of Liangshan harbor enmity towards us." He quickly revised his statement. "Our faction has dispatched us to eradicate Liangshan. But Liangshan boasts thousands of warriors. The officials have attempted to assault them several times and failed," Husan Yang remarked. "I suspect your numbers are limited." "Numbers are not the issue," the nobleman replied. "We have already slain Liangshan's 2nd leader, Du Qian, and the 3rd leader, Song Wan, and we have eliminated roughly half of their forces. We shall resolve this matter swiftly." As he checked the notifications during his unconscious state, he discovered a series of kill prompts, likely linked to his companion's efforts. And he had even received a supportive notification for assisting in the defeat of Du Qian. It appeared that his information had proven invaluable. "Impressive," Husan Yang exclaimed upon hearing that a mere handful of noblemen had decimated half of Liangshan, her respect for him soaring anew. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. "Who is it?" Husan Yang inquired. A voice from outside responded, "Miss. The elder has heard that the person you rescued has awakened and wishes to meet him." "I understand. Please, go ahead," Husan Yang replied. She then turned to the nobleman and said, "My father wishes to see you." "Very well," he acknowledged. The noble Wang Ho nodded and remarked that since they had arrived at the Hu family estate, it was only fitting to pay a visit to their elders. He then turned and called, "Come back, Cheng Long," green caterpillar, securing 2 poke balls at his waist and placing Jiemi on his shoulder. Turning to Husan Yang, Wang Ho said, "Let us proceed." Curiously observing the poke balls at Wang Ho's waist, Husan Yang inquired, "How can such a large Cheng Long fit into such a small ball?" Wang Ho found himself at a loss for words. pondering whether to explain that it was a design of the comic's author. Instead, he replied, "Consider it a form of magic." "Oh," Hu Sanyang nodded, choosing not to press further. She led the way through several corridors and around a few turns, finally arriving at an impressive room. In the central hall, against the wall, stood 2 chairs with a modest square table in between. On either side of the passage were 2 chairs and 2 tables. An elderly gentleman, clad in traditional long robes, sat in the central chair, flanked by 2 attendants dressed like delicate blades of grass. "Greetings, old Master Hu," Wang Ho said, bowing respectfully to the venerable man before him. "Please, rise," old Master Hu replied with a smile. "Someone, bring tea." "Yes, sir." "Sit," the old man added, then addressed Hu Sanyang. "Sanyang, please take a seat as well." "Understood, grandfather." Wang Ho took a seat on one of the side chairs, while Hu Sanyang occupied the other. "I am deeply grateful for the Hu family's timely assistance," Wang Ho expressed, recalling the etiquette of the Song dynasty as he formulated his words. "Not at all," the old man chuckled. "That little creature on your shoulder has also healed my son's wounds." No, Wang Ho interjected. "My injury was indeed grave. This must be repaid." "Very well. Do not insist any longer," Hu Sanyang interjected, unable to bear the exchange. "Agreed," old Master Hu nodded. "May I inquire where you hail from, young friend, that you sustained such a severe injury?" After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ho replied, "I come from Bianjing." "What brings you here?" old Master Hu asked. "I heard that when Sanyang rescued you, there was still a dagger lodged in your body. We have enemies from Liangshan among us." Upon hearing old Master Hu's inquiry, Wang Ho pondered. The Hu family estate was not far from Liangshan, and if he could enlist some assistance from them, vanquishing Liangshan would be within reach. Yet, how to broach the subject? After some thought, he declared, "I aim to eliminate Liangshan." "Eliminate Liangshan?" Old Master Hu stroked his beard, contemplating. "Though you possess such extraordinary creatures, your ambition seems rather grand. While our Hu family has no dealings with Liangshan, we are still aware of some of their affairs." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Liangshan boasts an army of over 1,000 men. The officials once dispatched 1,000 troops to assault Liangshan, yet they did not encounter the main forces and instead suffered significant losses. I trust your forces cannot match 1,000 soldiers?" "Numbers are not an issue," Wang Ho countered. "We have already dealt with half of Liangshan's forces and 2 of their leaders. The remaining adversaries pose little threat." "Oh," old Master Hu regarded Wang Ho with newfound surprise. "That is indeed half of Liangshan. It seems I have underestimated you. This fortunate encounter with your esteemed family has indeed been a stroke of luck." Wang Ho acknowledged with a bow. "I do, however, have a modest request." "Speak," old Master Hu responded, smiling. Hu Sanyang, intrigued, leaned in closer. "I wish to borrow some men from your esteemed family to mount an assault on Liangshan," Wang Ho stated boldly. "Ah!" Hu Sanyang exclaimed in astonishment at the prospect of attacking Liangshan. Sitting in the center, old Master Hu regarded Wang Ho with a hint of surprise. Yet being a shrewd elder, he quickly deduced the motives behind Wang Ho's request for troops. He remarked that although Liangshan had only half its forces, they still held dominion over the expansive 800 miles of water surrounding Liangshan, making them a formidable opponent. Wang Ho, though still somewhat naive to the intricacies of human relationships, grasped the implication of old Master Hu's words. The Hu family would not lend their soldiers without compensation. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Wang Ho smiled and proposed, "I can represent my companions in a contract. If your esteemed family agrees to lend me soldiers, once we have conquered Liangshan, all that resides within shall belong to your family, including the 800 miles of water as your territory." Even old Master Hu, who had witnessed countless dealings, was taken aback by Wang Ho's audacious offer, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Beside him, Hu Sanyang excitedly declared, "I will take my men with you." Turning to her grandfather, she urged, "Grandfather, please let me go." "No," old Master Hu responded, regaining his composure. "Attacking Liangshan is not as simple as it sounds. We must deliberate this matter further until your brother returns." Upon hearing her grandfather's words, the once exuberant Hu Sanyang slumped in her chair, dejected as if struck by frost. Just then, a house servant rushed into the hall, panting heavily. "Old Master, miss. Trouble is upon us." "What is it?" old Master Hu inquired, observing the servant's frantic demeanor. "A group of Liangshan bandits has arrived outside, raiding the villages for grain. The villagers have been nearly slaughtered." "What?" Before old Master Hu could respond, Hu Sanyang slammed her hands on the table, indignantly declaring, "How dare they come to our Hu family estate after losing half of Liangshan? Grandfather, I will go and slay them all." With that, she stormed out of the hall. "Old Master, I shall assist as well," Wang Ho said, bowing respectfully to Old Master Hu. "Thank you." Upon exiting, Wang Ho caught up with Hu Sanyang, saying, "I will help you, but your injury has not fully healed," Hu Sanyang remarked, eyeing him with concern. "It's nothing," Wang Ho replied confidently. "I have fully recovered, and I am not a close combat fighter. It will be fine." "Then do take care," she cautioned, gathering the estate's guests and servants. "Do you want to ride a horse?" "Ride a horse?" Wang Ho mused inwardly, realizing this would be his first experience. He hoped he wouldn't embarrass himself. "All right," he nodded. "Then I shall also procure a horse for you. By the way, where is your weapon?" she inquired. "I have it with me. It requires no concern," Wang Ho assured her. "Good," Hu Sanyang affirmed. Before long, a group of over 100 had assembled. Mounted upon their horses, Wang Ho gripped the saddle tightly, following the throng towards the troubled village. Along the way, noticing Wang Ho's anxious demeanor, Hu Sanyang burst into laughter, covering her mouth. "I didn't expect you to be like this." Even Jimmy leapt onto Hu Sanyang's shoulder, giggling. "Master, you're amusing. This is my first time riding," Wang Ho admitted with an awkward smile. "It would be different if Feng Sudog were here." Haha. Hu Sanyang could not contain her laughter, and the female guards accompanying her joined in, covering their mouths as they chuckled. Soon, they arrived at the village, where a thick plume of smoke ascended into the sky. Infuriated, Hu Sanyang gazed upon the numerous corpses strewn across the ground, her anger igniting a similar fury among her companions. Not far away, bands of Liangshan thugs scurried about, burdened with grain. At that moment, one of the ruffians spotted Hu Sanyang and her entourage, and immediately shouted that the people from whose family village had arrived. Instantly, over 200 individuals gathered, led by a muscular man clad in coarse linen, wielding a short dagger. "Who are you? How dare you come to my Hu family village and cause havoc?" Hu Sanyang thundered. "I am Zhu Gui from Liangshan, the dry-ground Huli," the burlap-clad man replied, flicking his dagger in a flourish while cocking his head at Hu Sanyang. "Is there no one left in Hu's family village? They send a woman to confront me." Zhu Gui's taunt provoked the ire of Hu's family members. In a flash, Hu Sanyang lunged at Zhu Gui with her blade. "Come at me." Zhu Gui squinted at her, his dagger slicing through the air once more as he charged towards Hu Sanyang. The two leaders clashed, igniting a chaotic melee among their followers. Wang Ho, with Jimmy and the green caterpillar perched upon his shoulder, readied a wooden bow in hand. "Drink." A Liangshan thug swung his knife towards Wang Ho. The green caterpillar spat a web directly into the thug's eyes, causing him to clutch his face in agony, while Wang Ho released an arrow. Its tip mere inches from the thug's throat. "Die." Wang Ho let go of the arrow, which struck true, piercing the thug's throat. Adventurer has slain a Liangshan thug. Earned 5 task points. Jimmy, employ the flying leaf blade. After dispatching one thug, Wang Ho evaded another adversary charging from the side, issuing commands. In the next instant, a Liangshan thug, about to strike a Hu family villager, collapsed. Adventurer has slain a Liangshan thug. Earned 5 task points. Be careful. Wang Ho seized a fallen comrade, swiftly shooting another arrow that struck a thug in the thigh, causing him to tumble to the ground, where a Hu family servant finished him off. Adventurer assisted in slaying a Liangshan thug. Earned 2 task points. In no time, several corpses surrounded Wang Ho, deterring any thug from advancing. Despite Wang Ho's efforts to hold back Liangshan, the Hu family was outnumbered and remained at a disadvantage, with more of their own fallen on the battlefield than Liangshan's. At the heart of the fray, Hu Sanyang and Zhu Gui engaged fiercely, their weapons clashing in a shower of sparks. However, Hu Sanyang's prowess was undeniable. Her ranking of 59 in the water margin surpassed Zhu Gui's 91. Moreover, her mounted position granted her a distinct advantage. Quickly, Zhu Gui began to struggle, relying on sheer numbers to contend with her. Yet, Hu Sanyang grew more emboldened with each passing moment, and soon the ground was littered with bodies. Realizing he was outmatched, Zhu Gui sought to escape. Scanning the battlefield, he soon spotted Wang Ho, surrounded by corpses, thanks to the assistance of 2 small sprites. Wang Ho stood out prominently amidst the chaos. Standing on the ground, surrounded by several retainers shielding him from attacks, the noble archer positioned himself in the center. As for the warhorse he had arrived on, it had long been released, serving no purpose other than to draw hatred. Wasn't this the same person who had stealthily ascended Mount Liang that day? With the aid of two diminutive spirits, Zhu Gui recognized the noble and quietly contemplated that while he could not kill this woman, dealing with her would be quite manageable. With this thought, Zhu Gui hurled two daggers, swiftly eliminating the two retainers standing before the noble, while instructing his subordinates to fend off the assault from Hu Sanyang, charging towards the noble with his daggers in hand. What? In the presence of the noble, two retainers from the Hu family suddenly found daggers at their throats, collapsing instantly, leaving the noble momentarily stunned. As the noble regained his senses, a dagger was thrust towards him. Clang! As Zhu Gui surged forward, the sharp leaves of the noble's weapon flew towards him. Death! With a flick of his wrist, Zhu Gui deflected two leaves. Now, with no obstruction before the noble, it seemed that Zhu Gui would strike true, but not far away. Hu Sanyang, concerned, shouted and rushed toward the noble with her blade. Yet, Hu Sanyang required time to reach the noble, and a palpable aura of death surged forth once more. However, having danced on the precipice of death multiple times, the noble remained composed. In an instant, he transformed his bow into a knife, parrying Zhu Gui's strike. Nonetheless, the disparity in their attributes was significant when their blades clashed. The noble felt as if he had been struck by a carriage, his body involuntarily retreating. Sorcery! Observing the noble's bow morph into a knife, Zhu Gui cursed, driving the noble back with a slash, then launching two daggers anew. One pierced a retainer's throat, while the other pursued the noble directly. However, having narrowly avoided the initial assault, the noble seized the moment to retaliate. Once more, the sharp leaves of his weapon engaged with Zhu Gui's dagger. After being momentarily slowed by the leaves, the noble managed to deflect the dagger. Death! Zhu Gui bellowed, advancing towards the noble once more. Thief, meet your end. Meanwhile, Hu Sanyang carved a path through the throng, reaching Zhu Gui's side and landing a blow upon his shoulder. Unprepared for the sudden attack, Zhu Gui was struck and, wounded, could no longer pay heed to the noble. He abruptly retreated, creating distance from Hu Sanyang. As he withdrew, Zhu Gui shouted, "Stop her!" Thinking to escape would not be so simple. Seeing Zhu Gui attempt to flee, Hu Sanyang, refusing to relent, let out a fierce cry and galloped after him. Run! At this moment, the noble also observed Zhu Gui, trying to escape from Hu Sanyang, and could not help but feel a surge of amusement. He readied his bow once more, pursuing Zhu Gui, this time armed with arrows imbued with a tranquilizing poison. Infuriating. Upon witnessing Zhu Gui's injury, the bandits from Mount Liang began to panic. Although their numbers still held an advantage, they found themselves increasingly pressured by the forces of the Hu family. Retreat. Observing the dwindling morale on his side, Zhu Gui reluctantly decided to abandon the robbery. However, fate had other plans. As he prepared to depart, a troop emerged from the outskirts of the village, unmistakably clad as members of the Hu family estate. This contingent comprised approximately 200 individuals, led by a strikingly handsome man adorned in iron armor, wielding a long spear. He vociferously proclaimed, "Do the bandits of Liangshan dare to wreak havoc upon my Hu family estate? Prepare to meet your demise." With that, he charged towards Zhu Gui. "Perish, brigand!" The fierce Hu Sanyang also galloped into the fray, hurling a flying claw that ensnared Zhu Gui's thigh. In the next heartbeat, the spear in the man's grasp plunged into Zhu Gui's body. Meanwhile, an arrow from the noble's bow zipped through the air, piercing Zhu Gui's chest. As the adventurers assisted in vanquishing the four leaders of Liangshan, notably the infamous Zhu Gui, a notification echoed in the air. The noble exhaled a sigh of relief, reflecting, "Another leader of Liangshan has fallen. Only Wang Luan remains. Surely, he can be dealt with." Witnessing the demise of their leader, the remaining Liangshan ruffians discarded their weapons and surrendered. Orders were given for the estate's servants to manage the captives. Dismounting, the man approached Hu Sanyang, engaging her in conversation, while the noble sought a stone to sit upon, playfully interacting with the little spirits, Green Caterpillar and Jimmy. "Well done," he remarked, scratching Jimmy's small head. "You too, Green Caterpillar. You're quite formidable, aren't you?" Jimmy nodded affirmatively. The noble then glanced skyward. Realizing that the sun had ascended to its zenith, noon had arrived. He mumbled to himself and retrieved a pouch of elven snacks from his spatial pouch to feed Green Caterpillar and Jimmy. As he frolicked with the little spirits, Hu Sanyang and the man approached, with Hu Sanyang introducing, "Brother, this is Wang Ho." "Greetings," Wang Ho replied. "Hello, Hu Cheng responded with a smile, though his gaze lingered more on the little spirits perched on Wang Ho's shoulder. The battle had conferred upon Wang Ho a significant advantage, not merely the slaying of Zhu Gui, but an elevation of his standing within the Hu family estate. Initially, the household servants regarded him simply as a fortunate jester. However, following this skirmish, where he had saved numerous servants and matched Hu Sanyang in the number of Liangshan ruffians vanquished, respect and admiration began to color their perceptions of him. This engagement also reached Hu Cheng's ears, fostering a favorable impression of this newcomer, particularly in a world where strength was paramount, as depicted in the tales of Water Margin. Sister, the Liangshan bandits dared to invade our Hu family estate and have killed so many of our people. This grievance must be avenged, Hu Sanyang declared, her eyes reddening as she surveyed the bodies of the fallen servants and villagers being carried away. The Liangshan bandits are formidable foes, Hu Cheng frowned, expressing his concern. This vengeance will not be easily attained. It need not be as challenging, Hu Sanyang insisted. We have slain Liangshan's fourth leader, Zhu Gui. Wang Ho previously dispatched their third leader, Song Wan, and their second leader has also been eliminated by Wang Ho's men. Now, only Wang Luan remains, and Liangshan's numbers are dwindling. Is that so? Hu Cheng gazed at Wang Ho in astonishment. Indeed, Wang Ho nodded, stating that as long as Wang Luan was eliminated, the entire Liangshan would belong to the Hu family manor, and they would lend their assistance. Upon hearing this, Hu Cheng felt a surge of interest. The news of Wang Ho and his companions having slain two leaders of Liangshan elevated his opinion of them significantly. The vast waters of Liangshan, spanning 800 miles, were easily defensible yet challenging to conquer. Turning it into the territory of the Hu family manor would essentially provide them with an additional avenue of retreat, and furthermore, it would enhance their strength, surpassing both the Zhu and Li families. Hu Cheng contemplated that the destruction of Liangshan would also be a considerable achievement in the eyes of the authorities, thus facilitating negotiations for the Hu family manor. With this in mind, he gritted his teeth and nodded, declaring to Wang Ho that only Wang Luan remained in Liangshan. Observing Hu Cheng's newfound enthusiasm, Wang Ho quickly affirmed, I can swear that we have already eliminated Song Wan and Du Qian. Very well, Hu Cheng responded decisively. Tomorrow, Sanyang and I will lead 500 robust retainers and guests to Liangshan. Thank you, Wang Ho replied with a respectful gesture. Not at all, Hu Cheng smiled, clearly having shared with Hu Cheng the grievances between Wang Ho and Liangshan. He remarked, this is advantageous for our Hu family manor. All right, Hu Sanyang interjected with a smile. Brother, Wang Ho, let us not delay any longer. We must take our leave. Yes, it is time to go, Hu Cheng agreed. Wang Ho, brother, let us head to the manor for a couple of drinks. Indeed, Wang Ho concurred with a smile. Wang Ho, do you still have those noodles? Hu Sanyang quietly inquired as they walked. Noodles? Wang Ho replied, puzzled, but soon realized she must be referring to instant noodles. Contemplating this, Wang Ho fell silent. Observing Hu Sanyang's eager expression, it was evident she was quite smitten. Yes, I will bring you 2 boxes when we return, Wang Ho assured her. Hu Sanyang's fascination with instant noodles would undoubtedly make headlines in modern times. Wonderful, she exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Wang Ho's words, but noticing everyone staring at her. She quickly covered her mouth and whispered, Thank you, Wang Ho. I cannot accept this without offering something in return. Please, if you have any requests, do let me know. Requests? Wang Ho mused. Well, there is one. What is it? Please, speak, Hu Sanyang urged. Before we head to Liangshan tomorrow, could you teach me a few moves? Wang Ho asked. You know I am only proficient in the basics. That is not a problem, Hu Sanyang responded, patting Wang Ho on the shoulder. Come after dinner. Having someone to guide him was certainly more beneficial than fumbling through it alone. After a hearty meal, Wang Ho and Hu Sanyang arrived at the training grounds of the Hu family manor. Upon learning that Hu Sanyang was to instruct Wang Ho, Hu Cheng, who had some free time, joined them. While it was impossible for him to impart his most cherished techniques to Wang Ho, even a brief guidance would afford Wang Ho substantial benefits. The adventurer, upon receiving instruction from the character Yi Zhangqing, Hu Sanyang, acquired skills in basic archery and basic knife techniques. Meanwhile, the adventurer also gained skills in basic horsemanship and basic spear techniques from Hu Cheng. The acquisition of these 4 basic skills resulted in a remarkable enhancement of Wang Ho's capabilities, previously limited to that of a mere sprite. Having transported 5 boxes of instant noodles from his personal space to Hu Sanyang, Wang Ho once again enhanced his rapport with her. He then practiced the newly acquired skills at the martial arts arena in the Hu family village, returning only when dusk fell. Meanwhile, in a desolate village near Liangshan, a group had gathered to deliberate. This assembly comprised the members of Class 26, with Feng Su Dog nestled beside Wang Hao. Upon receiving the news of Zhu Gui's demise, a glimmer of hope ignited among them. Currently, Liangshan was solely under Wang Lun's command, with a maximum of 500 subordinates. In reality, only 300 remained. Thus, they began to strategize on how to ascend Liangshan, for it was evident that a mere 300 men could not adequately defend such a vast territory, leaving room for vulnerabilities. Armed with the defensive map of Liangshan sketched by Wang Ho, they could more effectively devise a plan to confront the forces there. This course of action was unanimously agreed upon. Li Jun made the final decision, with only Wang Lun remaining at Liangshan. We shall launch our attack tomorrow morning while the guards are still lax. They resolved to move together, systematically dismantling each encampment. Unless Wang Lun consolidated his forces, they anticipated minimal resistance by the time they reached the summit. After a brief pause, Li Jun continued, "For now, let us rest. Those on night watch should remain vigilant." Following Li Jun's declaration, the members of Class 26 each retreated to prepare for the morrow's endeavors. The night passed without incident, and at the break of dawn, Wang Ho awoke, donned his armor, slung his bow and arrows across his back, and took stock of the arrows in his personal space. Throughout the recent battles, Wang Ho had relied primarily on his bow to vanquish foes. Apart from the initial skirmish where he reclaimed a portion, the rest of his arrows had been expended. After these encounters, he found that only 8 bundles of bee-stinging arrows remained from the original 13, and 30 from the 50 military bee-stinging arrows. These supplies would suffice for the forthcoming battles. Upon arriving at the Hu family's martial arts arena, Wang Ho found that Hu Sanyang and Hu Cheng had already arrived, though the troops had yet to assemble completely, with various tenants and servants still trickling in. "Good morning," Wang Ho greeted the two. "Good morning," Hu Cheng replied with a smile. "You haven't arrived too late," Hu Sanyang remarked. "Our forces will soon be complete, and we shall depart shortly." "Indeed," Wang Ho nodded in agreement. "Good morning, Jiemi." After exchanging pleasantries, Hu Sanyang turned her attention to Jiemi perched on Wang Ho's shoulder. "Good morning," Jiemi chirped as she leaped into Hu Sanyang's embrace. "Have you eaten yet?" Hu Sanyang inquired, gently patting Jiemi's head. "Not yet," Jiemi replied. Wang Ho produced a morsel of food and offered it to Jiemi. "This is your breakfast. I will go feed Cheng Long and the others." "This is our breakfast," Hu Sanyang said, handing Wang Ho a paper bag. "You should eat as well." "All right." Wang Ho accepted it, and, in the nearby woods, released Cheng Long and Green Caterpillar. After their meal, the 500-strong troops of the Hu family had assembled. Rows of muscular men wielding swords appeared even more imposing than the Liangshan forces they had encountered previously, instilling Wang Ho with greater confidence for the upcoming confrontation. With his newly acquired basic horsemanship, Wang Ho mounted his steed with a newfound assurance, no longer the timid rider he had once been. "Not bad," Hu Sanyang remarked. "After just one day of training, you've made such progress. It seems you possess a natural talent." "Not at all," he humbly replied. The noble Wang Ho humbly acknowledged that it was indeed your teaching that proved most effective. "We are soon to arrive at Liangshan. Everyone, exercise caution." At that moment, Hu Cheng's voice rang out ahead, announcing their imminent arrival at Liangshan. Within Wang Ho's heart, a thought emerged. Soon, he would confront Wang Lun, and with Wang Lun's demise, he could return home. As Wang Ho and the forces of Hu's family pressed onward, not far from them, the members of Class 26 had rested and were now quietly advancing toward the inn, armed and ready. "Fire, wind speed dog, ignite," Wang Hao commanded as they approached the inn at Liangshan. With a bark, wind speed dog leaped to the side of the inn. Following the death of Zhu Gui, the inn had been closed, leaving only a small squad stationed there. A flame erupted upon the inn, the ethereal blue fire of wind speed dog rapidly engulfing the entire structure. The Liangshan squad inside perished without uttering a sound, reduced to ashes. The adventurer who vanquished the Liangshan sub-leader earned 20 quest points. A sudden series of notifications disrupted Wang Ho's contemplation. "Ah, so they have engaged with Liangshan once more," he mused, contemplating the notifications. "Master, young lady, there is a situation ahead," a household servant reported. "What?" The group looked up to see a towering plume of thick smoke rising from the woods ahead. Over there, Wang Ho concluded, connecting it with the earlier notifications. He discerned that a battle was unfolding just ahead. He turned to Hu Cheng and Hu Sanyang, saying, "Brother Hu, Sanyang, our people are engaged in combat, with Liangshan up ahead. Is that so?" Hu Cheng and Hu Sanyang responded, surprise evident in their voices. "Your companions?" "Indeed." Wang Ho nodded. "This gives us greater confidence in facing Liangshan. Let us proceed." Hu Cheng cracked his whip, declaring, "Onward." Wang Ho nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, as Class 26 beheld the inn reduced to ashes, they discovered several boats behind the inn, preparing to enter Liangshan. At that moment, Wind Speed Dog suddenly sensed something, lifting its head abruptly and sniffing the air before leaping from the boat. "Wind Speed Dog, what is it?" The peculiar behavior of Wind Speed Dog drew everyone's attention to its direction. Wang Hao, observing Wind Speed Dog's actions, thought to himself, could it be that Wang Ho has returned? Following the direction where Wind Speed Dog had dashed, they spotted several armored figures galloping toward them, with hundreds more emerging from the woods behind them. Enemies. Such a thought crossed everyone's minds, but it was swiftly dismissed. These individuals did not bear the garb of Liangshan. Leading the group was none other than Wang Ho himself. "That is Wang Ho. He has returned." The crowd buzzed with excitement, and Wang Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. Wang Ho and Hu Sanyang emerged on horseback from the woods before they could discern the situation ahead. A colossal creature, towering nearly 2 meters high, charged toward them. Upon closer inspection, it was Wind Speed Dog. Recognizing it, Wang Ho quickly raised his hand to halt Hu Cheng and Hu Sanyang, saying, "Brother Hu, Sanyang, do not attack. This is Wind Speed Dog. It has returned." Jemmy, perched upon Wang Ho's shoulder, also expressed her delight. "This is Wind Speed Dog." Hu Cheng and Hu Sanyang marveled at the creature, which stood nearly as tall as they sat upon their horses. Woof woof. At that moment, the Wind Speed Dog approached the nobleman, nuzzling its head affectionately against him. "Wind Speed Dog, it has been quite a while," the nobleman exclaimed, visibly delighted, as he gently stroked the creature's fur. Witnessing such warmth between the nobleman and the Wind Speed Dog, He Cheng and He Sanyang sheathed their weapons and rode over to inspect the magnificent beast. "Remarkable," He Cheng praised. "What a splendid creature." He Sanyang, too, reached out to caress the Wind Speed Dog. "Wind Speed Dog, this is He Sanyang. She is the one who saved me," the nobleman introduced. "And this is He Cheng. We are all friends." The Wind Speed Dog, however, remained primarily by the nobleman's side, merely exchanging greetings with He Cheng and He Sanyang. "Come, Wind Speed Dog," the nobleman said as he leaped from his mount onto the back of the Wind Speed Dog, affectionately patting its head. "It is still more comfortable here." Turning to He Sanyang and He Cheng, he continued, "He Cheng, Sanyang, come and meet my companion." Leading He Cheng and He Sanyang to the gathered group of Class 26, he announced, "This is He Sanyang, and this is her brother, He Cheng." The moment he finished speaking, a collective gasp filled the air. While not everyone knew He Cheng, most were familiar with the name of He Sanyang upon entering the world of Water Margin. Upon hearing the nobleman's introduction, everyone gazed at him in astonishment, contemplating the experiences he must have had over the past few days. After a round of introductions, the nobleman recounted, "I was severely injured while gathering intelligence at Liangshan and was brought to He Family Village by Cheng Long, where I was discovered and rescued by He Sanyang. Now, having heard of our impending assault on Liangshan, these two have come to lend their support." The news that so many from He Family Village had arrived to assist brought smiles to everyone's faces. "There are a few boats here. Let us proceed," Li Jun suggested. "We have brought boats as well," He Cheng waved, indicating the carts carrying the vessels. "Let us go," the nobleman declared. "I will scout ahead." With that, he tossed out a pokeball, summoning Cheng Long. The nobleman mounted Cheng Long as they ventured into the reed marshes. Behind him, the people of He Family Village and Class 26 boarded their boats, paddling toward Liangshan. Whether it was due to a reduction in Liangshan's defenders or other factors, the nobleman found his passage to the shore remarkably smooth. After incapacitating 2 guards, he quietly made his way onto the land. Surveying the expansive Liangshan stronghold, he noted that only a handful of sentinels were stationed there. Upon spotting the nobleman, their first instinct was not to charge, but to drop their weapons and flee. Shouting in terror, "The beast tamer has come." The sheer panic in their voices left the nobleman bewildered, pondering just how fearsome he appeared. This trepidation stemmed from the nobleman's notorious reputation. He had not only infiltrated the main stronghold by night, but had also set fire to it. resulting in the demise of hundreds, and had slain one of their 3 leaders. Thus, a rumor spread among the Liangshan ruffians. If you encounter that harbinger of doom accompanied by a strange beast, flee immediately, or you shall leave no remains. This explained the scene unfolding before him. Nobleman, why do you linger here? Soon, the others who had been on the boats arrived. Finding the nobleman idly seated on a stone at the shore, they inquired. The Liangshan guards fled as if they had seen a ghost upon spotting me. I do not dare venture forth alone, so I must wait for you here. Wang Ho shrugged his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. Upon hearing this, Hu Cheng, who was genuinely drinking water, couldn't help but spray it out, coughing and laughing. Brother Wang, you are remarkable. Hu Sanyang beside him also covered her mouth, laughing heartily. The members of Class 26 gazed at Wang Ho as if he were a ghost. All right, let us move. Our arrival must have already been reported to Wang Luan. We should hurry up to prevent him from escaping. Wang Ho addressed the group. Let us go? Hu Cheng and Li Jun nodded in agreement, and the group, armed with weapons, made their way up the mountain. As Wang Ho had predicted, news of the hotel fire had reached Wang Luan, who, despite having only 300 subordinates, appeared unfazed, even a bit exhilarated. Upon receiving reports from his men about the enemy's whereabouts, Wang Luan slammed the table and declared loudly, "Convey my orders. Assemble everyone at the training ground. We shall descend the mountain and eradicate the intruders who dare to invade Liangshan. I shall ensure there is no return for you." Yes. Watching the messenger depart, Zhu Gui took out a letter, a smug smile crossing his face as he muttered to himself, "Now, I shall ensnare you all." When Wang Ho and his companions reached the mountainside, they encountered Wang Luan, who had gathered his forces for the descent. Both sides recognized that this encounter would be a fight to the death. Without further ado, they brandished their weapons and charged at each other. Windspeed Hound, unleash the flame thrower. Wang Ho commanded first. Wang Wu, a jet of bluish flame erupted from the mouth of Windspeed Hound, sweeping across the battlefield, igniting dozens of foes in its wake. The next moment, anguished screams filled the air. In this mountainous terrain, devoid of water, those dozens quickly turned to ash. Impressive. Hu Sanyang had often heard Jimmy speak of the Windspeed Hound being Wang Ho's most formidable ally, but she had never witnessed it herself until now. Its massive form and terrifying destructive power left her in awe. Truly, it is the most powerful spirit of Brother Wang, Hu Cheng remarked in admiration. Kill. This devastating strike not only stunned the Liangshan faction, but also left the Hu family forces momentarily paralyzed. Some timid individuals began to mutter about the descent of the Celestial Hound. An arrow shot from Wang Ho's hand pierced a ruffian's thigh. Simultaneously, he bellowed, "Kill." At the sound of Wang Ho's roar, the Hu family forces sprang into action, charging forward with excitement, while the Liangshan troops were struck with fear, losing dozens in a single encounter. The balance of victory seemed to tilt towards Wang Ho even at the onset of battle. However, at the rear of Liangshan, Wang Luan remained unhurried, leisurely casting fireballs amidst the protection of his elite guards. Indeed, these were fireballs. Each time he waved his bamboo fan, a palm-sized fireball would soar forth, striking the advancing Hu family retainers. Those hit by Wang Luan's fireballs would momentarily be stunned, allowing his guards to surge forward and dispatch them swiftly. In no time, the ground around Wang Luan was strewn with corpses. His actions drew the attention of many on the battlefield. Looking up the slope, one could see Wang Luan clad in a scholarly green robe, a sword at his waist, and a bamboo fan in hand, appearing as if he were enjoying a scenic view, an incongruous sight amidst the carnage and chaos of the battlefield. It was evident that this first leader of Liangshan was not as feeble as he seemed. This space had evidently empowered Wang Luan considerably. With a swift shot, the nobleman felled an approaching henchman, squinting as he regarded Wang Luan. At that moment, Hu Cheng charged towards Wang Luan, bellowing, "Die, scoundrel!" He thrust his spear, slaying 2 Liangshan henchmen, and with a flick of his weapon, their lifeless bodies hurtled towards Wang Luan as Hu Cheng galloped forward. "Excellent," Wang Luan murmured, observing the formidable Hu Cheng. In response, he vigorously waved his bamboo fan, launching a fireball the size of a basketball towards the incoming corpses. Yet he did not pause. With another sweep of the fan, 2 smaller fireballs were released. The first massive fireball collided with the bodies, sending them flying apart. Just as Hu Cheng's spear emerged from behind the corpses, meeting the subsequent fireball in a fierce clash. Hu Cheng swung his spear, causing the 2 fireballs to explode once more, scattering sparks like fireworks across the ground. These flames caused no harm to Hu Cheng. Rather, the blast startled him, prompting him to abandon his assault on Wang Luan. Kill. Observing her brother falter, Hu Sanyang charged in, her twin blades dancing like two radiant moons. Exuding an intimidating chill, with a swift flourish, she dispatched several Liangshan henchmen, who fell clutching their throats. Die! Hu Sanyang confronted Wang Luan, yet before she could strike, the guards obstructed her path. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind speed dog unleashed a barrage of arrows. At that juncture, Wang Ho arrived, swiftly exchanging his weapons for beasting arrows. After downing 2 henchmen, he joined Hu Sanyang and Hu Cheng, proclaiming, "Brother Hu, Sanyang, attack. I shall provide cover." Understood. Both Hu Cheng and Hu Sanyang nodded in unison, gripping their weapons tightly as they advanced towards Wang Luan. "Wind speed dog, I entrust you with Jiemi," Wang Ho instructed, unleashing a relentless volley of arrows as the sparks from the wind speed dog's fire and Jiemi's swift blades took down the guards standing before Wang Luan. What? Alarmed by the imminent assault from Hu Cheng and Hu Sanyang, Wang Luan panicked, sweeping his bamboo fan to unleash 5 fireballs, while his other hand drew a long sword from his waist. In the realm of battle, when a mage is cornered by a warrior, the mage's fate is often sealed. This was Wang Luan's plight. He was akin to a fragile sorcerer, while Hu Cheng and Hu Sanyang resembled formidable warriors. With the guards before him, felled by Wang Ho, Wang Luan's demise seemed imminent. However, at that critical moment, a contingent surged forth from the rear of the battlefield, reinforcements for Wang Luan. Though their numbers were few, approximately 50, they were remarkably fierce. In a single clash, they decimated an equivalent number of Hu family guards. Leading them was a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a baton that sent several foes flying with a single sweep. "Haha, you shall perish. Our reinforcements have arrived." Wang Luan erupted into laughter. "Liangshan has reinforcements?" Hu Cheng queried, perplexed. "I know not." Wang Ho shook his head in confusion. Yet Hu Sanyang boldly declared, "Even if reinforcements arrive, you shall still die." "Indeed," Hu Cheng affirmed, "we shall slay you first." Jiemi unleashed the swift blades. The nobleman, perched upon the back of the swift canine, charged towards Wang Luan, exclaiming that death would come first to him. In the midst of this exchange, 2 arrows lodged themselves directly into Wang Luan's thigh. Caught off guard, he was struck by the nobleman's shot and collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, Hu Sanyang and Hu Cheng brandished their weapons, aiming at Wang Luan. However, just as their weapons were poised to deliver a fatal blow, a thunderous roar froze all 26 classes in their tracks. "How dare you act recklessly before me, Wu Song?" At some point, a robust figure, accompanied by reinforcements, had arrived at Wang Luan's location, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. "Wu Song!" Wang Hao exclaimed, his mouth agape. "By heavens, it's Wu Song!" Dong Li, having just felled a ruffian, stood in stunned silence. What business does Wu Song have here? Zheng Hong pondered. Recalling the tales from Water Margin, how does Wu Song command such a following? Li Guang and Lu Fei queried simultaneously. "It is indeed Wu Song," Li Jun mused, realization dawning upon him. Wang Ho nodded, seemingly comprehending the situation. Aside from the members of the 26 classes, the others displayed little reaction, continuing their relentless assault. The arrival of Wu Song astonished everyone in the 26 classes. He was a celestial star among the heroes of Liangshan. And who had not heard the tale of his tiger-slaying exploits? Wang Ho and his companions did not consider themselves mightier than the tiger of Jinyang Ridge, and they were certain that Wu Song's appearance was premature. Yet, those familiar with the Water Margin narrative understood that Wu Song had first appeared at Chai Jin's estate, recovering from injuries, which suggested he was indeed at Chai's residence at this moment. Furthermore, Chai Jin had mentioned correspondence with Wang Luan when introducing Lin Chong to Liangshan. Thus Wu Song's arrival made sense as a plea for aid from Liangshan. Wu Song stood before Wang Luan, his staff deflecting Hu Cheng's spear and Hu Sanyang's twin blades. With a commanding shout, he repelled their fervent onslaught. Impressive. Hu Cheng marveled at Wu Song's singular ability to withstand their combined attacks. Yet, being a man of Liangshan, Hu Cheng resolved that he too must face death. With this thought, he lunged once more at Wu Song with his spear. Meanwhile, Wang Ho continued to shoot arrows. But upon witnessing Wu Song's staff send the swift canine flying, he dared not engage him in close combat. As Hu Sanyang and Hu Cheng clashed with Wu Song and Wang Luan, The members of the 26 classes began to demonstrate their prowess against the formidable denizens of Chai's estate, with the Liangshan forces dwindling to mere dozens, and the Hu family still boasting over 300. The situation remained manageable for the latter. Most of the Hu family members were engaged, allowing the 26 classes to target the isolated adversaries. Adventurers could slay the denizens of Chai's estate to earn 50 task points. As Li Jun conveyed the message of a successful solo kill, the gazes of the onlookers shifted when they beheld the individuals from the Chai family estate. They were akin to mobile quest points, akin to ATMs for experience points. Although it required several individuals to vanquish them, the rewards far exceeded those of defeating a mere Liangshan thug. Consequently, the isolated members of the Chai family estate on the battlefield were akin to drowning dogs. Once spotted by the 26th squad, they would meet their end. Meanwhile, Li Jun consumed a vial of blue potion, causing dozens of ordinary skeletons to emerge from the ground. Instantly, several members of the Chai family estate, along with a few Liangshan thugs, found themselves ensnared within the skeletal horde, which were subsequently dispatched one by Li Guang and Lu Fei. On another front, Dong Li and Wang Ho, along with Feng Jun, engaged a solitary Chai family guest in combat. Clad in armor, Feng Jun braced himself against the enemy's onslaught, while Dong Li downed a potion. The potion, a rare D-grade elixir, doubled his size, enhanced all attributes by 5, and reduced damage taken by 30% for 5 minutes. This was Dong Li's ultimate reward from the world of Daily Cool Run, which he had initially intended to reserve. However, given the circumstances and the impending arrival of Wu Song, who would undoubtedly seek to claim the spoils, Dong Li wished to partake as well. Suddenly, the enlarged Dong Li successfully drew the attention of several combatants on the battlefield, and his prowess slightly surpassed that of the Chai family members. With a decisive stroke, he felled a thug, and Wang Ho swiftly pierced the thug's throat with his sword. As the thug succumbed, Dong Li turned and cleaved 2 more thugs in half with a single swing. Elsewhere, Zheng Hong and his 7 companions, through their coordinated efforts, transformed the Chai family members into mere corpses, steadily diminishing the enemy ranks. Before long, only the remnants of the He family estate remained, as all the members of the Chai family and Liangshan had become mere quest points for the victors. Although none from the 26th squad had perished, barely over 200 of the He family members still stood. The battlefield then boiled down to the confrontation between Wu Song, Wang Luan, and He Chung alongside He Sen Yang, with Wang Ho also joining the fray. After a fierce exchange, Wang Ho noticed Wu Song's condition. Amidst the battle, Wu Song would occasionally cough violently, revealing that his injuries had yet to heal. In his full state, none present would stand a chance against Wu Song, Wang Ho mused. At that moment, He Chung, along with He San Yang, matched Wu Song's strength, yet Wang Luan intermittently hurled fireballs, tipping the scales in Wu Song's favor. However, the members of the 26th squad soon closed in. Although they dared not confront Wu Song directly, a wounded Wang Luan was another matter. Li Jun waved his staff, summoning a skeleton warrior, which charged at Wang Luan. A fireball collided with the skeleton, shattering one of its arms into bone fragments. Wang Luan did not relent, launching another fireball at the skeleton warrior, reducing it to a pile of bone dust. Yet, without affording Wang Luan a moment's respite, an arrow struck his abdomen, and a towering figure loomed behind him. Dong Li had crept up and brought his blade down. With a gasp, Wang Luan coughed up blood but rolled on the ground, narrowly evading Dong Li's strike. As he finally exhaled in relief, the battle raged on. As Wang Luan was about to rise, he realized he was still ensnared in peril, surrounded by several strikingly beautiful women who had appeared without warning. In that moment, only a singular thought occupied Wang Luan's mind, yet it seemed too late. A dagger plunged directly into his chest, while simultaneously a large blade was pressed against his throat. An arrow was aimed squarely at his head. The adventurer had slain the elegant Wang Luan. He was dead. Everyone received the notification, and in the next moment, their gazes shifted to Wu Song. Seeing himself as the last one standing, Wu Song erupted with fury, sweeping his staff to knock down the horses of Hu Chung and Hu San Yang. The two fell heavily, meeting their demise. Wu Song charged towards the fallen duo, raising his staff to strike. The spectators could no longer remain idle. Should the two perish, unforeseen consequences could arise. However, after such a lengthy battle, most had already exhausted their strength, rendering them unable to assist. As Wu Song lunged towards Hu San Yang and her companion, Wang Ho moved first. After attacking Wang Luan, Wang Ho had 15 bee stinger arrows remaining, which were ineffective against Wu Song. Thus, he readied the bee stinger arrows for use. Suddenly, an arrow flew forth, successfully capturing Wu Song's attention. Turning to see the archer, he recognized it to be the most active beast master on the battlefield. Coughing violently, Wu Song abandoned his targets, redirecting his focus to Wang Ho. His staff whistled as it swung towards Wang Ho, evading 2 arrows in quick succession. "Be careful, Wang Ho." At that moment, Wang Ho rushed over, striking Wu Song's staff with his sword. However, the relentless slaughter had led Wang Ho to misjudge Wu Song's strength with ease. Wu Song deflected Wang Ho's sword and delivered a vicious blow to his abdomen. Wang Ho was sent sprawling to the ground, motionless. Had it not been for the lack of notification, Wang Ho might have thought Wang Ho was dead. With a sweep, Wu Song cleared away the obstacles in his path. For him, Wang Ho was akin to mere fodder, and his staff once again hurtled towards Wang Ho. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Ho understood he could not evade this strike. The onlookers, intimidated by Wu Song's formidable presence, dared not intervene, leaving Wang Ho to witness the staff racing towards him. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ho switched his bow for a knife, preparing to meet the oncoming staff. With a crack, Wu Song's staff was cleaved in 2 by Wang Ho's blade, yet the knife in Wang Ho's hand was also shattered. The immense impact sent Wang Ho flying. Adventurers under attack, health at 8. In an instant, Wang Ho's vitality dwindled to a mere 2 points. Should Wu Song continue his assault, Wang Ho would surely perish. At this moment, Wu Song shared the same intent, seizing a knife from the ground and charging towards Wang Ho. In that instant, the servants of the Hu family also surged to attack Wu Song. Yet their efforts proved futile. With a blade for each, they quickly fell, while Wu Song merely coughed a few times, sustaining no significant harm. As he pressed on towards Wang Ho with lethal intent, accompanied by Wu Song's thunderous roar, the blade in his hand glinted coldly before the nobleman. Alongside Wu Song's knife was a radiant light. The nobleman, upon perceiving Wu Song's lethal strike, was joined in alarm by Zheng Hong and several others, including He Chung and He Sanyang. Coughing violently, Wu Song succumbed to his affliction, crouching on the ground as he expelled a mouthful of blood. It became evident that his illness was grave. At that moment, the members of Class 26 realized that Wu Song had been enduring his suffering while battling alongside them. Witnessing his condition rekindled their spirits. However, it was not their turn to act. As the light flickered, a green pupil appeared before the nobleman, absorbing the blow meant for him, leaving the nobleman unharmed. "Iron shell pupa, I am grateful," the nobleman gasped as he struggled to rise, embracing the pupa while looking at the suffering Wu Song. "Now it is my turn." In a twist of fate, just as Wu Song's blade was about to strike the nobleman, the green caterpillar leaped in to intercept the blow, evolving in the process into the more robust iron shell pupa, which utilized a hardening ability to withstand the attack, though it succumbed to unconsciousness thereafter. Iron shell pupa, evolved form of the green caterpillar, type, bug ability, molt, grants a 30 chance to become immune to abnormal statuses upon being affected. Usable once per hour. Attributes: health, 15, strength, 8, constitution, 20, spirit, 10, agility, 0, energy, 15 skills. Hardening, increases its own defense, consuming 1 energy each time, with a maximum enhancement of 6 times. "You harm my companion, and I shall not let you go unpunished," Jiemi declared angrily from the nobleman's shoulder. Meanwhile, Wind Speed Dog charged in from the side. "Come forth, Chung Long." The nobleman cast another pokeball. "Nobleman, it is now my turn," declared one of the onlookers, as they recognized Wu Song's dire state, prompting a collective desire to claim a share of the glory. Although the defeat of the boss did not trigger a notification, it certainly would not negate the rewards upon return. Feng Jun, Dong Li, and Zhu Fei Niao surged forward from behind the nobleman toward Wu Song. "Impressive," Wu Song coughed while eyeing the nobleman. "But I, Wu Song, will not concede so easily." Suddenly, he rose from the ground, delivering a powerful punch that sent Feng Jun flying. He then deftly snatched the knife from Zhu Fei Niao's grasp and kicked him against a tree, before swiftly turning to cleave through Dong Li. All in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he had dispatched the 3, letting out a fierce roar as he charged toward the nobleman. "This time, you cannot defeat me." The nobleman placed the iron shell pupa on the ground and drew a bow, knocking an arrow aimed at Wu Song. "Meow." First, Jiemi unleashed her leaf blade, inflicting a wound on Wu Song's leg, causing him to stagger momentarily. Chung Long then unleashed a torrent of water, while Wind Speed Dog followed suit with a fierce howl. Simultaneously, a stream of fire struck Wu Song. Amidst this chaos, the nobleman relentlessly released arrow after arrow, each finding its mark on Wu Song. At last, the group received a notification. Adventurer has slain the wanderer Wu Song. Main quest completed. Returning in 10 seconds. After the task completion prompt appeared, a radiant light enveloped Class 26 and their companions. It was time to depart. A collective sigh of relief resonated within the group. Wang Ho glanced at Hu Sanyang and her brother Hu Chong, contemplating the debt of gratitude he owed her. Sanyang, it seems I can only repay my life-saving favor next time, he remarked. Observing this peculiar phenomenon, Hu Sanyang expressed her confusion. Have we truly extinguished Liangshan? Is it time for us to leave? Wang Ho smiled. Indeed, it is time for us to depart. I apologize for the significant losses you have incurred. It is of no consequence, Hu Sanyang replied, shaking her head, her sorrow evident. Will you return? I shall return, Wang Ho affirmed, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. He nodded. Next time, I will bring more delightful treats from our homeland. The little sprite by Wang Ho's side also bid farewell to Hu Sanyang. She nodded in acknowledgement. Enough now, Sanyang. Brother Wang will return, Hu Chung reassured her, patting her shoulder. He then clasped his hands in respect towards Wang Ho, saying, Brother Wang, until we meet again. Until we meet again, Wang Ho reciprocated the gesture, commenced the teleportation. In the next moment, everyone from Class 26 vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they found themselves back in the classroom. As the group regained their senses, the task rewards began to be distributed. And a notification chimed from Wang Ho's spatial wristwatch. Main quest completed, earning 2,000 task points. Killed and assisted in eliminating Liangshan thugs, minor leaders, and guests from Chai family village, totaling 3,100 task points. The adventurer individually defeated Song Wan, earning a Song Wan treasure chest, grade D. The adventurer assisted in defeating Du Qian, Zhu Gui, Wang Luan, and Wu Song, receiving the Du Qian treasure chest, grade E, Zhu Gui treasure chest, grade E, Wang Luan treasure chest, grade E, and Wu Song treasure chest, grade D. The adventurer's performance in this task is rated A. Due to independently infiltrating Liangshan for intelligence and persuading the Hu family village to assist in the assault on Liangshan, the rating is elevated to S, granting 8 free attribute points and 1 random reward. The adventurer's attack yielded 5,100 task points, 8 free attribute points, 5 treasure chests, and 1 random reward. Rewards are being distributed. With this, I now possess 44,100 task points. I will save the treasure chests for later. First, let us return to the dormitory before we are caught in a crowd, Wang Ho thought to himself, observing the others eagerly opening their chests. Apart from Wang Ho, who received 5 treasure chests, the others' treasures were relatively similar. The deaths of Song Wan and Zhu Gui bore no relation to the group, while many had aided in Wang Luan's defeat. As for Wu Song, besides Li Jun, who utilized skeletons to assist in combat, he was left with little. First, Li Jun opened 3 chests, revealing Du Qian's blade, Wang Luan's fan, and a bottle of healing medicine. Next, Zheng Hong unveiled a skill book and a pair of straw sandals. Haha, Wang Luan's skill, Zheng Hong exclaimed upon seeing the book's attributes. This tome is for you. From now on, you shall be our team's mage. Understood, elder sister. Pan Fingyu nodded as he accepted the book. Subsequently, Lu Fei, Li Guang, and Dong Li each opened a basic skill book. Dong Li acquired a basic knife technique along with 2 bottles of grade E healing medicine, while Li Guang and Lu Fei both received basic knife techniques. The remaining members found various items capable of restoring health. What did you acquire, deskmate? At this moment, Wang Hao beside me remarked that he had drawn an utterly useless terrain card, accompanied by a sigh. I haven't even opened mine yet, Wang Hao replied. Go ahead. Let me see what you've got, Wang Hao urged. Well, all right. Wang Ho hesitated for a moment before producing the treasure chests belonging to Wang Lin, Song Wan, and Wu Song. Upon witnessing Wang Ho unveil the chests, the rest of the class gathered around, their curiosity piqued. As Wang Ho stacked the 3 chests before him, the attention of the entire class was drawn to him, all aware of the effort he had exerted, thus anticipating his rewards would be significant. Noticing everyone's gaze upon him, Wang Ho helplessly shook his head, thinking to himself that he was about to attract attention. Under the scrutiny of his peers, Wang Ho opened Song Wan's chest. The adventurer has acquired the skill, Basic Swordsmanship, Grade E, Ghost Blade, Grade E. Ghost Blade, Grade E, with an attack of 4. And health of 2. A gasp echoed through the room as the first chest yielded 2 items, both part of a set, igniting envy among all present. However, Wang Ho remained largely unfazed, as these items held little value for him. He already possessed basic swordsmanship, and given that he wielded a bow, with the presence of the wind speed dogs for close combat, these 2 items were utterly useless. Casually stowing the items away in his personal space, Wang Ho proceeded to open Wang Luan's chest. The adventurer has obtained a terrain card. The terrain card depicts a lake, spanning 5 square kilometers, with 4 square kilometers of water and 1 square kilometer of land. Wang Ho maintained a neutral demeanor. He was uncertain of the terrain card's utility, though it might sustain some resources or produce certain items, rendering it somewhat more beneficial than the previously acquired basic swordsmanship and Ghost Blade. Nevertheless, the onlookers expressed disdain, viewing the terrain card as nothing but a worthless trinket. After tucking the terrain card away, all eyes turned to the final chest on the table. Wang Ho then opened Wusong's treasure. The adventurer has acquired an item, a whistle bat. The adventurer has also obtained basic staff technique. Whistle bat. Grade EE. Due to breakage in combat, the weapon's grade decreases upon repair, with an attack of 3, health of 2, and strength of 1. Once again, a set was completed, prompting renewed envy among the crowd. However, recalling Wang Ho's prowess in battle, they found solace in their admiration. Yet behind them, Li Jun's expression shifted subtly. Collecting the items, Wang Ho smiled and announced, "All right, everyone. You may disperse. I'm heading back to the dormitory." "Sure. Next time you must take us along. You were exceptional this time," Lung Bing chimed in with a grin. "Of course," Wang Ho replied with a smile. Exiting the classroom, he observed the diverse states of the other classes. Some had already disbanded, others were engaged in discussions, while some remained in silence. However, one common feature stood out among all the classes he encountered. Each had a larger number of students compared to Wang Ho's class, with at least 30 individuals present in the largest, whereas Class 26 had merely 16 left. Upon returning to the dormitory, the first task was to allocate attribute points. With 8 free attribute points at his disposal, this battle had made Wang Ho acutely aware of his deficiencies in strength and stamina. Thus, he allocated 3 points to strength, 3 to constitution, and 2 to agility. Following this, Wang Ho opened the remaining 2 treasure chests. The adventurer has acquired the skill, Basic Throwing, along with 2 ordinary daggers. The adventurer acquired a population card and a short dagger, classified as F grade with an attack value of 2. What on earth is a population card? The noble pondered. The population card, classified as E grade, randomly summons 10 inhabitants from the world of water margin. The value of this card varies among different adventurers. So, it's merely a means to gain a few subordinates, the noble thought, reflecting on his ample personal space. Having a few people to tend to, along with my potatoes, should not pose much of a challenge. However, it seems I cannot bring them into the task world, and thus, it appears to be of little use. After learning the basics of throwing, he stowed the short dagger in his personal space and settled onto the sofa, sipping water as he commenced the S-grade evaluation S random lottery. The adventurer received a terrain card for planes. Upon hearing this announcement, the noble unexpectedly spewed his drink. Contemplating the day's events. What is going on today? It seems nothing of value is coming my way. The plane's terrain card measured 20 square kilometers. Very well. I shall make use of this and then head to the trial grounds for some equipment. With that thought, he finished his drink. He placed the beginner's swordsmanship, beginner's staff technique, the ghost-headed knife, and the whistle stick into storage, then entered his personal space, where time flowed in sync with his own. In the 4 days he spent in the world of water margin, 4 days elapsed in his personal space as well. At this moment, the rose seeds had sprouted, as had the potato seeds, though the noble had grown accustomed to such oddities, as entering this space was inherently peculiar. Utilizing 2 terrain cards, he beheld a transformation occurring at an observable pace. The spatial barrier began to expand outward, revealing patches of grass reaching human height, and a lake emerged at one end of a river, followed by an expanse of more grassland. "Everyone, come forth," he called, releasing all his companions. Upon the noble's return, all the little sprites would retreat into their pokeballs. The 4 sprites, Wolf, Wu, and Mimi emerged before him. Iron cocoon. Remain here until you evolve into a barbat. He instructed, placing the iron cocoon on a tree. Ah, I still have a population card. The noble remembered, taking it out and activating it. The card transformed into a luminous portal from which a figure emerged. First, an elderly man, hunched over and leaning on a wooden stick, stepped through the portal. Lutian, 60 years old. Skills, advanced farming, advanced carpentry. Goodness, the noble exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Did I perhaps enter the wrong place? This feels akin to a role-playing game. Following the elderly man, figures continued to appear, varied in height and stature, yet all bore the semblance of refugees. Dressed in tattered burlap and exhibiting gaunt faces. After the elder, another elderly person and 2 elderly women emerged, followed by a middle-aged couple and 4 children. Among the children, there were 2 boys and 2 girls. One boy was 8 years old, the other 2, while one girl was also 8, born alongside her brother. And the other matched the noble's own age. However, when the noble looked over, he noticed that the middle-aged woman's abdomen was also swollen, suggesting she might be pregnant again. Rin Hong, aged 40, status, pregnant. Skills, intermediate weaving, intermediate farming, intermediate cooking. Goodness, a whole family has arrived. And they even brought an extra mouth to feed, the noble thought to himself while assessing the attributes of the 10 individuals. Aside from wasting food, what purpose could they serve? While contemplating the information of the others, he noted, Le Song, aged 45, skills, intermediate farming, intermediate carpentry, intermediate stonemasonry. Lu Yen, aged 18, skills, beginner farming, advanced cooking, advanced weaving. Rin Tu, aged 69, skills, intermediate stonemasonry, advanced farming. Among the remaining 3 children, 2 were 8 years old. One with beginner farming skills, and the other, only 2 years old, possessed no skills. The 2 elderly women each had intermediate cooking and intermediate farming skills. Upon reviewing these individuals' attributes, the noble suddenly realized that aside from his potato crop, he seemed to lack any food resources, and the potatoes had only just begun to grow. Given the rate of growth in this space, it appeared he would require a considerable amount of time. This posed a dilemma. It seemed there were no trees here, leaving him unable to gather firewood. Surely, he couldn't allow them to use gas. The noble glanced at the family before him, who appeared somewhat fearful. Moreover, this space could only be utilized within his dormitory. After much contemplation, the noble could not devise a suitable plan and decided to let them cultivate the land here. After all, the produce could be sold for task points. As for food, the potato seeds had been procured from the trial space. He could simply acquire more or, if necessary, trade equipment for seeds. He was determined that some seeds could surely be exchanged. At this moment, Elder Lutian spoke, "My lord, we are suffering from famine in our area. We heard that there is food to be had here, so we came, hoping you would take us in." So this was how the space was arranged, the noble mused. He then declared, "You shall henceforth be the citizens of my territory. I will provide you with food, but you must work diligently." This was imperative. Elder Rin nodded vigorously, and the others quickly followed suit, indicating their willingness to comply. "Excellent. This will make things easier." The noble feigned an authoritative demeanor and continued, "First, allow me to introduce you to my companions, and then I will assign you tasks." He summoned the Wind Speed Dog and said, "This is Wind Speed Dog, this is Chung Long, this is Jimmy, and that one up in the tree is Iron Armor Pupa. But do not disturb it." Observing the group of extraordinary beasts, aside from a few children and Lu Yen, the others wore expressions of fear. "Everyone, these are our residents. If you encounter any difficulties, please assist them," the noble addressed the little spirits. "Woof. Oh, me understands. All right, then go play," the noble said, gently patting Jimmy, who had climbed onto his shoulder, smiling. "Me wants to stay here." Jimmy lay on the noble's shoulder, stating that there was nothing entertaining at the moment. "Very well," the noble replied, scratching Jimmy's head. "You will need to make do with this place for now. I will find a way to provide housing." He instructed, "Follow me." "Yes, my lord." Elder Lu and Elder Rin promptly nodded in agreement. "In the river, there are fish that you may catch. However, if you happen upon a red, sturdy-bodied carp, you must release it." As the noble strolled along the riverbank, accompanied by a group, he spoke. The 2 elders following him nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the blue rose garden, the noble continued, "This is the flower field. You must take good care of it. There is also a potato field that you are responsible for." "Understood, my lord," they responded. After the potato harvest, you shall submit 30%. The remainder is yours. And you may cultivate the land here. The noble gestured towards the land beside the flower field, saying, you may cultivate 50 acres. I will find a way to provide the seeds, and as for the farming tools, you will accompany me to retrieve them shortly. Yes, my lord, they replied, their faces alight with joy, as if they had entered paradise. Oh, and there is a nest of bees by the riverbank. Keep your distance, as they can be deadly. The noble added. Having made the necessary arrangements, he led the two elders to the entrance of his quarters. He retrieved a bundle of farming tools he had synthesized previously and then intended to venture out. At that moment, a notification indicated someone was at the door. Who is it? The noble inquired as he opened the door. Who else could it be? Wang Hao stood at the threshold, smiling. You are home this time. What a coincidence. The noble clapped Wang Hao on the shoulder, saying, I was just about to head out. Well, my timing is impeccable then, Wang Hao replied. By the way, I brought this card for you. The little spirits you sent my way last time were a tremendous help. The noble chuckled. No need for thanks. Just take the card back. That cannot be right, Wang Hao said. This card is of no use to me. I believe you could benefit from it. What card? The noble asked, puzzled. This one. Wang Hao revealed the attributes of the card to him. Building card, Farmer's Cottage. Upon use, it allows for the construction of 10 cottages. Note, you may select locations for construction. Each house comes with a dog and a cat. It truly holds no value for you, the noble nodded. Then I shall accept it. By the way, have you used your terrain card? Wang Hao inquired. I have, the noble replied, nodding. What is it like? Take me to see, Wang Hao said, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Very well, the noble contemplated before agreeing. He led Wang Hao through the warehouse and opened the door, revealing a flowing river. Nearby, the playful wind-speed dog raced back, greeting Wang Hao. This is the realm of the terrain card. It is splendid, though unfortunately of no use to me. After a mere glance, Wang Hao lost interest and said, Noble, I must return to my training. Very well. The noble replied as he escorted Wang Hao out. I will soon be heading to the trial space. If you need anything, message me. It was only after Wang Hao added the noble as a friend that he learned of a communication method akin to QQ within the space. All right, Wang Hao nodded. I will take my leave. Be cautious in the trial space. Do not perish. I am resilient. I shall not die, the noble laughed. Upon closing the door, the noble stored away the 3 little spirits and prepared to step outside. However, as he opened the door, he found Zheng Hong and Lung Bing standing at the threshold. Zheng Hong's hand raised as if to knock. Greetings, the noble said after a moment of surprise, smiling. Do you have something to discuss? May we enter to speak? Zheng Hong hesitated for a moment before awkwardly smiling and saying, All right, please come in. Wang Hao stepped aside to allow the two to enter. Please, have a seat. He retrieved 2 bottles of beverages from the refrigerator and placed them before his guests. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude for saving Lung Bing in the world of water margin. Thank you. Even Lung Bing, who usually wore a stern expression in class, revealed a smile in response. Oh, it was nothing, Wang Hao quickly replied. It was merely a trivial effort. We are classmates after all. How could I stand by and do nothing upon witnessing such a dire situation? No, I must still extend my thanks, Zheng Hong insisted. The life restoration potion is quite precious within the school. As she spoke, she took out a bottle of healing ointment and continued. This is a healing ointment that my sister and I obtained this time. While it may not equate to the debt of saving a life, it is nonetheless a token of our appreciation. No need for that. Wang Hao interrupted her before she could finish. He pushed the ointment back towards her, saying, If you truly feel indebted, consider it as a favor owed to me. Very well, Zheng Hong said, observing Wang Hao's firm refusal. I shall remember this favor. Should there be anything I can assist you with, I will certainly not decline. Wang Hao nodded. Is there anything else? Noticing Zheng Hong and Lung Bing's hesitation, he inquired further. Well, Zheng Hong hesitated for quite a while before finally speaking. I noticed that you drew a basic knife technique and a ghostly blade today. Would you be willing to sell them to me? About that, Wang Hao pondered for a moment, but Zheng Hong quickly interjected, I understand that these items are quite valuable, and we may not be able to afford them. However, we can sign a contract. We will certainly repay you. That is acceptable, Wang Hao smiled. There is no need for such formalities. I actually have a matter that requires your assistance, so consider the knife and skill book as my payment. He then turned to the wind speed dog beside him and instructed, Wind speed dog, please fetch the knife and the corresponding book from the storage. Woof, woof. The wind speed dog nodded and entered the storage. Zheng Hong hesitated for a moment, but then resolutely stated, "We will purchase this knife. If there is anything you need, just let us know. We will not refuse what we can accomplish." "Indeed," Wang Ho replied. "During my time in the return space, I plan to enter the trial space. Therefore, I would like to ask for your help in acquiring terrain cards, as well as various seeds and livestock cards. Just tell me how much you spend, and I will compensate you." "Such a minor matter," Zheng Hong sighed in relief. "Leave it to us, but we still wish to purchase the knife." Woof. At that moment, the wind speed dog returned, carrying the ghostly blade and the basic knife technique book in its mouth, placing them on the table. It then sat down behind Wang Ho, watching Zheng Hong and Lung Bing intently. "Here, this is what you wanted, but let us not discuss payment." Wang Ho interrupted Zheng Hong again, adding, "If you bring it up once more, I will take it back." "All right." Zheng Hong nodded vigorously, looking earnestly at Wang Ho. "I will accept this. If you ever need anything, just give me a call, and I will be there immediately." "That's the spirit," Wang Ho responded with a smile. "As you enhance your abilities, it will become easier to complete tasks in the mission worlds, which will also benefit me. Then we shall take our leave." After collecting the knife and skill book, Zheng Hong stood up and said, "I will return and take care of this matter with my sisters." Lung Bing, following closely behind Zheng Hong, cast a complex glance at Wang Ho. "Take care," Wang Ho said. "Safe travels." As Zheng Hong escorted the two individuals out, Wang Ho contemplated the exchange of two inconsequential items for the gratitude of Zheng Hong's 7 companions, relieving him from the need to linger in the market. Reflecting on this, he called to the wind speed dog beside him, urging it to return, as they were set to venture into the trial space. Stowing away the wind speed dog, Wang Ho departed from the dormitory, making his way towards the trial space. Meanwhile, Zheng Hong returned to her dormitory, and as she pushed open the door, the other 5 girls in her team quickly gathered around her. "Sister, how did it go?" Chen Xiaoying inquired. "It's done," Zheng Hong replied, her face alight with joy. "Wonderful." The 5 girls erupted in cheers, realizing that their team's strength would now significantly increase. "Sister, why do you think Wang Ho is helping us so much?" Cold Ice, standing nearby, could not contain her curiosity. "I believe he wishes to forge a friendship with us," Zheng Hong pondered aloud. "Friendship? What do you mean?" The other girls chimed in, intrigued by Cold Ice's question. Zheng Hong recounted the events that transpired during their visit to Wang Ho. "The tasks he assigned us hardly warranted the sword and skill book," Pan Fengyu added, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I think he simply desires additional allies," Zheng Hong analyzed. "Or rather, individuals who will support him." Listening intently, Zheng Hong continued, "What do you all think of Wang Ho's capabilities?" "Impressive." The group responded in unison. "Indeed." Zheng Hong nodded. "Wang Ho is exceptionally strong. I believe he may even surpass Li Jun." You are aware of Li Jun's character. Although it is unclear why he has cooperated with everyone in the world of Water Margin this time, he must harbor jealousy towards Wang Ho, Zheng Hong elaborated. "Moreover, aside from Wang Hao, all the boys in our class align with Li Jun. If Li Jun were to plot against Wang Ho, it could place him in peril." "Surely not," Yimin gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "How could that be? Just look at how many have survived among those who followed Li Jun versus those who did not," Zheng Hong replied. "That is precisely why Wang Ho seeks to cultivate a good relationship with us. But isn't he concerned that we might take the equipment and not assist him?" Han Qing queried. "He is not worried," Zheng Hong responded. "In our class, aside from Li Jun, no one can contend with Wang Ho. Even if we were to take the items without fulfilling our end, I believe he has his ways. The combined strength of the 7 of us might not even match his own." Nodding in agreement, they all recalled the formidable presence of the wind speed dog at Wang Ho's side in the world of Water Margin. "All right, let us pause our discussion here." Zheng Hong concluded. "I shall utilize this sword and skill book. Feng Yu and Xiaoxin, you will take 5,000 task points to the market to procure terrain cards and seeds, while the rest of you accompany me to the grassland trial space to gather some materials." "Understood, sister," the others replied in unison. Unbeknownst to Wang Ho, his request for Zheng Hong's assistance stemmed merely from a desire to avoid trouble, yet she interpreted it quite differently. Perhaps this reflects the divergence in strength and perspective. At that moment, Wang Ho arrived at the entrance to the trial space, contemplating which of the 3 trial spaces to enter. "Which one shall I choose?" he mused. "The urban ruins are certainly out of the question. I would find it amusing if the wind speed dog were scratched by a zombie." This time, he aimed to craft armor for the wind speed dog, and it seemed that iron ore was more readily available in the grasslands than in the forests. Rumor had it that several open-pit iron mines had been discovered. With this in mind, Wang Ho resolved to head towards the grasslands. Standing upon the teleportation platform, having expended 100 task points, Wang Ho found himself in a vast expanse of grassland, surrounded by vegetation that reached waist height, stretching endlessly in all directions. Amidst the undulating plains, he could spot herds of cattle and sheep grazing peacefully. This was the trial space of the grassland, seemingly devoid of danger. Releasing his speedy dog, Jimmy, Wang Ho surveyed his surroundings and declared, "Let us first seek out iron ore and extract some iron stones." With that, he mounted the back of his speedy dog and commanded, "Let us be off." As an adventurer, he acquired an iron ingot after picking up a piece dropped by an earth elemental. Another one secured, Wang Ho remarked. His fortune seemed favorable. After slaying dozens of cattle and sheep, he found himself surrounded by a pack of 7 or 8 wolves. However, he dispatched them with ease. In pursuit of a fleeing wolf, he stumbled upon an open iron mine. This mountain was populated by numerous earth elementals, each standing a meter tall. While these elementals boasted high defense and substantial health, their sluggish speed made them ideal targets for Wang Ho to hone his archery skills. Furthermore, the materials they dropped were precisely the iron ingots he required. After a day's worth of battle, Wang Ho had amassed 10 iron ingots, and his experience with basic archery had notably increased. Coupled with the progress made in the water margin world, he speculated that in 3 days' time, his basic archery skill would reach the next level. With a quiet night behind him, Wang Ho commenced another day of monster hunting at the break of dawn. However, by midday, something unusual occurred. The previously desolate trial space was now teeming with people. "Classmate, what is happening? Why are there so many individuals here?" Wang Ho inquired, grabbing the arm of a passerby hurrying towards the distance. "You must be hunting monsters here." The individual glanced at Wang Ho and replied affirmatively. "Yes," Wang Ho nodded eagerly. "Word has spread throughout the school." The person exaggerated. "Everyone not in the trial space received a notification that a boss has appeared in the grassland trial space, and the area is issuing a quest to defeat it. There's even a coordinate." The individual shared a map with Wang Ho. "Thank you," he acknowledged, watching as the person hurried away with their weapon. Wang Ho pondered silently, wondering why he had not received a notification himself. Just then, the prompt arrived. "A monster has respawned in the grassland trial space. Coordinates have been distributed. Defeating the monster will yield a plethora of equipment and skills." It was a succinct notification, leaving Wang Ho bewildered as to how it could attract such a multitude. However, the allure of excitement was irresistible. He leapt onto his speedy dog and declared, "Let us join the fray, Jimmy." In truth, the individual who had explained the situation to Wang Ho had omitted a crucial detail. A wager had been placed between Class 1 and Class 2 regarding who could defeat the boss first. And it appeared that Class 100 also intended to join the fray, which was why so many had gathered to spectate. Upon arriving at the designated coordinates provided by the space, Wang Ho beheld a gathering of over 1,000 individuals. "Return, Jimmy," he instructed, stowing away his speedy dog as he donned merely a leather armor and carried a bow upon his back. In the midst of the crowd, 2 groups stood out prominently. One comprised entirely of individuals clad in leather armor and mage robes, forming a small formation based on their varied weapons. Leading this assembly was a figure wielding a massive sword, 2 meters in length and half a meter in width, adorned in a complete set of brown armor. Recalling past information he had heard, Wang Ho deduced that this group must belong to Class 2. In contrast to Class 2, there stood a formidable assembly of gleaming ironclad warriors, led by an enigmatic figure clad in a black trench coat, who bore 2 swords upon his back. One sword was black, the other a striking azure, and the very shape of these blades evoked a singular thought in Wang Ho's mind. The attire and weaponry bore a striking resemblance to Kirito from Sword Art Online. Surely, those swords were the Elucidator and the Dark Repulsor, he mused. It was evident that the opposing class, devoid of dragons, could only be Class 1. At that moment, no monsters had yet emerged, and the 2 classes stood in a tense standoff. Behind them, the assembled crowd appeared to have divided into 2 factions, each rallying behind their respective classes. Even from a distance, Wang Ho could hear the fervent exchanges between the 2 leaders. "Yan, are you truly intent on opposing Class 2? Inquired Class 2's leader. Shin Miao, tilting his head towards Class 1's leader, Ihua. "While other classes may fear you, Class 1 certainly does not," Yan retorted dismissively. "Then let us see whose strength prevails," Shin Miao declared, unsheathing the broadsword from his back and brandishing it defiantly. Let us indeed, Ian responded, drawing forth his two swords. My elucidator and dark repulsor shall not cower before you. With a sharp click, both leaders brandished their weapons, prompting their respective classes to grip their arms tightly and fix their gazes upon one another. Simultaneously, those surrounding them mirrored this intensity. Even those not aligned with either class felt the palpable tension in the air and observed their surroundings with caution. Impressive, Wang Ho thought, observing the commanding presence of the two leaders as hundreds drew their weapons in unison. He felt a sense of awe wash over him. If only I could possess such charisma, commanding 100 followers. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled the existence of his own space. I could cultivate my own army there, he mused, remembering the space's promise that anything was possible. One day, I could summon countless allies with a mere gesture. This thought brought a smile to his face, though those nearby noticed his foolish grin and instinctively stepped back. Just as the tension between classes 1 and 2 reached its zenith, a notification resonated from the space. Monsters are beginning to spawn. Adventurers, prepare yourselves. It's happening. Wang Ho snapped back to reality, tightening his grip on his bow. Everyone, ready yourselves. We must conquer this boss. Ian shouted, rallying his comrades. Let us claim victory and send Class 1 to the ground. Shin Miao echoed. At the height of their fervor, a colossal shadow descended from the heavens, crashing to the earth and sending a shower of dirt into the air, momentarily obscuring everyone's view. As the dust settled, the newly spawned creature came into focus, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. A towering 3-meter-tall blue stone creature accompanied by 52-meter-high smaller stone beings stood before them. The sight was unmistakable to all present. Wang Ho exclaimed, recognizing the creature with disbelief. Isn't that the blue buff from League of Legends? Commonly referred to as the blue buff, its true name is the Crown of Insight. Blue buff. The crowd erupted in awe at the sight of the newly spawned entity. The space can spawn this as well. Wang Ho pondered. With so many, it seems I could claim a couple of them for myself. Witnessing such a plethora of activity, Wang Ho's mind began to stir. Attack, he commanded, as the squad leader, Ian, brandished a pair of swords, one black, one blue, and charged towards a nearby small stone monster. Front line, hold the line. Rear guard, prepare to strike. We must defeat the blue buff before Class 2 does, he declared. Is that so? Inquired Shin Miao with a smile. This boss is ours. Shield warriors, hold the front. Archers and mages, commence your assault. Warriors, follow my lead. Both sides surged towards the blue buff, and judging by the momentum of the two classes, it was clear that no one else would dare to intervene. Thus, Wang Ho had no inclination to plunge into the fray for the boss. As the creatures encircled by Classes 1 and 2 included approximately 30 small monsters apart from the blue buff, with the remainder scattered among the crowd. By chance, two of these creatures were also near Wang Ho. One was surrounded by several individuals, while the other charged directly at him. A sudden twang echoed as an arrow was loosed, striking the small stone monster and eliciting a few sparks, though it appeared to have little effect. The adventurer inflicted damage upon the creature, reducing its health to 1. Moreover, Wang Ho's attack seemed to provoke the small stone monster, which retaliated with a blue beam directed at him. The adventurer sustained damage, with his health reduced to 1. Upon seeing the notifications, Wang Ho contemplated. It seems our strengths are comparable, though the opponent likely possesses more health than I do. It appears I must summon the wind speed dogs. With this thought, he retrieved Jimmy's pokeball. Come forth, Jimmy, he called. Master, what do you require? Jimmy appeared to have been napping. Focus, and use leaf blade on that blue stone monster. Wang Ho commanded, as he loosed another arrow that struck the creature. Understood, Jimmy nodded, unleashing a leaf blade that struck the small stone monster. Observing the subsequent notifications, Wang Ho deduced that these small stone monsters had high defense and health, but were slow. However, their attacks were beams of light that could not be evaded. He needed to predict the direction of their attack before they unleashed it, which posed a challenge. Wang Ho furrowed his brow as the small stone monster turned towards him, launching another attack. He quickly rolled aside, but it was too late. An attack struck him, leaving a charred wound that throbbed with pain. Nevertheless, Wang Ho was not without retaliation. Seizing the moment when the small stone monster paused after its attack, he fired 2 arrows that struck true, combining with Jimmy's leaf blade to deplete a total of 5 health points. With a thunderous crash, the small stone monster's health plummeted drastically. Once it regained its bearings, it retaliated with increased speed, but its target remained Wang Ho. After sustaining another 3 health points of damage, he ultimately triumphed over the small stone monster. Adventurer has slain a small stone monster, earning an E-tier treasure chest. The chest materialized in the adventurer's personal space. Ah! Wang Ho exclaimed in astonishment. The chest has directly entered my personal space. Does this mean that treasure from defeated monsters will also be transferred there? With his mind racing, he glanced around, noting that everyone was engaged in combat with these creatures. However, most individuals do not possess the ease with which the noble effortlessly confronts the diminutive stone monsters. Rather, they are often besieged by a multitude. Despite this, a considerable number succumbed to grievous injuries, rendered unconscious, and subsequently transported away. Nonetheless, many of the stone creatures met their demise under the collective onslaught, resulting in the emergence of several chests. It appeared that the chests with personal storage capabilities were indeed allocated to the respective spatial domains. As for how the noble discerned this, it was evident that none of the assailants displayed despondency upon slaying a stone monster. One would certainly not wear such a countenance after laboriously vanquishing a creature only to receive nothing in return. Contemplating this, the noble propped his chin upon his hand, pondering that it must be akin to the distribution method employed in the last world of Water Margin, where rewards were allocated based on contribution. This method also served to enhance proficiency in archery. With this resolve, the noble commenced his own endeavors, deliberately targeting the clusters of combatants, discreetly releasing arrows unbeknownst to anyone. In this manner, he managed to acquire a dozen or so treasure chests, though upon inspection, their F-grade status indicated they would yield little of value. Unbeknownst to him, the noble found himself amidst the heart of the battle. At this juncture, under the collective assault of classes 1 and 2, 30 stone monsters were eradicated, with class 2 incurring only a modest toll of several casualties. It is worth noting that while other stone monsters were besieged by multiple assailants, the slaying of 70 stone creatures resulted in merely 2 to 3 dozen fatalities, yet hundreds were transported away due to severe injuries. Ding! Concealed within the throng outside of classes 1 and 2, the noble stealthily loosed arrows that struck the crown of insight. The current situation saw the injured shield warriors of class 2 retreating, while the remaining intact shield warriors stood resolutely at the forefront. Behind these stalwarts, a throng of archers and mages relentlessly directed their assaults upon the blue buff. Meanwhile, the 2 class leaders orchestrated the battle within their respective ranks, ever vigilant of the adversaries flanking them. As a deluge of attacks rained down, the blue buff's vitality gradually waned. Yet, whether due to the blue buff's formidable health or a fortuitous resilience, it endured the onslaught for a considerable duration, seemingly unfazed. The blue buff was no mere stationary target. Its colossal form could effortlessly dispatch a shield warrior with a mere sweep of its arm. When such a warrior fell, they were rendered gravely injured. Their life force reduced below 2, entering a state of severe injury that diminished all attributes by 80%, and they were subsequently rescued by members of Class 2's auxiliary. After Class 2 suffered the loss of several shield warriors and ranged attackers, all in a state of grievous wounding, the blue buff finally began to exhibit signs of impending defeat. Shin Miao, this blue buff shall not be yours, observed the noble as he noted the blue buff's movements slowing, its body shedding fragments of stone. Is that so? I wouldn't be so certain, retorted Shin Miao, brandishing the broad sword embedded in the ground, shaking out his arms. Let us see who seizes it first. With a commanding shout, the noble charged forth from the formation, instructing everyone to retreat. Leave the rest to me. Concurrently, Shin Miao, wielding his broad sword, lunged toward the blue buff, vociferously commanding, everyone, fall back. Under their directives, all present began to withdraw, observing as the members of classes 1 and 2 retreated, prompting the surrounding individuals to similarly step back. Suddenly, a vast expanse of open ground was created in the center. Just watch as the blue buff falls into my grasp. Ian scoffed at Shun Miao and declared loudly, dual wielding. In the next instant, Ian vanished from his position and reappeared before the blue buff. With a crunch, as the creature materialized beneath him, the blue buff shook its rocky form and swung its arm toward Ian. However, before the blue buff could strike, Ian sprang into action. With a shout, the twin blades in his hands transformed into a flurry of illusions, each strike igniting sparks that erupted upon contact with the blue buff, sending shards of blue stone flying. In an unexpected turn, the blue buff's attack faltered, and it found itself retreating instead. Impressive. This is the prowess of the Class 1 leader, Wang Ho thought. Momentarily stunned by Yi Yan's assault, realizing that if such a blow were to strike him, it would surely spell his demise. Conversely, Shen Miao wore a disdainful expression, remarking, "Is this all you've got? Let me take over." With that, he sprang into action, a smirk gracing his lips as he charged forward, leaping onto the blue buff's head. "Die!" he bellowed, as his great sword became enveloped in a pale blue aura, slicing through the air like a river aimed directly at the blue buff. The moment Shen Miao's sword clashed with the blue buff, a shockwave erupted, scattering countless fragments in all directions. This momentum, Wang Ho finally understood why Shen Miao dismissed Yi Yan's attack. This move rivaled Yi Yan's dual-wielding technique. As the crowd shielded themselves from the debris and redirected their gaze to the battlefield, they were momentarily taken aback. The blue buff had been pushed back several meters by Shen Miao's strike, and on the ground lay a severed blue stone arm. This left Wang Ho astounded. A single blow had severed the blue buff's limb. "Don't think you're the only one capable," Yi Yan retorted casually, spitting to the side while brandishing his weapons. The interpreter and the shadow chaser, in an attacking stance. At this rate, the blue buff won't withstand our next onslaught. Let us see who claims the final strike. Let us test that, Shen Miao replied, gripping his sword tightly as its brilliance intensified once more. Boom. The dismembered blue buff soon regained its bearings, using its remaining arm to hammer the ground fiercely before charging directly at the two class leaders. Starburst airflow slash, Ian shouted, his hands moving so swiftly that only afterimages remained, as he unleashed a barrage of boulders that flew in all directions. Beside him, Shen Miao unleashed his own strength, wielding his massive sword like a mere stick, sending waves of sword energy slicing toward the blue buff. "I'll take a shot at this as well," Wang Ho declared, knocking an arrow and aiming at the blue buff in the center of the fray. Many others shared his intentions, aside from the melee fighters. Wang Ho even spotted an individual drawing a sniper rifle. Just as the crowd prepared to seize the creature, a group emerged in the distance, led by a figure clad in a gray tracksuit. In the midst of the crowd, he remained remarkably inconspicuous. As for why he was perceived as the leader among the hundreds, it was due to the small dragon, no larger than a puppy, that soared above his head. This dragon, entirely crimson, occasionally exhaled a plume of orange flames as it danced through the air, unmistakably a fire dragon. It was evident that only one individual at the school could boast such a creature as a pet. That individual was the class leader of Class 100. Glancing into the distance, the class leader remarked nonchalantly, "Ah, there's only one boss left. It seems we have arrived late." A girl with flowing red hair standing beside him retorted, "If you hadn't insisted on waiting for all our auxiliary class members to arrive, we wouldn't be in this situation." "Come now, let's not be so harsh," the Class 100 leader replied with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unconcerned about seizing the boss. He turned to the red-haired girl and said, "Xiaohua, are you not eager? I'll send Xiaohong to take down that boss." "Look, Xiaohua. That boss is the blue buff from League of Legends." Xiaohua was the nickname the class leader bestowed upon the red-haired girl, a name that only he was permitted to use. Anyone else who tried to call her that faced her wrath. The girl's name was Huhua, and during their first task in this world, she learned 2 fire-based combat skills with the help of her class leader, who had also saved her life, leading her to follow him devotedly. Seeing her class leader's carefree demeanor, Huhua felt a surge of frustration, exclaiming, "Class leader, if we don't attack, it will be gone." "Ah, understood." The class leader of Class 100 quickly nodded. "Xiaohong, go, take down that blue creature." The young dragon in the sky let out a sweet cry and, in an instant, darted towards the battlefield with remarkable speed. "Hey!" An arrow from Wang Ho was released, and at the same moment, the onlooking crowd unleashed a wave of attacks. Alongside the strikes from Shen Miao and Yi Yan, the young dragon zipped above Wang Ho's head, contributing its breath of fire to the onslaught. Even in its prime, the blue buff would have struggled to withstand such a barrage, let alone in its weakened state. In the blink of an eye, the blue buff shattered into a shower of debris. Subsequently, a notification echoed in the space watches of all those who had attacked. Adventurer has assisted in defeating the Insight Crown, earning an E-rank chest. Open. Upon seeing the boss's chest, nearly everyone opted to open it immediately. Adventurer has received a life potion. Life potion, E-rank. Restores 2 life points per second for 6 seconds upon use. As a result, a red potion materialized in the hands of most participants. Wow, this is... The crowd recognized this as the life potion from League of Legends. Yet every chest yielded only life potions, which was unexpected. Adventurer has defeated the Insight Crown. Wang Ho unexpectedly dealt the final blow to the blue buff, but instead of opening the chest, he chose to remain concealed among the crowd. Observing the actions of the various classes, the leaders of classes 1 and 2, Yin and Shin Miao, found their spoils from the battle with the blue buff to be quite different from those of the others. In addition to a potion, they had acquired a longsword and a pair of boots. The longsword, classified as E tier, hailed from the world of League of Legends, boasting an attack power of 10. The speed boots, also E tier and originating from the same realm, provided a movement speed enhancement of 5. To think that such gear would drop from this boss is rather disheartening, Ian remarked, feeling somewhat disappointed. It would have been better to farm some wild monsters instead. However, more pressing than this matter was the emergence of a new rival. Shin Miao observed the approaching crowd and noted, "I never anticipated he would gather so many classes." "Indeed," Ian replied, stowing the 3 items into his personal space and securing the 2 swords on his back. "Chen Sheng, rally the troops." "Yes," a boy clad in heavy armor responded gravely from a short distance away. "Yoo-hoo, assemble the team. We shall confront the newcomers." Shin Miao, wielding a broadsword, made his way toward the leader of Class 100. Meanwhile, the leader of Class 100 remained nonchalant, holding a treasure chest. "Look, Xiaohua, we might still garner an assist," he said casually before opening it. The adventurers received a life potion and 2 daggers. The daggers, classified as E tier, possessed an attack power of 3 and agility of 2. "Here you go, Xiaohua. We've managed to obtain a few pieces of equipment. It's up to you how to handle them." The Class 100 leader carelessly handed the gear over to Huhua. "All right then." It was evident that the leader's laid-back demeanor was nothing new to Huhua, who accepted the items and passed them to 2 girls dressed in athletic wear. "Captain, Classes 1 and 2 have arrived with their people." At this moment, the Class 100 leader's demeanor shifted from casual to serious as he intently observed Shin Miao and Ian approaching with their entourage. "They are merely here to exchange pleasantries. A fight is unlikely to ensue." Despite his words, he advised Xiaohua, "Let's keep our guard up." "Understood," Huhua nodded calmly, whispering to the girls nearby to be cautious. "Surprised to see you here, Hulong," Ian greeted as he approached. "Why wouldn't I join in on the fun while you're hunting monsters?" Hulong replied, maintaining a cool demeanor but with an air of nonchalance. "Of course, you can," Shin Miao interjected, "but it seems you're merely here for an assist. And what of it? We're just here to enjoy ourselves. Do you want to fight?" Hulong retorted. "Fight? With just that red lizard of yours?" Ian scoffed. "A mere lizard," Shin Miao echoed derisively. "Is that so?" Hulong squinted. "Do you truly believe you are capable of defeating me in your current state?" Upon hearing his words, Yin and Shin Miao felt a surge of anger, yet they quickly tempered their emotions. As Hulong had pointed out, the members of Classes 1 and 2 were exhausted from their earlier battles, most of them barely hanging on with half their health. Engaging in combat with the freshly arrived members of Class 100 would undoubtedly put Yin and Shin Miao at a disadvantage. Unable to fight, the 3 fell into a petty argument, while Wang Ho, having witnessed the prowess of the 3 strongest individuals in the school, quietly departed amidst their squabbling. Rather than exiting the trial space outright, Wang Ho, having sustained minimal damage, decided to continue hunting monsters within the trial space until dusk before returning home. Upon exiting the trial space, the noble received a message from Zheng Hong, indicating that the first batch of items for acquisition had already arrived. Such promptness. Coincidentally, his desk mate had provided him with a construction card, enabling him to accommodate the initial residents of his personal space. Intrigued, the noble sent a message to Zheng Hong, requesting her to wait for him at the dormitory entrance, and then proceeded towards the supermarket. He first procured a selection of food, water, clothing, blankets, and other essentials. Given that in the world of water margin, he had fostered a bond with Husan Yang over instant noodles, he also indulged in a variety of snacks, spending a total of 500 task points. Afterward, he approached the synthesis machine to organize his recent acquisitions. While utilizing the synthesis machine, he discovered a new feature allowing for designated synthesis, which filled him with delight. Truly, a fortuitous stroke of luck. Selecting the form of a windspeed dog, he opted to synthesize a piece of armor. He then modified the design, adding a metallic horn atop the helmet and 4 metal claw covers before commencing the synthesis process. The machine indicated the commencement of material input, accompanied by a success probability prompt. After inputting several iron ingots and a number of wolf pelts, along with an investment of 5,000 task points, he noticed the success rate had reached 100. With a decisive click, a piece of armor adorned with iron plates emerged from the machine. Adventurer successfully synthesized a piece of leather armor. Wolfskin armor, for beast use only. E-grade. Defense 5. Attack 3, Life 2, Strength 1. Enhanced attributes due to substantial investment of task points. Impressed by his first piece of equipment, the noble felt a surge of satisfaction. While 5,000 task points might seem substantial to others, it was but a trifle for someone possessing tens of thousands of them. Subsequently, he utilized the remaining wolf pelts, iron ingots, and some beast bones to forge 2 additional pieces of light leather armor, an iron bow, and a bundle of bone arrows. Iron bow, E-grade, arrow attack 2. Flight speed 1. Bone arrow, E-grade, attack 3. Upon striking an enemy, it has a chance to inflict a bleeding status. Note: this arrow shatters upon impact and cannot be retrieved. After expending a total of 10,000 task points at the supermarket, he returned to the dormitory, where he found Zheng Hong awaiting him at the entrance. "You're back, Wang Ho," she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "This is the first batch." Observing Zheng Hong as she produced a burlap sack, he was momentarily taken aback by its contents. "Is it so much?" he inquired. Indeed, Zheng Hong nodded affirmatively. Everyone believes that terrain cards are of little use, and while these seeds can yield food, purchasing sustenance with task points is far more convenient. Even if one wishes to cook, the cost of ingredients is modest. 1 task point can be exchanged for 10 pounds of grain. Thus, upon hearing of our collection, they opted to sell. As she spoke, Zheng Hong handed him 5 terrain cards. However, terrain cards are relatively scarce, so we only have these few. She added with a hint of embarrassment. "It's no trouble," Wang Ho replied with a smile. "You've truly gone above and beyond. How many task points do I owe you?" "No need." Zheng Hong promptly shook her head, leaving no opportunity for him to insist. "Wang Ho, once we gather more in a few days, I'll provide you with additional items." "Very well," he acquiesced. Observing Zheng Hong's departure, Wang Ho felt a twinge of embarrassment and called out to her retreating figure, urging her to seek his assistance should any difficulties arise. To his surprise, it seemed their intentions were earnest. Upon returning to his dormitory, he settled onto the sofa, engaging in soliloquy while rummaging through his pockets to inspect the various tools. If they were in need, he resolved to offer aid. First, he discovered 5 terrain cards, 2 depicting 1 square kilometer of forest, 1 illustrating 2 square kilometers of mountains, and 2 showcasing 0.5 square kilometers of plains. Next came a plethora of seeds, encompassing dozens of vegetable varieties, rice, wheat, and an assortment of grains. Additionally, there were some livestock, 2 calf offspring, 5 young dairy cows, and numerous chicks, ducklings, and goslings. Lastly, he found several fish fry encased in a bottle, including shrimp, crabs, and a common turtle. This indeed enriched the biodiversity within his space, though it appeared that the seed supply was somewhat insufficient. After distributing the seeds, Wang Ho realized he possessed only enough for approximately 10 acres, while he had cleared out 50 acres. Ah well, he thought, perhaps it was time to investigate further. Just as he was about to rise, it suddenly dawned on him that he had a dozen treasure chests at his disposal. He retrieved the chests and piled them beside the sofa. Upon opening the first chest, he was met with a life potion. "TCH, just a potion," he muttered, feeling a fleeting disappointment before proceeding to the next chest. This one yielded a soldier summoning card. "What is this?" he pondered, examining the card in his hand. Soldier summoning card. E-rank, capable of summoning 1 Dalmatian soldier for a duration of 1 minute. Soldier attributes, 10 across the board. Is this the extent of a soldier's capabilities? Merely the attributes of an average person, devoid of any skills, Wang Ho mused, though he quickly reconciled this with the fact that it was merely an E-rank item. Moving on to the next chest, he encountered yet another life potion. After opening all 15 chests obtained from the minor creatures, he ended up with 3 soldier summoning cards, 10 life potions, and 1,000 task points. Then he noticed one more chest, emerging from the blue buff. What could this be? He thought, as he opened it. A flash of light revealing a notification from his space population card. In an instant, a mouthful of water he had just sipped splattered out. "What the Everyone else received a life potion, and I got this for delivering the final blow. Population card, D rank, capable of randomly summoning 100 inhabitants from various worlds. Coughing slightly, he stared at the attributes of this population card in disbelief. What use is this? If I summon them, I won't have enough seeds to sustain them. After a moment of silence, Wang Ho made a decisive choice, thumping his thigh. I shall use it. After all, I possess land and a dwelling. And with so many task points, I refuse to believe I cannot provide for such a multitude. With his resolution firm, Wang Ho entered his personal space and first utilized the terrain card, expanding his area to 40 square kilometers. Subsequently, he summoned Wind Speed Dog, Jimmy, and Chenglong, and mounted the Wind Speed Dog to traverse the woods toward the riverside fields. In the distance, he spotted Elder Letian resting with his family at the edge of the fields, where they had already cultivated over 10 acres of land. Upon the arrival of the noble lord, Letian promptly greeted him, saying, "I have met with you, my lord." "Please, rise," replied the nobleman. Observing Letian and his family kneeling before him, the lord swiftly dismounted to assist the elder, exclaiming, "Old Letian, please stand. There is no need for such formalities. Everyone, please rise." Addressing those behind Letian, the nobleman continued, "This place, while lacking temporary housing, is otherwise quite satisfactory, and you have been granted land. Naturally, if you come to my domain, I must ensure your well-being." The nobleman smiled. "In the future, you need not address me as my lord. Simply call me noble lord. That is unacceptable." Letian hastily shook his head. Such a title would be too disrespectful. "I am the lord here." Seeing Li Shan's refusal, the nobleman immediately adopted a stern expression, declaring, "I command you to refrain from calling me my lord." But Letian hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly assented, "Very well. That is better," the nobleman said, pleased with Li Shan's compliance. "How have you been faring in recent days?" "Quite well," Letian replied, a joyful expression lighting his face. "The land here is of excellent quality. If we were to cultivate crops, even if you were to take 50%, Letian paused, realizing the nobleman's gaze was upon him, and quickly amended. "You may take 50%, which would suffice for our sustenance for a year." "That is good," the nobleman nodded. "I have come to allocate housing for you. Letian, have everyone prepare their belongings, and set aside some farming tools, as others will be arriving shortly." Housing allocation. Letian was momentarily taken aback, and after a long pause, he grasped the nobleman's hand, exclaiming, "My lord, are you truly serious?" "Indeed," the nobleman replied with a smile, "and it is entirely free of charge." "Quickly, go gather your things," the nobleman urged. "Very well, I shall do so at once." Letian nodded vigorously, hastening back. His movements belied his age. The nobleman chuckled softly and, while Letian and his family busied themselves, strolled along the riverbank in search of a suitable location for the new homes. This time, the nobleman intended to utilize the population card he had recently obtained, which would facilitate the establishment of a small village. Ultimately, he chose to build near the woods, conveniently close to the entrance he had used upon arrival, making it easier for villagers to gather firewood. Letian relayed the nobleman's words to his family, which immediately ignited a sense of excitement among them. They quickly organized their belongings, and after some discussion prompted by Run, they approached the nobleman. However, the nobleman was unaware that while selecting the site, he had also released fish fry, shrimp, and crabs into the river. "My lord," Letian addressed him respectfully upon reaching his side. "These are the farming tools you have provided us." Behind him, the others secretly observed the nobleman, their eyes reflecting both respect and a hint of curiosity and excitement, while Li Shan's sister, Lian, blushed as she cautiously regarded the nobleman. The nobleman stored the farming tools in his spatial pouch, saying, "Please wait a moment." He then retrieved the building card given to him by Wang Hao. Upon using the card, a model of a rustic farmhouse materialized before him. He placed it in position and confirmed the construction. Before Letian and his group could fully comprehend, a small courtyard appeared before their astonished eyes. "A miracle," Letian stammered, his lips quivering. "A true marvel." "Very well," the nobleman turned to them. "This house is now yours. However, as more individuals will be arriving, I cannot provide you with too much. This will suffice." Observing the elderly man, Lu, rendered speechless with excitement. Rin, too, standing nearby, promptly interjected. "Ah, yes, there's more," said Wang Ho. "These are garments, provisions, and some other essentials for you." From his personal space, Wang Ho produced 5 wooden beds, 5 sets of cotton quilts, various articles of clothing, several bags of flour, and an assortment of pots and pans. Gazing at this bounty, all present stood in stunned silence, momentarily unable to react. "What's the matter?" Wang Ho chuckled at their astonishment. "Why don't you take a look at the house and put these items away?" "Yes, my lord." At Wang Ho's encouragement, the crowd regained their composure. Just as the elderly Lu was about to speak, Wang Ho interrupted, urging him to go and check it out. "There's also a cow here for you. No need for words, just live well." "Indeed, my lord." Lu and his family began to gather the provisions, while Wang Ho summoned Jiemi and Feng Su Go to use another population card. A fragment flew from Wang Ho's hand, transforming into a beam of light, which then manifested into a portal before him. One by one, 100 ragged, emaciated individuals emerged, with a few women notably pregnant. The adventurers, utilizing the population card, commenced the extraction of the world. Unlike the last time, a sequence of notifications began to appear. The world extraction is complete, the realm of water margin. As the population collection commenced, the adventurers acquired 100 Song Dynasty refugees, granting an additional 5 population. Upon scrutinizing the attributes of these individuals, it became apparent that they belonged to 9 families, albeit with inferior attributes. Their skills predominantly lay in farming and culinary arts. Observing Wang Ho, these individuals, much like Li's family, received information directly from the space and immediately knelt before him, beseeching, "Please, my lord, take us in. Everyone, please rise. Here, as long as you work diligently, you will lead a good life. Now, stand in an orderly fashion, and let the head of each household come forward to collect their belongings." Subsequently, Wang Ho constructed the remaining 9 courtyards using the building cards, allocated the houses, livestock, tools, and similar provisions as he had for Li's family. Finally, the fields were divided, and by the time they concluded, night had fallen. Done at last. Wang Ho sighed contentedly and stretched, remarking, "It seems the space will become lively now. In 4 days, it will be time to practice skills." With plans forming in his mind, he prepared to return to his quarters for rest when a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "My lord, please wait a moment." Turning back, Wang Ho saw Lu Tian standing with his granddaughter, Lu Yan. "My lord, your kindness to my family is immeasurable. I find myself at a loss to repay you. After discussing it with my family, we have decided to offer my granddaughter, Xiao Yan, to serve you." It turned out that Lu had deliberated on this matter prior to moving the items. Ultimately, the entire family had unanimously resolved to send Lu Yan to Wang Ho, believing it would not only express their gratitude but also provide her a better life alongside a leader capable of performing miraculous feats. Moreover, should Wang Ho take a liking to their granddaughter, the entire family would benefit. Thus, once Wang Ho had arranged for the newly arrived refugees, Lu Tian brought his granddaughter forth. Upon hearing the news, Wang Ho was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing towards Lu Yan, who stood shyly behind Lu Tian, casting furtive glances in his direction. Their eyes met, and she promptly lowered her gaze. "This seems inappropriate," Wang Ho mused. Observing her closely, he noted that Lu Yan had shed the pallor and frailty of her earlier days. The sustenance from the space had evidently rejuvenated her. Upon closer inspection, he discovered her bright eyes and pearly teeth, complemented by a delicate nose above her rosy lips. Perhaps due to her diligent labor, her slender figure bore no excess flesh. Wang Ho was astonished to realize that Lu Yan's beauty rivaled that of Hu San Yang from the world of water margin. Clad in a floral fabric typical of rural attire, she exuded a unique charm that rendered her even more captivating. This seems inappropriate. Having interacted little with girls since childhood, Wang Ho felt a stir of emotions but hesitated, declining, "I am but one person. There is no need for service." "My lord, grant this old man a chance to repay his kindness," Lu Lao implored. "When practicing martial arts, one requires assistance. Let Xiao Yan accompany you. She can endure any hardship." Seeing the glimmer of anticipation in Lu Yan's eyes behind Lu Tian, Wang Ho, almost unwittingly, nodded. "Very well then. Xiao Yan, hurry along," Lu Lao urged, his countenance brightening as he brought his granddaughter before Wang Ho. "Greetings, my lord," Lu Yan murmured shyly, her head bowed. "Lu Lao, you may return now. Be cautious on your journey," Wang Ho advised. "Understood. Xiao Yan, be careful and diligent in your tasks with the my lord," Lu Lao cautioned before departing. Wang Ho regarded the bashful Lu Yan beside him and remarked, "You are of a similar age to me. I shall henceforth call you Yanzi." Also, do not address me as my lord like your grandfather. Choose another title. Yes, young master, Lu Yin replied after a moment's contemplation. Wang Ho silently noted, this is hardly my lord. However, he refrained from commenting further and said, come with me. With Chung Long perched on his shoulder, along with Jiemi, the wind speed dog, and Lu Yin, Wang Ho approached the door, traversed the storage area, and entered the grand hall. Lu Yin, intrigued by the modern furnishings and layout, surveyed her surroundings with curiosity. Why is this person accompanying us? Jiemi inquired, observing Lu Yan's inquisitive demeanor. Chung Long is here to look after you, Wang Ho replied, releasing Chung Long from confinement. As he expended task points to purchase a bedroom and some furniture, he continued addressing Lu Yin. Yanzi, you will be responsible for my meals, as well as Jiemi as sustenance. Yes, young master, Lu Yin promptly responded, her gaze shifting to the floor as she stood before him. There is no need for such formality, Wang Ho chuckled, rising to his feet. Come, let me introduce you to this place. Jiemi leaped into Lu Yan's arms, exclaiming, I am Jiemi, please take good care of me. Lu Yan, cradling Jiemi, looked towards Wang Ho, bewildered. Jiemi is simply greeting you. Consider this place your home, Wang Ho reassured her, smiling. This is your living space. He first led Lu Yin to the bedroom, then to the kitchen, explaining its use and the various utensils. After familiarizing her with the rooms and kitchenware, he took a moment to rest. After a night of silence, Wang Ho was awakened early the next morning by the raucous sounds of the wind speed dog. After donning his sports attire, he opened the door to find the wind speed dog, Chung Long, and Jiemi engaged in breakfast and playful banter. To his surprise, the food in their bowls was not the usual pixie fare. The fruit salad, classified as grade E, was crafted from an abundance of fruits through a special technique, enhancing stamina and life recovery speed upon consumption. Note, crafted by Lu Yin. Goodness, this food possesses attributes and is made by a swallow, Wang Ho mused, observing Lu Yin diligently working in the kitchen, realizing his fortune. Upon glancing at Lu Yan's attributes, Wang Ho discovered that her culinary skills had remarkably ascended to the level of supreme artistry. Supreme culinary skill. Dishes produced possess slight recovery capabilities. Good morning. The trio of small spirits greeted Wang Ho as he emerged, and he reciprocated their salutation. After freshening up, Wang Ho returned from the bathroom to find breakfast already served on the table. The millet porridge, also rated grade E, restored 1 point of life upon consumption. As he surveyed the spread before him, Wang Ho felt a wave of calm wash over him, exhilarated that he had not declined Lu Yan's invitation. He pondered whether his own basic skills would unveil new capabilities upon reaching the pinnacle of mastery, prompting him to resolve to enhance his skill proficiency. As he took a few bites, he noticed Lu Yin still standing nearby, and encouraged, Yin, please sit down and eat with us. That would be improper, Lu Yin replied. Then I command you to sit and dine, Wang Ho suggested, noting her hesitance. Hesitating at his words, Lu Yin ultimately acquiesced, filling her bowl before joining him at the table, taking small bites. Meanwhile, Wang Ho polished off his meal in a few swift motions, finding Lu Yan's cooking far superior to his own, leading him to indulge in 2 extra bowls. After the meal, Wang Ho prepared to clear the dishes. But Lu Yin swiftly took over, prompting him to focus on practicing. Just then, a message from Wang Ho arrived on his spatial wristwatch. Classmate, get over here quickly. Something's happened in class. Upon reading the message, Wang Ho sprang from the sofa, gathering his gear as he instructed Lu Yin, stay here. I must go. Turning to the wind speed dog and the others, he commanded, wind speed dog, Chung Long, Jiemi, return. He secured the 3 pokeballs at his waist and charged out the door toward the classroom. En route, a message from Zheng Hong further quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the classroom, he found his classmates already gathered, tension palpable in the air. A group of individuals blocked the doorway, appearing confrontational, seemingly from another class. Seeing Wang Ho's arrival, Wang Ho rushed forward, exclaiming, classmate, you've arrived. We're in serious trouble this time. What is going on? Wang Ho inquired, puzzled by the situation. Is it another class causing trouble? Not quite, Wang Ho replied, his gaze fixed on the group before them. His next words compelled Wang Ho to furrow his brow, sensing impending trouble. As witnessed by Wang Ho in the trial space, classes 1, 2, and 100 are actively recruiting, relentlessly subduing other classes. This time, it is the turn of the 26th class, to which Wang Ho belongs. However, it is not Class 1 that has come forth directly, but rather their affiliated Class 20. Perhaps they encountered less resistance in the previous 2 worlds, as their entire class still numbers 35 individuals. According to Wang Hao, the leader of Class 20 is named Sun Chang'e, who ventured into the world of Ip Man during the first mission and learned a particular martial art, although he remains unaware of its name. In their subsequent world, they journeyed to Ip Man 2, where, leveraging Sun Chang'e's connections, the class successfully gained admission to several martial arts schools and acquired a set of combat skills. Upon hearing this news from Wang Hao, Li Jun gathered everyone together and posed the question of whether they should become an affiliated class of Class 1. Absolutely not. Dong Li immediately expressed his discontent, exclaiming that he would never submit to another's command, not in this lifetime. Feng Jun shook his head in agreement. Wang Hao surveyed his surroundings and, upon meeting Zheng Hong's gaze, noticed a questioning look reflected in her eyes. I too disagree, he declared, affirming his stance that he, Wang Hao, would never become a subordinate to anyone. Wang Hao, seeing Wang Hao's position, likewise voiced his dissent. What about you all? Li Jun then turned his attention towards Zheng Hong and her group. I disagree as well, Zheng Hong replied earnestly. Very well, I shall decline, Li Jun nodded, instructing everyone to prepare, as unforeseen events were likely imminent. With that, Li Jun turned to negotiate with Sun Chang'e. How is the discussion proceeding? Sun Chang'e casually regarded Li Jun seizing the opportunity. Wang Hao began to scrutinize the members of Class 20, most of whom donned uniforms resembling those of Taekwondo practitioners, with various colored belts fluttering at their waists. Leading the group, Sun Chang'e wore a gray uniform and a black belt, adorned with an embroidered character for Sun on his chest. Li Jun addressed Sun Chang'e, stating, "We will not become an affiliated class of any group. You may leave. If you disagree, then we must ascertain whether you can withstand our assault," Sun Chang'e replied, surprise flickering across his face as he regarded Li Jun. Look at this, he said, brandishing a card as a threat. Mandatory Alliance Task Card, D rank, requiring 10,000 task points, allows one class to forcibly integrate another class into their mission world. Prepare yourselves. If you can defeat us, you need not submit. Otherwise, you shall face retaliation from all affiliated classes of Class 1, Sun Chang'e continued. How shall we proceed? The group, upon seeing the item, understood that a confrontation with Class 20 was inevitable. Thus, Li Jun inquired, our Class 26 will not cower before you. In the arena? If you win, we shall no longer pursue you. If you lose, you will humbly submit to Class 1, Sun Chang'e proclaimed loudly. Agreed, Li Jun nodded. In the arena? Being defeated would result in mere transportation away, not actual death. Very well, we shall await you in the arena. Sun Chang'e issued an invitation and departed with his companions. Class 20 has issued a challenge to Class 26 for a duel in the arena. Will you accept? The format, class versus class. The duel concludes when one side is entirely vanquished. The challenge is accepted. Li Jun glanced at his peers and declared, prepare yourselves. We shall convene at the arena. All nodded in agreement. Wang Hao, what do you think of this situation? Wang Hao inquired as they walked. Dealing with Class 20 should pose no problem. What about you? Who knows? Wang Hao responded, gazing at the arena emerging beyond the teaching buildings. But I will give it my all. That is sufficient, Wang Hao replied, patting Wang Hao on the shoulder with a smile. They are certainly no match for your wind speed dogs. Upon arriving at the arena, it was Wang Hao's first opportunity to closely observe it. While waiting for everyone to gather, he scrutinized the structure. The arena stood approximately 5 stories tall, resembling the Roman Colosseum. However, it was encircled by a high wall with only a few archways as entrances. At the commencement of the duel, both sides would enter through separate archways. Inside the arena was a space akin to a trial ground, capable of hosting 5 simultaneous duels. Soon, everyone from Wang Hao's class had assembled. Let us commence, Sun Chang'e sneered, prepared to be utterly defeated. With that, he erupted in laughter, joined by the members of Class 20, who viewed the odds of 35 against 16 as overwhelmingly in their favor. Is that so? Li Jun's expression hardened, his hand discreetly clenching within his mage robe. That is not a certainty. Really? Sun Chang'e mocked, eyeing Li Jun. With such a meager number of you? Let us see, Li Jun declared, unfurling the challenge. Simultaneously, Sun Chang'e did the same, announcing the initiation of the duel. Format, class versus class. Terrain, random. Victory condition, the annihilation of one entire class, with the last surviving class declared victorious. The duel terrain is generating. The generation is complete. Both sides may now enter the arena. As the notification sounded, lights illuminated the two archways, revealing the blood-red numbers 20 and 26. Prepare to meet your demise. I shall ensure you understand our prowess, Sun Changha proclaimed as he entered the archway, adding, I won't let your deaths be too brutal. With a booming laugh, he stepped through the entrance. Let us proceed, Li Jun said, his irritation palpable as he looked at his comrades. This time, the teleportation is random. Once inside, remain vigilant. Class leader, we will make them pay, Zheng Hong chimed in, her anger evident. Agreed, Li Jun nodded, stepping into the archway, followed by the others. Within the archway that Class 20 entered, a tall, slender individual beside Sun Changha chuckled. Captain, this opponent is far easier to handle than Class 35 from last time. How shall we engage? At your discretion, Sun Changha replied with a grin. I recall that last time, you left quite a few of Class 35 in shambles. I believe someone even committed suicide upon entering the task world. This time, Wu Guang from Class 1 specifically advised us to hold back a bit. But you can handle it as you see fit. Understood, the slender boy grinned menacingly. I see a few appealing girls in Class 26. This should be entertaining. Just then, a portal of light appeared ahead in the archway, and Sun Changha and his group vanished into it. In another archway, Zheng Hong was reminding her sisters, while Dong Li and Feng Jun each brandished their weapons. Wang He was engaged in conversation with Wang Hao. That Sun Changha is truly infuriating. If I ever encounter him, I shall make him regret it. Wang Hao exclaimed in frustration. However, we must remain vigilant, Wang He cautioned. We cannot underestimate those sent by Class 1 to subdue us. Wang He pondered whether this was. Indeed, Wang Hao nodded. This time, the teleportation is random, so you must be cautious. But if you do happen to meet that Sun Changha, strike hard. Rest assured, Wang He replied with a smile. I shall not let him off easily. As they conversed, a luminous portal appeared before Wang He. It is about to begin. Be careful, Wang He advised. You too, Wang Hao responded. Upon entering the portal, Wang He found himself amidst a thicket, surrounded by towering trees. The arena was set, a forest covering an area of 1 square kilometer. As Wang He surveyed his surroundings, a prompt appeared, followed by a mechanical voice resonating in the sky alongside a massive crimson numeral. 3, 3, 2, 1. The battle commences. The number transformed into a 0 upon the word begin being uttered. The participants in the forest gazed upward at the blood-red digits, silently chanting in their hearts. Come forth. Speedy Dog and Jimmy. Wang He released 2 Pokeballs. Woof. Meow. Upon seeing Wang He, Jimmy immediately climbed onto his shoulder, while Speedy Dog excitedly circled him twice. Speedy Dog, Jimmy, this is a battle. Be on high alert, Wang He instructed, petting both Pokémon seriously. Jimmy, keep an eye on our surroundings to thwart any ambush. And Speedy Dog, notify me immediately if you catch the scent of an enemy. Woof. Meow understood, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Both Pokémon ceased their playful demeanor and nodded in agreement. Good. Let us proceed, Wang He declared, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow. In the arena, combat is accompanied by spatial rewards. The victorious side will earn points based on their performance, which can be exchanged for items within the arena. However, Wang He had never been here before and was unaware of this fact. Not far from Wang He, beneath a tree with a trunk several meters thick, Zheng Hong, Lung Bing, and Qin Xiaoying had also been teleported together. They were drawing their weapons, their expressions tense as if facing a formidable foe. Following their gaze, 5 members of Class 20 stood there, grinning maliciously, led by a tall, slender boy. Zheng Hong and her companions had been directly teleported alongside Class 20. Haha, splendid. This time we have some fun in store. The tall boy laughed at Zheng Hong and her friends. Dugu, we're in for a treat. Another behind him chimed in. Indeed, the tall boy continued, and they are among those I have taken a fancy to. Turning to Zheng Hong, he said, let us play. Bah, you wish. Zheng Hong, more attuned to the situation than Wang He, recognized the tall boy and retorted angrily. Dubai, you're dreaming. Prepare for your demise. Exactly. You scum. Qin Xiaoying added, hurling insults at Dubai. Is that so? Dubai, unfazed by their vitriol, became even more smug. Then let us see. With that, he charged forward, fists raised. In a corner of the arena, Li Jun stood upon a barren expanse, surrounded by dozens of skeletal sentinels, while Lu Fei materialized beside him. However, neither exhibited a demeanor of casualness. Instead, Their expressions were etched with the gravity of impending conflict. A hearty laughter echoed through the air, emanating from a group of robust young men surrounding them, with Sun Changha leading the mirth. Li Jun, who would have thought? Sun Changha chuckled. That the spatial forces would bring us together. Let us see how you escape this time. Try your luck, Li Jun retorted coldly, locking eyes with Sun Changha. Let us see whether your fists are mightier than my skeletons. Is that so? Sun Changha scoffed. With these pitiful skeletons? Saying this, he unleashed a punch that sent one of the nearby skeletons hurtling away. What shall we do? Lu Fei whispered as he edged closer to Li Jun boss. There are quite a few adversaries this time. We may not prevail. Indeed, Li Jun conceded. Yet even if we fall here, we must take them down with us. He instructed, when the battle commences, I will confront Sun Changha. You assist my skeletons in dispatching the weaker foes. Understood. Prepare yourself. With a resounding roar, Sun Changha shattered a skeleton with a single blow and charged directly at Li Jun, followed closely by his companions who plunged into the throng of skeletons. Come on, Li Jun bellowed, summoning several more skeletons and directing them towards Sun Changha. Thus, the clash began in this corner of the arena. On the opposite side of the arena, amidst a thicket, 2 members of Class 20 were besieging Dongli. Elsewhere, Feng Jun and Chu Fania were engaged in combat, with Li Guang and 4 other members of Class 20. A palpable tension filled the arena, and at that moment, Wang Ho identified his first target, 2 female students. Cloaked in a cape fashioned from leaves and straw, and accompanied by a swift canine, Wang Ho crouched low, fixated on the 2. Peering through the foliage, he observed them cautiously scanning their surroundings as they advanced. Both donned light blue training attire, cinched at the waist with red sashes. One sported short hair, while the other had long locks, the latter carrying a short dagger at her side. Just the 2 of you. You shall serve as my practice, Wang Ho contemplated. It is unfortunate they are females. 2 males would have been preferable. With this thought, he quietly instructed the swift canine. Jimmy, let us remain still. Allow me to handle this. He knocked an arrow, aiming at the long-haired girl. Unbeknownst to the 2 girls, they had become targets of an enemy's scheme. Where is everyone? The short-haired girl complained. With our combined classes, we barely number in the dozens. It is only natural not to encounter anyone in such a vast area, the long-haired girl replied with a smile. The number of adversaries is quite minimal, the short-haired girl remarked. Indeed, just 16, the long-haired girl nodded. I heard from the class leader that over half of them perished in the second task world. They truly are inept. But why would Class 1 still require us to subdue such a small group? The short-haired girl queried. With our capabilities, we could easily handle a class of 30 or 40. This is a sheer waste of time. Who knows? The girl with long hair overheard the class monitor saying. This is Chun Sheng from Class 1, commanding us to subdue them. I wonder what merit such a class possesses. Indeed, the short-haired girl nodded in agreement. Look, even in the arena, some only wield a weapon, lacking armor altogether. A pathetic class, she remarked disdainfully. Yes, a pathetic class, the short-haired girl concurred. Amused, Wang Ho, concealed within the thicket, listened to the 2 girls' conversation. A pathetic class, they must be referring to you, he mused, aiming at the girl with long hair. As he gradually pulled back the bowstring, a cold smile crept across his face. Let me show you the prowess of a so-called pathetic class. With that, he released the taut bowstring. In the next instant, an arrow soared towards the long-haired girl. Suddenly aware of a menacing aura, the long-haired girl instinctively leaned back, narrowly avoiding the arrow that grazed her face and lodged itself into a nearby tree trunk. An enemy, she gasped, touching the wound left by the arrowhead, blood staining her hand. In an instant, she drew her short dagger and scanned her surroundings. TSK, she dodged. Wang Ho spat from the underbrush, knocking another arrow aimed at the stunned short-haired girl. Whoosh! Another arrow flew swiftly, piercing through the short-haired girl's throat, causing her to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Adventurer has slain one. As the notification echoed, the short-haired girl's body disintegrated into shimmering motes of light. The number in the sky shifted to 10. The long-haired girl, witnessing her companion's demise, lost her composure. Seeing the trajectory of the incoming arrow, she charged forward. Whoosh! Yet another arrow shot forth from the foliage, striking her arm where she held the dagger. Ugh! The impact caused her to stagger, and her weapon clattered to the ground. Who are you? She cried out in despair, having sustained injuries without even catching a glimpse of her assailant. As she rushed toward Wang Ho, she roared in frustration. It's better not to expose oneself while targeting girls. Holding a grudge could lead to trouble. Hearing her outburst, Wang Ho shook his head from behind the bushes. With that, 2 short daggers appeared in his hands. Let us test out my new skill, he thought, thrusting his hands forward. Whoosh! Thud! In the next moment, accompanied by the sound of blades piercing flesh, 2 sprays of blood erupted from the long-haired girl's chest and calf. Damn it! She exclaimed, losing her balance and collapsing to the ground. She's not dead yet, Wang Ho noted, surprised by the absence of a notification despite landing critical hits. Stepping out from the thicket, he addressed the girl lying on the ground. Farewell. In the next heartbeat, an arrow pierced her throat. Adventurer has slain 2. The number in the sky changed to 02. Gathering the arrows and daggers, Wang Ho declared, Windspeed Dog, Jimmy, let us move. As they departed, he contemplated the recent skirmish, realizing that his new abilities required diligent practice. He reflected that both daggers had been aimed at the long-haired girl's heart, yet one had struck her leg. Sighing, Wang Ho resumed his search for members of Class 20. One casualty was reported from Class 26. Having just slain 2 members of Class 20, Wang Ho felt a flicker of pride within him. However, before he could fully relish the moment, the numbers in the sky shifted once more, revealing that a member from his own class had met their demise. What? Startled, Wang Ho looked up to see the number change to 12. Who has fallen? He pondered. Bewildered. One casualty from Class 26. Before he could recover from his shock, a series of notifications echoed through the air, and the number transformed to 52. 5 individuals. Wang Ho's astonishment morphed into a frown. Who was it that had perished? It seemed he had underestimated Class 20. As he contemplated this, he treaded more cautiously through the forest. All right, 1 down. Let us seek the next. In a corner of the arena, 3 members of Class 20 were gathered, the body of Pan Fengyu disintegrating into specks of light upon the ground. As a mage, Pan Fengyu had coincidentally teleported alongside the 3 members of Class 20. After inflicting some superficial wounds upon them, he was swiftly dispatched. Well, I didn't expect him to be so easy to deal with, one of the boys chuckled. Indeed, replied another. This girl is a mage, right? She is quite unfortunate to have encountered us. All right, interjected a girl in the middle. There's another fellow who has fled. We must pursue him at once. Yes, the 2 boys displayed great deference towards her, dashing off in the direction she indicated. In another part of the arena, 3 bodies lay sprawled, those of Chu Fania, Dong Li, and Li Guang. Surrounding them stood a group of 10. At the forefront was a muscular boy towering at 2 meters. His brick-like torso wrapped in white bandages, and his fist clad in a fingerless glove adorned with iron plates, dripping with fresh blood. Bah! The burly man spat, cursing. I didn't expect Li Guang to possess some skill. Upon the fading body of Li Guang, one could discern the imprint of a deep fist mark on his face. Initially, Li Guang and his companions had been attacking 2 members of Class 20, but just as they were about to eliminate one, several individuals surged forth from behind the trees. The sudden appearance of these individuals caught the trio off guard. In the first encounter, Chu Fania fell, followed by Dong Li, who was brutally beaten to death by several members of Class 20. As for Li Guang, he was unable to withstand the onslaught, and after injuring several foes, he was struck down by a punch from the burly Class 20 member. Boss, this Li Guang is one of Li Jun's most capable subordinates. He's quite weak, remarked one of the boys beside the burly man. Who knows? The burly man replied. According to the information provided to us from Class 1, only Li Jun and his 2 subordinates are somewhat formidable. The rest are mere rubbish. Due to Wang Ho's limited exposure in the trial space or dormitory, there is scarce information about him. Having already eliminated one, let us proceed to find the next, said the burly man. Agreed. Wang Ho silently screamed, longing for an enemy to confront. After nearly an hour of searching, Wang Ho had yet to encounter a single soul, although Windspeed Dog had detected several scents. By the time Wang Ho arrived, the battle had already concluded. In the sky, the numbers were in constant flux during this period, causing the noble to grow increasingly anxious. Just as the noble finished his roar, a situation arose. As he silently complained in his heart, the Windspeed Dog detected something amiss. Woof! The Windspeed Dog quietly barked in one direction, indicating trouble. The noble immediately perked up and glanced towards the direction the dog was barking, only to hear footsteps growing louder. Someone was approaching. The noble quickly instructed the Windspeed Dog and Jimmy to hide, and he dashed towards a nearby thicket. Not long after crouching in the bushes, a figure passed before the noble's eyes. Upon closer inspection, it was Yi Min from his class. Yi Min's clothing was torn by branches, and she appeared frantic, glancing back frequently. There were enemies. The noble could tell from Yi Min's demeanor that danger was near. Looking back, he spotted 3 indistinct figures lurking in the woods. Just when he had been worried about finding someone, they had come right to him. With a cold smile, he observed the 3 approaching figures from a distance, knocking an arrow to his bow. He turned to the wind speed dog and Jimmy and instructed, "When I release the arrow, you both attack." Woof. Jimmy nodded in understanding. "You two stay here and deal with anyone who approaches." The noble focused ahead, watching as the 3 figures drew closer, tightening his grip on the bowstring. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out from another direction. The noble turned to see Yi Min stumble and fall, letting out a shriek. At that moment, another student from class 20 emerged. "Oh." The boy froze momentarily before grinning at the opportunity presented to him. He then scanned the area and noticed the 3 figures approaching from a distance, exclaiming in surprise, "Isn't that the big sister?" He glanced down at the fallen Yi Min and remarked, "Since this is the big sister's prey, I won't interfere." With a punch, he slammed Yi Min to the ground and waited for the 3 to arrive. The noble observed this boy and the advancing figures, feeling torn. Should he eliminate this boy first or wait for the others to gather before making a move? Taking out this boy first could allow Yi Min to escape, but it would also expose him. Yet, if he waited for the others, Yi Min might not survive. The noble alternated between drawing and loosening the bowstring as he hesitated. Just then, the 3 figures arrived, and the noble could discern their appearances. 1 girl and 2 boys, with the boys subtly overshadowed by the girl. This prompted the noble to scrutinize the girl a bit more closely. She wore a form-fitting crimson outfit, layered with a red leather jacket. Her long hair cascading down her back in a ponytail, tied with a red ribbon at the tip. Her delicate oval face was framed by striking eyes that held a hint of ferocity. However, what caught the noble's attention was the bandages wrapped around her hands, stained crimson. He did not believe this was merely her own doing. It must have been blood from the arena, suggesting that someone in their class had fallen to her fists. Damn it, the noble cursed inwardly. Though death here does not signify true demise, I wish for you to experience its essence. The boys, clad in deep blue training attire, approached Yi Min, each wielding a spiked glove. Standing over the fallen Yi Min, a girl in knee-high boots coldly declared, "If you have the ability, then run." "What should we do with this girl?" inquired one of the boys, addressing the girl with respect. "Dispose of her," she replied, giving Yi Min a kick. "I'm not like that skinny fellow, just kill her. We need to find the others from class 26. With that, she delivered a powerful kick, sending Yi Min sprawling. "You are to finish her off." Understood, the boys nodded in agreement. One boy stepped forward, raising his fist to strike Yi Min's head. This was a dire situation. Wang Ho realized that if he did not intervene, Yi Min would surely perish. With fewer people, class 20 would have the advantage. And Wang Ho doubted his ability to confront them alone. He had to save Yi Min. More hands meant more strength. "Die!" the boy shouted, his fist poised to descend. But just then, Wang Ho sprang into action, an arrow piercing through the boy's chest. Yet, the assault did not end there. Jimmy's swift blade sliced through the boy's throat, blood erupting like fireworks. Adventurer has slain 1. Total kills, 3. As the boy's body crashed to the ground, Wang Ho received a notification. Who dares? The sudden attacks startled the others, who hastily retreated, forgetting about Yi Min. "Who is there?" the girl shouted, her gaze fixed on Wang Ho's hiding place. "Windspeed dog. Unleash the spark," Wang Ho commanded, sending another arrow towards the girl. A burst of flames struck the boy holding Yi Min, and he collapsed, lifeless. Adventurer has slain 1. However, Wang Ho's arrow missed its mark, evading the girl's nimble movements. In this moment of chaos, Wang Ho rushed to Yi Min's side, helping her up. "Are you all right?" "Wang Ho," she sighed in relief. "These people are formidable. You must be cautious." Understanding Wang Ho's strength, Yi Min warned him about the impending battle with those pursuing her. "Do not worry, I will not falter," Wang Ho reassured her with a smile, gently placing her beneath a tree before turning to face the threat. "Who are you? State your name," the girl demanded, eyeing Wang Ho, who stood firm with his bow. Flanked by 2 small sprites. "Class 26, Wang Ho," he declared, drawing an arrow and fixing his gaze on the girl and the boy with the glove. "Is that so?" She narrowed her eyes at him, yet her tone remained casual. "But you ambushed and killed 2 of ours. You will perish beneath my fist," she retorted. "Is that so?" Wang Ho drew back his bowstring, declaring, Let us see who meets their end first, you scoundrel. You, the girl spat. Wang Ho, you will die. Back off. A hint of anger tinged her voice. Kid, you have angered our sister. You are doomed, one of the boys chimed in, looking at Wang Ho with smug satisfaction. To prevent you from being oblivious to your own demise, the girl assumed a fighting stance and declared, allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Li Hong. Li Hong, the top female student in class 20, revered in the classroom alongside the class leader and the tall male student, and referred to as big sister by her peers. I care not for your name, Wang Ho spat, launching an arrow towards Li Hong. With a swift sidestep, Li Hong evaded the incoming projectile, propelling herself forward like a cannonball aimed at Wang Ho. Me. Jemmy sent a flying leaf knife from her perch on Wang Ho's shoulder towards Li Hong. Wind speed dog, unleash a roar. As Wang Ho retreated, creating distance between himself and Li Hong, he knocked another arrow. Woof. At Wang Ho's command, the wind speed dog leaped forward, roaring as it charged at Li Hong. Simultaneously, another arrow was released from Wang Ho's bow. Faced with this barrage, Li Hong furrowed her brow, crossing her arms in defense while continuing her advance. The arrow pierced her arm, yet no warning sign registered for Wang Ho, and Jemmy's flying knife also struck her arm, proving relatively ineffectual. What? Wang Ho gasped, astonished that Li Hong had withstood his assault. It was evident that the bandages wrapped around her hands were indeed a piece of equipment. In that moment of surprise, Li Hong surged towards Wang Ho. With a swift motion, her bandaged fist aimed for him, but the wind speed dog appeared before Wang Ho, absorbing the blow. The wind speed dog yelped in pain, collapsing to the ground. Die! Frustrated by her missed strike, Li Hong sprang into a spinning kick aimed at Wang Ho. The anguished cries of the wind speed dog brought Wang Ho back to his senses. He quickly bent low to evade Li Hong's kick. Jemmy, employ the flying leaf knife. After evading the kick, Wang Ho immediately issued his command, an arrow materializing in his hand. Curse it! Seeing another opportunity slip away, Li Hong maneuvered behind Wang Ho, pivoting for a whip-like strike. Thud! This time, Wang Ho, just regaining his footing, could not evade, and he fell to the ground, struck by her attack. However, Li Hong was not unscathed either. She could not escape Jiami's retaliatory flying knife, which left 2 gashes on her leg. Die! Retracting her leg, Li Hong felt the sting of pain in her calf, igniting her fury as she swung a fist down at the prone Wang Ho. Thud! Despite his armor, pain radiated through Wang Ho's back from the force of her kick. This is merely a basic attack, he gritted through clenched teeth. At that moment, a rush of wind brushed past the back of Wang Ho's head, instilling a sense of foreboding. Instinctively, he rolled to the side. Crash! As he rolled away, he narrowly avoided a fist that slammed into the ground where he had just been. That was close, he thought to himself. Quickly turning to face Li Hong while lying on the ground, gripping his arrow and thrusting it towards her. As he counterattacked, Wang Ho shouted, Jemmy, employ the flying leaf knife, wind speed dog, attack. At this moment, Li Hong raised his fist, poised to strike Wang Ho, but an arrow had already pierced his arm. A sudden surge of pain coursed through Li Hong's nerves, causing him to instinctively retract his fist. Simultaneously, Jimmy's swift blade struck Li Hong, leaving 2 wounds on his body. Li Hong's punch missed its target, and he was about to launch another strike at Wang Ho when Wang Ho unexpectedly turned around, and an arrow embedded itself in Li Hong's raised fist. Instantly, Li Hong's hand recoiled, just as Jimmy's attack landed on him. Frustration mounted as several attempts to counter were thwarted, inflicting considerable damage upon him, causing Li Hong to feel a sense of urgency. With determination, he yanked out the arrow and swung his fist towards Wang Ho once more. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed behind Li Hong, taken aback by the unexpected presence. He turned to see Feng Su Dog charging towards him, colliding with him and sending him flying. Well done, Feng Su Dog, Wang Ho said, rising from the ground and brushing off the dust while affectionately patting Feng Su Dog's head. Jimmy, you performed admirably as well. Wang Ho continued, acknowledging the formidable nature of their adversary. Jimmy, having crawled up to Wang Ho's shoulder, remarked, indeed, quite formidable. Wang Ho nodded, glancing at Li Hong, who was getting back on his feet. With Feng Su Dog here, if it weren't for the fear of being scorched by flames, Feng Su Dog would have already unleashed the fire. He added, no matter how powerful she is, can she withstand the flames of Feng Su Dog? Drawing his bow, Wang Ho prepared for another shot. Are you all right? A boy standing nearby approached to help Li Hong up. These minor injuries seem to warrant my full attention, Li Hong coldly replied. brushing off the boy and spitting blood. This time, I have encountered a worthy opponent. In the end, I must rely on Feng Su Dog's flames. Wang Ho silently acknowledged Li Hong's strength. Both parties reevaluated one another, locking eyes in a tense silence, hesitant to make the first move. You are quite impressive, Li Hong broke the silence. I did not expect to find someone so formidable in your class. Aside from those in classes 1 and 2, individuals like you are rare in the school. Is that so? Wang Ho responded, scrutinizing Li Hong. It seems your strength is not quite as remarkable. However, Li Hong swiftly countered, declaring, you are still no match for me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Hong's hands glimmered with a dark gray hue as he assumed an offensive stance, charging towards Wang Ho before he could react. Swoosh! Wang Ho released another arrow. Jimmy! He shouted, Feng Su Dog, attack! The two small spirits immediately unleashed their skills. What? Wang Ho gasped in shock upon witnessing Li Hong's actions. He saw Li Hong strike the arrow away with a powerful punch, simultaneously blocking Jimmy's swift blades with his hand, igniting a shower of sparks. Li Hong had evidently utilized a skill that hardened his arm, and judging by his imposing presence, this ability undoubtedly possessed additional effects. Feng Su Dog! Wang Ho commanded, use Flame Burst. A stream of ethereal blue flames surged towards Li Hong. Damn it, Li Hong cursed, this is troublesome. Previously, I witnessed an individual in our class engulfed by this flame, and soon thereafter, he succumbed to agonizing death. Li Hong began to grasp the perilous nature of this fire. Nevertheless, undeterred, Li Hong launched his assault, resolutely charging into the torrent of flames. How audacious to confront the inferno of the swift hound head-on. Observing Li Hong's reckless advance towards the flames, Wang Ho felt a surge of exhilaration, which swiftly transformed into astonishment. Could it truly be executed in such a manner? Before Wang Ho's eyes, Li Hong unleashed a powerful punch against the fiery onslaught. With a mighty roar, a shockwave erupted from his fist, dispersing the flames. As he traversed through the inferno, Li Hong delivered a crushing blow to the swift hound. The sheer force of this strike instantly severed half of the creature's life. With a single blow, he sent the swift hound crashing to the ground, then leapt over the beast, launching a fierce punch aimed squarely at Wang Ho's face. Humph! Wang Ho scoffed, his demeanor shifting as he swiftly transformed his bow into a blade, planting himself firmly in a stance to confront Li Hong. I don't recall stating that I am only proficient with a bow. What? The sudden appearance of the gleaming blade disrupted Li Hong's momentum. It was evident that should he persist in his assault on Wang Ho, he would undoubtedly be cleaved in two. Yet, suspended in midair with no leverage to evade, he could only watch as the blade drew ever closer. You are doomed. Wang Ho reveled in Li Hong's evident panic. Determined, Li Hong gritted his teeth. With a resounding punch, he unleashed another shockwave that sent Wang Ho hurtling back, while Li Hong himself crashed to the ground, his pallor evident. Cough, cough. Caught off guard, Wang Ho found himself tasting the dirt, rising to gaze at Li Hong in disbelief. What kind of technique is this? It is astonishing. For not only had he been propelled away, but he had also sustained injuries, his vitality plummeting to a mere 3 points. Coughing, Li Hong seemed to have overexerted himself. Yet he stood up, albeit pale, and addressed Wang Ho. To have battled to this extent, Wang Ho, I shall remember you. The side effects of this technique were indeed considerable. Upon witnessing Li Hong's condition, Wang Ho experienced a moment of clarity, releasing a sigh of relief. Is that so? Should I feel honored then? Prepare to die? Just as Wang Ho's words echoed, a thunderous shout erupted from his side. Turning to look, he beheld a male student from class 20 who had stealthily approached him. Observing the student's attack, Wang Ho remained unfazed, instead directing his attention back to Li Hong. It seems your subordinate has come to assist, Wang Ho remarked nonchalantly. However, this proved futile. Standing his ground against the student's punch, Wang Ho remained unmoved. You are finished. The student, encouraged by Wang Ho's apparent nonchalance, felt a surge of hope. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, the swift hound collided with him, engulfing him in flames. How foolish to attack with the swift hound still by my side, Wang Ho mused as he observed the student's lifeless form. Now then, he lifted his gaze to Li Hong. How do you wish to meet your end? I shall not perish, Li Hong retorted coldly, producing a pill and swallowing it with a fierce determination. His demeanor suggested that he was treating the pill as a weapon against Wang Ho. With a steely glare, Li Hong muttered, I never anticipated employing my trump card in such a setting. As the words fell, Li Hong clenched her fists and bellowed. a layer of crimson aura erupting instantaneously, while a gust of wind howled past Wang Ho. My goodness, this was an explosion. Wang Ho gazed at Li Hong, whose fervor resembled that of a warrior invigorated by an elixir, and he could not help but exclaim, "This is troublesome." Hastily consuming a bottle of honey water, Wang Ho replaced his knife with an iron bow, aiming a bone arrow directly at Li Hong. The swift wind dog unleashed a stream of flames, while Jimmy employed her leaf blade technique. Before Li Hong could counterattack, Wang Ho released the arrow from his grasp, simultaneously whispering to the two tiny sprites, "Woof, me." A fiery stream, a bone arrow, and two rapidly spinning leaves surged towards Li Hong. Observing the incoming assault, Li Hong made no attempt to evade. Instead, with a mighty shout, she concentrated her crimson aura into her fist. Her punch, enveloped in the fiery energy, collided with Wang Ho's offensive, beginning with Jiami's leaf blade. Upon contact with the aura, it disintegrated as if snow were to fall into boiling water. Next was Wang Ho's arrow, which too transformed into mere ash upon meeting the aura. Finally, the stream of flames from the swift wind dog clashed with Li Hong's crimson energy, producing a sound reminiscent of hot water hitting a frying pan. The aura and flames momentarily reached an impasse, yet Li Hong swiftly shattered this standoff. With deliberate steps, she propelled herself forward, and with another resounding shout, a fresh surge of aura enveloped her fist. A tremendous explosion resonated as the flames from the swift wind dog erupted, scattering blue flames like fireworks. As the fiery remnants cascaded down, Li Hong charged towards Wang Ho with an indomitable spirit, the vibrant fall of flames dissipating into wisps of smoke upon contact with her. In that instant, Wang Ho was taken aback by the spectacle before him. He had never anticipated that someone could withstand the flames of the swift wind dog and emerge victorious. Wisps of smoke ascended from Li Hong, who now resembled a beast emerging from the depths of hell, her relentless aura rendering Wang Ho motionless, while Yi Min beside him gaped in astonishment. "Wang Ho, prepare to meet your doom." Li Hong roared with an irresistible momentum, her crimson aura-clad fist charging towards Wang Ho like a ferocious beast. "Am I to perish?" Wang Ho stared blankly at Li Hong's fist, inwardly lamenting. Just as the violent wind from her punch swept his hair back, both Li Hong and Wang Ho believed his end was near. Yet, Jiemi suddenly leaped forward, positioning herself between Wang Ho and Li Hong. "What?" The unexpected appearance of Jiemi startled both Wang Ho and Li Hong, but it seemed Jiemi's strength would be insufficient to halt the impending collision. However, in an instant, Wang Ho burst into laughter, proclaiming, "Li Hong, it seems this time I shall prevail." "What is this fool laughing about?" Li Hong remained steadfast, her mind swirling with confusion. Yet, almost immediately, a shockwave radiated from Jiemi's position. Bang! The tremendous force abruptly halted Li Hong's advance, sending her hurtling backward with equal force, while Wang Ho, laughing, was also propelled to the opposite side. Seed of brilliance. As Jiemi witnessed the crisis befalling Wang Ho, she too sought ways to rescue him. When the flames of the swift hound collided with Li Hong's fighting spirit, a copious amount of smoke was generated. Instantly, Jiemi began to absorb the smoke, preparing for her seed flash. Wang Ho, noticing the small flower beside Jiemi's ear turning gray, understood her intention to unleash the seed flash, which brought a smile to his face. Seed flash. Jiemi possesses the ability to absorb surrounding toxic gases and release purified air. When absorbing toxic gases, the flower near her ear turns gray, and the released gas emanates in the form of a shockwave centered around her. The intensity of the shockwave varies according to the concentration and toxicity of the absorbed gas. Jiemi's seed flash propelled both Wang Ho and Li Hong away, causing them to crash heavily to the ground. Although Li Hong's skills were formidable, Jiemi's seed flash proved even more potent. It is noteworthy that in the Pokémon anime, Jiemi's seed flash, which absorbed toxic gases from the reverse world, was capable of piercing through dimensional barriers. The gases generated from the clash between the Swift Hound and Li Hong, intertwined with residual energies from both sides, were absorbed by Jiemi, amplifying the power of her seed flash to such an extraordinary degree. Coughing, Wang Ho lay on the ground, spitting blood as he struggled to consume a bottle of honey water. Cough. Meanwhile, Li Hong also coughed up blood, his momentum further weakened due to the previous pill's effects. Woof. Observing the fallen Li Hong, the Swift Hound, without awaiting Wang Ho's command, unleashed a fiery breath upon him. An adventurer has slain one. As the number in the sky changed to 55, Wang Ho exhaled deeply, lying on the ground and receiving Jimmy's healing, reflecting on the earlier battle. He felt fortunate to have encountered such an opponent in this scenario. Had it occurred in a mission world, it would have been perilous. Wang Ho felt a twinge of gratitude towards Li Hong, who was sent away, pondering the nature of Li Hong's attributes. Li Hong, ID 102015. Attributes: Life, 13 Strength, 15 Constitution, 14 Spirit, 10 Agility, 15 Energy, 15 Skills. Southern Shaolin 5 forms: Fist, Leopard. Iron Fist, hardens the fist to steel, causing immense destruction. Effect: upon activation, the defensive capability of the fist increases by 5, damage output increases by 5, consuming 5 energy per use, lasting for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Fighting Spirit, Fire Attribute, upon activation, the user can control their fighting spirit, consuming energy based on its usage, enhancing all attributes by 1. With damage output increased by 5, stackable with other damage-enhancing skills. Fighting Spirit Cloak, envelopes the body in fighting spirit for defense or attack, consuming 1 energy per second. Li Hong unexpectedly ventured into a world of fighting spirit during the first round, acquiring the method of fighting spirit cultivation and learning some fundamental techniques. In the second round, he mastered the Southern Shaolin 5 forms Fist and drew the Iron Fist skill upon returning, while the pills he utilized were obtained during a random mission. Dueling Elixir, Grade E. Upon consumption, it deducts 5 points from life, enhances energy by 15, and boosts all attributes, excluding life, by 2 for a duration of 1 minute. Following its effect, all attributes decrease by 80 within the next 10 hours. From a distance, Yi Min observed the fierce clash between Wang Ho and Li Hong. Finally grasping the clarity of Zheng Hong's assertion that Wang Ho could annihilate Zheng Hong's 7 companions. The series of intense battles left Yi Min agape, and it was only upon witnessing Li Hong's demise that she realized the confrontation had concluded. Seeing Wang Ho collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath and motionless, she hurried to his side, exclaiming, "Wang Ho, are you all right?" Wang Ho's loyal companion, the Speedy Hound, cast a glance at Yi Min, understanding that she was aligned with Wang Ho, and allowed her to approach. Wang Ho, too weary from the earlier skirmish to articulate words, merely nodded in response. Nearby, Jimmy tended to Wang Ho's injuries, assuring, "Master is fine. He is merely exhausted. He will recover shortly." "Thank you," Yi Min replied, aware that death in the arena merely resulted in a teleportation out, sparing one from true demise. Yet, the agony of death is a burden few can endure, which is why the arena sees little use. It was only recently, due to the expansion of classes 1, 2, and 100, that it began to be utilized. Suddenly, Wang Ho coughed up blood and spoke, "I'm fine. We are all from the same class. We still have to face class 20. All right," Yi Min said, observing the pallor of Wang Ho's face slowly returning to a healthy hue, her worries abating as she helped him to his feet. "What shall we do next?" "We continue our search for others," Wang Ho replied, sitting upright once more, accepting another fragrant healing from Jimmy. "Let us rest a moment before resuming our hunt. If we encounter members of our class, we will unite. If it is class 20, we shall eliminate them." "I apologize, Master. I may not be able to fight for a while," Jimmy said, fatigue evident in her voice. "Very well, Jimmy, take your time to rest," Wang Ho responded, recalling her into her pokeball. Jimmy had executed several leaf blades, followed by a seed flare and multiple aromatherapy techniques in quick succession, leaving her utterly spent while Wang Ho pressed on, undeterred. "Rest easy, Jimmy," he whispered to the pokeball. He then turned to the Speedy Hound, gently stroking its head. "How are you holding up?" The hound exhibited signs of fatigue, yet was considerably better off than Jimmy. "Let us take a break," Wang Ho decided, leading Yi Min to a thicket for concealment. On the opposite side of the arena, Li Jun and Class 20's leader, Sun Chang'e, were locked in a fierce struggle. The ground was littered with shattered bones, and Li Jun bore a long gash across his face. His companion, Lu Fei, was similarly battered, cautiously eyeing Sun Chang'e while gasping for breath. However, the situation on Sun Chang'e's side was scarcely better. He and his 5 subordinates had not managed to subdue Li Jun. And, aside from Sun Chang'e himself, all were injured, having lost over half of their life force. "Well done, Li Jun," one could still hear amidst the chaos. Sun Chang'e gazed at the equally breathless Li Jun, remarking on their ability to endure such a battle. "Remarkable, isn't it?" Li Jun retorted coldly. "With so many of you unable to defeat just the 2 of us, It seems you are nothing but a band of inept fools. Haha. Sun Changha chuckled at Li Jun's words. Yet your class is also a pitiful lot. 5 of you have already fallen, and if I recall correctly, there are only 16 of you in total. Li Jun, observing the situation above, realized that his class was being dominated by Sun Changha's group. Just as he was about to unleash his anger, the numbers in the sky suddenly shifted to 55. Instantly, Li Jun laughed. Your casualties are mounting swiftly as well. It appears you too shall perish at my hands. Is that so? Sun Changha replied, a hint of anger in his voice. I believe it is you who will succumb to my fists. With that, Sun Changha charged forward once more, followed closely by the 5 comrades at his back, plunging into the throng of Li Jun's skeletons, stirring yet another tempest of bones. Meanwhile, Wang Ho, after resting for a brief moment, donned his disguise and began to explore the forest alongside Yi Min. Fortune seemed to favor the duo, for after 10 minutes of searching, they stumbled upon a new development. A piercing scream echoed through the woods. Wang Ho, Yi Min whispered, turning to him. I heard it. He responded, let us investigate, but tread carefully. Yi Min nodded in agreement, proceeding cautiously. As they made their way, they navigated carefully to avoid the oncoming crowd, taking 10 minutes to reach their destination. The scream acted like a colossal magnet, exerting an irresistible pull. Following Wang Ho, Yi Min, having witnessed his prowess, complied with his directives without question, despite her confusion as to why their classmates remained silent. Cloaked in their disguises, Wang Ho and Yi Min arrived at the source of the sound, quietly parting the underbrush. What lay before them caused their eyes to widen in shock. Yi Min gasped, about to cry out, but Wang Ho swiftly covered her mouth, holding her firmly in place to avoid detection. After a moment, seeing that Yi Min had calmed, he released her. As soon as he did, Yi Min grasped Wang Ho's arm urgently, pleading, you must save my sister and the others. I will, Wang Ho replied, equally stunned by the scene before him. His face etched with fury as he nodded. I will ensure they learn the true meaning of death. Before them stood 15 boys from Class 20, led by the slender figure of Du Bai, who was often seen at Sun Changha's side. Alongside the 15 from Class 10 were 5 from Wang Ho's group, Zheng Hong, Chun Xiaoying, Lung Bing, Wang Hao, and Feng Jun Zhenghong, and the others were bound to trees, their clothing reduced to mere undergarments, each flanked by 2 boys. Wang Hao and Feng Jun, drawn in by the scream, had been captured by Class 20 and were now tied to the ground. As Wang Ho peered through the foliage, he saw Du Bai brandishing a knife, mercilessly striking down Wang Hao and Feng Jun. With such feeble strength, you dare to attempt a heroic rescue? Perhaps in your next life, Du Bai spat, disdainfully watching the bodies of Wang Hao and Feng Jun fade from view. Huh. As Du Bai turned around, he cast a mocking glance at Zheng Hong and her companions, declaring, this time, let's see who will come to your rescue. Wang Ho observed Du Bai advancing step by step towards Zheng Hong, while Yi Min, concealed in the underbrush, instinctively clutched Wang Ho's arm, urgently urging, hurry and eliminate that wretch. Rest assured, Wang Ho reassured, withdrawing his hand to grasp his bow and arrow. I shall ensure that no harm befalls Zheng Hong and the others. 10 adversaries posed a significant challenge. It was imperative to rescue Zheng Hong and her companions before confronting Du Bai. Wang Ho aimed an arrow at a male student from Class 20. What was that you said earlier? Du Bai approached Zheng Hong, taunting, you are the loudest. Shall I start by severing your tongue? He brandished a short knife, menacingly tracing it across Zheng Hong's face. In defiance, Zheng Hong spat in Du Bai's face, declaring, it matters not if I perish here. I will not let you go unpunished. Very well, Du Bai said, wiping the saliva from his face, repeating good thrice before delivering a resounding slap across Zheng Hong's cheek. You fear not death? I possess ways to make your existence unbearable. Fingers pointed at Chun Xiaoying, he coldly stated, allow me to demonstrate. Raising his voice, Du Bai commanded, who among you is interested in these 2? Drag them away. Stunned, Zheng Hong stood frozen as if struck by lightning. At Du Bai's order, for boys, standing beside Chun Xiaoying and Lung Bing, approached with lewd grins, untying the 2 girls. 2 boys seized each girl, dragging them towards the nearby thicket. Having expended almost all their energy during the capture, the 3 girls were powerless to resist the boys' overwhelming strength. Big sister, Chun Xiaoying, being dragged, panicked and cried out, help me. Meanwhile, Lung Bing remained expressionless, seemingly resigned to her fate. You, Du Bai, Zheng Hong shouted, still struggling against her bonds. If you have any courage, come at me directly. Dubai laughed heartily. No longer so defiant, are we? Just wait. Your turn will come soon. Wang Ho, observing the scene, nodded in understanding. Prepare yourself, Yi Min. I will charge forth. You must circle around and rescue Zheng Hong. Understood, Yi Min replied, gripping a dagger tightly, her palms slick with sweat. Then let us begin. Wang Ho drew his bowstring taut, knocking a bone arrow and aiming at one of the boys dragging Lung Bing towards the trees. With a swift release, the arrow flew forth, piercing the boy's throat with the swiftness of a lightning strike. A notification echoed. Adventurer has slain one. Following the kill, Wang Ho's proficiency with the basic bow reached 100, resulting in an upgrade to an intermediate bow. The intermediate bow boasted increased accuracy and enhanced arrow power. Though the description seemed trivial, Wang Ho could distinctly feel the transformation within himself. Previously, in a fit of rage, he had executed a remarkable shot under normal circumstances. He could only manage 2 or 3 arrows with such efficacy. Now, he felt capable of achieving 5 or 6. The most evident manifestation of misfortune befell the next 20 individuals. Whoosh! After the arrow was released, all present were left in a state of shock, as none anticipated an assault at that moment. Whoosh! Wang Ho emerged from the underbrush, unleashing another arrow. Thud! Accompanied by a spray of crimson. A boy beside Chun Xiaoying was struck through the throat. Come forth, Rapidash and Jimmy. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was momentarily stunned, Wang Ho hurled the pokeballs containing Rapidash and Jimmy towards Chun Xiaoying and Lung Bing. Woof! Meow! In an instant, another arrow materialized in Wang Ho's grasp as he commanded, rushing towards Zheng Hong. Rapidash, use Ember. Jimmy, employ Leaf Blade. Woof! Meow! A blaze erupted from Rapidash, striking the boy beside Chun Xiaoying. The cerulean flames quickly spread, and the excruciating pain forced the boy to abandon Chun Xiaoying, rolling on the ground in agony. Suddenly released, Chun Xiaoying screamed, struggling to rise and staggering towards Rapidash. Meanwhile, the boy grasping Lung Bing fared even worse, as Jimmy's leaf blades sliced through his throat. He had no time to react, his eyes widening in disbelief as he clutched his throat, collapsing unwillingly to the ground. Wang Ho, having dealt with both captives, witnessed the emotionless Lung Bing shed tears, rising unsteadily to run towards Jimmy. Adventurer has slain one. Adventurer has slain one. With the notifications echoing, Wang Ho reached Zheng Hong's side, delivering a swift kick to one boy before pivoting and shooting another arrow that pierced through another boy's chest. Adventurer has slain one. At that moment, Yi Min circled behind Zheng Hong, cutting the ropes that bound her. The sudden release caused Zheng Hong to lurch forward. Wang Ho, quick to act, grasped his bow with one hand while using the other to catch Zheng Hong. Zheng Hong, are you all right? Big sister. Yi Min rushed in from the side, embracing Zheng Hong and crying, you scared me to death. Seeing Yi Min support Zheng Hong, Wang Ho withdrew his hand, knocking another arrow and aiming it at Dubai. The boy who had been kicked by Wang Ho, sensing the dire situation, sprang up and ran toward Dubai. Thud! With his back to Wang Ho, an arrow pierced through the boy's chest. Blood rapidly soaked a large portion of his clothing. Looking down at the arrow protruding from his back, the boy felt a surge of blood erupt from his throat. Adventurer has sustained a fatal wound, life reduced to 0, death imminent, initiating transport. In disbelief, the boy gazed at Wang Ho as he collapsed, being transported from the arena. Impressive. This sequence of attacks occurred in the blink of an eye. When Dubai regained his senses, only he and 2 subordinates remained. Who are you? State your name. Dubai glared at Wang Ho, his expression contorting into a fierce grimace. Class 26, Wang Ho. Wang Ho, knocking an arrow, coldly regarded Dubai. And you, who dares to act against my class? Class 20, Dubai. Dubai replied with equal fervor, I never expected your class to harbor someone of your caliber, capable of slaying so many of my subordinates. However, since fate has brought us together, prepare to die. You ought to consider yourself fortunate that this is merely an arena. Dubai's tone shifted. Is that so? The noble, filled with fury, declared, I shall return this to you. Await your demise. As he spoke, he aimed the bow in his hand directly at Dubai. Thank you, my lord, came the response. At that moment, Zheng Hong, Chun Xiaoying, and Lung Bing had donned their garments, brandishing the weapons they had reclaimed. The trio's armaments had been seized by Dubai and entrusted to his subordinates, yet these possessions rightfully belonged to Zheng Hong. After the demise of the noble, The equipment was released once more. Leave Du Bai to me. Those two boys from Class 20 are yours, the noble instructed Zheng Hong, fixing his gaze upon Du Bai. Understood, Zheng Hong replied. Be cautious of Du Bai's capabilities. They are quite formidable. Indeed, the noble nodded. Can Windspeed Dog and Jimmy still engage in battle? Woof. Windspeed Dog affirmed earnestly. Jimmy, you are also fit for this, correct? Absolutely, Jimmy responded with equal seriousness. Then let us vanquish him together, the noble proclaimed. Is that so? Du Bai scoffed. With your mere Pokémon, you shall meet your end. With that, he assumed a combative stance, exclaiming as a faint azure aura enveloped him. Subsequently, streams of energy visibly coalesced into his hands, culminating in an overwhelming force. You are doomed, Du Bai taunted the noble with a chilling smirk before charging at him. Rather, it is you who will perish, the noble retorted as a flurry of arrows shot forth from his bow, aimed at Du Bai. However, the ensuing spectacle left the noble in shock. Du Bai proved to be even more formidable than the previous adversary, Li Hong. Du Bai's fists met the speeding arrows head-on, effortlessly deflecting 5 or 6 of them. What on earth is happening? He can discern the trajectory of arrows and catch them. The noble marveled internally, recalling how Li Hong had at least confronted the challenge head-on. Yet, astonishment aside, the noble continued to release arrows while Windspeed Dog and Jimmy sprang into action. Windspeed Dog, unleash a howl, the noble commanded, watching as Windspeed Dog charged at Du Bai from the side while continuing to shoot arrows. Now, use Fire Spark. At that moment, Jimmy also approached Du Bai from another angle. Jimmy executed a leaf blade maneuver. Woof! Windspeed Dog responded to the command with a powerful howl, spewing forth flames towards Du Bai. Meow! Jimmy leaped, sending forth 2 leaves soaring toward Du Bai. Simultaneously, 2 more arrows shot from the noble's bow, aimed directly at Du Bai's face. Yet, this coordinated assault merely elicited Du Bai's disdain. Energy enhancement, he muttered, as a layer of azure energy enveloped his eyes and ankles. What transpired next was beyond the noble's belief. First, as Jimmy's leaf blade approached, Du Bai merely glanced and met it with a punch. Huh! With a mighty roar, the energy surrounding his fist surged, obliterating the leaf blade into a fine mist. Huh! Without pausing, Du Bai spun, stomping the ground forcefully, propelling himself into the air as 2 arrows flew beneath him. Now face my fist, he bellowed, the surging energy clashing with Windspeed Dog's flames. Sizzle! A wisp of light smoke rose, dissipating the flame. With a thud, Du Bai's body landed, and as the low sound echoed, the earth beneath his feet splattered. He looked up at Wang Ho, his gaze laced with disdain and mockery, and declared, Is this all you can do? Then prepare to meet your end. As the words left his lips, Du Bai's fist, enveloped in azure energy, surged toward Wang Ho. It was then that Wang Ho realized, amidst his astonishment, that Du Bai had closed the distance between them. With the ferocity of a descending tiger, Du Bai's punch sliced through the air, causing the leaves and grass nearby to rustle violently. Startled, Wang Ho snapped back to reality, instinctively attempting to evade to the side. Yet suddenly, he discovered that his feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, immovable. Looking down, he noticed the long blades of grass entwined oddly around his ankles, binding him like a rope. What kind of ability is this? He pondered, recognizing that this was indeed the strange phenomenon Zheng Hong had mentioned. He desperately sought a way to free himself from the bizarre foliage. At that moment, the fierce wind from Du Bai's punch whipped past Wang Ho's ears. He looked up to see Du Bai's azure-tinged fist now directly before him. Die! With that, Wang Ho was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The impact of Du Bai's punch connected squarely with Wang Ho's face, causing a thunderous ringing in his head, as if swarms of bees buzzed within. His ears rang, and his vision flickered between darkness and light, leaving Wang Ho utterly dazed. Stumbling to his feet, bloodied and disoriented, he resembled a drunken driver who had just collided with a wall. This is your strength? Du Bai approached Wang Ho step by step, taunting him. Where did the power of the subordinates you killed go? Pathetic. In his daze. Wang Ho heard Du Bai's words and retorted, with attacks like yours, you cannot defeat me. Is that so? Du Bai replied with a cold smile. Then how about this? He delivered another punch to Wang Ho's abdomen, causing him to vomit bitter bile. And how about this? Du Bai then delivered a powerful kick, sending Wang Ho sprawling. At that moment, the Windspeed Dog and Jiemi rushed back, launching an attack on Du Bai. You shall not harm my master, they cried. Dubai, unimpressed, responded. Your master has already been defeated. You might as well join him. With a punch for each, he sent them flying to Wang Ho's side. Damn it. The blurred scene before Wang Ho's eyes felt like 1,000 degrees of nearsightedness, compounded by the ringing in his ears. He began to piece together what had just transpired. There was no way to continue fighting. He needed to recover swiftly. However, Dubai's 2 punches had severely weakened him, reducing his vitality by 3/4. Hastily, he gulped down a bottle of honey water, contemplating how to regain his strength. He realized that he required a fierce stimulus to do so. He needed something intensely invigorating. Meanwhile, the battle continued on Wang Ho's side. Zheng Hong has successfully dealt with the 2 boys from Class 20. The furious eruption of Zheng Hong and her companions resulted in the boys being swiftly dispatched, their heads severed by the ghostly blade in Zheng Hong's grasp. However, as the 4 of them turned to glance at Wang Ho, they were taken aback by his appearance. The sight of Wang Ho prompted Zheng Hong and her companions to rush towards him. Wang Ho, are you all right? The nimble Yi Min was the first to reach Wang Ho, steadying his swaying form. Have you resolved your side? Wang Ho asked, faintly hearing Yi Min's voice. Yes. But what about Dubai? Wang, Feng Su Go and Jiemi, having risen from the ground, looked at Wang Ho with concern. Wang Ho, how are you? The arriving Zheng Hong and her group echoed their inquiries. Feng Su Go, as Wang Ho recalled something upon hearing the name, he quickly urged, can you hold off Dubai for just 10 seconds? That's all I need. 10 seconds? Zheng Hong responded, her gaze fixed on Wang Ho. No matter what, we will endure for those 10 seconds, but you must defeat Dubai. Agreed. Wang Ho nodded in affirmation. Humph. Dubai, observing Wang Ho and Zheng Hong's group, sneered inwardly, my fighting spirit is not so easily dispelled. If you wish to contend with me, perhaps in another life. Yet he mused that he could not maintain his current state for long and needed to act swiftly. Casting a glance at his attributes, he thought it unfortunate that he had to eliminate them now. Next time they fell into his hands, he would ensure they sought their own demise. Xiaoying, you attack from the back. Lung Bing, join me in the assault. Xiao Min, create distractions from the side. Zheng Hong strategized, her eyes fixed on Dubai. 10 seconds. We must hold out, even at the cost of our lives. Understood, big sister. Chen Xiaoying and the others nodded. We are counting on you. Wang Ho, observing Zheng Hong's arrangements, silently resolved to recover quickly. He reached for his last pokeball at his waist. Come forth, Cheng Long, Wang Ho summoned. Then turned to Feng Su Go. Feng Su Go, you spark on me. At the command, the 3 small creatures paused momentarily, then Feng Su Go hesitated, refusing to execute the skill. Just as Wang Ho was caught in uncertainty, Dubai launched his next attack. You dare challenge me? With a derisive sneer. Dubai surged forward. Die, he shouted, delivering a punch imbued with azure fighting spirit aimed directly at Zheng Hong. Here he comes. Zheng Hong shouted, rallying everyone. Everyone attack. As her command fell, she swung her ghostly blade towards Dubai. Understood. Zheng Hong's roar spurred Chen Xiaoying and the others into action. Lung Bing brandished a wooden shield and stepped boldly between Zheng Hong and Dubai. With a fierce shout, he met Dubai's incoming fist with his shield. Simultaneously, Chen Xiaoying released an arrow toward Dubai. Trash. Dubai scoffed at their actions, his momentum unabated as he struck the shield with a tremendous blow. The impact reverberated through the shield, sending Lung Bing crashing to the ground, violently expelling blood. The sight of Lung Bing's reaction was akin to being struck by a rampaging bull. Lung Bing, Zheng Hong, Chen Xiaoying, and Yi Min cried out in alarm, their concern palpable. However, there was no time for Zheng Hong to ponder, as Dubai's voice resonated in her ears, rather than fretting over others. You should tend to your own well-being. What? By the time Zheng Hong regained her senses, Dubai's fist was already before her. Bang! Instantly, Zheng Hong crashed to the ground. Crack! With a swift motion, Dubai snapped Chen Xiaoying's arrow, then delivered a devastating blow downwards. The force of his punch struck Zheng Hong's abdomen like a mountain, causing a surge of blood to rise in her throat. Wow! She spat out a mouthful of blood. You have sustained a fatal injury. Your life is reduced to 0, and you are transported out of the arena. At that moment, Wang Ho, witnessing Dubai's assault, bellowed at Wind Speed Dog, quick, attack. Responding to Wang Ho's roar, Wind Speed Dog grit its teeth, unleashing a flame that struck Wang Ho's arm. In an instant, a piercing pain jolted through Wang Ho's nerves. Just as he had anticipated, the intense agony heightened his body's resistance, and the world around him gradually came into focus. Meanwhile, the battle unfolded overwhelmingly in favor of the adventurers, who claimed another life. Upon hearing the notification, Dubai spat beside Zhenghong. Is this all you're capable of? Pathetic. Prepare to die. Noticing Dubai's momentary pause, Yimin swiftly maneuvered behind him, shouting as she lunged forward with a glinting dagger aimed at Dubai's back. Slap. However, just as Yimin believed her strike would connect, Dubai abruptly turned, mockingly gazing at the astonished Yimin, and seized her wrist with one hand. What? With no time to react, Yimin was yanked to the ground. To be an assassin, your movements are too conspicuous. A punch landed squarely on Yimin's throat. The adventurers claimed yet another life. Whoosh! An arrow whizzed through the air, yet Dubai merely tilted his head, allowing the arrow to graze his hair before embedding itself in the ground. He slowly rose, casting a disdainful glance at the shocked Chen Xiaoying. That arrow was far too slow, nowhere near the caliber of Wang Ho's. As he spoke, a surge of azure energy began to coalesce beneath Dubai's feet. Bang! With a powerful push from the ground, Dubai charged towards Chen Xiaoying, his hand outstretched like a claw aimed at her throat, menacingly declaring, "You shall die as well." At that moment, Wang Ho finally beheld the scene before him clearly, and a glimmer of hope surged within him. He swiftly downed a bottle of honey water, commanding, "Chen Long, use the water gun on me." Flames enveloped Wang Ho's form. Hearing the command, Chen Long, who had been poised and ready, unleashed a torrent of water with all its might toward Wang Ho. Meanwhile, Dubai had already seized the unsuspecting Chen Xiaoying, pinning her to the ground. "You shall perish too." With those chilling words, Dubai twisted his hand, and with a sickening crack, Chen Xiaoying's neck bent at an unnatural angle. The adventurers claimed yet another life. "Ha! With such weaklings," Dubai sneered at the rising steam before him, "you cannot hinder me. Next, you shall join them." In an instant, Dubai had caused 3 deaths and 1 injury. Wang Ho admired his prowess, yet his desire to eliminate Dubai intensified. As Dubai snapped Chen Xiaoying's neck, the flames surrounding Wang Ho extinguished. A thick cloud of steam enveloped Wang Ho as he heard Dubai's voice, and an arrow was loosed forth. Whoosh! As Dubai spoke, the sudden appearance of an arrow startled him. At that moment, he was merely 5 meters away from the noble, and the arrow, propelled by the bow, was enhanced by the short distance, prompting Dubai to instinctively bend backward as the projectile whizzed past his eyes. With a sigh of relief, when Dubai lifted his head, he was taken aback to find the noble's face mere inches from his own. Caught off guard, he instinctively recoiled. "Now let's see how you evade this," the noble chuckled, launching a punch toward Dubai's face. Regaining his composure, Dubai tilted his head to dodge the noble's fist and swiftly seized the noble's wrist, disdainfully remarking, "Your punches are rather unimpressive." "Ha!" The noble replied with an enigmatic smile, "But that's sufficient." "What?" Dubai's confusion deepened as a sharp pain surged through his calf. Lowering his gaze, he discovered 2 gaping wounds, deep enough to expose bone. "Me." Jimmy rushed over, having inflicted those deep lacerations with her swift flying blades. The grievous injuries severed the muscles in Dubai's leg, causing him to release the noble's wrist and stagger backward. At that moment, the noble seized the opportunity, grasping Dubai's hand and laughing at his astonished expression. But this is not over yet. No sooner had he spoken than the swift hound charged in. With a snap, the hound, incensed, lunged at Dubai's throat without waiting for the noble's command, its sharp teeth penetrating his windpipe. As the notification of his impending demise echoed in his mind, Dubai stared defiantly at the noble, his throat too damaged to utter more than a pitiful whimper. "I shall kill you." The notification, "Adventurer has slain one," prompted the noble to exhale deeply, his body collapsing backward. Finally, he's dead. This one was even more troublesome than Li Hong. As he lay on the ground, the noble's body began to throb with pain as his nerves relaxed. "It hurts. I must never harm myself so recklessly again." Just then, his stomach emitted a long, rumbling sound. After such a battle, it was time to eat. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a bag of pixie food from his spatial pocket and handed it to the swift hound, while he himself pulled out a loaf of bread. "Jimmy, after using aromatic healing on Lung Bing, we shall dine," the noble stated as he chewed. "Understood," Jimmy nodded in agreement. Dubai, ID 102011. Attributes: Life, 10 Strength, 15 Constitution, 12 Spirit, 10 Agility, 14 Energy, 20 Skills, Fighting Chi. Would attribute after use: It allows slight manipulation of plants, enhancing strength, agility, and reaction time. Fighting Chi Control allows free manipulation of fighting Chi to bolster one's abilities. Eagle Claw Technique, originating from an unnamed martial artist. This technique was developed by an unknown practitioner inspired by the hunting methods of eagles. These martial arts are akin to passive skills, akin to basic skills that can be used freely but will consume energy. With the battle concluded on the noble's side, the numbers in the sky shifted to 199. Evidently, while Wang Ho and Du Bai were engaged in combat, others from Class 20 also fell victim to the attacks. Even during the brief respite of Wang Ho, the numbers in the sky continued to fluctuate incessantly. In one corner of the arena, the body of a Class 20 student gradually faded away, alongside which two shield-bearing girls conversed. These two were none other than Li Xian and Han Qing from Class 26. Another one, Li Xian sighed, expressing her surprise at the difficulty of defeating this opponent. Indeed, Han Qing replied, relaxing slightly. This marks the third one, doesn't it? The numbers in the sky transformed to 209. Exactly, Li Xian remarked. I wonder how the elder sisters are faring. They will undoubtedly be fine, Han Qing reassured her. After all, our elder sister is exceptionally formidable. Ah, it's time for a meal, Han Qing announced. All right, let us eat first before seeking out the others, Li Xian suggested. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Li Jun and Sun Changha, the fight appeared to be nearing its conclusion, with all present bearing numerous wounds. Li Jun seemed somewhat dazed, while Lu Fei's upper body was stained crimson with blood, gasping for breath. On the other side, Sun Changha was also panting heavily. Beside him, his original 5 subordinates had dwindled to 2, one of whom had even lost an arm. Not bad, Sun Changha observed with satisfaction. I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable. I have underestimated you. Is that so? Yet, it seems you have lost quite a few of your own. Li Jun replied, glancing at the sky. However, I reckon you have only a handful left as well, Sun Changha retorted. The number of us remaining far exceeds yours. And soon, you too shall also meet your demise, he added confidently. Is that so? Sun Changha questioned, adopting a battle stance. Li Jun, summoning his remaining strength, attempted to control the few skeletons left at his disposal. Go. With a commanding shout, the 2 individuals beside Sun Changha charged forward. Huh. Lu Fei raised his axe in response. Lu Fei, I will hold these 2 off. You go after Sun Changha, Li Jun shouted with determination. Understood. Dodging a punch from one of the boys, Lu Fei dashed towards Sun Changha. Come on then. Sun Changha sneered coldly as he observed Lu Fei eluding his subordinate and approaching him directly. I shall deal with you first. Huh. Lu Fei, with a loud cry, swung his axe towards Sun Changha. Humph. Observing the axe hurtling toward him, Sun Changha merely scoffed, his gaze dismissive as he regarded Lu Fei. Die. Not evading. Sun Changha's indifference pleased Lu Fei, who shouted louder, exerting even more strength into his swing. Li Jun, controlling the skeletons, felt a surge of hope at this turn of events. But the next moment, Li Jun bellowed, Lu Fei. Before them, Lu Fei's axe was poised to strike Sun Changha's shoulder, both believing Lu Fei had succeeded. Unbeknownst to them, a smirk crept across Sun Changha's lips as he deftly spun on his toes and evaded the attack. What? Stunned by the sudden failure of what he believed to be a certain hit, Lu Fei was momentarily taken aback. Sun Changha seized the opportunity, swiftly bending his arm and grasping Lu Fei's wrist, which held the axe. Crack! In the next instant, the sharp sound of bone colliding resonated as Lu Fei's axe clattered to the ground. Humph, perish, Sun Changha declared. Subsequently, Sun Changha swiftly pulled the unsuspecting Lu Fei towards him, his expression morphing into a menacing grimace as he unleashed a devastating punch aimed directly at Lu Fei's heart. In an instant, Lu Fei felt a crushing pressure in his chest, and blood erupted from his mouth. Coupled with the injuries he had already sustained, he received a notification from the fabric of space. Adventurer life zeroed. Humph. Now it's your turn, Sun Changha sneered as he discarded Lu Fei's lifeless body. Although aware that this was not a true death, Lu Fei seethed in anger upon witnessing his own demise. You shall accompany me to the grave. In the next moment, 2 members of Class 20, who had charged into the throng of skeletons, let out a horrified scream. Scanning the area, it became apparent that a skeleton had materialized behind each of them, depleting their remaining life force. You. Sun Changha's expression grew even more sinister as he accelerated towards Li Jun, bellowing, Li Jun, prepare to die. Come on, Let us see who meets their end first. Li Jun retorted, brandishing his staff as he prepared for the impending confrontation. With a series of cracking sounds, several skeletons positioned themselves before Li Jun, ready to confront Sun Changha. However, Sun Changha, fueled by his martial prowess, deftly evaded the onslaught of skeletal assaults and closed the distance to Li Jun. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a punch directly into Li Jun's chest. Die! Simultaneously, Li Jun commanded the last remaining skeleton warrior to strike from behind. Its claw piercing through Sun Changha's back. Blood spewed forth as Sun Changha collapsed to the ground. Damn it! Li Jun glared at Sun Changha, vowing, next time, I will make you pay. Sun Changha, equally defiant, retorted, adventurer life zeroed. Commencing teleportation. A notification resonated through the air as the two simultaneously exited the arena. The numbers in the sky shifted to 2311. Wang Ho lay on the ground, gazing skyward, a morsel of bread still unchewed as he observed the changing numbers, pondering who had perished this time. Yet, he dismissed the thought, continuing to eat. With only 12 left, and we are just 5, this spells trouble. Another one has fallen. Han Xing, Li Xian, and a female member of Class 20 noted as they fought, their eyes drawn to the sky. On the opposite side of the arena, a robust male from Class 20 also noted the alteration in the sky, exclaiming, "Ah, another has died. There are hardly any left. Why haven't we found them yet?" "Patience," urged a companion beside him. "Li Bing, we shall locate them soon. You all need to hurry. It's been ages. We've only encountered Class 26 once." "What are you doing?" Li Bing barked. Yes. The boys before him nodded eagerly, assuring him, "We will search immediately." With that, 3 boys ventured into the underbrush, leaving 2 girls alongside Li Bing. Outside the arena, as Li Jun and Sun Changha had both perished simultaneously, they were also teleported out at the same time. Upon reappearing, both drew their weapons, prepared to resume their battle, as the teleportation restores them to peak condition. Fighting within school grounds is prohibited, a notification chimed, prompting them to sheath their weapons while glaring at one another. Likewise, those who had previously been teleported gathered at the arena's edge, awaiting the outcome. Class monitor. How did you come out? Who has the capability to kill you? Li Hong stepped forward to inquire, standing behind Sun Changha. Only then did Sun Changha notice the presence of Li Hong and the astonished Dubai. "I perished alongside that fellow Li Jun. I was careless," he replied. However, Sun Changha also expressed his confusion. "Li Hong and Dubai, how did you both emerge? Is there someone from Class 26 capable of killing you?" "The one who attempted to kill me is a person named Wang Ho, whose name I had never heard before," Li Hong responded. At this moment, Dubai, equally astonished, quickly interjected, "Isn't he the one with a speed dog, wielding a bow and arrow?" "Indeed," Li Hong nodded, equally astonished, as he gazed at Dubai and asked, "Could it be that you two fell victim to Wang Ho?" "Yes," Dubai exclaimed with indignation. "I had captured Zheng Hong from Class 26 along with several other girls, and it was that Wang Ho who thwarted my plans. Should we meet again, I will ensure he pays for it." "Wang Ho," Sun Changha mused, recalling the intelligence from Class 1, which merely indicated the existence of someone named Wang Ho in Class 26. They had captured a speed dog in the first round, but he had no further information. He thought to himself, "I never expected there to be such a person who could defeat both Li Hong and Dubai. I must witness this for myself." With that, Sun Changha lifted his gaze toward the arena, his expression contemplative, as if trying to peer through the walls to observe the ongoing battle. Meanwhile, in Class 26, upon seeing Li Jun being teleported out, the others were equally astonished. "Li Jun, with your strength, how could anyone possibly kill you? How did you emerge?" Zheng Hong questioned. "It was that Sun Changha," Li Jun replied, fuming. "That Sun Changha, accompanied by 5 others, depleted my skeleton's power. Otherwise, I would not have been forced out." "Who else remains inside?" Li Jun asked, fixating on Sun Changha. "There are still 5 individuals. Wang Ho, Lung Bing, Han Xing, Li Xian, and Zhou Ping," Li Guang reported respectfully from the side. "That's reassuring," Li Jun responded, relaxing slightly upon hearing Li Guang's words. "With Wang Ho present, victory is still within our grasp. I suppose I need not seek my sister anymore. However, Li Guang, who was it that defeated you?" Li Jun inquired, shifting the topic. "With your strength, there should be few from Class 26 who could best you." "It was a boy named Li Bing," Li Guang replied, his voice low and despondent. "His power attribute surpasses mine by a notch. I was no match for him. Moreover, Li Bing is still in the arena. Never mind, consider this a practice round. Next time we encounter him, we shall eliminate him, Li Jun consoled, patting Li Guang's shoulder. Turning around to observe the numbers displayed in the arena, Li Jun thought to himself, if Li Guang can be defeated, then dealing with Wang Ho is not beyond the realm of possibility. Class 20 still has 12 individuals left. Wang Ho, it is now your turn, cursed Sun Changhe. In Class 20, after Sun Changhe grasped the situation, he too turned his gaze toward the numbers in the arena, reflecting, there is also a Li Bing. Wang Ho is already gravely injured. This time, victory is assured. Outside the arena, everyone was attentively monitoring the developments within. At that moment, Wang Ho, having just finished a meal, reluctantly stretched his body and staggered towards a nearby dense grove. Wind Speed Dog, please bring cold ice over. Let us rest here for a while. With that, he covered himself and drifted into slumber. Wind Speed Dog complied, fetching the now-recovered cold ice and lying beside Wang Ho. He called out to Jiemi and then rested with his crossed forepaws. They were at peace. Jiemi spoke softly to Cold Ice, you may rest as well. I will keep watch. At that moment, Chung Long climbed into the thicket, carrying another disguise on his back and calling out. All right. Cold Ice glanced at Wang Ho and then at Jiemi. Chung Long advised, be cautious. I shall rest for a bit too. With that, he lay down, draping 2 branches over himself, and fell asleep. When Wang Ho awoke again, the sky was adorned with countless stars, and a bright moon hung above. The most conspicuous sight in the heavens was the blood-red number of their score. Who knows where the stars and moon in this small space came from? Night had fallen. Gazing around, Wang Ho murmured to himself, 2813. Now, it is just Cold Ice and me left in this arena. Class 20 still has 7 members. This is troubling. Woof. Master, you are awake. I am hungry. Just as Wang Ho rose and pondered, Wind Speed Dog and Jiemi approached, waking Chung Long from his slumber. All right. Let us eat, Wang Ho said, producing some Pokémon food. Here, this is for you. He then moved to Cold Ice, who was still asleep, and nudged him. Wake up. It is time to eat. Cold Ice rubbed his eyes, looking around in confusion. Wang Ho, what is the situation now? Look at the sky, Wang Ho shrugged. We are the only 2 left in our class. Upon hearing Wang Ho's words, Cold Ice sat up abruptly, his eyes wide. What should we do? We surely cannot match their numbers. Do not worry, Wang Ho replied nonchalantly. If we cannot win, we cannot win. We must become the subordinates of Class 1. So, let us resolve the remaining members of Class 20 now. Wang Ho smiled. First, let us eat. After that, we will seek them out. All right. Observing Wang Ho's calm demeanor, Cold Ice too steadied himself. However, I have no food left. Could you spare me some? Of course. Wang Ho casually handed him a bag of bread. He then sat down and began to eat. As they dined, Cold Ice inquired, with your formidable strength, why do you not compete with Li Jun for the position of class leader? Class leader? Wang Ho took a sip of water, replying casually. What benefit is there in that? It only makes you a target for others. Besides, it would be more worthwhile to hone my skills. Oh, Cold Ice nodded, then continued. Then why do you choose to assist us? Assist you? Wang Ho asked, puzzled. I do not. It is just that our elder sister borrowed equipment from you. Cold Ice explained. Your ghost headblade and skills are quite rare in school. You just gave them to us so casually. Oh, Wang Ho suddenly understood. He swallowed a mouthful of bread and said, regardless, that item is of no use to me, since you need it, and we are in the same class. I naturally gave it to you. By the way, Wang Ho added after finishing his bread, I also have a beginner's staff technique and an E-grade staff equipment. Do you need those? I can lend them to you as well. Staff? Cold Ice finished the bread in hand and shook his head, expressing his discontent. Is this really appropriate? Not a problem, Wang Ho replied with a smile. After all, it would just be lying around with me. It's better to give it to you. If you happen to obtain something valuable, I wouldn't feel embarrassed to ask for it. It's settled then. Just come to my place to collect it later. Observing that the Wind Speed Dog and others had also finished their meals, Wang Ho rose, stating, next, we should seek out the remaining individuals. With that, he donned his disguise and said to Cold Ice, let us go. All right, Cold Ice responded, retrieving his shield and nodding in agreement. Wind Speed Dog, let us move and find the enemies. Wang Ho approached the gathering of small sprites, barking playfully. Hearing the call for battle, Wind Speed Dog instantly perked up, eagerly exclaiming, Master. At that moment, Jiemi jumped onto Wang Ho's shoulder, stating, Wind Speed Dog says he has caught the scent of the enemy. Oh, Wang Ho exclaimed in surprise. Well done, wind speed dog. Let us set off. With that, he stored away his Dragonite and followed Wind Speed Dog into action. Outside the Colosseum, the school had likewise succumbed to darkness, with most students retreating to their dormitories, leaving the campus eerily silent. Yet, outside the Colosseum, a throng remained, comprised of the 26th and 20th classes engaged in combat. At this hour, what do you suppose that fellow Wang Ho is up to? LV Fei whispered to Li Jun. Who knows? Li Jun replied, glancing at the reality of the numbers displayed in the arena. Only Wang Ho and Cold Ice are left in our class. While Cold Ice is manageable, it's primarily reliant on Wang Ho. But the 20th class still has Li Bing, along with so many others. This battle will be a tough one. It's late now. Class leader, do you think Li Bing is doing anything? Two of them can't seem to catch anyone. Dubai remarked dismissively as he checked the time. What a disappointment. I never anticipated we would falter this time, Sun Changha expressed with a mix of anger and resignation. I didn't expect Wang Ho to be such a formidable presence in Li Jun's class. It would be best if Li Bing were with them, otherwise, we might lose to Wang Ho. Indeed, Du Bai and Li Hong nodded, recalling Wang Ho's Wind Speed Dog and Jimmy. They reluctantly agreed. Realizing that any individual left to face Wang Ho alone would be swiftly defeated, even Li Bing would not escape the flames of Wind Speed Dog. Both sides were filled with concern, while at that moment, Wang Ho stealthily followed Wind Speed Dog towards the source of the scent. Soon, he beheld a flickering light ahead, unmistakably revealing the presence of the 20th class. You all wait here. I will scout ahead, Wang Ho instructed Wind Speed Dog. Be careful, Cold Ice cautioned from the side. Wang Ho nodded with a smile before quietly advancing. He concealed himself behind a tree and observed the scene by the bonfire. 1, 2, 3, 7. He counted the individuals, mentally noting that this would simplify matters. It was perfect for a collective resolution, though the numbers posed a slight complication. How can I ensnare them all? Wang Ho spotted Li Bing amidst the crowd, a towering figure at 2 meters tall, who immediately caught Wang Ho's attention. Who is this? He seems to be the leader of this group. Could he be akin to Li Hong or Dubai? Wang Ho pondered, resting his chin on his hand while hidden behind the tree. The scene before him bore a striking resemblance to his first mission in the Evergreen Forest against Team Rocket. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Since they were the ones tending the fire, he could observe from the side with Wind Speed Dog. The bonfire. At that moment, inspiration sparked in Wang Ho's mind. He realized he could employ a fire attack. Instantly, Wang Ho burst into laughter, observing the 20-member group before him, who were engrossed in roasting meat, and secretly thought to himself that their fate was sealed. As he spoke, he quietly slipped away. Wang Ho, how did it go? Upon his return, Lung Bing hurriedly inquired. The remaining individuals are all gathered there. We can eliminate them all at once. Eliminate them all at once? Lung Bing questioned, perplexed. How can we do that with so many of them? Noticing Lung Bing's confusion, Wang Ho smirked and replied, I have a plan, just watch. With that, he and the Wind Speed Dog busied themselves. Seeing Wang Ho's determination, Lung Bing felt even more bewildered and thought to himself, how can 2 take on 7? Nevertheless, he decided to assist, saying, I'll help too. Meanwhile, Li Bing and his group were still joking and laughing, completely oblivious to their status as targets. Li Bing, where do you think the last 2 are? We searched all afternoon and found nothing. Who knows? Li Bing said, tearing off a piece of roasted meat and chewing heartily, grumbling, but those 3 we encountered this afternoon were utterly weak. Indeed, a boy beside him chimed in. Not even able to withstand a single blow from you. Li Bing, 1 strike took 1 down. Haha, Li Bing laughed. But that girl, what was her name again? She somehow obtained a grenade and blew us 3 to bits. That was sheer luck. Li Bing took another bite, indignant. That was just luck. Exactly, the boy echoed. That person only got lucky. Laughter erupted around the campfire. After a day of skirmishes, Li Bing and his companions were resting, convinced that the remaining 2 from Class 26 would not dare to attack given their numbers, and thus had no one on watch. After a hearty meal, they all drifted off to sleep. At that moment, Wang Ho was also making his preparations. When he stealthily returned to observe the campfire, he was immediately struck by disbelief. What on earth is this situation? Seeing all 7 of them fast asleep, he couldn't help but smirk. Bemused, they underestimate me, thinking I wouldn't dare to strike. Gazing at the slumbering figures, he looked at the torch in his hand and thought, why bother going through all this effort? I could simply wait for them to fall asleep and then launch a surprise attack. Wang Ho, what shall we do next? Cold Bing quietly approached to inquire. Surprise attack. Wang Ho replied. They're all asleep with no sentry on duty. It's the perfect opportunity to wipe them out. With that, he called for Wind Speed Dog, instructing. Light the sparks. Woof. A ghostly blue flame erupted, igniting one torch after another. Lung Bing. Wang Ho instructed. Take these torches and throw them onto them. He continued. Wind Speed Dog, Jimmy, each of you take one and finish them off in one strike. Understood. Both Jimmy and Wind Speed Dog nodded in agreement. Now, Wang Ho declared coldly, gazing at the group before them, let us move. With a whoosh, the torches were hurled through the air, flames whistling as they soared, resembling vengeful spirits descending upon their prey. Jimmy's flying leaves swiftly severed one's throat, while Wind Speed Dog ignited another. As blue flames erupted, accompanied by anguished screams, a series of notifications rang out to Wang Ho and his companion. Adventurer has slain one. Adventurer has slain one. A continuous stream of 6 notifications followed. It's done. As the last torch soared directly towards the most robust boy, Wang Ho exhaled in relief. Just as the torch hovered above Li Bing's head, he was jolted awake by the surrounding cries of despair. With a sudden blink, he beheld a torch ablaze with eerie blue flames hurtling towards him. An enemy attack. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Bing instinctively raised an arm to shield himself. Thud. The torch was deflected, yet the blue flames swiftly spread across his arm. This won't do. I shall be consumed by the flames. Feeling the searing pain coursing through his limb, Li Bing recalled that this was merely the arena. In the next moment, a knife appeared in his grasp. With a swift motion, he severed the flaming arm, and a blood vial was quickly downed. He tore a strip from his clothing to bind the wound. Who dares? He bellowed, surveying the ground strewn with unburned corpses. His eyes brimmed with ferocity and wrath. If he could be so ruthless to himself, it appeared he had encountered a formidable adversary. Wang Ho furrowed his brow at Li Bing's reaction, while Lung Bing gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. It can be done this way? Wang Ho, keep your distance. You cannot partake in the ensuing battle. He warned as Li Bing's gaze shifted towards him. Understood. The fierce look in Li Bing's eyes, akin to a primordial beast, caused Lung Bing to involuntarily tremble, prompting her to retreat hastily. Be cautious, Wang Ho. Do not worry. Victory shall be mine, Wang Ho replied, turning to Lung Bing with a smile that soon faded into a grave expression as he faced Li Bing. You are the last one standing, Li Bing roared in anger. Indeed, Wang Ho affirmed, drawing a bow from his spatial pouch, knocking an arrow, and fixing his emotionless gaze upon Li Bing. Woof! The wind speed hound leaped alongside, circling Wang Ho while fixating on Li Bing. Behind them, Jemmy sprang from the hound's back to perch on Wang Ho's shoulder, her eyes locked onto Li Bing. Die! Li Bing charged at Wang Ho, roaring as he swung his arm in a powerful strike, his fist enveloped in a shroud of black energy. By heavens! Another who wields fighting spirit. Is this skill so easily obtained? Wang Ho mused, releasing an arrow even as he spoke. Windspeed Hound, unleash the flame barrage. Jemmy, prepare for seed flash. As Li Bing bore down upon him, Wang Ho sidestepped, avoiding a direct confrontation. Woof! The Windspeed Hound shot forth a torrent of flames, meeting Li Bing's fist head-on. Hiss! Smoke enveloped the area. Meow! Jimmy leaped beside Li Bing, as great plumes of smoke rushed towards her like a whale swallowing its prey. Whoosh! Simultaneously, Wang Ho's arrow flew directly at Li Bing. Thud! Li Bing did not evade. He allowed the arrowhead to pierce his body, accelerating towards Wang Ho. By heavens! Wang Ho exclaimed, releasing several more arrows, yet Li Bing remained undeterred. The onslaught of attacks only bringing him closer to Wang Ho. This is bad, Wang Ho thought, furrowing his brow in apprehension as Jemmy prepared her seed flash. Li Bing had already surged past Jemmy Meow. At this moment, the shimmering seed of Jimmy was fully prepared, and a shockwave erupted from Jimmy's center. With a resounding crash, Li Bing was instantly propelled away, just as he was charging towards Wang Ho. He could have evaded the attack, but now, Li Bing's speed surged uncontrollably, leaving Wang Ho with no chance to escape. Alas, this time I've truly met my match, Wang Ho silently lamented. Huh. Even your Pokémon is assisting me now, prepared to meet your demise. Li Bing cackled in the sky. With a mighty roar, the dark energy surrounding Li Bing's fist swelled dramatically, and in the next moment, his fist crashed against Wang Ho's chest. The impact felt as if a bull had collided with him, and a torrent of blood surged up his throat, erupting from his mouth like a fountain. After the forceful blow, Li Bing leapt into the air, planting a foot squarely on Wang Ho's chest, eliciting yet another spurt of blood. Haha, Wang Ho is it? You dared to slay my subordinate. Now, you shall perish. With a hearty laugh, Li Bing gathered energy in his remaining arm and struck down towards Wang Ho's head. Coughing, Wang Ho managed to expel the blood lodged in his throat, acutely aware that his remaining life was rapidly dwindling. He thought to himself, if I take this hit, it will surely be the end for me. The rushing wind of Li Bing's fist echoed ominously in Wang Ho's ears. He realized he could not evade this strike. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent, and the wind speed dogs could not return in time. Damn it! Wang Ho gritted his teeth. This is our last hope from Class 20. If I die, cold ice will remain. If I can just take Li Bing down with me, we can still claim victory. With that thought, Wang Ho discarded his bow and gripped two short daggers tightly in his hands. You shall die? He suddenly surged upwards beneath Li Bing's foot, driving the daggers through Li Bing's calf. A surge of pain caused Li Bing to momentarily falter. Yet the agony only fueled his fury. He unleashed another punch at Wang Ho, but the latter's counterattack caused Li Bing's fist to veer off course, striking Wang Ho's chest once more. There's still a flicker of life left, Wang Ho thought, clenching the daggers to immobilize Li Bing, blood spilling from his mouth. Wind Speed Dog, unleash flamethrower, he shouted at the approaching creature. Observing Wang Ho, drenched in blood and resembling a specter risen from the depths of despair, Wind Speed Dog hesitated. Just then, Li Bing raised his fist once more, bellowing, Die? Prepare to meet your end. Wang Ho spat blood and commanded, Wind Speed Dog now. Use flamethrower. With a whimper, Wind Speed Dog unleashed a stream of flames upon Li Bing and Wang Ho. Realizing the danger of being consumed by the flames, Li Bing understood that if the fire touched him, it would mean certain death. He attempted to evade, but Wang Ho had him firmly pinned down, rendering him immobile. Haha, we are destined to win this battle. However, I vow to utterly defeat these foes next time. As the flames engulfed him, Wang Ho reflected on the prior encounters with Li Hong, Du Bai, and Li Bing, recognizing his own inadequacy. Next time, I shall vanquish them completely. No, I will crush classes 1 and 2 beneath my feet. As the noble pondered, the distant observer, Lung Bing, stepped forward, deeply moved by the relentless battles fought by the noble. Upon witnessing the noble's mutual demise with Li Bing, she rushed out, exclaiming her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for saving us. We have emerged victorious. The noble, glancing at the distant Lung Bing, smiled in return. The adventurer's life hit zero, and the teleportation commenced. In the next moment, the noble found himself before the arena's exterior. How did you get out? Upon seeing the noble teleported, Wang Hao, Zheng Hong, and others swiftly surrounded him, inquiring about the situation. We won. After a considerable pause, the noble emerged from the flames of agony, stating, I perished alongside Li Bing from Class 20. Now, only Lung Bing remains in the arena. We have triumphed. Excellent. Upon hearing the noble's words, the onlookers erupted in joy. Shortly thereafter, Lung Bing was also teleported out, accompanied by an announcement. Class 20 versus Class 26. Class 26 wins. Cheers erupted on the noble's side, while a somber silence enveloped Class 20. Boss I, Li Bing lamented, glancing down in disappointment at Sun Changha. It's all right. Sun Changha, equally subdued, patted Li Bing's shoulder, reassuring him that the fault did not lie with him, and urged him not to lose heart. Indeed, there are always greater mountains and people beyond. Sun Changha mused, astonished that a mere 16-member Class 26 could boast someone as formidable as the noble. Observing the dejected faces around him, Sun Changha rallied, everyone. Lift your spirits. It was merely a defeat. Return to practice, and next time, we shall face Class 26 again. We will annihilate them. Yes. Energized by Sun Changha's fervent call, the class echoed in unison. With that, Sun Changha advanced towards Class 26. You have won. He approached the noble and addressed Li Jun. According to our agreement, you are not to seek us out henceforth. Li Jun, with a hint of pride, replied, Understood. Sun Changha gritted his teeth, inquiring, But who among you is the noble? Upon his words, everyone parted, revealing the noble engaged in conversation with Wang Hao and Zheng Hong, all eyes turning towards him. In the midst of a spirited discussion, the noble was momentarily taken aback as the class cleared a path, realizing it was Sun Changha on the other side. I am the noble. What do you want? Nothing much. Sun Changha's gaze bore into the noble, a mix of astonishment, anger, admiration, and excitement reflected in his eyes. What do you intend? The noble, struck by the myriad emotions in Sun Chang's eyes, shivered involuntarily, hastily inquiring. You are the one who thwarted our plan. Should we cross paths again, we shall defeat you. With that, he turned, leading his classmates away. Noble. As Sun Chang had departed, Li Jun approached the noble, expressing his admiration. This victory is thanks to you. Otherwise, we would have been subservient to Class 1, bound by circumstances. Not at all, the noble replied with a smile. I heard from Zheng Hong that it was you who eliminated Sun Chang'e. You are far superior. I falter against his subordinates, yet you managed to vanquish him. Not really. Li Jun, with a smile that narrowed his eyes, remarked that it was indeed you who resolved most of the issues. Otherwise, victory would have eluded us. Wang Ho was about to respond when Zheng Hong, unable to tolerate their mutual refusals any longer, interjected, Now is not the time for this. Let us all return and rest. We can discuss matters further tomorrow. Wang Ho seized the opportunity to concur, stating, We shall continue our conversation tomorrow. If anyone has matters to address, feel free to seek me out. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Li Jun maintained his unchanged smile as he replied, Goodbye. Wang Ho bid farewell to the others and turned to leave, glancing at the notifications that echoed in the air. Adventurers have achieved victory in a class combat match within the arena, contributing 65 points. A total of 65 points can be exchanged for items in the supermarket. This was a revelation for Wang Ho, who was experiencing combat in the arena for the first time. He marveled at the information, silently resolving to participate in more matches henceforth. However, as he walked along the deserted street beneath the dim glow of the streetlights, he pondered that it would be best to investigate this further tomorrow, as sleep beckoned him now. Upon returning to his dormitory and pushing the door open, he was greeted by a bright light within. Wang Ho couldn't help but wonder why it was still illuminated at such a late hour and what Yanzi was doing. He entered the living room and was touched by the scene before him. There lay Lu Yan on the sofa, a gentle smile gracing her sleeping face, while a table laden with steaming dishes stood nearby. Without needing further explanation, Wang Ho understood the situation, and his heart, once shrouded in the coldness of battle, began to stir with warmth. It seemed I have found new ties to cherish. He clenched his fists internally, vowing to survive for the sake of those who care. Just then, as Wang Ho stood lost in thought, Lu Yan stirred, waking with the intention of reheating the food on the table. The sight of him brought her to full alertness. She quickly rose, watching him with careful eyes. Young master, you're back. I prepared some dishes and waited for you. But you didn't return until now. Wang Ho, snapping back to reality, noticed Lu Yan's trembling demeanor and swiftly interrupted her. It's all right, you've worked hard. Waiting up for me at this hour. Not at all. Lu Yan quickly shook her head. It is my duty. Wang Ho said nothing further and released his 3 small Pokémon. As soon as they emerged, they dashed towards Lu Yan, with Jimmy leaping into her arms, exclaiming, Meow. I'm hungry. Woof woof, barked the wind speed dog in response to Lu Yan. The wind speed dog says it wishes to eat the meal you prepared, Jimmy translated. Wang Ho found himself momentarily sidelined. Observing this, he opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, and simply settled onto the sofa to indulge in his meal. Lu Yan, glancing at Wang Ho and noticing his lack of reaction, felt a surge of joy. After all, Jimmy and the others were undeniably adorable. As a girl, she naturally wished to bond with them, but recognizing them as her master-esque companions, she refrained from taking liberties without Wang Ho's approval. I shall fetch it now. Please wait here, she said, gently stroking Jimmy in her arms, then patting the wind speed dog and Charizard before dashing into the kitchen, leaving the 3 Pokémon to frolic together. If only such meals were available in the world of quests. As Wang Ho savored his food, he contemplated the properties of the dishes before him. The thought of bringing them into the task realm crossed his mind. After swallowing a bite, an epiphany struck him. This could indeed be feasible. With a personal space to store items, their form would remain unchanged upon retrieval, making it perfectly suitable for these dishes. Taking some along would essentially be akin to carrying slow-acting restorative potions, especially since his honey water seemed to be running low. As he continued to eat, Wang Ho calculated his plans for the following day: a visit to the supermarket to check the gladiator arena's points, and to procure additional ingredients. He intended to have Lu Yan prepare the meals, which would also enhance her culinary skills. If Lu Yan's proficiency were to level up, the quality of the meals would surely improve. While lost in thought, he finished his dinner and noticed Lu Yan still bustling about. He advised the wind speed dog and its companions, "You should finish your meal and retire early." The three little sprites nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Ho then returned to his bedroom and fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he noticed it was already 8 a.m. Stretching deeply in bed, he rose. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Lu Yan's voice called out, "Young master, someone is at the door. It cannot be opened without your consent." "Oh," Wang Ho replied. "I'll be right there." After donning his tracksuit, he stepped out of the bedroom and approached the door. Just as he reached for the handle, he hesitated and turned to Lu Yan, who was playing with the wind speed dog. "Yanzi, take them to the space and wait for me." "Understood." Though uncertain of Wang Ho's intentions, Lu Yan complied. Once she closed the storage door, Wang Ho opened the main door. He realized that the display of his strength during the recent battle had been excessive. It would undoubtedly attract scrutiny from others. It was prudent to conceal this power. One never knew when it might come in handy. Standing at the door were Zheng Hong and a group of 7 individuals. Upon seeing them, Wang Ho grasped their purpose. Before Zheng Hong could speak, he cheerfully invited them in. "Come in and have a seat." "Apologies for the interruption," Zheng Hong replied with a smile, and her companions nodded as they entered. "Please wait here," Wang Ho said to Zheng Hong as he entered the storage room to retrieve the basic staff technique book and a baton. "Here, Lung Bing, take this." He placed the 2 items before Lung Bing, then turned to Zheng Hong, inquiring about their purpose for visiting. Lung Bing quietly accepted the items, indicating that she had briefed Zheng Hong and the others on the matter. Zheng Hong's group did not display much reaction to Wang Ho's actions, though Han Xing and Li Xian, standing behind Zheng Hong, exhibited a flicker of excitement in their eyes. Responding to Wang Ho's query, Zheng Hong spoke. "Thank you for your assistance in the gladiatorial arena. Without your intervention, we would have been at a loss as to our next steps. We're all in the same class." "It was only right." Wang Ho waved his hand dismissively. "Besides, I have my own grievances with that Dubai. Nevertheless, I appreciate your help," Zheng Hong said earnestly as she rose. "If you ever require anything, just let us know, and we will do our utmost to assist." "Very well." Wang Ho observed Zheng Hong's serious demeanor, noting the solemn expressions on the faces of those behind her. Clearly, they had deliberated extensively before reaching this conclusion. "Okay." Wang Ho felt reluctant to refuse, nodding in acceptance. "Then, I apologize for the intrusion." Upon receiving the consent of the noble, Zheng Hong and her entourage revealed smiles and remarked, "Then we shall not disturb you further." "Very well." As they departed, the noble accompanied them outside and proceeded directly to the supermarket. There, he promptly accessed the gladiatorial arena's points redemption section, and a vast array of items materialized on the screen. Goodness, so many. The noble was astounded by the extensive list of items spanning over 100 pages, and he mused to himself that he would need to frequent the arena more often, as he had not anticipated such advantages. Various basic skills were available for purchase within the arena. A basic skill book cost 200 points. In addition to these fundamental skills, there were several offensive skill books. Summon Skeleton, Grade E, consumes 1 energy point to summon 10 skeletons. Skeletons possess an overall attribute of 7. 1,000 points. Windblade, Grade E, consumes 1 energy point to unleash a wind blade, inflicting damage upon foes. 700 points. Beyond skill books, an assortment of items across different levels was available, including scarce restorative potions. Health Potion, Grade F, restores 2 health points immediately upon use. 10 points. Mana Potion, Grade F, restores 2 energy points upon use. 10 points. Tattered Infantry Leather Armor, Grade E, provides 5 defense. 1,000 points. Furthermore, terrain cards were also for sale, but upon seeing the prices, the noble stood agape, astonished at their exorbitance. Plains Terrain Card, 1 square kilometer, 1,000 points. Grassland Terrain, 1 square kilometer, 1,000 points. All terrains are priced at 1 square kilometer for 1,000 points. Subsequently, the noble discovered Population Cards. Population Card, Grade F, randomly summons 1 household upon use. 100 points. Population Card, Grade E, randomly summons 5 households. 300 points. Determined. The noble resolved to participate more frequently in the Arena-S contests, recognizing the immense utility these items would provide. With that, he closed the points redemption section and began purchasing ingredients. Upon exiting the supermarket, the noble had expended 1,100 task points, amassing an abundance of ingredients that filled his personal space, along with several garments for Lu Yan. He was left with 43 000 task points. After completing his shopping, the noble returned to his dormitory, placing the items in the kitchen before entering his personal space from the storage area. At the entrance, Lu Yin awaited him alongside 3 little sprites. "Let us go," the noble instructed. "Lu Yin, return home first, then I have some tasks for you." "Yes, young master." Lu Yin nodded and prepared to depart. The noble continued, "Feng Su dog, accompany her home." "Woof." Feng Su dog nodded, allowing Lu Yin to mount its back as it dashed towards the nearby woods. Taking a deep breath, the noble surveyed the scenery before him and thought it was time to practice. He glanced at the iron-armored pupae growing by the river before commencing his archery training. Thus, the day passed. Upon returning, the noble informed Lu Yin about preparing the meal and handed her the clothes before he retired to rest, marking the end of yet another day. In the ensuing 2 days, Wang Ho diligently practiced his skills in his personal space, while the trio of small spirits from Windspeed Dog also honed their abilities. During their training, the spirits experienced gradual attribute growth, albeit at a slow pace. However, they exhibited rapid enhancement in combat. For instance, during a skirmish with Class 20, Windspeed Dog gained a slight increase in vitality and agility, while Jimmy managed to accumulate 2 points of energy. Throughout these 2 days, Wang Ho was undisturbed. Through relentless practice, he achieved an impressive accuracy of 6 out of 10 shots with his arrows, and his proficiency in basic throwing increased by 50%. Meanwhile, Lu Yin was in full swing, tirelessly preparing an array of dishes, which she carefully packaged and stored in her spatial compartment. By the end of the 2 days, Wang Ho's personal space was filled with over 100 meals, sufficient to sustain the entire Class 26 for several days. Notably, these meals were infused with attributes, enhancing their value. What delighted Wang Ho further was the remarkable improvement in Lu Yan's culinary skills, which saw a substantial increase in proficiency. According to her, this progress was attributed to her encounter with innovative kitchen tools and techniques, elevating her culinary prowess. On this particular day, Wang Ho awoke early, checked his belongings, and exited his dormitory. It was another weekend, marking the commencement of the task world. All students were required to gather in their respective classrooms by 8 a.m. to commence their missions. Failure to arrive by this time would result in dire consequences, as many had learned through grim experience. Following a few unfortunate events where students were erased from existence within the space, tardiness became a thing of the past, with everyone arriving early to await their tasks. Upon Wang Ho's arrival at the classroom at 7:30 a.m., all eyes turned toward him the moment he stepped through the door. Caught off guard by the collective gaze, he initially wondered if something was amiss. However, it soon dawned on him that the attention was due to his recent triumph in the arena, which had impressed his peers. At first, many were unaware of the formidable prowess of Li Hong, Du Bai, and Li Bing, whom Wang Ho had defeated. Yet, upon inquiring, they learned of the trio's strength and marveled at Wang Ho's ability to vanquish them in succession. Word of this duel had spread throughout the school, and many classes were now aware of Wang Ho from Class 26, accompanied by his Wind Speed Dog, renowned for their formidable reputation. "What is going on? Why is everyone staring at me as soon as I walk in?" Wang Ho inquired of his desk mate, Wang Hao, as he settled into his seat. "Oh, it's nothing," Wang Hao replied, offering an explanation. Wang Ho smiled wryly, realizing he could no longer escape the spotlight. "Indeed, many are eager to challenge you in the arena. If they could find you, you'd be quite busy," Wang Hao chuckled, prompting Wang Ho to join in laughter. However, the mirth was short-lived as chalk began to fly from the podium, signaling the imminent opening of yet another task world. What kind of world awaited them this time? Wang Ho pondered, his curiosity mirroring that of every student in the school as they anticipated their next destination. As the chalk settled, bold letters appeared on the blackboard. Task World. One Piece. Initiating teleportation. One Piece. This could spell trouble. Upon reading this line, Wang Ho and Li Jun simultaneously furrowed their brows, sensing an ominous turn of events. The world of One Piece is one characterized by formidable power, where the protagonist, Luffy, can effortlessly launch a colossal sea beast several meters into the air with a single punch, illustrating the immense strength inherent in this realm. This is merely the beginning. In subsequent battles, the foes they encounter will be akin to mere fodder for Wang Ho and his companions, who would dispatch them in an instant. Regardless of the nature of their current mission, the likelihood of success seems nearly impossible. Yet, without granting them much time for contemplation, Wang Ho and his group vanished from the classroom. Meanwhile, in Class 20, as they prepared for the transition, Sun Changhe gazed at the mission world, silently vowing to return after this task. Li Hong and Du Bai also looked at the mission world, their fists clenched in determination as they mentally prepared to confront Wang Hao. In Class 1, the class leader, Yan, awaited the mission transfer, muttering to himself in disbelief that a mere class of 16 could defeat Sun Changhe and his group, resolving to challenge them upon his return. When Wang Hao once again beheld the surrounding landscape, he found himself beside a sandy beach, with an expanse of endless ocean on one side and a dense forest on the other. The sea breeze caressed Wang Hao and his companions, causing the trees to rustle, while the waves rhythmically crashed upon the shore, and a crab scuttled past their feet. Had they not known they were in the mission world, they would have undoubtedly indulged in play. Having experienced 2 mission worlds, they understood the inherent dangers and refrained from any carelessness. Thus, each individual drew their weapons, vigilantly surveying their surroundings in anticipation of the task ahead. This scene did not persist for long. Merely a minute later, the mission prompt arrived. Mission World, One Piece. Main Quest 1, survive for 24 hours. Reward, 2,000 mission points. Main Quest 2 will unlock. Failure, annihilation. Random quests will trigger autonomously. Mission description, this is a tranquil, ordinary island in the East Sea. However, one day, the Fishman pirate crew, known as the Evil Dragon, arrived and imposed a cruel tyranny, colluding with the Navy to extinguish any hope for the island's inhabitants. As an adventurer, it is your duty to alter this grim fate. Note, at this moment, the protagonist Luffy is en route from the floating restaurant to this location. Due to a mismatch in the power levels between the mission world and the adventurers, the combat strength of the mission world has been deemed excessively high. Consequently, the mission rewards have been adjusted. The strengths of the plot characters have been reduced by 50. Additionally, upon the completion of all main quests, an extra 5,000 mission points will be awarded, along with a D-grade random lottery chance. My goodness, this is... Wang Hao maintained an outward calm as he read the mission prompt, yet internally, he was tumultuous. In the One Piece world, this mission indicates the narrative where Luffy encounters Nami and recruits her as a companion, and the Fishman pirate crew is notoriously formidable. Wang Hao recalled that in the manga, the Evil Dragon was capable of lifting an entire house. Even with their strength halved, the power still far surpassed his own. Moreover, the primary quest of merely surviving for a day hinted at the forthcoming challenges they would face. Everyone, what are your thoughts on this mission? After a moment of contemplation among the group, Li Jun expressed his thoughts on the task at hand. The objective was to survive for a day, which undoubtedly posed considerable challenges. Zheng Hong was the first to interject, suggesting, we should first find a place to hide. I concur, Dong Li added. This location is certainly not secure. Indeed, Wang Hao chimed in, we ought to vacate this spot and scout the surrounding area. Let us proceed accordingly, Li Jun remarked. Summarizing the situation, if I am not mistaken, our adversaries this time will be the Dragon Pirates. Furthermore, this mission's world is exceedingly treacherous, as I am sure you all have perceived. The group looked at Li Jun, nodding in agreement. Even if our power is diminished by half, there are additional rewards. Therefore, a typical fishman would likely be comparable to a minor leader from the previous world. Everyone must remain vigilant. Should we encounter the enemy, we must strike together, he continued. Understood, the group nodded in response to Li Jun's analysis. Wang Hao was then unexpectedly queried by Li Jun, what are your thoughts? Wang Hao hesitated, taken aback by the sudden question, but quickly replied, let us proceed as planned, but we must exercise extreme caution when near the river or the sea, given our opponent's nature. Now, let us all investigate the situation and locate Cocoa West Village. The storyline is currently at the point where Luffy departs from the sea restaurant. He will be headed there next. We must comprehend our surroundings before proceeding. Li Jun paused before continuing. However, it seemed that the environment would not allow the group an easy passage. Just as they prepared to set off, the tranquil sea erupted in a cascade of water as a 2-meter-tall fishman leaped from the depths. Upon spotting Wang Hao and the others, he bellowed in fury, humans, armed no less, do you dare to defy our noble fishmen? Then prepare to perish. He charged towards Wang Hao. Enemies, Li Jun shouted, summoning several skeletons as the others quickly readied their weapons for battle. As the fishman advanced, Wang Hao drew his bow and aimed at the creature. Given the fishman's substantial size, hitting him was a simple task. An arrow flew forth, embedding itself in the fishman's shoulder. Yet, it seemed ineffective. The arrowhead merely lodged itself without inflicting significant harm. At that moment, the fishman reached Li Jun's skeleton and delivered a devastating punch. With a sharp crack, one of the skeletons shattered into fragments. Huh, a bunch of worthless trash, such feeble fruit users. The fishman laughed, witnessing the retreat of the group. I'll handle this. Lu Fei and Li Guang shouted in unison, rushing forward to confront the fishman. With an axe and a spear, they lunged at the creature. You weak humans dare to wield weapons against me. The fishman roared, retaliating with another punch aimed at their assault. As the group engaged the fishman, Wang Hao continued unleashing arrows, having switched to a metal bow. Although he had limited bow and arrows and was forced to resort to standard F-grade bee-sting arrows, they proved effective. Each arrow struck the fishman, causing blood to spurt forth. Once again, a flurry of arrows was unleashed, and at that moment, the weapons wielded by Lu Fei and Li Guang collided with the fists of the merman. In the instant of impact, both Lu Fei and Li Guang felt a tremendous force coursing through their weapons, causing their arms to tremble violently, nearly relinquishing their grip on their weapons. However, the merman also sustained significant injury, as a visible wound exposing bone and bleeding profusely appeared on its fist. Ah, you dare to injure me? You shall pay with your lives. Upon seeing the wound, the merman erupted in fury, accelerating towards the nearest Zhenghong. The merman's wrath ignited a spark of determination among the members of Class 26. If such damage could be inflicted, it indicated that the merman was indeed vulnerable, and together they could surely vanquish this foe. Initially, there was trepidation at the sight of the merman, but as they began to comprehend its strength, their fighting spirits surged. After all, they were survivors of perilous quests. Han Qing, Li Xian, take the lead. Lung Bing, let us test our newfound abilities, Zheng Hong proclaimed, her ghostly blade twirling as she charged forward. Understood, big sister, responded Lung Bing and the others in unison, brandishing their iron shields, while Lung Bing, with a flourish of her flowing hair, swung her baton towards the merman. Witnessing the baton in Lung Bing's grasp, Wang Hao and Li Jun exchanged glances but remained silent. Huh. The merman swung a fist towards Zheng Hong, but just as the punch was about to connect, the two shields interposed themselves, absorbing the impact with a dull thud. Curse you! The merman growled, retaliating with a kick aimed at Han Qing and Li Xian's shields. Yet, this time, the merman found little opportunity to strike. Before its foot could touch the ground, a fireball struck its face, causing it to recoil and scream in agony. Seizing the moment, Zheng Hong dashed from behind the shields, her blade slicing into the merman's leg. The pain from the burn on its face was swiftly compounded by the agony in its leg, causing it to stumble backward. But the onslaught was far from over. Lung Bing surged forward, delivering a blow that resounded with the sound of cracking bones. Simultaneously, arrows from Wang Hao and Chun Xiaoying rained down. Ha! We join the fray, roared Lu Fei and Li Guang, who had previously defended against the merman's first strike. With a spear and an axe, they carved 2 more wounds into the merman's flesh. Crimson gushed from the merman's wounds as its vitality dwindled. Though its life force surpassed that of the others by nearly double, under the relentless assault, it was reduced to a critically low state. As it felt its life ebb away, the enraged merman's pupils constricted, and with a thunderous roar, it seized Lu Fei and Li Guang, flinging them aside as if they were mere pebbles, crashing them into a tree. Die! The merman turned, its furious crimson eyes fixating on the group, gritting its teeth as it prepared to strike once more at the defending Han Qing and Li Xian. With a resounding crash, the two were sent crashing to the ground, much like Lu Fei and Li Guang before them. Han Qing, Li Xian, as Zheng Hong and her companions witnessed their sister being injured by the fishman, concern surged within them. How despicable! Chun Xiaoying exclaimed, her heart aching for her wounded sister as she loosed arrow after arrow. Simultaneously, Zheng Hong and Lung Bing advanced with their weapons drawn, charging at the fishman. With a swift stroke, Zheng Hong slashed her blade across the fishman's body, drawing blood, only to have her subsequent strike thwarted by the creature's defenses. A gust of wind swept through as Zheng Hong registered the fishman's block of her second blow. Before she could react, a fist, the size of a soccer ball, loomed before her, the chilling wind it generated slicing past her ear. A sense of impending doom washed over her. If that punch lands, I might very well perish, she thought, her body instinctively struggling against the fishman's vice-like grip on her arm, which felt as though it had fused with her flesh, rendering her efforts futile. Was this the end? As the fist descended, Her struggles waned, as though she had resigned herself to her fate. Eldest sister, Lung Bing, witnessing Zheng Hong's peril, rushed with urgency. Swinging her staff at the fishman. Not far away, Chun Xiaoying and Yi Min echoed the call, eldest sister. Ha, perish. The fishman laughed, sensing his victory as Zheng Hong ceased her resistance, his fists speeding up. Just as the fishman believed he was about to crush the human's skull, a sharp pain suddenly surged through his arm. Startled, the fishman's grip slackened, freeing Zheng Hong, who collapsed onto the ground just as the fishman's fierce punch missed its target. How infuriating! The fishman glared at his arm, where a bloody hole had formed, fragments of bone embedded within the wound. Time rewound slightly. As the fishman had seized Zheng Hong and prepared to deliver that devastating blow, Wang Hao, observing with dread, thought, this punch will surely end Zheng Hong. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly exchanged his arrows for bone arrows, knocking one with precision and releasing it. The arrow pierced the fishman's arm, and upon impact, shattered into fragments, embedding itself in the flesh and causing excruciating pain that forced the fishman to relinquish his hold. With a thud, the fishman collapsed, leaving Zheng Hong momentarily dazed by the sudden turn of events. At that moment, Lung Bing and Yi Min arrived, seizing the opportunity. Lung Bing delivered a blow to the fishman's head while Yi Min rushed to Zheng Hong's side, helping her to safety and urgently calling out, eldest sister. Are you all right? I am fine, Zheng Hong replied, shaking her head as she leaned on Yi Min for support. Meanwhile, Wang Hao and his companions engaged the now weakened fishman. The creature's injuries had diminished its strength, allowing them to fight back more effectively. Wang Hao switched back to standard arrows to contend with the fishman, all the while wishing for a reconnaissance skill to unveil the fishman's abilities. Having sensed that it had used a skill earlier, Wang Hao pierced the abdomen of the merman with a swift stroke, causing the creature to writhe in pain. In retaliation, the merman swung its other arm towards Wang Hao, but at that moment, Dong Li appeared behind the merman and struck again, causing the merman to stagger forward. Swish, swish. Meanwhile, Wang Hao's arrows struck the merman once more, while Li Jun's skeleton inflicted several deep wounds upon it. At that moment, Lu Fei and Li Guang, having risen from the ground with blood at their lips, gritted their teeth and charged directly at the merman with their weapons. A blow from an axe and a thrust from a spear left 2 more gashes on the merman's body. Gush! The 2 attacks forced the already wounded merman to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Simultaneously, Wang Hao and Chun Xiaoying's arrows, along with Pan Fenyu's fireball, struck the merman once again. This time, the merman could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed to the ground, coughing up another spurt of blood. The adventurers had slain a merman and earned 100 task points, while those who assisted in the kill received 50 task points. The group collectively exhaled in relief as they gazed at the fallen merman's corpse, each participant in the battle panting heavily. Lu Fei and Li Guang were supported by Zhou Ping and Xu Fania, respectively. This was merely an ordinary merman. What would happen if a cadre from the dragon pirate crew appeared? Han Xing leaned wearily against his shield and sighed. Even the eldest sister was defeated in just a few blows. It's fine, Zheng Hong said, breaking free from Yi Min's support, and smiled at Han Xing. We may not be able to fight, but we have Wang Hao and the others. Did you not see that Wang Hao didn't even summon his Pokémon? That was careless, Lu Fei and Li Guang chimed in, spitting out blood in frustration, lamenting how unexpectedly powerful the merman was, rendering their skills useless. Sighing, Li Jun added, it seems that ordinary skeletons are of little use in this quest world. Let us depart, Wang Hao suggested. Perhaps more mermen will come. We should find a place to gather information. Agreed, Li Jun nodded at Wang Hao. Everyone, let us retreat and discuss a strategy against the mermen. Let us go? Zheng Hong nodded at Lung Bing and Yi Min, signaling them to leave. Onward, Wang Hao said as he sheathed his bow and turned to depart, with Li Jun also putting away his skeleton and following suit. Just then, as they turned to leave, the sound of splashing water echoed behind them. What is that? The sudden commotion caused the group's hearts to race once more. Turning back, they saw a tall, slender merman and a shark-toothed variant emerging from the sea. Upon spotting their fallen comrade, the merman roared in fury, "Who dares to slay our noble kin?" The members of Class 26, who had just turned, became their targets. Without a second thought, the 2 mermen charged at them. Run! Li Jun shouted as he realized 2 mermen had appeared. Wang Hao quickly retrieved his bow and shot 2 arrows at the advancing mermen before turning to flee. Chase them, enraged by the death of their companion. The two mermen pursued the fleeing members of Class 26 without hesitation. Wang Ho, what shall we do about these mermen? Zheng Hong rushed to Wang Ho's side. Breathless and anxious. Some of us are injured and cannot run fast. On the other side, Li Jun inquired of Li Guang and Lu Fei. Are you both all right? Can you still run? Rest assured, boss, we are fine, Lu Fei replied. We're okay, Li Guang added. This cannot continue, Li Jun thought, observing the approaching fishmen. He pondered that two fishmen together could not be defeated. If they fought as a group, surely only a few would survive. They needed to separate them first. With this in mind, Li Jun approached Wang Ho and asked, Can you handle one fishman? One should not be a problem, Wang Ho responded. Good, Li Jun said. Let us split up. The two fishmen will also separate, allowing each of us to deal with one. Wang Ho understood that confronting two fishmen together would be significantly more challenging, so he nodded in agreement. Let us separate. Upon Wang Ho's consent, Li Jun shouted, Everyone, follow me and Wang Ho as we split up. He then darted to one side. Behind him, Lu Fei and Li Guang immediately followed suit. Subsequently, Zhou Ping and Chu Fei Niao, without a moment's hesitation, also ran after Li Jun. Next, Dong Li glanced at Wang Ho and Li Jun before joining them. Following him, Feng Jun also trailed behind. As Li Jun turned, Wang Ho likewise pivoted to run in the opposite direction. Wang Hao, without uttering a word, followed closely behind Wang Ho. We'll stick with Wang Ho, Zheng Hong said, observing the split between Li Jun and Wang Ho. Without a second thought, she addressed her sisters behind her. All right, big sister. Thus, Class 26 divided into two teams, each fleeing in different directions, while the pursuing fishmen exchanged glances before also separating to chase after them. After a brief run, as the fishmen were about to catch up with Wang Ho's group, they noticed the surrounding woods were devoid of others. Wang Ho addressed Zheng Hong and Wang Hao. Let us deal with the fishmen behind us. All right. Zheng Hong acquiesced to Wang Ho's suggestion, and Wang Hao, not opposing, nodded in agreement. However, Yimin expressed some concern. But can we really handle it? Just now, one fishman nearly overwhelmed our entire class. Of course, Wang Ho chuckled. Just wait. When I count to 3, you all turn and attack, catching him off guard. Understood. Hearing Wang Ho's words, Zheng Hong, Wang Hao, and the others nodded, calming their minds, adjusting their breaths, and preparing for battle. Wang Ho took a deep breath and reached for the pokeballs at his waist. 1, 2, 3. At Wang Ho's command, he turned swiftly. And in an instant, 2 pokeballs containing Jigglypuff and Arcanine were hurled towards the fishmen. Jigglypuff, use Leaf Blade. Arcanine, use Ember. The moment the pokeballs were thrown, a bow appeared in Wang Ho's hands, and as he issued his commands, an arrow was loosed from his grasp. Attack. Simultaneously, Zheng Hong and the others, slightly slower than Wang Ho but still quick to react, turned and charged toward the fishmen. What? The fishmen, startled by the sudden counterattack from those they had been pursuing, were momentarily taken aback. It was not until Jigglypuff's leaf blade inflicted 2 deep, bone-revealing gashes that they finally reacted, only to be met with the flames of Arcanine. The azure flames swiftly engulfed the merman, and within mere seconds, the creature was completely enveloped. Soon, anguished cries erupted from the merman's mouth. Witnessing the rapid spread of the flames and recognizing the formidable power of the wind speed dog, Zheng Hong and the others halted their advance, observing the merman from a distance. Only Pan Fengyu, Chen Xiaoying, and Wang Ho, equipped with ranged attacks, continued to engage in battle. Before long, the merman collapsed to the ground, defeated, and the adventurers earned 300 task points for their victory. A prompt soon followed, bringing a sense of relief to the group. However, seeing the merman fall so effortlessly, Li Xian expressed disbelief, remarking, Is that it? That was far too easy. Indeed, the last merman was not so easily vanquished. We didn't even have to lift a finger, Han Qing added, equally astonished. The others nodded in agreement. This is the power of Wang Ho, Zheng Hong remarked as she approached, observing the dazed expressions of her companions. She chuckled. One merman required all 7 of us to face it. Yet Wang Ho single-handedly resolved the matter. At that moment, Wang Hao approached and playfully slapped Wang Ho on the shoulder, teasingly saying, Are you toying with us? You had us prepare, yet you handled it all by yourself. Of course not, Wang Ho replied with a grin. Who knew this merman would not evade the flames of the wind speed dog? I expected it would take a battle to defeat it. Hence my suggestion for you all to prepare. With the merman effortlessly dispatched, Wang Ho and the others departed the area in search of a village. Exiting the woods, They soon beheld vast rice fields, and along the narrow paths between them, a quaint town came into view. There are people ahead, Yimin exclaimed, drawing the attention of the group. Wang Ho, should we venture inside? Zheng Hong inquired. Yes, let's see what this place is about, Wang Ho replied. We should ascertain what kind of place this is first. Upon entering the town, the group observed the layout. A moderately wide main street flanked by neatly arranged two-story wooden houses, with a forest situated behind them, and several houses scattered throughout. As they walked along the main thoroughfare, they quickly noticed a peculiar phenomenon. There wasn't a single soul in sight. What is going on? Wang Hao asked, surveying the surroundings. Who knows? Wang Ho, strolling through the deserted street, was at a loss for words. Nonetheless, we should exercise caution. This is far too abnormal, he advised his companions. Indeed. Zheng Hong and the others, trailing closely behind, nodded in agreement, drawing their weapons and remaining vigilant. Wang Ho also readied his bow and arrow. As they continued along the empty main road, they soon reached the end of the town, where a group of people had gathered. Strangely, they were eerily silent, each holding weapons and staring intently ahead, their faces etched with tension and anger. What is happening? The group pondered simultaneously. Brothers, what are you doing here? And where exactly is this place? Wang Ho sheathed his bow and approached a young man of similar age, inquiring. Suddenly, someone called out to them, and the person was momentarily taken aback. Upon noticing that Wang Ho and his companions were armed, the individual excitedly exclaimed, You have come to assist us. The bewildering statement left Wang Ho momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. This was Kesha Town, where the entire populace intended to rebel against the tyrannical dragon pirates. Observing Wang Ho's confusion, the individual elaborated further, asking, Are you here to help us? Upon hearing this, Wang Ho reflected on the narrative of the Pirate King saga, a popular anime he had watched several times before arriving in the realm of the main god. He quickly recalled that the rebellion in Kesha Town transpired weeks before the protagonist, Luffy, arrived. How could such an event occur at this moment? Wang Ho pondered, and the others following behind him, having overheard the conversation and familiar with the storyline, were also deep in thought. Just as Wang Ho hesitated, a notification resonated among his group. Adventurers have triggered a random quest, the call for help from Kesha Town. Quest description, under the brutal rule of the dragon pirates. A rebellion has begun. Requirements. Protect the residents of Kesha Town from the onslaught of the fishmen. Failure occurs if all residents perish. Reward. Earn 200 quest points for each resident saved. Penalty. Lose 5,000 quest points for failure. What do you think? Wang Ho noticed that everyone appeared equally astonished, and he understood that they had all received the same quest. Will you accept it? He inquired. Yes, replied Wang Hao after some contemplation. There are about 40 to 50 of us. As long as we save a portion, we will have achieved something. Agreed. Zheng Hong nodded, adding, We still have over 5,000 quest points left. If we lose them all, so be it. No risk, no reward. All right, Wang Ho acknowledged, seeing that everyone was on board. He confirmed his acceptance of the quest. We are here to help, he declared. That is wonderful. The individual beamed at the sight of so many allies. The others nearby also wore expressions of joy. Haha, a bunch of humans dare to rebel against our noble fishmen? You shall all perish. At that moment, a loud laugh echoed from the side. Looking up, Wang Ho saw a group of diverse fishmen emerging from the water, led by an octopus fishman who carried 6 swords on his back. Following him was a blue fishman with a square face, sporting 2 towering pigtails and a protruding bone at the elbow. Upon seeing these 2 fishmen, Wang Ho's composure faltered. These were 2 of the commanders of the dragon pirates. Aside from Nami, there were 3 fishmen commanders in total. To have 2 appear at once was alarming. As even a common fishman posed a significant challenge, Wang Ho's wind speed dog did not count, as that was an unfair advantage. The power of the commanders far surpassed that of regular fishmen. How are we going to fight this? Wang Ho's mind was troubled. Crocodile. There are quite a few of them this time, the octopus fishman remarked to the blue fishman. Indeed, Xiao Ba, the blue fishman responded. But it's a perfect opportunity to practice. Then let us proceed, the octopus fishman declared as Xiao Ba unsheathed the 6 swords from his back. All right. The blue fishman nodded in agreement. Having spoken, he strode purposefully towards the crowd, his demeanor resembling that of one observing a colony of ants. As the blue merman advanced, the other fishmen followed suit, their expressions a blend of mockery and exhilaration. Be prepared, Let us proceed with caution, Wang Ho murmured. Among these fishmen, the octopus merman and the one with braids are officers, so we must be vigilant. I understand, Wang Hao replied, but our mission is to rescue individuals. We only need to save a few. Yet, this task proves to be quite formidable. Wang Ho watched as the mocking fishmen approached, while the townsfolk of Kesha hesitated, their previous bravado dissipating. It appears that their strength pales in comparison to ours, let alone against these fishmen. A dozen fishmen can easily dispatch 40 to 50 ordinary people. Confronting them would surely be suicidal. Wang Ho sighed. Perhaps we should never have accepted this mission. Since we have, let us refrain from further discussion. At that moment, Zheng Hong approached with a ghostly blade, offering words of encouragement. Let us give it our all, even if we save just one person. Our mission will not be in vain. Agreed, Wang Ho replied, setting aside his resignation. He drew his bow and focused on the approaching fishmen. Prepare for battle. Understood. Witnessing Wang Ho's sudden seriousness, Wang Hao and Zheng Hong felt a surge of indomitable spirit wash over them, unknowingly instilling a sense of confidence within their hearts. As the fishmen drew closer, the residents of Kesha, seeing no path of retreat, mustered their courage, brandishing their weapons and charging towards the fishmen with fervent cries. Just as Wang Ho had anticipated, the townsfolk appeared as mere ants before the fishmen, easily crushed underfoot. In the midst of the chaos, a Kesha resident armed with a knife charged forward, but before two fishmen officers could react, one fishman stepped in front of him. Die! The resident yelled, swinging his knife. Yet, before the blade could descend fully, the fishman seized his arm, tightening his grip until the knife fell from the man's grasp. In an instant, the fishman hoisted the resident by the hand, disdainfully observing his futile struggles. Trash, the fishman scoffed, before tightening his grip around the man's neck. With a sharp crack, the sound of breaking bone reverberated, and the man's head tilted grotesquely to one side. He is dead, Wang Ho remarked. You see? Soon, these people will undoubtedly flee. We need only to capture a few. Indeed, witnessing the townsfolk's vulnerability in the grip of the fishmen, Wang Hao and the others shivered, a fleeting thought crossing their minds about whether they should have accepted this mission. However, under Wang Ho's leadership, now fully engaged in battle, that notion quickly dissipated, leaving only an overwhelming resolve to complete their task. Kill. The first to resist had perished, yet rather than instilling fear, it ignited a fiercer resistance among the remaining townsfolk, who charged at the fishmen with their weapons drawn. Upon seeing the humans advance, the other fishmen, aside from Xiaoba and Krolby, eagerly prepared to meet them. In a fierce clash, several individuals met their demise as 7 or 8 had their necks violently twisted, 5 or 6 were forcefully slammed to the ground, and another 10 were eliminated by Xiaoba and Krolby. The damage inflicted upon the fishmen by the humans merely amounted to a few superficial wounds. Truly, they were the dregs of humanity, let them perish. With a swift motion, Xiaoba severed 2 weapons belonging to the advancing foes, and then, with another strike, he decapitated 2 more, laughing heartily. Xiaoba, hasten to eliminate these humans. Nami is on her way back, and we must return to the feast. Krolby stated expressionlessly as he shattered a man's chest with a punch. To the feast, to the feast. Xiaoba exclaimed excitedly, wielding 6 blades and calling out as he swung them, once more felling several opponents. As familiar faces fell around them, the residents of Kesha town were gripped by the terror of death, their bodies instinctively retreating, weapons slipping from their grasp. It is our turn, everyone, exercise caution. Wang Ho murmured to those behind him as he drew his bow, aiming at the foremost fishman charging forward. Behind him, Wang Hao and Zheng Hong also brandished their swords, weaving through the fleeing townsfolk towards the fishmen. Keep running, Zheng Hong instructed, while Feng Yu and Xiaoying followed closely behind Wang Ho. The rest, follow me. Understood. Lung Bing and Yi Min nodded and joined in, followed closely by Han Qing and Li Xian, who held shields at the ready. Haha, die. A fishman laughed as he approached a fallen human, ready to strike down the prostrate figure. Just then, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Looking down, he saw an arrow embedded in his flesh, the shaft still quivering. What? Instinctively, the fishman glanced up, realizing there was still someone attacking. Could it be the Navy? Before he could comprehend the situation further, another arrow struck him in the chest. Who is it? Upon recognizing Wang Ho's visage, the fishman seethed with rage. Damn human. He charged toward Wang Ho. However, at that moment, A blade found its mark in the fishman's abdomen while his attention was diverted towards Wang Ho. A spray of blood erupting with the strike. Damn it! The fishman's pupils constricted as a savage aura began to emanate from him. In the next instant, his fist rocketed toward Zheng Hong. Yet, just as the fist descended, a shield interposed itself. Han Qing and Li Xian, who had been following Zheng Hong, rushed to her aid. Another arrow struck the fishman's back with a dull thud, followed by a solid blow from Lung Bing's baton. As Wang Ho and his companions besieged the fishman, others among the fishmen also recognized the situation, abandoning their slaughter of humans to focus on Zheng Hong and her allies. Nevertheless, Wang Ho remained undeterred, arrows flying from his hands, piercing through various fishmen, and soon 7 or 8 of them turned their attention toward him, charging forth. Come at me, Wang Ho thought to himself, secretly pleased to have drawn the ire of most of the fishmen, continuing to release arrows while retreating. Under the relentless pursuit of the fishmen, yet another 7 or 8 residents of Kesha town fell to the ground. However, approximately 10 managed to escape the town, thanks to the valiant efforts of Wang Ho and his companions. Observing the approaching horde of fishmen, Wang Ho felt a surge of satisfaction, believing this would allow him to eliminate a significant number of them. Once again, a volley of arrows was unleashed. Apart from providing support to Zheng Hong and her group not far away, all arrows struck the advancing fishmen. This time, there was no way to evade the onslaught. With the fishmen now merely a few meters away, Wang Ho silently acknowledged his fate while sheathing his bow and reaching for a poke ball at his waist. Come forth, Rapidash and Jigglypuff, he called out, tossing the poke ball to either side of the fishmen. Woof! Puff! The 2 small creatures immediately focused on the center of the fishmen. Rapidash unleashed a torrent of flames, while Jigglypuff executed a razor-sharp leaf blade. Wang Ho directed them toward Zheng Hong's position. The ethereal blue flames erupted from Rapidash's mouth, catching the fishmen off guard, as their attention was fixated on Wang Ho. This sudden appearance of the Pokémon caused a momentary pause among the fishmen, including the 2 commanders, Xiao Ba and Kayako. In that fleeting instant, the flames engulfed all the pursuing fishmen. Under Wang Ho's command, Jigglypuff's leaf blade carved 2 deep gashes into the legs of the fishmen engaged in combat with Zheng Hong and her allies. Screams of agony erupted as flames rapidly consumed the fishmen, echoing like relentless waves. Meanwhile, one fishman, struck by the dual gashes, stumbled forward and collapsed. Witnessing this, Zheng Hong, Wang Ho, and the others seized the opportunity. In the moment the fishman fell, Zheng Hong's ghostly blade, the cold whistle of her baton, and Wang Ho's sword all descended upon the creature, delivering a flurry of strikes that resulted in its demise. Simultaneously, Wang Ho received a series of notifications regarding the deaths of the fishmen, as he had single-handedly dealt the fatal blows. This wave of kills earned him a commendable 4,000 task points. What a stroke of luck, Wang Ho thought, exhilarated by the notifications. The flames of Rapidash proved to be the fishmen's nemesis, making their defeat remarkably effortless. As nearly all the fishmen fell in an instant, the sight of Kesha town's residents escaping filled Wang Ho and his companions with joy. Yet, amidst this triumph, a piercing scream erupted from Zheng Hong's direction. Looking up, Wang Ho saw Han Qing and Li Xian lying on the ground, bloodied and battered, while 2 fishmen advanced menacingly toward them. Although the group had just dispatched a wave of fishmen, 2 remained near the commanders, Xiao Ba and Kayako, having not been pushed back. As the others celebrated their recent victory, these 2 fishmen seized the moment of complacency and charged toward Zheng Hong, targeting the stunned Han Qing and Li Xian. If not for their quick reflexes in raising their shields to deflect most of the attacks, they would have surely become casualties. Nevertheless, the overwhelming strength of the fishmen sent both men, shields and all, flying through the air. With a heavy thud, 2 legs of the individuals were grotesquely bent to one side, clearly indicating a fracture. The agony from their injuries caused them to drop their weapons and writhe on the ground, clutching their legs. Han Qing and Li Xian, witnessing this sudden turn of events, urged Wang Ho to summon the swift assistance of Jimmy, who rushed to employ her aromatic healing powers. Wang Mi understood the gravity of the situation, and under Wang Ho's command, the 2 little spirits sprang into action. Simultaneously, Zheng Hong, who was nearby, reacted as well. Yi Min and Pan Fengyu assisted the injured towards the shelter of a tree, while Zheng Hong and Lung Bing brandished their weapons, positioning themselves to confront the advancing fishmen. In horror, the remaining fishmen, witnessing the demise of their companions, descended into madness, their pupils narrowing into menacing slits as they exuded a fierce aura. Although Octopus Xiaoba and the two fishmen commanders did not exhibit the same behavior as ordinary fishmen, they were equally enraged. Adopting a battle stance that signaled their intent to obliterate Wang Ho and his companions without mercy, Zheng Hong and Lung Bing stood resolutely before the fishmen, delivering their strikes with precision towards the unprepared adversaries. However, the fishmen's innate attributes proved overwhelmingly superior. To the astonishment of Zheng Hong and Lung Bing, the two fishmen deftly evaded the attack at an astonishing speed, seizing the arms of their attackers. A painful grip coursed through the nerves of Zheng Hong and Lung Bing, causing their weapons to clatter to the ground. With blood-red gleams in their eyes, the fishmen roared, lifting the two individuals by their arms. One of them clenched a fist and aimed a devastating blow at Zheng Hong's abdomen. Realizing the dire situation from a distance, Wang Ho felt a surge of anxiety, yet he was occupied and unable to intervene. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a command emanated from behind Zheng Hong. Looking up, he saw Wang Hao retrieving two pokeballs from his waist and tossing them towards the fishmen. BB Bird, unleash Thunderbolt. Dala, utilize quick attack and execute bite. From the pokeballs emerged Dala, resembling an oversized rodent, and BB Bird, a larger version of a sparrow. Upon landing, Dala surged towards one of the fishmen at remarkable speed. Its gleaming fangs aimed directly at the fishman's throat. Instantly, the fishman let out a piercing scream, but it was short-lived as Dala punctured his windpipe, leaving him bloodied and silenced. Zheng Hong was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. The fishman instinctively flailed, exerting all his strength, and while he avoided the fatal blow, he collapsed. Unable to rise, a torrent of blood surging into his throat. On the other side, the fishman suffered similarly, as a sudden attack from the Bebe Bird resulted in the loss of one eye, causing him to instinctively clutch the wound with both hands, cold and disoriented. Much like Zheng Hong, he was thrown to the ground. A commendable display of prowess. Wang Hao rushed forward to assess the situation of both individuals. Meanwhile, Wang Ho had also completed his task and approached, inquiring about their condition. Are you all right? Simultaneously, he called out to Jimmy, who had just treated Han Qing and the others. Jimmy, come and assist with the healing. Jimmy swiftly ran over from a short distance, after which Wang Ho issued a new command, Wind Speed Dog, test the power of the new equipment. With a bound, Wind Speed Dog leaped to Wang Ho's side. Observing the pained fishman, he let out a low growl and propelled himself forward with force. On the other side, Wang Hao momentarily paused at the sight of Wind Speed Dog, glancing at Wang Ho as if to speak, but he understood that this was not the time for inquiries. Turning to the retreating Dara and Bebe Bird, he urged, Bebe Bird, Dara, let us move. Wind Speed Dog was clad in armor made of scales, with iron plates the size of thumbs neatly arranged, each reflecting a shadow, the gleaming scales glinting coldly in the sunlight. Each of his forepaws was fitted with a steel claw, half a foot long, leaving deep gouges in the ground as he moved. The head of Wind Speed Dog was also protected by scale armor, adorned with a singular iron horn that shimmered coldly between his eyes, aimed directly at the fishman. Earlier, when Zheng Hong was in peril, Wang Ho had been busy donning this armor on Wind Speed Dog, which delayed his arrival to save Zheng Hong. This decision stemmed from Wang Ho's observation that, apart from the two fishmen leaders, the remaining fishmen had been easily dispatched. This was quite unusual. There were around 17 or 18 residents who had escaped from Kesha Town, which would yield approximately 3,000 task points. It seemed implausible that the rewards for such a seemingly simple task for their side could be so abundant. Furthermore, although the two fishmen leaders were enraged and focused their ire on Wang Ho, the fleeing townsfolk should not have been entirely disregarded. Thus, with a sense of unease, Wang Ho equipped Wind Speed Dog with the synthesized armor. The fishman, clutched by Dara at the throat, was on the brink of death, while the other one had recovered somewhat from his agony, glaring menacingly at Wang Hao. Wind Speed Dog, utilize high-speed movement, Wang Ho commanded, followed closely by Wang Hao's voice. Dara, employ lethal bite. Bebe Bird, activate sand displacement. Responding to Wang Ho's orders, Wind Speed Dog sprang into action, bending his hind legs and forcefully pushing off the ground, propelling himself like a bullet into the air, charging directly at the gasping fishman. His half-foot-long iron claws pierced through the fishman's chest, puncturing the heart. The fishman, eyes wide in shock at the claws embedded in him. Spasmed violently before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The adventurer had slain a fishman, earning 200 task points. Wang Hao received a notification as well, stating that the adventurer had assisted in the fishman's demise, earning an additional 260 task points. With one fishman dealt with, the remaining one-eyed fishman fixed his gaze on Bebe Bird, letting out a primal roar before charging forward. Sand displacement. In the world of Pokémon, a seemingly ordinary skill has proven to be immensely useful in the present moment. As the fishman charged forward, he spotted Bebe Bird standing on the ground and swung a punch. Suddenly, a cloud of sand enveloped the fishman's face, momentarily blinding him, while sand also filled his other wound. Infuriated, the fishman shouted, "Fatal Fong." At that moment, Dala executed a nimble leap from the ground and sank his teeth into the fishman's throat. Simultaneously, Wind Speed Dog surged from behind, its horn piercing the fishman's heart. The adventurer who struck down the fishman earned 300 task points, while the adventurer who assisted received 200 task points. As the notifications chimed, Wang Hao exchanged relieved glances. At this juncture, only Wang Hao's group and the fishman officers, Octopus Xiaoba and Kruby, remained. Wang Hong, Lung Bing, how are you holding up? Wang Hao inquired as Xiaoba approached, summoning Wind Speed Dog to his side in a protective stance. Are you able to move? Beside him, Wang Hao stood with his two Pokémon, shielding Zheng Hong and the others. I'm fine, Zheng Hong replied, leaning on the knife embedded in the ground as she rose. We can handle these two fishmen. Let's leave. We've already rescued everyone. Very well, Wang Hao nodded at Xiaoba and Kruby. You take Hanqing and Li Xian and withdraw first. I will follow shortly. Be careful. Zheng Hong acknowledged her role as a burden in the current situation, and together with Chun Xiaoying and Yi Min Lungbing, they assisted Hanqing and Li Xian in their departure. Kruby, those women have fled. What shall we do? Xiaoba brandished his 6 blades. First, eliminate these people, then pursue the women, Kruby responded. Then go to your doom. Xiaoba bellowed, charging at Wang Hao and his companion, while Kruby strode forward as well. Wind Speed Dog, use Spark. Jimmy, employ Leaf Blade. Wang Hao commanded, firmly gripping his bow. Arrows flew from his grasp. The first assault was Wind Speed Dog's flame directed at Kruby. Yet, the fishman displayed no sign of fear before the azure flames that had incinerated numerous fishmen. As the flames approached, Kruby crouched low, fists clenched, and shouted. Fishman empty-handed technique, upper stage exploding palm. This swift strike caused the air to tremble and erupted with a thunderous roar. Wind Speed Dog's flames halted in front of Kruby, repelled by the force of his palm, colliding with the flames trailing behind. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Wind Speed Dog's flames had been shattered by Kruby's blow, bursting forth spectacularly, like fireworks before him. Clang, clang. As Kruby deflected Wind Speed Dog's flames, Xiaoba effortlessly parried Jimmy's Leaf Blade and Wang Ho's arrows with 2 of his blades. This is troublesome. As the approaching Xiaoba and Kayako drew nearer, Wang Hao furrowed his brow and turned to Wang Hao, exclaiming, Look, we must make haste. If they close the distance, we are certain to meet our demise here. Wang Hao, with a grave expression, nodded in agreement. We need to devise a plan and escape quickly. However, observing Xiaoba and Kayako with their menacing demeanor, it was clear that retreat was not an option. Before Wang Hao could ponder further, Xiaoba and Kayako charged towards them. We have no choice but to fight, Wang Hao thought, glancing at the energy of the Wind Speed Dog, formulating a plan in his mind. Let them perish. At that moment, Xiaoba suddenly accelerated, brandishing 6 blades in his 6 hands, roaring as he charged at Wang Hao. Wind Speed Dog, unleash flame burst. Wang Hao commanded, recognizing the imminent threat posed by Xiaoba and Kayako. Jimmy, use Leaf Blade as soon as the flame burst is countered. As a torrent of flames erupted, Xiaoba and Kayako appeared unfazed, as if they had anticipated this maneuver. Indeed, they had a strategy to counter the fiery assault. The dog is breathing fire again, Xiaoba remarked casually to Kayako. Indeed, Kayako responded nonchalantly. Let us eliminate these humans and capture that dog. A fire-breathing dog must have consumed a devil fruit. Agreed, Xiaoba replied, wielding his blades with determination, but those flames are quite troublesome. They shall not hinder us. Kayako positioned himself behind Xiaoba, declaring, leave this to you. Very well, Xiaoba nodded, a hint of excitement in his voice. I shall handle this. With that, he thrust his 6 blades forward. 6 blades waltz. The blades began to spin, gaining speed until they transformed into a whirling vortex of steel. With a resounding clash, the ethereal blue flames collided with the spinning blades, creating a cacophony of sound and sparks. Upon closer inspection, the flame burst from the wind speed dog was deflected by Xiaoba's six blades waltz, scattering embers across the ground. Huh! Xiaoba bellowed triumphantly after the flames subsided, sheathing his blades and gazing at Wang Ho and his companion. Your attacks are still too feeble. Now it is my turn. After Xiaoba sheathed his blades, Kayako quickly lunged forward, throwing a punch at the nearest Wang Ho. Babinio utilized sand attack. In that instant, Jimmy, positioned beside Wang Ho, unleashed Leaf Blade, while Wang Ho issued a command. What? Kayako, caught off guard by the unexpected counterattack following the flame burst, could only cross his arms defensively. Spitting out sand that had invaded his mouth, Kayako glared forward in anger, only to see another ethereal blue flame barreling toward him. Wind Speed Dog, unleash Flame Burst. Wang Ho commanded once more as the attacks from Babinio and Jimmy were unleashed. Faced with the approaching flames, Kayako realized evasion was futile and prepared to defend himself. Fishman Karate, Upper Palm Explosion. Simultaneously, Xiaoba charged in, swinging his six blades in a synchronized attack. Both Xiaoba and Kayako were now engulfed in battle, prompting Wang Ho to urgently declare, "We must retreat." Agreed. Wang Ho recognized this as a splendid opportunity and nodded in agreement. Accompanied by three small sprites, the two of them vanished into the woods. Meanwhile, as Xiaoba and Kayako dispersed the flames, Wang Ho and his companion had already disappeared from sight. Damn it, they've escaped, Xiaoba remarked, his six hands gripping his weapon in surprise. Let us pursue them, Kayako retorted with a stern expression. Their scent should linger here. If they slip away, we will have a difficult time explaining to the boss, especially after losing so many brothers. Very well, we shall chase them, Xiaoba agreed. Kayako nodded, and together they plunged into the forest. On the other side, Wang Ho and Wang Ho followed the marks left by Zheng Hong and her group, soon spotting their figures. However, in the eyes of Wang Ho and Wang Ho, it appeared that Zheng Hong's group had halted rather than continued forward, and a commotion of battle sounds echoed ahead. Let us go. Sensing something amiss, the two hastened towards the source. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were momentarily taken aback. Before Wang Ho lay a gruesome sight of corpses, scattered limbs, and blood pooling on the ground, forming small streams. Among the bodies stood 5 fishmen, wielding knives. Damn it! Wang Ho's face twisted in fury as he exclaimed, "They are all dead. Our mission." Beside him, Wang Ho also stood in shock, muttering, "We've truly met our demise this time." In front of the fishmen, Zheng Hong and her 7 companions huddled together, staring intently at the menacing figures. What should we do? Yi Min's voice trembled with tears. Sister, they're all dead. What are we to do now? It's all right, Zheng Hong replied, her expression pained, yet she forced a smile. It's manageable. We can still cover the cost of these missions. What about Wang Ho? Wang Ho said with a bitter smile. If we go down now, we'll be ruined. There is still a chance, Wang Ho pondered. But first we must deal with these fishmen. With a grin, he added, I didn't expect you to bring the sprites. I thought you wouldn't need them. How could I not? Wang Ho replied, astonished. I merely had them training in the dormitory. I brought them out after their evolution. What do you mean by there being a chance? We'll discuss that later, Wang Ho said urgently, as the fishmen charged toward Zheng Hong's group. The fishmen are coming. Quickly, block their path. Zheng Hong's group has injured members and cannot hold their ground. Understood, Wang Ho replied, nodding. BB Bird, Dala, engage the fishmen ahead. Windspeed Dog. Jimmy, you assist as well. BB, Ji, Wang. The 4 sprites acknowledged simultaneously, rushing forward. We shall join as well, Wang Ho said coldly to Wang Ho. All right. Wang Ho agreed, drawing his sword with a smile. At that moment, Zheng Hong and her companions were unaware of the reinforcements approaching from behind. Facing the 5 blood-soaked, menacing fishmen, they readied their weapons. Xiaomin, take Han Qing and Li Xian to the rear. Feng Yu, Xiaoying, provide support. Xiaobing, come with me. A series of commands flowed as the nearby girls responded earnestly, nodding in unison. Understood, sister. A fierce determination filled the air. Haha, women, perish before me. The first merman surged forward, approaching Zheng Hong with the intent to seize her by the throat. Sister, cried Lung Bing anxiously from the side, as the other girls also expressed their distress. However, every one of them was injured, and the merman's attributes surpassed theirs by more than double. Previously, the advantage of numbers had obscured the significance of attributes, but now, in this one-on-one confrontation, the disparity became glaringly evident. Zheng Hong barely grasped the situation before the merman lunged at her, leaving her no time to defend herself. "Ha, let's take care of one first," the merman exclaimed, exhilarated as he neared her throat, which was mere inches away. In his eyes, Zheng Hong resembled a lifeless corpse, and he could almost hear the anticipated crack of her bones. Yet, in the next instant, a tremendous force surged from his abdomen, blood gushed into his throat, and he realized that the neck he intended to break was now receding from his grasp. What is happening? Pain throbbed in his chest as he looked down, only to find a heavily armored beast pressing against him. A single horn had pierced through his chest, directly through his heart. Damn it! Blood erupted from his mouth like a fountain as he pondered his error in rushing forward so recklessly. With that final thought, his head tilted, and he collapsed. The adventurer had slain the merman, earning 500 task points. Zheng Hong, bewildered, observed a scaled beast suddenly burst forth from behind her, charging towards the merman with relentless speed, piercing through its chest in an instant. Who is that? Zheng Hong wondered, just as three small fairies emerged from behind her, temporarily halting the remaining mermen. Then, a voice filled with concern reached her ears. "Are you all right, Wang Ho?" Upon hearing the voice, Zheng Hong felt a wave of relief wash over her. "You all came. How is it? Fortunately, we've managed to fend off those two merman leaders for the time being, but they will likely pursue us shortly. We must quickly deal with these mermen." "What is that?" Zheng Hong inquired, pointing at the armored wind speed dog. "That is the wind speed dog," Wang Ho replied, glancing at her gesture as the wind speed dog shook its head, flinging the merman's corpse to the ground. He chuckled. "It's merely wearing a piece of armor. However, we are indeed fortunate," he continued. All the merman's attention is focused on Zheng Hong, unaware of our approach. Both the merman and the wind speed dog are charging full speed ahead. As they collided, the wind speed dog's horn tore through the merman's skin, penetrating its muscles and the ribs that protected its heart. Under normal circumstances, the wind speed dog's horn would have only breached the merman's pectoral muscles, considering that Wang Ho's arrows had become lodged within the merman's flesh. The wind speed dog discarded the merman's lifeless body from its horn and, without command, trotted over to Wang Ho, whining affectionately. "Well done," Wang Ho praised, scratching the dog under its chin. As Zheng Hong drew closer, he discerned the appearance of the wind speed dog, its armored body glinting with a cold sheen, its sharp claws and singular horn eliciting an involuntary gasp. Under the meticulous craftsmanship of Wang Ho, the wind speed dog had transformed into a veritable killing machine. This encounter involved a group of exceptionally formidable mermen. Had it been in an ordinary task realm, the wind speed dog, equipped as it was, could have dominated effortlessly. "Hello, wind speed dog," Zheng Hong remarked, his gaze filled with admiration and envy as he observed the creature ingratiating itself with Wang Ho. "Woof." The wind speed dog, upon hearing the greeting, lifted its head to acknowledge Zheng Hong. At that moment, Wang Ho had also assisted Han Qing and Li Xian in finding a place to sit before joining Wang Ho. The three little spirits, Jimmy, returned to their respective masters after a brief skirmish with the four mermen. The mermen, witnessing one of their own dispatched in an instant, hesitated, standing still and regarding Wang Ho and his companions with caution, no longer charging forth. "Who are you?" inquired a blue-skinned merman clad in a floral shirt, addressing Wang Ho. "You are not from this island. What brings you here?" "Indeed, we are not." Wang Ho stepped forward, declaring, "We have come to eliminate you." As he spoke, an arrow was loosed, catching the merman off guard and piercing through its skin, embedding itself within its muscle. "Damn it!" The merman yelped in pain, yanking the arrow from its flesh and spraying blood. With a crunch, it broke the arrow in anger, indifferent to the agony in its shoulder, and roared, "Despicable humans! How dare you attack us? You shall die!" With narrowed pupils radiating a savage aura, the merman swung its blade toward Wang Ho. "Die!" Simultaneously, the three mermen behind it charged forward. Wind speed dog, Jimmy, Biber, Dala. Wang Ho and Wang Hao called out in unison as they observed the merman advancing. "Woof! Meow! Biber! Squeak!" The four little spirits nodded simultaneously, unleashing a variety of skills aimed at the merman. Meanwhile, Wang Hao, Qing, Zheng Hong, and others around Wang Ho readied their weapons, adopting a combat stance. A resounding clang echoed as Wang Hao's sword collided with the incoming merman's blade, sparks flying. Huh. The merman, undeterred, swung again, aiming for another strike. Damn it. Although Wang Hao managed to deflect the blow with a clever maneuver, he still felt the overwhelming force transmitted through the clash of weapons, bending his knees as he struggled to maintain his stance. Realizing that brute force was futile against such overwhelming pressure, and unable to keep pace with the merman's agility, Wang Hao soon bore multiple wounds, blood staining much of his clothing and his vitality waning significantly. With the death of its comrade and the sight of Wang Hao's blood, the merman's eyes turned crimson, its blade swinging with increasing ferocity. As another strike descended, Wang Hao gripped his sword tightly, determined to block the merman's assault. With a mighty shout, Wang Hao channeled his newly harnessed inner strength into his wrist, feeling an immense force course through him, standing unyielding against the onslaught. With a bend of his legs once more, a surge of power emanated from his calves, flowing inwardly until it reached his hands. Crack, crack. Wang Hao gripped the sword with determination, his body rising gradually as the blade and the knife emitted a piercing screech, accompanied by sparks flying like stars. Remarkably, Wang Hao managed to push the fishman's knife upward. What? The fishman, astonished to find his strength inferior to that of a human, let out a thunderous roar. His arms bulging with veins, like serpents slithering beneath his skin, as he pressed the knife downward again. Cough, cough. Sensing another immense force at the point of contact between the sword and knife, the crackling sounds faded into the background, while sparks from the metallic collision danced like fireworks. As Wang Hao exerted himself, he felt a renewed pressure. His body instinctively tensed, and with a fierce shout, he channeled his inner energy into his wrist and calves. His body taut, his cheeks flushed crimson, as he pushed upward inch by inch. Damn, just a little more. Observing his own state, Wang Hao gritted his teeth, resolute in his determination. Summoning the last vestige of his inner strength, a surge of energy flooded through him, and with one decisive thrust, he disarmed the fishman's knife. Die! With a mighty roar, Wang Hao, to the fishman's astonishment, pierced through its chest, relying on the lingering strength in his wrist. As the blade penetrated the fishman's body, a notification chimed, and Wang Hao felt a sudden emptiness within. Exhaling deeply, he turned to his comrades still engaged in battle, saying to Wang Hao, "I can hold on no longer. The rest is in your hands." Understood. Wang Hao, entangled with the fishman, responded upon hearing Wang Hao's voice from behind. "You just watch for now. Leave the rest to me. You wish to kill me? First, you must perish." Seeing Wang Hao distracted while fighting, the fishman's face contorted with rage as it roared. Windspeed dog. Dodging the fishman's strike with a sidestep, Wang Hao released an arrow that struck the fishman, calling out to Windspeed dog beside him. Woof. Windspeed dog leaped forward, its single horn deflecting another knife strike from the fishman, sparks erupting. Though Windspeed dog possessed slightly greater strength than Wang Hao, it still fell short compared to the fishman. As the fishman intensified its assault, Windspeed dog began to falter, its limbs bending under pressure. However, the battle was not solely fought by Windspeed dog. Wang Hao sought opportunities as well, launching a volley of arrows that found their mark on the fishman's back amidst the struggle. With a decisive blow, the fishman pinned Windspeed dog to the ground before swiftly turning to slash at Wang Hao. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, several arrows were released. Clang, clang. Yet, the fishman was no weakling. Boasting attributes that far exceeded Wang Hao's, it wielded its knife with dexterity, effortlessly severing most of the arrows launched by Wang Hao, with only a few managing to strike true. However, even those minor wounds were barely enough to weaken the fishman. In a matter of strides, it closed the distance to Wang Hao, its speed too swift for Wang Hao to retaliate as it brought down its knife. Bang! A single stroke struck the nobleman, instantly igniting a flurry of sparks. Although clad in armor and spared from fatal injury, he was nonetheless sent hurtling through the air by the sheer force of the fishman. The impact rattled his insides, and he crashed heavily to the ground, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. "Ha, perish!" the fishman exclaimed, exhilarated by the sight of the nobleman writhing on the ground. "With such feeble strength, you dare to challenge me?" He brandished his weapon and charged towards the fallen nobleman. At that moment, the Windspeed dog rose from the ground, previously dazed by the fishman's sudden fury, which had been provoked by the nobleman's arrow. It shook off the disorientation and stood upright. Observing the nobleman on the ground, its eyes widened in alarm, and it began to scratch the earth with its paw, growling softly. As the fishman lunged forward, the wind speed dog activated its high-speed movement to pursue. "Ha die!" the fishman shouted, leaping into the air, poised to strike down upon the nobleman. However, just as he ascended, the wind speed dog caught up, leaping as well, its singular horn plunging into the fishman's back. With a spray of blood erupting like a fountain, the wind speed dog unleashed an unparalleled force in its leap. Its horn pierced effortlessly through the fishman's skin, continuing through muscle and severing internal organs, emerging cleanly through the chest. To the nobleman's eyes, the fishman appeared ecstatic, wielding his blade as a menacing glint reflected in the air, bringing with it an ominous chill of death. Just as the nobleman prepared to draw a weapon from his spatial pouch to parry the impending blow, the wind speed dog suddenly entered his line of sight, sending the fishman soaring through the air. The fishman, impaled by the wind speed dog, erupted in a spray of blood, his body convulsing as it hung from the creature's horn. Yet, the wound, though grievous, did not breach the heart, and the internal bleeding alone could not claim the fishman's life. Instead, the immense pain ignited a ferocity within him. Like the frenzied fishman before him, this one's pupils constricted, radiating a fierce intent that could be felt from afar. With his body suspended on the wind speed dog's horn, the fishman clutched his weapon tightly, relentlessly striking blow after blow against the creature's armor. Sparks erupted like fireworks, and the clang of metal echoed in the air. Under the ferocious assault, the wind speed dog's armor began to show signs of wear, each strike gradually depleting its vitality, though the fishman's injuries were deteriorating even more swiftly. Cough, cough. A spurt of blood erupted as the noble struggled to rise from the ground. Aiming his bow at the fishman, an arrow, crafted from bone, struck its target with a swift whoosh, followed by a series of arrows that pierced through the air, each one bursting forth a spray of crimson upon the fishman. With the wind speed dog diminished by half its vitality, the noble received a notification for successfully slaying the fishman, earning him 500 quest points. Dead. Upon receiving the alert, the noble let out a long sigh of relief, lowering his bow as he redirected his gaze towards another skirmish. The wind speed dog, sensing the fishman above had ceased its movement, shook its head and flung the lifeless body to the ground, collapsing beside it, panting heavily. Meanwhile, a fierce battle raged on nearby, where Zheng Hong and his comrades, alongside Wang Hao's BB Bird and Dala, as well as Wang Ho's Jimmy, barely managed to contend with the last two fishmen. This was primarily due to the overwhelming attribute suppression. Every strike necessitated the full exertion of Zheng Hong and his companions to withstand, and lacking active skills, they relied solely on Jimmy's three little spirits for distraction, fearing that casualties might soon occur. After this intense bout, aside from Pan Fengyu and Qin Xiaoying, who attacked from a distance, all others were below half health, and the three little spirits were nearly depleted. However, after the struggle, the two fishmen had also sustained significant damage, their bodies marred by numerous wounds, allowing for a temporary stalemate. Catching his breath, the noble rose once more, drawing an arrow from his quiver. "Wind speed dog, we shall advance," he commanded, with a bark affirming the order. The wind speed dog leapt from the ground and charged alongside Wang Ho's arrow towards the last two fishmen. Jimmy, unleash Leaf Blade. The wind speed dog executed a high-speed charge, colliding directly with one fishman. An arrow embedded itself in the creature's calf, causing it to topple to the ground. Witnessing this, Wang Ho shouted, simultaneously aiming another arrow at the fishman's weapon-bearing arm. The first strike came from Jimmy's leaf blade. The emerald leaves sliced through the air, creating two vivid crimson arcs upon the fishman. Following this, Wang Ho's arrow accurately struck the fishman's arm. A surge of pain coursed through the creature, prompting it to release its grip, allowing the weapon to slip from its hand. At that moment, the wind speed dog arrived, letting out a ferocious roar as it lifted the fishman effortlessly, its sharp horn piercing through the creature's chest, extinguishing its final breath. Adventurer has slain a fishman. Awarded 200 quest points. What? Upon witnessing the demise of its companion and the blood-soaked wind speed dog, the remaining fishman froze, its blade no longer descending. Infuriated, watching its comrades fall one by one, the fishman's fighting spirit dwindled, and a wave of trepidation washed over its heart. "You shall pay for this. Our dragon pirate crew will not let you escape," it spat defiantly before turning and fleeing. What? It dares to flee? The noble and his companions were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to react. while the little spirits remained fixated on the retreating fishman. As he fled, Dara leapt forward to the side of the fishman, his two incisors gleaming with lethal intent. In an instant, the fishman felt a violent convulsion in his calf, the excruciating pain causing him to collapse to the ground. A piercing scream erupted, finally rousing the attention of Wang Ho and his companions. Upon witnessing the fishman's dire condition, Zheng Hong and her allies, who were nearby, would not let the opportunity slip away. With a resounding shout, Zheng Hong's blade sliced through the fishman's wound, creating a gash deep enough to reveal bone. Bang! Cold ice rushed in beside her, his club crashing against the fishman's back, producing a sound akin to a thunderous roar. The fallen fishman felt as though he had been struck by a sea beast, spewing forth a torrent of blood. Following this, Chun Xiaoying's arrow and Pan Fingyu's fireball arrived in swift succession, extinguishing the last flicker of the fishman's life. With the notification of the fishman's demise, Zheng Hong and her companions heaved a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground as the earlier fierce battle had drained their strength. Had it not been for the looming threat of death, they would have surely faltered much sooner. With the aid of Wang Ho and the wind speed dog, it was likely that Zheng Hong and her companions could barely have managed a minute against the fishman. Finally, it was over. Witnessing the last fishman fall, Wang Ho contemplated the situation. Meanwhile, Wang Hao regained some stamina, recalling Babinio and Dara, and approached Wang Ho. "What is the nature of our mission?" he inquired. "All the residents of Kesha Town who escaped are dead. How can you still claim there is a solution?" Upon hearing Wang Hao's question, Zheng Hong and the others perked up, eager to listen. "It is as follows," Wang Ho began, noticing their keen attention. "Have you all realized that the residents of Kesha Town were all able-bodied men?" All present were taken aback momentarily. Then, as if in unison, they began to scan their surroundings. Then Wang Hao and Zheng Hong appeared to have reached a realization, simultaneously asking, "What?" The slower reacting Yimin questioned, "What do you mean?" "Exactly," Wang Ho nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "What about the women, the elderly, and the children in that town? Need it be said? They must have hidden away." Chun Xiaoying interjected swiftly. Upon hearing this, Yimin and Chun Xiaoying exchanged glances, their expressions transforming into one of sudden enlightenment. Indeed, Wang Ho continued, "The men may be gone, but the women, the elderly, and the children must still be alive. Since the system has not informed us of a mission failure, these individuals must be concealed somewhere, waiting for us to rescue them. Thus, we still have some time. Moreover, with so many fishmen eliminated, it stands to reason that aside from Xiaoba and Krolobi, few remain. As long as we proceed with caution, this mission can still be accomplished." "Yes." The group brightened at Wang Ho's analysis, their previous despondency dissipating. Wang Hao slapped Wang Ho on the shoulder, exclaiming, "How did I not think of that? I nearly scared myself to death." Zheng Hong laughed. "So now, we must swiftly depart this place. After all, Wang Hao and I have merely held off the two fishman leaders. They are undoubtedly searching for us now." Then we set out to locate the concealed residents of Kesha Town. After all, the task's rewards were exceedingly high, indicating that it would not be a simple endeavor. Upon hearing Wang Ho's analysis, Zheng Hong and the others wore solemn expressions and promptly nodded in agreement. "So, where shall we head next?" Zheng Hong inquired. "Let us depart from this place first," Wang Ho replied. "Han Qing, Li Xian, you two climb onto the back of the wind speed dog." "Understood." Supporting both individuals onto the creature's back, Wang Ho and his companions left the area. Not long after their departure, two figures emerged from the thicket. One possessed 6 arms, each adorned with octopus-like suckers, wielding a blade in each hand. The other had blue skin, with 2 triangular bone protrusions at the elbows. These two were none other than the octopus-like Xiao Ba and Krubi, who had followed Wang Ho's scent to this location. Upon arrival, a pungent aroma of blood assaulted their senses. The sight before them ignited a fierce anger within Xiao Ba and Krubi. One of them rushed forward to inspect the corpse of a fishman, noticing the multitude of wounds covering the bodies. Xiao Ba seethed, "Krubi, these individuals must pay for this." Indeed, Krubi clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "I shall crush these humans to dust." "Can we still trace them?" Krubi asked, his voice tinged with frustration. "The stench of blood is overpowering. I can no longer detect their scent." "Neither can I." Xiao Ba shook his head in irritation. "Is it truly the case that these humans will escape unscathed?" Krubi shouted, striking a nearby tree in fury. With a resounding crack, the stout trunk splintered in two. "First, let us gather our brethren in the vicinity." If a few of our kin encounter those humans, they will surely be outmatched, Kruby declared. Agreed, Xiaoba nodded. Then let out a piercing call to assemble. Soon, a multitude of fishmen emerged from the woods, and upon careful counting, there were an astonishing 50 of them. Had Wang Ho witnessed this gathering, he would have been utterly astonished, for in the anime, such numbers were unheard of, even in the dragon's domain. The fishmen depicted amounted to only 4 or 5 dozen, yet here stood 50, even after Wang Ho and his companions had vanquished 20. One could only imagine the true scale of their numbers within the dragon's domain. However, Wang Ho and his group remained blissfully unaware of these developments, continuing their search for the hidden residents of Kesha Town. Meanwhile, Xiaoba rallied the nearby fishmen, and upon seeing the bodies of their fallen kin strewn across the ground, their faces were etched with fury, eager to exact vengeance upon those who had slain their brethren. Everyone has witnessed this, Xiaoba addressed them. A group of humans has infiltrated our island and murdered dozens of our kin. They still roam these lands. Split into teams of 10, scour the area for these intruders, and eliminate any Kesha Town residents who dare to resist us. Understood, the fishmen chorused in unison, swiftly dividing into 5 teams and departing the scene. What shall we do now? Xiaoba inquired. Let us return and inform the dragon leader. Considering the numerous losses we have suffered, Kruby replied. Very well. Xiaoba nodded, stating that the boss was a shark merman, possessing a sense of smell far superior to ours. If he were to emerge, these individuals would be doomed. We must return. Kluobi nodded in agreement. Subsequently, both Xiaoba and Kluobi departed from the scene, making their way back to the dragon's domain. Meanwhile, under the guidance of the Marquis, a group returned to Kesha Town. The town remained desolate, devoid of life. Save for the occasional gust of sea breeze and the corpses of the previously dealt mermen strewn across the ground. Marquis, do you truly believe there are people here? Wang Hao inquired. Surely, the elderly and children would not be hiding here. Otherwise, the mermen would have discovered them by now. Perhaps. The Marquis replied cautiously as he navigated the streets of the town, observing his surroundings. Yet, I have a strong feeling that there must be someone here. As he spoke, the Marquis turned to the wind-speed dog beside him. Windspeed dog, can you detect any human scent? Woof. The windspeed dog nodded, sniffing the air intently. What do you find? Wang Hao and the others focused their attention on the windspeed dog as it began to search for the scent of Kesha Town's inhabitants. Woof, whimper. The windspeed dog paused intermittently, soon making a discovery. Suddenly, it lifted its head and barked excitedly at the Marquis. What is it, windspeed dog? The Marquis, seeing the dog's exuberance, felt a surge of hope and quickly turned to Jimmy on his shoulder. Windspeed dog has detected the scent of people in that house. Jimmy translated. Oh, instantly, everyone was filled with exhilaration. Before the Marquis could speak, Wang Hao interjected, Windspeed dog, lead us there quickly. Let us go, Windspeed dog. The Marquis urged. Woof. The Windspeed dog nodded, calling out to Han Xing and Li Xian on its back before taking off in the direction of the scent. Move. Seeing the Windspeed dog sprint ahead, the Marquis called back to Wang Hao and the others. All right. The group nodded, arming themselves as they followed closely behind. Ah, children. Ha ha. Damn humans, perish. As the group approached, before they could catch sight of anyone, anguished screams echoed, accompanied by the roars of mermen. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group darkened, exchanging worried glances. Zheng Hong shouted, They've been discovered here as well. We must hurry to save them. If they are slaughtered, we will have no chance left. With that, he gripped his blade and charged forward. The others tightened their grips on their weapons and followed suit. With Wang Hao anxiously telling Wang, Marquis, I'll go ahead to rescue them. You make sure Han Xing and the others are safe. With that, he dashed onward. Jimmy, go help. The Marquis instructed the creature on his shoulder, then hastily joined the windspeed dog. Meanwhile, Han Xing and Li Xian, both appearing anxious atop the windspeed dog, struggled to get down. Were it not for their broken legs, they would have surely raced ahead. Stay put. I'll assist you down, the Marquis said quickly, seeing them on the verge of tumbling off the windspeed dog. After safely settling the two in a nearby house, the Marquis and the windspeed dog rushed towards the battlefield. As he rounded a house, Wang Hao discerned the dire situation before him. There were 10 fishmen present, and the ground was strewn with the fallen bodies of the elderly, women and children. Yet, dozens more had sought refuge within the house, peering out from the windows to witness the battle unfolding. The 10 fishmen, in prime condition, faced the fatigued members of Class 26, who had already endured multiple skirmishes. Given the fishmen's inherent attributes, which surpassed those of the humans by a considerable margin, the scene was overwhelmingly one-sided. Wang Hao, accompanied by Babinio and Dala, confronted 3 fishmen, sustaining a multitude of wounds in the process. Meanwhile, another fishman engaged with Jimmy, while the rest surrounded Zheng Hong and her companions. Just as Wang Hao grasped the situation, Zheng Hong and Lung Bing were struck down, and a nearby fishman brandished his weapon, poised to cleave the two in twain. This was dire. Observing the unfolding chaos, Wang Hao urgently commanded Feng Sudog to unleash a spark. At the same time, he produced 2 cards and hurled them toward Zheng Hong. "Halt!" he bellowed, gripping his bow tightly as he charged forward. "Die!" The fishmen encircling Zheng Hong and her group remained oblivious to Wang Hao's approach. A fishman raised his blade high, aiming it at the defenseless Zheng Hong, convinced that he would reduce the human to mere fragments. However, fate had other designs. Just as the blade began its descent, the cards Wang Hao had thrown soared to the fishman's side, radiating brilliant white light. 2 armored warriors, wielding great swords, materialized beside the fishman, their blades simultaneously striking, leaving 2 deep gashes upon the creature's form, causing blood to spray forth. The soldier summon card, classified as E-grade, allowed for the summoning of a Dalmatian soldier for a duration of 1 minute, with all attributes set at 10. The 2 cards Wang Hao had utilized were the very ones previously acquired from defeating the blue buff.